Ling Zhou wouldn't let Chu Xingqian go. Since you've left Shun Sijuan, you must stay here too. I won't let you leave. Chu Xingqian glanced at Ling Zhou above her. His eyes looked fierce and determined, as if he was sure he wanted to keep her. Today, Ling Zhou seemed different from usual. He suddenly looked more like a man than a boy, showing a strong, attractive charm that clearly distinguished him from a young boy. Looking at Ling Zhou, she seemed to understand the appeal of a younger, charming guy. Chu Xingqian sighed and turned her head away. That I can't stay overnight tonight. Why not? Don't you like me? Or are you going to see someone else? Shen Songzhu? Xiao Wang? Or Zhou Baiyan? Ling Zhou's eyes sharpened, looking ready to get angry if she said yes.
I'm
in a special situation today. My period just started and isn't over yet. That's why Chu Xingqian was so calm. Ling Zhou blinked. You have your period? Why can't you stay because of that? Chu Xingqian asked, do you know that girls have certain days each month? Ling Zhou thought for a moment and finally remembered. He gasped, looking stunned, never having considered such a situation before. Chu Xingqian pushed him away and sat up. Otherwise, why wouldn't I drink alcohol? I thought you wanted that milk tea. Ling Zhou mumbled from his bed. Why is heaven so unfair to me? I have to wait another year for my next birthday. Maybe by then, you'll have a baby. Chu Xingqian said, you're thinking too far ahead. She already thought about having a baby. She tried to get out of bed, but Ling Zhou immediately sat up, wrapped his arms around her shoulders, and pushed her back down. Even if your period is here, you can't leave. You have to stay tonight. I can't lose to Mingxian Palace. Losing face isn't an option. They can't sleep together tonight, and he can't lose to Mingxian Palace either. Chu Xingqian felt helpless. It seemed he didn't want to lose. His competitive spirit was strong, but since she had her period, according to Chu's customs, they should sleep separately. Are you sure? Yes, Ling Zhou said firmly. Afraid she might run away, he quickly wrapped her in a blanket, leaving only her eyes visible. Be good and stay still tonight. Don't move. After saying that, Ling Zhou lay down beside her. Chu Xingqian said, Ling Zhou, there's no need for this. They had stayed over before. It was just a night at Feiyu Palace. But it's necessary. Ling Zhou said with a smile as he looked at Chu Xingqian. You look quite cute and funny like this, like a caterpillar or maybe a red caterpillar. Ling Zhou's smile revealed his small tiger teeth. You're also cute. Let me go first. You're wrapping me too tight. I can't move. No, this way you'll behave, Ling Zhou said, tightening the blanket and pressing down. He leaned beside Zhuo Xingqian, playing with her hair that was exposed, and talking about how he used to celebrate his birthdays. Although there was no birthday song, it was lively. As he spoke, he started to feel tipsy and accidentally fell asleep. Zhuo Xingqian breathed a sigh of relief and hurried to free herself. Just as she was about to escape from the blanket, Ling Zhou reached out and patted her, then his foot, like an octopus, hugged her tightly. Zhuo Xingqian was pressed down heavily. You're so heavy, Ling Zhou, let me go. Ling Zhou muttered a few words, but didn't loosen his grip. Zhuo Xingqian pushed him hard, but he thought she wanted to run and held on even tighter. Not sure what he was dreaming about, he couldn't let go. Zhuo Xingqian struggled hard, sweating but still unable to free herself. You're so heavy. Zhou Baiyan, are you there?
Help me.
She habitually called out to Zhou Baiyan, then remembered he was out of the palace and that the other shadows wouldn't be close by at this time. Zhuo Xingqian sighed with a bitter smile. With great effort, she finally escaped Ling Zhou's grasp. Ling Zhou was sleeping soundly, still holding onto the blanket tightly. Zhuo Xingqian crossed her arms and took a breath, then covered him with a blanket before going to wash up. When Jin Chong and Bao Jian saw Zhuo Xingqian leave, they entered and saw Ling Zhou sleeping deeply, as if recalling the night when Ling Zhou and Zhuo Xingqian shared a bed. They were disappointed. After waiting so long for his birthday, he had fallen asleep again. They tried to wake Ling Zhou, even secretly pinched him, but it was no use. Just as they were about to resort to extreme measures like splashing cold water, Zhuo Xingqian returned. Don't worry, he's just drunk and asleep. You can rest assured. Zhuo Xingchen comforted them and told them to go rest first. Jin Chong and Bao Jian left angrily, unable to do anything to the sleeping young general. They knew this birthday night was wasted. Jin Chong and Bao Jian were so angry they didn't sleep all night. Zhuo Xingchen stayed at Feiyu Palace for the night and slept okay, but she had a nightmare about being pressed against a wall and unable to breathe. She struggled awake to find Ling Zhou was the one pressing down on her. Ling Zhou, wake up. I can't breathe. Last night, Ling Zhou slept on the bed while she was sleeping on the warm pavilion. Unexpectedly, Ling Zhou came over again. He came looking for her late at night. When she was pushed awake, she opened her eyes to see Chu Xingchen's face, flushed and sleepy, and heard her lazy voice. Didn't you sleep on the bed last night? Why are you here? Early in the morning, Ling Zhou was very sensitive. He thought her voice sounded a bit hoarse and lazy, but very nice. As she playfully flipped her hair, he felt everything was coming back to life, and his body responded too. The impulsive, sensitive boy, just a few words or a glance could make him excited. Chu Xingchen looked at Ling Zhou without speaking. She glanced at him. Why aren't you talking? Are you awake? It's not early anymore. Get up quickly. Ling Zhou snapped out of it, but didn't get up. Instead, he hugged the blanket tightly. You go ahead. His voice was a little hoarse and unnatural. He was afraid to get up, worried about revealing himself. Chu Xingchen walked to the door, remembered she forgot her hairband, turned back, and saw Ling Zhou already getting up.
She was about to speak.
I'm going to take a shower. Ling Zhou saw her turn back and hurriedly ran away, hugging the blanket. Why are you still holding the blanket?
Chu Xingchen mu de.
She found her hairband and wanted to take a shower too. Originally, she planned to go back, but Jin Chong said everything was already prepared, including her change of clothes, which had been brought from Jinhua Palace. So Chu Xingchen stayed. Ling Zhou took much longer than usual to shower. Chu Xingchen came out only after her hair was dry. Did you accidentally fall asleep again? Why are you so slow? Breakfast is already ready. Chu Xingchen casually said. Ling Zhou looked a bit uncomfortable, lowered his head, and didn't look at her. He only mumbled in reply. When he saw Jin Chong and Bao Jian's disappointed looks, he felt very down. He had been looking forward to his birthday, but it was all wasted. Chu Xingchen saw he was not in a good mood and seemed a bit gloomy. Remembering last night, she awkwardly asked, the weather seems nice today. Do you want to go horseback riding? You said you wanted to teach me before. Last night, it snowed quite heavily, but it stopped quickly. Today, the sun was shining brightly. Ling Zhou's eyes lit up. He looked up. Horseback riding?
Sure, but...
He paused.
Can you ride? Didn't you say?
Chu Xingchen touched her nose. Yes, I can. Today, I can. Seeing Ling Zhou's confusion, Chu Xingchen felt a bit helpless. My period has ended. Yesterday was the last day, and today she was usually clean. Ling Zhou. The heavens seemed to thunder. He couldn't help grinding his teeth, very angry. Just one day short. Despite feeling upset, Ling Zhou couldn't refuse Chu Xingchen's suggestion. He needed to ride a horse to vent his frustration. Behind the palace stables, there was a small riding ground. It wasn't as wide as the countryside, but it was enough for a few laps. Although it was narrower than in the northern frontier, Ling Zhou had no choice and came here. Chu Xingchen greeted Xiao Honghua, and Ling Zhou couldn't wait to ride his favorite horse, the Swift Wind, and gallop away. Chu Xingchen's gaze naturally followed Ling Zhou. The tall, brave horse and the spirited Ling Zhou together made it hard to look away. Both Ling Zhou and the horse were very excited, but Ling Zhou quickly restrained himself and stopped. Your Highness, let me take you for a run first so you can feel what it's like to ride fast. Then you'll learn to ride properly. Ling Zhou lightly pulled the reins with one hand, looking charming. He stretched out his hand as if a noble prince had arrived, making Chu Xingchen reach out too, but she stopped herself at the last moment. I don't want to ride without anything on. When Chu Xingchen said this, the nearby guards and palace servants all looked up in surprise. What had they heard? Ling Zhou almost fell off his horse, looking at their reactions with worry. Your Highness, what are you talking about? Riding without anything. I haven't even taken off your clothes. People who didn't understand might think they were planning something inappropriate or that Ling Zhou had done something wrong. Chu Xingqian realized her words sounded ambiguous. I meant the horse is bare, without a saddle or stirrups. Horses are naturally like that, without clothes, right? Otherwise, they'd need to wear something like humans do, Ling Zhou said with a mix of helplessness and amusement. How could such a girl say things like that? I'm not talking about clothes, but adding a saddle and stirrups would make riding safer, Chu Xingqian said, seriously worried. Ling Zhou looked confused. What are saddles and stirrups? Chu Xingqian. She carefully recalled the original owner's memories and realized that they hadn't learned to ride because they didn't like it. But it seemed no one used saddles or stirrups then. So, at that time, there were no saddles or stirrups. Thinking of something, Chu Xingqian hurried to check Swiftwind's hooves. Ling Zhou, quickly lift Swiftwind's legs. Does he also not have horseshoes? Horseshoes? What are those? They're like shoes for horses, to protect their hooves and help them run better, Chu Xingqian explained. She slapped her forehead. Why didn't I notice this before? I could have prepared earlier. This is the essential three-piece set in a transmigration novel, used by the male and female leads early on. Chu Xingqian explained to Ling Zhou the functions of the saddle, stirrups, and horseshoes, and also thought of war horses. That in the future, if possible, we can put armor on the horses too, so they'll be like humans and won't get hurt so easily. Ling Zhou's eyes grew brighter, and his face reddened. Finally, he couldn't hold back and suddenly picked her up, spinning around excitedly. Your Highness, you're so amazing. With what you just said, we won't have to fear Beidi anymore. We've always been weaker than Beidi because they have better war horses, and we don't. But now, with what you said, we won't fall behind in battles. Our horses will wear shoes, so they won't get tired so fast. Your Highness, you're incredible. How could his prince be so wonderful and amazing? This is the best birthday gift I've ever received. Chu Xingqian heard him speak, but she didn't catch all the words because she was being spun around in his arms, feeling like she might fly away. She'd only seen heroines on TV being carried and spun around, and their laughter and screams were always part of the scene.
She didn't understand why until now.
Because she also wanted to scream.
Ah.
Ling Zhou, put me down quickly. Ling Zhou didn't want to let go. He was full of excitement, his body feeling hot, almost bursting with energy, needing to release it. Holding Chu Xingqian didn't calm him down. Instead, it made him more excited. Her scent filled his nose, making it impossible for him to stay calm. He needed to vent and express his excitement. Ling Zhou set Chu Xingqian down. You're crazy. That's not how you show excitement. You scared me. What if you threw me off? I won't. But Your Highness is right. I should find a different way to show it. Once Chu Xingqian steadied herself, Ling Zhou leapt onto the horse. Chu Xingqian stood below. Do you still want to ride? A saddle would be better. Your Highness, although what you said is good, being isn't bad either. Ling Zhou chuckled freely. I grew up on horseback. I learned to ride when I was 3, so I want you to try too. After speaking, he suddenly leaned down from the horse. Chu Xingqian stared in disbelief as he reached out and wrapped his arms around her waist, lifting her onto the horse. Before she could react, she was already on the horse. What kind of strength was that? Chu Xingqian first realized that the phrase "little general" was not used lightly, and she felt the weight of those words for the first time. Wait! She was about to speak when Ling Zhou suddenly shouted, "Giddy up!" True to its name, the swift horse immediately galloped away.
Ah! Ah! Ah!
Chu Xingqian almost lost control and nearly shouted out loud. Sitting on the bare horse with no safety gear, she felt insecure and could only close her eyes tightly, leaning back against Ling Zhou. She reached behind to grab his waist, shouting, "Stop quickly." Ling Zhou didn't expect Chu Xingqian to be so afraid. The waist is a very sensitive part for men. He almost lost control instantly, but his eyes flashed with excitement. "Don't be afraid. I won't let you fall. I will protect you." He tried to comfort Chu Xingqian. "Your Highness, you can open your eyes and look ahead." "No, you stop now. Rest assured, Your Highness, the swift horse is very good. You won't be in danger." Ling Zhou's voice was different from usual, full of confidence. Chu Xingqian hesitated, then slowly opened her eyes under Ling Zhou's encouragement. Although her eyes were open, her back was still pressed tightly against Ling Zhou, and her hands clung to his clothes. The wind blew in her face, a bit cold but quite pleasant. Chu Xingqian's heart was pounding wildly. She felt both danger and excitement. Watching the scenery rush past, she couldn't help but want to scream. Afraid of disturbing the horse, she dared not shout, but she heard Ling Zhou whisper in her ear, "It's okay. You can shout if you want. Just shout. The horse won't mind." His horse was very steady. Ling Zhou's heart was stirred. He suddenly shouted out, "Ah!" as a way to vent. Hearing this, Chu Xingqian couldn't hold back and shouted too. Since being lifted onto the horse and experiencing her first ride, she had never felt such a thrill of galloping fast. Her heart was racing nonstop. She was going crazy, truly crazy. They went around and around, and Chu Xingqian finally decided it was enough. "Ling Zhou, that's enough. I want to stop now." Her voice was hoarse and strained from shouting. But Ling Zhou didn't stop. One more lap. The sensitive, impulsive young man, a few words or a glance could make him impulsive, especially with such stimulation. His sensitive waist couldn't handle any touch. He needed to calm down. He didn't dare stop, afraid Chu Xingqian would notice or that he would embarrass himself. Ling Zhou wanted to stay calm, thinking one more lap was enough, but he clearly underestimated his young body. So he rode for a second lap, a third, and a fourth. It was Chu Xingqian's first time riding a horse, and she was starting to feel overwhelmed. "Ling Zhou, that's enough now." When she thought Ling Zhou would keep running, he finally stopped after the fifth lap. He jumped off his horse, reached out to help Chu Xingqian, and looked at her with bright eyes, her forehead still sweaty. Chu Xingqian's legs felt weak. "Hold me well, don't let me fall." She also warned Ling Zhou, but before she finished, he quickly reached out and picked her up. Chu Xingqian stood on the ground, feeling her legs were soft and she couldn't stand straight. "Next time, I won't fall for your tricks. You said we'd run 2 laps, but we ran so many." She held onto Ling Zhou's sleeve and tried to help Wandong. Her legs finally regained feeling enough to stand, but her expression was still tense because she felt pain. She had been riding for a while and was too nervous, causing her inner thigh to chafe, maybe even causing a small injury. Ling Zhou quickly noticed Chu Xingqian's discomfort. "What's wrong?" he asked. Chu Xingqian replied, "Did I want to go back? You can ride again yourself." She had only taken a few steps with Wandong when Ling Zhou saw something was wrong. "Did you get a small injury?" he asked. Chu Xingqian turned to glare at him. "How do you know?" Ling Zhou didn't dare look at her. "I've chafed myself before." Riding horses often causes chafing at first, but it gets better with time as calluses form. He felt a bit annoyed, realizing he had forgotten she had never ridden before and had accidentally hurt her. The injured spot made him blush, knowing how uncomfortable it must be. "Maybe I should carry you back?" he suggested. "No need," Chu Xingqian shook her head. "Let's take the sedan chair." Before, she always walked everywhere, thinking it was good exercise. This was her first time using a sedan chair herself. It wasn't that she couldn't walk because of injuries, just that her legs were a bit weak, and the injury was in a sensitive spot. Compared to her awkward O-shaped legs, walking was slightly better. "You go ride the horse," she told Ling Zhou. It would take some time for the sedan to arrive, so she said, "You don't need to. I'll get medicine later. I have some, and it will help you heal faster after you apply it." When she mentioned applying medicine, Ling Zhou's mind automatically flashed some images, and he felt himself grow warmer. Chu Xingqian also felt a bit awkward. Luckily, the sedan arrived, and she hurried to get in. Ling Zhou followed closely, and once they reached the Eastern Palace, His face cooled down. When they arrived at Jinhua Hall, he hurried inside to apologize. Your Highness, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you. I didn't expect that to happen. Chu Xingqian didn't notice Ling Zhou following behind. Seeing him walk beside her like Wandong, looking at her pitifully, she couldn't help but laugh. I know, you're being too serious. There's no need to apologize. You don't have to follow me back. Go back and continue riding your horse. Don't let me ruin your mood. I'm fine. I'm not that delicate. Chu Xingqian turned to speak with Ling Zhou. After the carriage stopped, she carefully stepped out, not noticing Xiao Wang rushing over. Xiao Wang was busy, but accidentally fell asleep. In his dream, he vaguely heard the prince and forced himself to wake up. He heard Chu Xingqian was using the carriage, so he hurried back worriedly, only to see this scene. Chu Xingqian's voice was hoarse from shouting earlier. She looked tired, sweaty, with a flushed face and damp hair. When she got out of the carriage, her movements were awkward. Ling Zhou carefully supported her, looking apologetic. Next time, Your Highness, I will be more careful. Chu Xingqian and Ling Zhou waved goodbye, then helped Wandong inside. Xiao Wang watched the scene, slowly took a step back, clenched his fists tightly, and his eyes unknowingly turned red. Ling Zhou's birthday was coming, and Chu Xingqian would spend the night at Feiyu Palace. Xiao Wang knew this. He also knew Shen Songzhu had no problem staying overnight, and he was aware that Chu Xingqian seemed to be in her special days again. So last night, although he had trouble sleeping, it was much better than before. He could guess she was fine, but he didn't expect to see the scene. His mind instantly raced with many thoughts, like Chu Xingqian's special days might be ending soon. He had never seen Chu Xingqian like this. No matter how he looked at it, it seemed abnormal. He didn't want to think too much or overthink, but he couldn't control himself. Your Highness, I will go get medicine for you. Ling Zhou said this to Chu Xingqian and was about to go to Feiyu Palace to get the medicine. He ran too quickly and almost bumped into Xiao Wang. Ling Zhou was about to apologize and leave, but Xiao Wang's face darkened. How do you see the road? Before Ling Zhou could react, Xiao Wang reached out, pushed him against the wall, and directly grabbed his throat. In an instant, Ling Zhou felt suffocated. He looked at Xiao Wang's red eyes, his neck veins bulging, and faintly sensed a killing intent. Cough, cough. Ling Zhou struggled to hold Xiao Wang's hand. Xiao Wang, what are you doing? I want to kill you. I want to tear you apart. Xiao Wang heard himself say this. Fortunately, he didn't say it out loud. His hand was pushed away by Ling Zhou. Can I just apologize? I didn't mean to bump into you. Why are you so angry? Xiao Wang, what's wrong with you? You're so scary. Ling Zhou's voice brought Xiao Wang back to his senses. He withdrew his hand and looked down, saying, My head hurts a bit. You hit me and it makes me feel sick. He took a deep breath, then looked up at Ling Zhou's bright face. Where did you go? What did you do to her? Rode a horse. Ling Zhou didn't want to talk much about his matters with Chu Xingqian. Hearing Ling Zhou's answer, Xiao Wang felt his tense nerves relax immediately. He was riding a horse. Your Highness was riding a horse, not being with Ling Zhou. He wasn't taken first by Ling Zhou and hurt her, no. Seeing Ling Zhou coughing while touching his neck, Xiao Wang looked apologetic.
Sorry.
It's not that serious. I'm tough. Ling Zhou waved his hand and remembered he needed medicine. He bid farewell to Xiao Wang and happily ran off. Xiao Wang watched Ling Zhou's distant figure, his legs suddenly feeling weak. He leaned against the wall and sat down slowly. Xin Xing, who was following him from afar, felt his whole body tense and finally thought he had survived. Seeing this, he furrowed his brows deeply. Xiao Wang usually liked to keep clean and would hide it outside, but everyone who served them knew he was very particular about cleanliness. After going out, he would change into new clothes when returning home, and he washed his hands often. Sitting on the ground like this was something he would never do. Xin Xing wanted to step forward but stopped himself firmly. Xiao Wang was actually feeling uncomfortable because the ground was too dirty, but he didn't get up. His earlier loss of composure forced him to face his out-of-control feelings. He lost control because he thought Chu Xingchen had already been with Ling Zhou. He believed he could stay calm, but when he saw the truth, he found he couldn't accept it. Before entering the palace, he knew she had 5 husbands and was mentally prepared. At that time, he didn't care much, didn't mind, because she wasn't in his heart. But over time, he couldn't accept it anymore because he had started to care. He had her in his heart now. Not caring before was just indifference, but once she was in his heart, he couldn't accept their existence. It was a vicious cycle. The more he cared about her, the harder it was to accept her other men. He had a cleanliness obsession and also a romantic obsession. He wanted her heart to only belong to him, and her body only to be touched by him. He couldn't stand others touching her. But she had 5 husbands. Even if Xie Ziqing was no longer there were Shun Songzhu and Ling Zhou Zhouyan. Chu Xingchen's thigh was indeed scraped, one side turning red and the other skin broken. Ling Zhou assured her the medicine was good and said it wouldn't leave scars, and it was new, so she tried applying it. It felt cool and comfortable after applying, which was quite pleasant. Chu Xingchen said he was fine, and Ling Zhou finally relaxed. When he returned to Feiyu Palace, he found Xiao Wang waiting for him. Checking if he was hurt, Xiao Wang also brought a bow. Ling Zhou glanced at it and said, "Brother, isn't this the bow I asked for last time but you didn't give me?" "Yes, here it is." Ling Zhou looked at Xiao Wang and suddenly smiled. "I don't want it. You obviously like it a lot." Fine. It's just that you accidentally pinched me. I've forgiven you long ago. No need to be so dramatic." Xiao Wang looked a bit uncomfortable. "You like it, right?"
Keep it.
"It's better in your hands than in mine." "I said no need," Ling Zhou replied. "Am I a kid? I don't need cute things to cheer me up. I know you're just feeling guilty, and that's enough." Ling Zhou happily hung onto Xiao Wang. "I knew it, Xiao Wang. You're the best and care about me the most." Xiao Wang dodged away. "Who cares about you? Don't touch me. You smell of sweat." Ling Zhou sniffed himself. "Where do I smell bad?" He grinned and leaned closer again. "Speaking of who cares about me, it's obviously you. I understand everything you do for me. At first, I wasn't used to the food here, but you had the kitchen make my favorite dishes, right? I know all about it." Xiao Wang shot him a look. "That's my duty managing the palace affairs." Yes, your duty," Ling Zhou said, taking advantage of Xiao Wang not paying attention, and placed his hand on his forehead, wiping sweat on it. "Just to give you a taste of a man's strength. Ling Zhou, you're dead for sure." Xiao Wang's voice rose slightly, almost losing control. "Give me water. I want to take a bath." Ling Zhou had already run off. When Xiao Wang left Feiyu Palace, he washed his hands twice. The next morning, Chu Xingchen's walking was back to normal. That day marked the official start of the New Year holiday. During the holiday, a lot of political matters piled up, and with the newspaper preparing for its 6th issue, he was busy all day. And the busy period was just beginning. Starting from the 7th issue, the newspaper would accept submissions from all over the country, promising a lively and sharp scene in future editions. According to Wang Dong's report, a few Confucian scholars had arrived in Fomin City before the new year. More people came after the holiday from all schools of thought, ready to make a big impact on the newspaper. Chu Xingchen delayed them for a month, which made them quite impatient. Finally, he reviewed the last draft and handed the final version of the 6th issue to Wang Dong. "That's it. After this issue, we'll start selecting submissions. It's a big project. I hope everyone will enthusiastically sign up once we open recruitment. Don't worry, Your Highness will do it. The only concern is that he might be distracted by other beauties." Nowadays, the Da Chu Daily is very popular. Many people are eager to get in. As expected, the next day after the Da Chu Daily was published, countless people were waiting. If the printing capacity had not increased, it would have been sold out already. Every issue of the Da Chu Daily sparks debates about the articles. Everyone is now focused on whether the next issue will truly publish articles inviting submissions. The newspaper clearly states that it will. It also says that because many people are actively submitting articles to support the paper, the number of submissions has increased greatly. Starting from the next issue, the paper will add an extra page and publish more documents, which will require more staff. The Da-Chu Daily keeps its promises, exciting those who have been waiting. The public recruitment notice published in the paper has pushed everyone's excitement to the limit. Does this mean we can also work for the Da-Chu Daily? Yes, anyone who meets the requirements can fill out an application form and submit their resume. Those who pass the screening can go for an interview. If they do well, they can work at the paper. What are the requirements? Usually, most people can't meet them. Someone immediately worries. No, their requirements are not high. Indeed, they are quite lenient. No restrictions on age, gender, or social status, but ability is necessary. Chu Xingchen personally designed the application form, similar to modern ones, which collect basic information, ask for writing articles and news, and include ancient-style reading comprehension. This allows some insights into a person's abilities. The application form is attached directly to the newspaper. People can copy it down to apply, but there's a warning. All information must be truthful and answered by the applicant. Cheating is forbidden. If false information is found during verification, it will be disastrous. Cheating is even worse. If caught during the interview, you'll be publicly exposed. Not only will you lose face, but the court will also refuse to employ you for life. You won't be able to enter official service again. Once these requirements are announced, many suppress their ambitions and prepare for a new round of competition. This is a matter of concern for scholars. Ordinary people also feel tempted, but most just overlook it, focusing instead on emergency medical knowledge in the public welfare section. Chu Xingchen keeps his word, publishing many useful first aid tips and common misconceptions about emergency rescue. The common people watched very carefully. When it came to handling seizures, some doctors immediately said, "This is not right. There's no way to treat it like that." Other well-known doctors argued back, saying they had once seen a descendant of the divine Dr. Valley, and their method was to insert things into the patient. Different approaches caused a dispute. Shun Songju, who was mainly responsible for editing, quickly shared the feedback with Chu Xingchen. There's quite a big debate now, and they've even brought in the divine Dr. Valley. The divine Dr. Valley doesn't mean they're always right. We don't need to worry about it, Chu Xingchen said straightforwardly. There are disputes, but some people believe in them. Over time, facts will show the truth. Shun Songju nodded. Good. By the way, Your Highness, the newspaper just published the ad yesterday, and today we've already received many applications. Really? That's good. If we recruit more people, everyone won't have to work so hard, and you won't have to work so hard either. Chu Xingchen looked over the applicants. Overall, they were decent, but he wasn't very satisfied. Shun Songju noticed this and asked, Your Highness, do you think something is wrong? It just feels like all the applicants are men. There are no women applying. Chu Xingchen hoped for more female applicants, but none showed up. Shun Songju thought for a moment. Isn't there Wan Yong? There will be more women in the future. Yes, Chu Xingchen nodded. The road ahead is long and difficult. Amid the controversy over first aid knowledge, the palace started emergency training. The imperial hospital staff had to learn it, while other palace people did so voluntarily. The classes were held in the Eastern Palace, and anyone interested could attend, no pressure. But most of the Eastern Palace people had to learn to set an example. Chu Xingchen had promised to create a teaching plan, and he really did. The palace staff training was entrusted to Wan Yong's promoted people. She kept her word and taught Ling Zhou, Shun Songju, and Xiao Wang. I borrowed a bronze man from the Imperial Hospital. I also had someone make a model for practice so everyone can learn together. First, the chest compressions and artificial respiration we discussed last time. Chu Xingchen explained the key points, and then called out Ling Zhou. You try. Ling Zhou hesitated. It's too ugly. I can't bring myself to do it, Your Highness. We should just use real people. Ling Zhou was still not giving up. Your Highness, I want you to teach me personally. Do it on me once, and I'll learn. Shun Songju looked half-smiling. Xiao Wang was expressionless. He knew Ling Zhou wouldn't be honest. He also knew there would be more scenes like this in the future. Chu Xingchen refused to agree.
Stop joking.
Usually, no real practice is needed. You can find Shin Sijuan, Xiao Xiaoqing, or Bao Jian to practice feeling the positions. When Chu Xingchen said this, Ling Zhou almost jumped up. Even Shun Songzhu and Xiao Wang's faces looked a bit stiff. That's not right. How can men and men be comfortable? Isn't that disgusting? Helping others doesn't matter whether they are men or women. Everyone is the same, regardless of age or gender. That's how you save lives. If you find it disgusting and hesitate or worry, people might die while you're still debating. Chu Xingchen sighed as she spoke. Although she said this, she knew it was unlikely to happen. But gradually, everyone would get used to it, and more lives could be saved. Although Ling Zhou didn't get his way and was a bit disgusted, he didn't really find someone to practice with. Instead, he seriously practiced with the mannequin just in case he might need it someday. Shun Songzhu and Xiao Wang also studied seriously, just to be prepared. But since they hadn't tried on real people, they were a bit unsure. How about we practice with each other? Shun Songzhu asked, glancing sideways. Are you sure? Your Highness said not to worry too much. I won't really kiss you, so don't worry. Ling Zhou explained, but Shun Songzhu just shook his head, and Xiao Wang didn't even look at him. He definitely didn't want to be pushed around or used unless it was absolutely necessary. Of course, except for the Crown Prince. But he hadn't thought about letting Chu Xingchen teach. The more he cared, the more careful he would be. In the following days, Chu Xingchen was very busy. She was busy with court meetings, handling political affairs, reviewing newspapers, and even participating in interviews. She was so busy that she ate and drank quickly, with no time to think about anything else. 5 days later, amid much attention, the 7th issue of the Great Chu newspaper was published. It was thicker than before, and the content did not disappoint. After holding back for a long time, they finally could speak freely and start the battle. All the scholars from different schools sent many experts, especially Confucian scholars, and the competition was fierce. The results were very satisfying. The Great Chu newspaper added pages and published the most outstanding articles, combining a lot of strength into one paper. Its influence grew significantly. The competition among various schools was intense, which greatly boosted the newspaper's reputation, bringing many benefits. The Xie family originally thought Chu Xingchen would deliberately hold back their articles and make things difficult for them, but unexpectedly, this time, they were treated fairly and justly. Because Dr. Xie wrote very well, his article was published directly. They sighed in relief, but after reading other articles, their mood turned cold again because there are so many good articles. In the past, Dr. Xie's writings had a big impact, and this time was no different. But the hoped for instant fame, widespread support, and reputation restoration did not happen. Compared to other theories, Dr. Xie's ideas also faced a lot of controversy. The article by the pseudonymous author Shin Songzhu from the humble valley left a deep impression, shattering Dr. Xie's positive image. Reading his articles, it always seemed like there was a lot of personal bias, which greatly reduced his influence, even making it seem like his reputation had fallen sharply. Everyone wants power, which is normal, but the Xie family's image was that of scholars who did not seek fame or influence. Suddenly, that image collapsed, revealing a layer of falsehood. This was something the Xie family never expected. The impact of this event in the Great Chu newspaper was no longer limited to Great Chu. It also affected Qi and Wu countries, especially Qi, which was stirred up by the news. The Great Chu newspaper even reached Qi, and was sold at a high price. Both Great Chu and Qi were excited about the newspaper, but Chu Xingchen from Jinhua Palace remained unusually quiet. Chu Xingchen, who rarely had free time, was reading Zhou Baiyan's letter. He had given Zhou Baiyan a 2-week leave. Halfway through the leave, there was no news, and it seemed Zhou Baiyan had disappeared from the world. Suddenly, he received a letter. During his busy schedule, Chu Xingchen thought about Zhou Baiyan and felt uneasy. He even considered secretly visiting him, but finally held back. He secretly sent Tianlu to check on him, but Tianlu and others only said that Zhou Baiyan looked well and didn't dare approach him for fear of being discovered. Zhou Baiyan was so independent, which made Chu Xingchen very pleased. When he saw the letter, he couldn't wait to open it. Your Highness, my health is fully recovered. Can I come back? Zhou Baiyan's letter was brief, only asking this question. He really wanted to return because he didn't know what to do outside. He had endured for many days and could no longer hold on. After sending the letter, Zhou Baiyan waited patiently. Chu Xingqian didn't keep him waiting long and quickly replied, Zhou Baiyan, I received your letter. Of course, you can come back. As long as I am here, the palace will always be your home. You can come back anytime. But I am quite busy now, and your leave hasn't ended yet. Can you help me look around outside for a while? When you return, tell me about the new things outside. Help me see what problems Great Chu has that I need to solve. You think boredom and doing nothing are just because you're not used to taking a break. You can do other things. You have money, so you can do whatever you want. For example, you could become a martial arts master, or do nothing at all, just stay at home, read books, and sleep. If you're not comfortable around crowds right now, you could also raise a dog. Many dogs are very loyal and will stay with you always. Whether you talk or stay silent, whether you're rich or poor, they won't get tired of you or dislike you. You don't need to always be tense. You should learn to relax and enjoy life. There are many things in this world you can try. Chu Xingqian's letter felt like he was standing in front of Zhou Baiyan and talking to him. Zhou Baiyan read it and stayed silent for a long time. After writing the letter, Chu Xingqian sat at the table, looking out the window at the star lanterns, silent for a while. Zhou Baiyan left the palace, but he left the star lanterns because Chu Xingqian asked him to, and he never took them down. Late winter came in and saw Chu Xingqian lost in thought. After a pause, she spoke, Your Highness, since you're so worried about Lord Zhou, why did you let him leave the palace? I also overheard you talking with Xiao Shaoqing before. You said he could leave the palace if he wanted to. Why do you keep insisting they leave? Late winter served Chu Xingqian and followed her closely. Sometimes, she overheard her thoughts, and Chu Xingqian's ideas would sometimes show. She noticed this. Chu Xingqian looked at Late Winter, unsure how to answer. I just want to give them a choice. If they want to leave, they can. Late Winter frowned slightly. But Lord Zhou doesn't want to leave. Your Highness, I dare to say a few words. Go ahead. Chu Xingqian nodded. Your Highness, they are already your husband. They haven't done anything wrong like Xie Xian. It's unfair to force them out of the palace without reason. I know you might have your reasons, and maybe they want to leave on their own. But unless they want to, you shouldn't treat them this way. Men should be responsible, and women should be responsible too. Late Winter thought that if she ever had 3 husbands, she would take care of them physically and emotionally. If a man is driven out by a woman, he would be mocked, just like women used to be sent back home. Especially since you're a princess. Unless there's a good reason, their situation will be very difficult, and people will gossip about them. Listening to Late Winter, Chu Xingqian couldn't help but knock her head softly. In her words, she actually knew this too, so she hasn't dared to act rashly until now. I understand. I will think carefully about this matter, consider it more clearly, and plan more thoroughly. Your Highness, remember, as women, we must be responsible. Fairness is very important.
Chu Xingqian.
Chu Xingqian only went to bed late that night. After the morning court, he took a carriage with Ling Zhou out of Feng'an City. They were headed to the western mountain outside Feng'an City, where the military department's secret weapons warehouse was located. The finished sets of the saddle, stirrups, and horseshoes, which had been mentioned before, were ready, and they wanted to see how well they worked. Chu Xingqian was on official business, but Ling Zhou seemed like a little child on a spring outing, very excited. Seeing Ling Zhou keep smiling, Chu Xingqian felt helpless. Are you that happy? Of course. Ling Zhou nodded. He was very happy to see the things he wanted, and happy to be out with her. Although it didn't seem like much time had passed, their days wandering the night market and visiting the Red Mansion felt very far away. They hadn't gone out alone for a long time. Ling Zhou was so happy, he felt like he could fly. Chu Xingqian watched his excited expression and shook his head, then yawned, wanting to catch up on sleep. But just as he closed his eyes, he sensed something was wrong. When he opened them, he saw Ling Zhou leaning close. "What are you doing?" "Your Highness, you smell so good. What perfume are you using?" Ling Zhou had wanted to ask this for a while. "I don't know. It was made by Late Winter." "Don't smell it anymore. It's like a little dog." Amid Ling Zhou's excitement, the carriage finally arrived at their destination. As soon as they got off, they saw the Minister of War, who had arrived earlier than them. The minister and the several military officials behind him looked at Chu Xingqian with bright, astonishing eyes. "Your Highness, the three-piece set you mentioned is here. Look, these horses are equipped with the three-piece set." Chu Xingqian approached and examined them carefully. They looked similar to what he had seen on TV or at tourist spots.
How effective are they?
"We tested them in the past 2 days, and the results are very good. I want to try." After seeing the actual items, Ling Zhou couldn't wait to test them.
All right.
Chu Xingqian nodded, and Ling Zhou eagerly went to try. After mounting the horse using the stirrups, Ling Zhou ran a circle and grabbed a red tassel spear. "General Fong, let's have a contest. If you're going to try for real." General Fong had long been unable to hold back. Seeing that Chu Xingqian didn't object, he immediately mounted his horse to compete. The two fought fiercely, getting more and more excited. Their fight also allowed Chu Xingqian to see once again the power of little General Ling. On horseback, Ling Zhou looked very different from the smiling Ling Zhou just now. A strong, serious aura surrounded him, making people forget his age. General Fong finally admitted defeat. "I surrender. I am no match for young General Ling." At that moment, everyone forgot that Ling Zhou was actually Ling Shaoqing. General Fong's skills are still sharp. "If it weren't for this stirrup, I might have fallen off my horse." Ling Zhou's eyes shone brightly. "Your Highness, these saddles and stirrups are really good. With them, we can have more cavalry, and we won't have to fear the Northern D tribes." The Northern D were nomadic people skilled in riding and archery. Their advantage was fighting on horseback, while the Great Chu was at a disadvantage. With saddles and stirrups, we can have more cavalry. The horses' hooves are protected, so the war horses won't wear out so quickly. Ling Zhou seemed to see the rise of many Chu cavalry units in his mind, feeling excited and eager to start training a new cavalry force immediately. All these changes were because of His Highness, his prince. Ling Zhou restrained himself again and again, holding back from hugging Chu Xingqian. Adjust and improve based on actual needs in the future. Since we can already do it now, let's speed up production and secretly send the supplies to the northern border. Hearing Chu Xingqian's orders, Ling Zhou could imagine how excited his father would be when he received them. Chu Xingqian and Ling Zhou examined the horseshoes, and Ling Zhou even tried them himself. When Chu Xingqian and the Minister of War discussed other matters, he eagerly went to learn from his master, wanting to make 2 sets himself to bring back for the Wind and Red Flowers teams. After Chu Xingqian finished his work and Ling Zhou finished his, they came out, faces flushed and sweaty. "Why are you so sweaty? Why not take off your clothes?" Chu Xingqian asked curiously. Ling Zhou glanced to the side. "It's hot, so I sweat. I won't take my clothes off. What if someone sees?" Chu Xingqian followed Ling Zhou's gaze and saw a few women, some unmarried and some married, bringing food to their husbands or fathers. These family members boldly or secretly watched the blacksmiths working. After they arrived, the blacksmiths' enthusiasm increased, and they were happy to show off their muscles. Chu Xingqian chuckled when he understood. A quick look won't take away any meat. He was surprised they couldn't look at all. "That's not allowed," Ling Zhou said firmly. He wouldn't let them see, only Chu Xingqian. "I have a family." Chu Xingqian nodded and gave Ling Zhou a thumbs up. "Ling Zhou, you're very honorable. That's a good trait." Hearing Chu Xingqian's compliment, Ling Zhou raised his head proudly. "Help me wipe off my sweat." Chu Xingqian noticed that others nearby were secretly watching them. Afraid that Ling Zhou might catch a cold, she took out a handkerchief to wipe his face and neck. "Let's go back to the carriage and change into different clothes. Don't catch a cold." Ling Zhou didn't bring any spare clothes. Chu Xingqian got into the carriage and found some of her men's clothes for him, thinking they could be a bit small as long as they fit. Just as she found them, she turned around and saw Ling Zhou following behind, already having taken off his clothes. His upper body was modest but showed a youthful, handsome look with well-defined muscles. Chu Xingqian looked away. "Why did you take off your clothes? Weren't you just saying you wouldn't?" Ling Zhou replied, "There's only you in the carriage." She could see him clearly. This was the first time he had taken off his clothes in front of a girl. Thinking of the word first, Ling Zhou felt a bit shy, but also a little excited. He liked the idea of first. He had given her his first time, and he only wanted to give it to her. He wanted to belong to her completely, from start to finish. Only to her. Only for her. He could give her everything, but no one else. He absolutely wouldn't let anyone take advantage of him. Not even a glance was allowed. "Try to see if you can wear this. It's new and hasn't been worn before. Don't dislike it, just make do for now. Next time you go out or ride, remember to bring your own clothes." Chu Xingqian handed Ling Zhou the clothes and then stepped down from the carriage to avoid him. Ling Zhou took the clothes and couldn't help but lean in to smell them. He caught the scent of Chu Xingqian and grinned. How could he dislike it? He liked everything about her, even before he could think. Ling Zhou changed into Chu Xingqian's men's clothes. They were a bit small, especially the sleeves, which were much shorter. Luckily, he was still young and not very muscular, so he managed to wear them. Even though they were small, Ling Zhou was very happy because they were Chu Xingqian's clothes. Although new, wearing them made him feel close to her, like she was hugging him. On the way back, Ling Zhou was still excited. When they returned to the palace, Ling Zhou gave Chu Xingqian a set of clothes he had brought but hadn't yet worn when he entered the palace. He said they were a bit small for him now and suggested she wear them next time she goes out or rides. As for Chu Xingqian's original set, it naturally belonged to him now. Ling Zhou lay on the bed, thinking about how he was wearing Chu Xingqian's clothes and she was wearing his. It felt like he was hugging her. The youthful excitement made him stand up involuntarily. The next day, Ling Zhou received a letter from the northern border. The Lord of Jinbei already knows about the three-piece set. Chu Xingqian secretly sent him a message, asking him to prepare. After Ling Zhou asked Chu Xingqian, he wrote a letter explaining the origin of the three-piece set. Although the Lord of Jinbei has not seen the actual items, he trusts the Taizi completely because of the alcohol-based noble lady's bed. "Son, you are really impressive. You must take good care of the Taizi so that she will remember us warriors in the future. The Taizi feels very good about working for their benefit." The Lord of Jinbei said some unrelated things but also mentioned an important matter. The northern D side is still trying to find out how to make the magical potion. The states of Qi and Wu are also making small moves, and the magical potion stored in the northern border was almost stolen. Things are still chaotic over there, in northern D. The king of northern D is barely alive, and his princes are fighting among themselves. It's normal for them to focus on the magical potion. Chu Xingqian's understanding of northern D is no longer just from stories. The second prince is disqualified. After returning, he has lost all competitiveness and acts even more recklessly. Recently, his men have been harassing the northern border several times. He has bad intentions. Whoever becomes king in the future will definitely be manipulated by him. We need to train soldiers early.
Yes.
His Highness also needs to be extra careful to avoid that second prince from acting rashly. We still haven't found out who was behind the last Lady Wu incident. Ling Zhou looked at the roof. Your Highness, I haven't seen young Master Zhou lately. Zhou Baiyan is not present. As Shaoqing, Ling Zhou is happy, but Chu Xingqian's safety is more important. Protecting Chu Xingqian, Zhou Baiyan in the shadows might be better. He will return soon. Time flies. The Spring Plowing Festival is on the day of the Dragon Head Festival, which is also Zhou Baiyan's last day of leave. The Queen of the Spring Plowing Festival goes out to plow a small piece of land with civil and military officials. Chu Xingqian is among them. After the ceremony, seeing the time, he couldn't help but secretly go to see Zhou Baiyan. Chu Xingqian's secret visit was just to find out how Zhou Baiyan was doing in the neighbor's eyes, because asking him directly wouldn't give much information. This neighborhood isn't wealthy or noble, but they're a comfortable family in Feng'an City, with a few people serving them, and the host family is friendly. Chu Xingchen was lucky to find an old person to ask, and he got the right answer. Are you talking about that kid who stares stupidly at the sky every night like a block of ice? Do you know him? Chu Xingchen was stunned for a moment and nodded. I don't know him. I just want to ask about something. She knows about the ice block, but what exactly is the situation with him staring stupidly at the sky every night? Does he often look at the sky at night? Yes, he does. On the roof. I can't sleep at night, so I go outside to look, and it really startles me. Chu Xingchen purses his lips. Are you familiar with him? Have you spoken to him? The old man looks at Chu Xingchen thoughtfully and says, yes, I have. Although he doesn't care much for people, his face is nice. The lady next door liked him and wanted him to serve as a young servant in the 18th household. But when he went to see her, he was sent back quickly, saying he was already married. Chu Xingchen thinks to himself, wow, he's not even in the 8th household anymore, he's in the 18th. The old man continues, that lady didn't believe it. She said if he had a wife, why was he kicked out? She took some people to his house to get close, but he stretches his tone, watching Chu Xingchen's expression. Chu Xingchen quickly asks, what happened? Did he get hurt? The old man's mouth twitches. No, he fought them off. He didn't get hurt. How could he get hurt? Seeing Chu Xingchen's expression, the old man chuckles softly. The boy doesn't talk much, but he's quite capable. When that woman tried to fight back, she brought a group of guards, but they all got beaten back. Those people weren't a match for him. He's really strong. Later, some bad guys targeted my family, and I asked him for help. He even helped us. Chu Xingchen didn't expect Zhou Baiyan's holiday to be so exciting. Hearing that he didn't kill anyone and even helped out makes him feel a bit relieved. He helped, huh?
He did.
I thought he was cold and wouldn't care about me, but he's actually a kind-hearted young man with a cold face. Besides, not talking much, he doesn't have any other faults. When I ask his name, he won't tell me. The old man whispers mysteriously, I figured out a trick. During the day, I talk to him about the princess. As soon as I mention her, he starts to pay attention. At night, I ask him about the stars, and he answers with a simple, He's actually a supporter of the princess. When I praise her, he looks happy. When I say bad things about her, he glares at me. He's quite intimidating. Chu Xingchen is surprised for a moment. The old man quickly notices her expression and says, it's not just him. We all do it. He's good at everything, but he stays up every night on the roof to watch the sky. Others think he's not very smart. You should try to talk to him more. I understand, Chu Xingchen nods. The old man looks proud and says, did I slip up? Just now, I said I didn't know him, but now I agree. Young lady, are you his wife? You're here to find out about him, right? Just watching if he's honest or not. He chuckles. Don't worry, he's honest. You should bring him back quickly. Chu Xingchen. That's not quite right. I am his friend. Wan Dong listens and secretly laughs behind him. You look so good, just right for him. The elderly person looks at Wan Dong as if they haven't heard Chu Xingchen's explanation. He waits for you every day. He must miss you. Go find him quickly. The elderly person happily turns around with his hands behind his back and leaves. Chu Xingchen laughs awkwardly, let's go, and secretly check on him first. Although she isn't sure if she can succeed in sneaking in to see Zhou Baiyan. Chu Xingchen and Wan Dong tiptoe to Zhou Baiyan's house. The door isn't locked, there's just a small. Chu Xingchen peeks inside but sees nothing and hears no movement, so she can't help but push the door open. The door opens, but no one is there. Chu Xingchen hesitates and takes a step inside. Suddenly, she trips, and a bucket of water falls from above. Before she can react, half of her body gets wet. If she hadn't been lucky and dodged a little, she might have been soaked from head to toe. Your Highness. Wan Dong is startled. At this moment, someone suddenly jumps down from the roof. The person looks expressionless, intending to deal with the intruders and throw them out, but then sees Chu Xingchen. The person's skills are as good as Zhou Baiyan's, almost falling down himself.
Your
Highness? He stammers, unsure if he saw correctly. How can your highness be here?
Chu Xingchen, hello.
So, her sneaking was not successful after all. She points to the water bucket and asks, why is there this? Zhou Baiyan looks at Chu Xingchen's wet clothes, feeling very annoyed. If he had known, he wouldn't have made this trap. I just wanted to warn those who entered without permission. After the lady next door failed and was beaten, she might still be angry inside. Sometimes she tries to sneak in to do bad things, and he finds it very annoying, so he set up this trap. As long as visitors knock on the door properly, the water won't spill. But if they don't follow the rules, they will suffer. Chu Xingchen, unfortunately, got caught because she wanted to sneak a peek.
Chu Xingchen Sudan Lisnedet.
Don't catch a cold. Your Highness, quickly change your clothes. Wan Dong immediately reacts. He was about to go out to get clothes from the carriage, but then stops. Chu Xingchen changes into a new set after working in the fields. She has no more new clothes left. Your Highness, there are no new clothes. The maid will go buy a set. It's too late. Your Highness cannot catch a cold, Zhou Baiyan decisively says. Wear mine first. Wan Dong, serve your Highness, and I will go light the fire. Although the weather is getting warmer, it is still cool in the evening. Zhou Baiyan brought clothes for Chu Xingchen, saying, they are all washed and clean. These are his newest clothes. Chu Xingchen quickly changed into the clothes. Since the clothes Zhou Baiyan gave her are a bit long, she had to roll them up. Zhou Baiyan lit a fire and looked up to see Chu Xingchen wearing his clothes. His Adam's apple moved, and he felt his throat dry. He suddenly poured himself a glass of water, paused, and then hurriedly poured water for Chu Xingchen, saying, Your Highness, drink some water. Chu Xingchen smiled warmly at Zhou Baiyan's awkward way of serving her. She didn't let Winter Dong interfere. Holding the cup, she looked at Zhou Baiyan with some pastries. These were sent by someone. They're not poisoned. Chu Xingchen guessed it was the old man she talked to earlier who sent them. She took a bite and said, they're pretty good. Zhou Baiyan, what do you look at every night when you watch the sky? Zhou Baiyan blurted out, how do you know, Your Highness?
I just know, she replied.
Zhou Baiyan looked up at her. I didn't see anything, just looking. Since he couldn't see her, he could only look up at the starry sky, wondering what she was doing, whether she was asleep. Shen Sijuan, Xiao Shaoqing, and Ling Shaoqing, who could pluck stars. Or did they all own some? He didn't know, but he knew he had no chance. She and he were like him on the ground, and the stars above, visible but separated by an unbridgeable distance. They could see each other but couldn't touch or reach. Every time he looked up and saw the stars, it made him sad, but he couldn't help it. He just liked to look. Zhou Baiyan stayed silent. Chu Xingchen looked around and said, You almost tricked me. If you like stars, just say you like them. At Zhou Baiyan's place, many things had the shadow of stars. Coasters shaped like stars for cups. Even the benches and tables had star carvings. The flower pots and flower stands outside were also decorated with stars. He was a crazy collector of everything related to stars. Zhou Baiyan froze, his hands tightening instantly, afraid Chu Xingchen would show disgust. It wasn't intentional.
He didn't know how it became like this.
He just did these things unconsciously. Since coming out, he had lost interest in everything. After receiving the princess's letter, he went to see the puppies, but they either barked at him or trembled with fear, so he gave up. In the end, he tried to find something he liked. After searching, he only found stars. Seeing anything related to stars made him think of the princess, and he couldn't help but collect them. That's how he spent his days recently. Your Highness, I have no other intentions. I just look, he said, very afraid that the princess would find out what he was doing, dislike him, and not let him return anymore. It's good to have hobbies. Interests are the best teachers, she replied. Zhou Xingchen had an idea. Zhou Baiyan, you can go back and check the Imperial Observatory more often. Maybe you'll find some common interests. If Zhou Baiyan is interested, he could also transfer to work at the observatory in the future. The position at the observatory has played an important role in some dynasties and can be dangerous, but in Great Chu, it seems relatively safe and not very risky. It's a good place to work, much safer than the shadows. Zhou Bian didn't understand at first, but then thought maybe there was something wrong with the observatory that he should notice. He nodded and said, I understand. He also learned to change the subject. Your Highness, there are a few people you need to see. Zhuo Xingchen was brought to a room by Zhou Bian. Looking through the window, he saw several people tightly. Your Highness, these are the people I caught a few days ago. They wrote threatening yellow papers about you in Fomen City in the middle of the night, and they plan to poison all the land you plowed today after spring planting, turning the fields into wasteland. I stopped them for now, but they might try again later.
I wanted to tell you about this.
What did they write? Zhuo Xingchen wasn't unfamiliar with this kind of trick. Is it something like a disaster omen? Pretty much. I've collected the papers. Zhuo Xingchen followed Zhou Bian to a somewhat empty study. There weren't many books, but there were quite a few weapons. The yellow papers Zhou Bian collected were stacked thickly on the table. The content was similar to what Zhuo Xingchen guessed, implying she was a reincarnation of a disaster omen. If combined with the land she plowed, the crops would all die, and the effect would slowly develop. If more natural disasters or calamities happened, they could blame her. The common people believed in these things the most. If Zhou Bian didn't stop them, they might achieve unexpected results. Your Highness, you've done a great job during your leave. Zhou Bian, have you found out who's behind this? The person is the second prince of Beatty, but I don't know if it's true. Zhou Bian looked up at Zhuo Xingchen. Your Highness, if you give the order, I will kill him. He was determined to punish whoever was causing trouble, especially since they blamed her for being a disaster omen reincarnation. Among your Highness's several consorts, each has their own abilities, but he is the most useless. He can't even speak nicely. His only usefulness is in killing, fighting, and protecting her. Zhuo Xingchen's first reaction was, he's come to Great Chu? No, I haven't heard anything about that. So, how do you plan to kill him? Go to Beatty? Zhou Bian only expressed helplessness. He nodded and said yes to Beatty. As long as your Highness wants, I will complete the mission. I don't want this. Absolutely not, it can't happen. Zhu Xingchen immediately stopped her. Don't even think about going somewhere to kill someone. I have a way to deal with him. She won't let Zhou Bian take risks. At this moment, Zhu Xingchen was glad she came to see Zhou Bian, so he wouldn't think about going alone to do something dangerous. Don't act without my orders in the future. No matter who gives you commands, you must not listen. Zhou Bian hesitated briefly and responded vaguely with a hmm. He could refuse others and he wouldn't care, but he couldn't refuse His Majesty. Your Highness, what should we do about the second prince of the Northern D? Use his own methods against him, but change the words. Don't call him a disaster star. Call him a lucky star. His birth chart is good, and he is destined to be king. This way, his brothers will turn against him. Isn't it easier than you going personally to kill him for revenge? Zhu Xingchen said earnestly. Then he suddenly felt that keeping Zhou Bian close for now was safer. He could watch over him. Zhou Bian, do you like life outside? Do you want to come back with me? Zhou Bian answered without hesitation, yes. He paused and added, I don't want to stay outside. Your Highness, it's very dangerous out there. There's also a strange person who wants me to be her little husband. I don't like it. I refused her, and she still tried to sneak in at midnight to kill me. Zhou Bian had learned to complain and act pitiful just to go back. But he didn't know Zhu Xingchen had already heard about this, and what he told him was a bit different. Are you sure that woman sneaking in at midnight is to kill you? Night attacks don't necessarily mean she wants to kill you. She might have other intentions. Zhou Bian nodded firmly, yes. If she didn't want to kill him, what else could she do sneaking in late at night? Zhu Xingchen looked at Zhou Bian's expression and laughed loudly, then felt helpless. When will he ever understand? Forget it. Take it slow. Pack your things and come back to the palace with me, Zhu Xingchen said.
Okay.
Zhou Bian let out a breath of relief. He could finally go back. He could finally see His Highness every day again. Zhu Xingchen took Zhou Bian back to the palace and changed his clothes. He originally planned to wash them and return them to Zhou Bian, but before he could, Zhou Bian took them away. The clothes still carried the scent of His Highness. Zhou Bian didn't want to wash them. This was the closest moment he had with His Highness. He intended to keep them, but after some hesitation, he folded them neatly and placed them on the bedside table. He couldn't help but reach out in them. Uncertain whether returning to the palace made him too relaxed or if the outfit by his bed was to blame, Zhou Bian, who never used to dream, had his first dream. He dreamed of the prince, as if he was back in the water, or in that old small courtyard. The prince lowered his head and kissed him, his soft lips making it impossible to refuse. Zhou Bian woke up feeling confused, immediately sensing something was wrong. It was as if a switch had been turned on inside him, awakening suppressed instincts. Many things he had ignored before suddenly came to mind. He slapped himself hard and clenched his fists tightly. Without the prince's permission, he acted on his own, which was truly unacceptable. Tian Lu saw Zhou Bian return, took a breath, then relaxed again. During the shift change, he noticed a faint smell of blood on Zhou Bian. He worried and asked if he was hurt. Zhou Bian shook his head, saying he was just punishing himself. After Zhou Bian's return, everything went back to normal, and everyone became busy again. There was news about the newspaper and the secret training for the saddle set, along with preparations for cotton planting. Chu Xingqian was so busy, he hardly had time to rest. Others were busy too. Shin Songju was responsible for the newspaper. Xiaowang had many tasks, including printing in the library and handling alcohol supplies. Even Ling Zhou, who previously had nothing to do, went to practice martial arts. The appearance of the saddle set made Ling Zhou unable to calm down for a long time. Chu Xingqian noticed and offered a suggestion. Ling Zhou, you can continue training in martial arts, he said. Although you can't lead thousands of troops like in the northern border, you can train a team that can rival such armies. Chu Xingqian explained the special forces concept to Ling Zhou. I can provide you with people, and you pick the best to train. Turn them into a team that can fight 100 enemies alone, capable of entering the sea, infiltrating everywhere, and doing anything. This team can be a secret weapon, creating miracles in critical moments and winning battles single-handedly. Currently, the Great Chu didn't have such a team, and Chu Xingqian felt it was very necessary. Ling Zhou's eyes lit up more and more as he listened. The two talked through the night. Chu Xingqian told the Empress about this plan. She allowed him to handle everything and encouraged him to choose freely. Many noble families in Great Chu would be willing to support it. But Chu Xingqian didn't pick children from noble families to build connections. Instead, he quietly selected ordinary people from common folk. Since then, Ling Zhou has been busier than anyone else. A month passed quickly. When cotton planting began secretly, libraries across the Great Chu gradually opened, and printing cooperated with promotions, but these were kept secret from outsiders, especially Chu and Wu states. Since the Chu daily newspaper started over 3 months ago, its influence has grown. Merchants now sell copies to Qi and Wu states, and both have readers. Late winter news was very sharp and collected information skillfully. Now, the news section is shining, unlike before when it couldn't always follow Chu Xingqian closely. Chu Xingqian encouraged Wan Dong to go to work more often, saying she could find a suitable palace made later. She also promoted 2 palace staff. After Wan Dong returned, Chu Xingqian would always ask about her work. Was today smooth? Hiring for the newspaper went fairly well. The new staff could do their jobs, but at first, they felt awkward about Wan Dong, who was technically a female official but mainly served as a palace maid under them. However, Wan Dong proved her strength and made them shut up. Chu Xingqian even visited her a few times during her lessons on how to be a strong female lead who turns things around. Everything went well, Your Highness. You should rest now. You have to go out tomorrow, Wan Dong said. Qingming Festival arrived. The royal family went to honor ancestors and enjoy spring outings. As the crown princess, Chu Xingqian naturally couldn't miss it. During the Qingming outing, they visited Zixiao Temple to pray and unexpectedly met Xie Ziqing. Recently, Chu Xingqian had been very busy and hadn't thought much about Xie Ziqing or Wan Shui for a long time. Seeing Xie Ziqing suddenly, she almost didn't recognize him. Xie Ziqing looked the same as before, but his expression was more gloomy. Chu Xingqian glanced at him casually and looked away, not paying much attention. But Xie Ziqing was deeply shaken. Chu Xingqian had truly changed. She was becoming more radiant and impressive, almost like a different person from before, full of vitality and with more authority. The officials and attendants accompanying her showed obvious respect, and it was sincere from their hearts. Xie Ziqing looked at Chu Xingqian, who seemed reborn and transformed, with complex feelings. But Chu Xingqian only gave him a faint look, as if he was unimportant. Second young master, your highness looks completely different than before, he heard Miaobi whisper as the large crowd moved past. Miaobi's eyes held both resentment and complicated feelings. In the past few months, he had suffered a lot and suddenly missed the days when he was powerful in the Eastern Palace. Yes, she's different now, he replied. Second young master, what do you plan to do next? Seeing the princess so rarely, Miaobi glanced secretly at Xie Ziqing's lower body, hinting subtly. Xie Ziqing saw Miaobi's gaze, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. He really didn't expect to be ruined. That painful night took a long time for his body to recover, but physically he was fine, though his mind was still affected. To make things worse, Chen Ruoxue betrayed him. Since that time in the palace, they never truly got along again. He called her a broken flower, said he was dirty and unclean, and also said, after Chu Xingqian used you once, he didn't like you anymore. You're just a useless waste. Xie Ziqing almost vomited blood, but couldn't argue back. He was indeed affected by Chu Xingqian, developed a psychological shadow and rejection of touch. Any man would be unable to accept himself like this. Stimulated by Chen Ruoxue, Xie Ziqing wanted to cure his problem and teach Chen Ruoxue a lesson. Recently, he took medicine and tried to force himself, thinking he could overpower his feelings. He believed Chen Ruoxue was already unclean, and all his previous cherishments were just jokes. He had to regain them somehow. The medicine worked, but in the end, things didn't go as planned because he vomited, feeling sick. That worsened their relationship. Chen Ruoxue was furious, not expecting him to actually. Xie Ziqing was about to go crazy. At his most desperate moment, he saw Chu Xingqian. Looking at Chu Xingqian's back, he suddenly had a brilliant idea. He could let Chu Xingqian help him recover. He would fix the problems Chu Xingqian caused, and by turning the tables and tying Chu Xingqian up, he could get better. He didn't know why he had this thought, but it suddenly made him strangely excited, without the previous rejection or nausea. He still had feelings for Chen Ruoxue, but not for Chu Xingqian. Xie Ziqing's spirits lifted. Yes, he could use this method. If he could keep Chu Xingqian here today, that would be perfect. Miaobi, they will definitely go flower viewing. I need to find a way to meet His Highness. Zixiao Pavilion has planted many apricot and peach trees, and now is the best time for their blossoms. Xie Ziqing guessed correctly. Chu Xingqian and the others were indeed out enjoying the flowers. The flowers were blooming perfectly, and a breeze would down many petals, making it look like paradise on earth. Chu Xingqian took a moment to ask about Xie Ziqing, how are Chen Ruoxue and Xie Ziqing now?
Seems okay.
Chen Ruoxue's health was ruined. After playing many scenes of love and hate with Xie Ziqing, she is now deeply involved with one of her harem members, the Divine Dr. Gu. Can the Divine Doctor at the Valley of Divine Medicine cure her illness? Without the heroine's special aura, can she really be cured? There's no news yet that she's been cured. And what about her mother, Qi Shi? Did the Divine Doctor heal her? No. Wan Dong shook her head. Qi Shi harmed Chen Ruoxue, and later, she treated her badly. The Divine Doctor didn't help to heal her. Chu Xingqian was about to ask Xie Ziqing how many times she had fought with those men when Shin Songju came over, holding a flower crown. I saw other girls wearing these. So this is for me? Chu Xingqian was surprised. No girl could refuse a flower crown. Thank you, it's so pretty. Ling Zhou and Xiao Wang, one after the other, also came down from the mountain. Ling Zhou held a bamboo tube. Your Highness, drink some water. This mountain spring water is quite good, sweet and fresh. Really? Chu Xingqian drank the water, looking satisfied. Ling Zhou watched happily. Your Highness, your flower crown looks nice. I think so too. If you like it, you can make one yourself. Chu Xingchen took another sip. This water is really sweet. In modern times, the water wouldn't taste this good. If you like it, Your Highness, I can have someone bring some back later. Xiao Wang extended his hand. I saw something nice on the way here. Let me show you. What is it? Curious, Chu Xingchen reached out. Xiao Wang took a small flower crown from behind and placed it on her hand. I was going to make a bigger one, but I didn't expect you to make your own. It looks really good. The flower fairy in the sky must be like this. Shun Songzhu, standing nearby, said, Thanks for Xiao Xiaoqing's compliment. I also think my craftsmanship is pretty good. A smile flickered in Xiao Wang's eyes. This is the flower crown I made, Shun Songzhu said with a smile. Ling Zhou quickly changed his words. I knew it looked a bit ugly. Chu Xingchen looked to the side. Where does it look ugly? Xie Ziqing, mixed in with the people delivering tea in front of Zixiao Temple, watched this scene with disbelief. When did Chu Xingchen become the center of their attention? He remembered that Shun Songzhu and the others never paid much attention to Chu Xingchen before and didn't like her. They only entered the Eastern Palace because of official affairs from the previous dynasty. But now, after not seeing her for a few days, they all changed, eyes full of admiration for Chu Xingchen. When did they start liking Chu Xingchen? Xie Ziqing was furious and felt a strange sense of loss, as if someone had stolen something from him. No wonder they didn't bother to look at him anymore. There was a new person in town. They had clearly said they would love only him forever. He felt very uncomfortable inside, and he was also very angry and furious. He even suddenly had a sense of crisis. A strong idea came to him. He wanted to return to the palace to stop Chu Xingchen from falling in love with them, to prevent them from getting her. She was already his person, and she could only belong to him for a lifetime. Xie Ziqing put a lot of thought into this and finally found a chance to see Chu Xingchen alone, on the way after Chu Xingchen finished her errands. Your Highness, I have deeply reflected at Zixiao Temple. Please let me return to the palace. As long as he returned, he could find a chance to cure his illness, help the Xie family, and make Chen Ruoxue regret. Chu Xingchen looked suspicious.
Why?
I have realized my feelings during this time. I still can't forget Your Highness. Stop. I don't believe a word of what you're saying. I'm telling the truth.
Chu Xingchen chút cờ.
If you go back, you'll be tortured and humiliated?
Are you a...
Stop dreaming. Just stay here obediently. She finally drove him away, and she wouldn't let him go back. After saying that, Chu Xingchen turned and left. Xie Ziqing's face darkened, full of unwillingness. Your Highness, you should let me go back with you. At least, you should agree to the requests of the Xie family for the newspaper. Otherwise, you'll regret it. His words hinted at something, but Chu Xingchen didn't pay attention. What else can you do? And what can the Xie family do? I'm not afraid of you. One newspaper had already completely defeated the Xie family, tearing apart their honor accumulated over 100 years. Did they not know this? Chu Xingchen didn't expect that they actually had some strength. Soon, Chu Xingchen received news that salt prices were rising in the market and many places were running out of salt. It was normal the day before, but the next day, salt was missing, leading quickly to a salt shortage. Upon investigation, she found out it was collusion among salt merchants, deliberately causing trouble. Behind this, there were shadows of powerful families and the Xie family. The influence of the Xie family extended beyond scholars. It also involved salt merchants. Because the Xie family's main business was salt, and they started by selling salt, which was why they had been able to stand firm all these years. Merchants are considered lowly, but long ago, they changed their image and became a Confucian family. However, they never gave up their involvement in salt behind the scenes. This time, they went all out, showing the court that they are not to be messed with. The Xie family didn't want to hide this time. Chu Xingchen quickly received a letter from Xie Ziqing. Over the years, some salt merchants have wanted to raise prices. It was the Xie family holding them back. In the past, the Xie family had a good reputation and could suppress this. But now, with their reputation damaged, I was also expelled from the palace, which is why such things happen. If the prince allows me to return to the Eastern Palace and helps my grandfather and others, I am sure I can share some of your difficulties. Your Highness, I truly miss you. He must go back to the palace, regain Chu Xingqian's heart, win her over, and cure his illness. His words are gentle, but in summary, he wants to go back to the palace, have the Xie family publish the newspaper, share the rights to print, or else chaos might break out and they wouldn't be able to control it. Salt has always been a big matter, capable of affecting the fate of a country. Tell me about the salt issue. The former dynasty mainly increased government revenue through control of salt. After the establishment of the Great Chu, to recover from war wounds, they allowed private salt businesses besides official salt, but set up salt officials in key salt-producing areas to collect salt taxes. Chu Xingqian nods. How is the official salt operation? Generally, the capacity of official salt production is limited. 80% of salt supply in Great Chu is in the hands of salt merchants. They have now united, and if we seriously deal with them, there will be significant unrest, and the common people will suffer the most. To solve this problem, Chu Xingqian secretly left the palace and headed to the nearest salt pond. Since it was a secret, she left very discreetly. But because Shun Songzhu, Xiao Wenglingzhou, and Zhou Bian all had to accompany her, everything seemed fine at first, but gradually, it felt like they were going on a honeymoon. This feeling reached its peak when Chu Xingqian saw the luggage that Wan Dong packed for her. Wan Dong, tell me, what is this you packed for me? Before leaving, Chu Xingqian checked her luggage. Seeing it, she almost blurted out, "What is all this?" Now Chu Xingqian can wear normal underwear because it's custom-made, and it's quite comfortable, matching sets if she wants. She was quite satisfied, but then she saw what she was holding. Chu Xingqian's eyes widened. She had seen many things, but who said ancient times couldn't be playful? It was very tasteful, elegant, and semi-transparent, exuding a noble aura. There was no vulgarity, only high-class ambiguity, enough to drive people crazy. Chu Xingqian was stunned, while Wan Dong smiled mysteriously. Does His Highness like it? Wan Dong, I'm just going out for official business. Wan Dong nodded. The maidservant knows, but His Highness also needs to rest. You can't keep working non-stop. It's rare to go out with the Crown Prince and others. Shouldn't she dress more nicely? I'm not going to rest with them. Chu Xingqian quickly changed into her normal clothes. She took her luggage, got into a carriage, and quietly set off with Shen Songzhu and others. Their escorts divided into 3 groups. The guards went ahead to clear any potential dangers along the way, while shadows secretly followed, and the rest were specially trained guards and elite trainees to help them grow. They left the city quietly, but unexpectedly encountered the governor of Fengmen City outside, who recognized them. Fortunately, the governor was discreet and didn't make a fuss or kneel to greet them, but he took the opportunity to introduce his son to Chu Xingqian, hoping to make a good impression. Your Highness, this is my son, Qian Xiangyang. Qian Xiangyang didn't expect to meet the princess and respectfully bowed. He looked quite like the governor, chubby with a round face, very friendly and warm to look at. Chu Xingqian told him to stand up and then looked at a handsome young man standing beside him. The governor immediately introduced him. Your Highness, this is my son's brother, Zhao Hua. Chu Xingqian thought about the term brother-in-law and realized they shared the same wife. She smiled slightly, exchanged a few words with the governor, who was there to find cherries for his pregnant daughter-in-law, who was about to give birth and suddenly craved cherries. They came outside the city to see if they could find some. The governor cared a lot about his first grandson. After a brief chat, he politely took his leave, not asking about Chu Xingqian's plans but warning his son and Zhao Hua, don't tell anyone about seeing His Highness today. Yes, Qian Xiangyang and Zhao Hua replied immediately. Chu Xingqian wasn't worried about her plans being leaked. Her attention was on Qian Xiangyang and Zhao Hua. She didn't expect them to get along so well or to be out looking for cherries together. They're so close, Chu Xingqian couldn't help but comment. It's nothing. We're just as close, Ling Zhou replied. I even envy them. They were about to have children. Your Highness, I'm going out to ride horses, Ling Zhou said as they left the city. Xiao Wang, listening to his title, said, I think we should change how we address each other. Traveling secretly meant not revealing their identities, and they didn't want to be siblings, so in the end, their relationship stayed the same. Xiao Wang then called her madam. As soon as he said it, Ling Zhou copied him, and they kept calling each other madam along the way. He looked like a child on a trip, riding around and exploring. Qian Governor's words stayed in his mind. Even though Chu Xingqian wasn't pregnant, he still wanted to find cherries for her to eat. Madam, I found some ripe cherries. Try them and see if they're sweet. My lady, I saw some beautiful flowers. Do you like them? My lady, I found some bird eggs for you to play with. Outside the carriage, Ling Zhou's face appeared repeatedly, accompanied by his cheerful calls to his wife. Food and toys were continuously brought inside. Seated inside the carriage, Xiao Wang and Shen Songzhu looked increasingly numb, their expressions shifting from helplessness to indifference. Cherry was actually quite happy. Beautiful flowers were nice, but as for the bird eggs, she really didn't know what she could do with them. Your Highness, if you're tired, you should rest a bit. We still have an hour to go, Shen Songzhu said, noticing Chu Xingqian's tired look. This was the first time he called her my lady. It was just a title, and Ling Zhou had called her that countless times, but hearing it from him felt truly different. At first, Chu Xingqian was unaccustomed to being called my lady, but after hearing Ling Zhou call her so many times, she became numb to it. She shook her head, saying, It's okay, I'm not tired. Actually, she was tired. Used to the speed of modern high-speed trains and highways, the ancient roads were really hard to walk on. Although they were traveling on official roads and the carriage's shock absorption was quite good, it was still far less comfortable than modern roads. As they talked, Chu Xingqian, who claimed she wasn't tired, gradually closed her eyes. Shen Songzhu and Xiao Wang quickly noticed. When she was about to bump into the back of the carriage, they both reached out to protect her. Their hands touched, and then their eyes met. Shen Songzhu smiled slightly and gently pressed her to lean on his shoulder. Xiao Wang's expression slightly changed. For a moment, he couldn't help but want to pull Chu Xingqian back. She should be leaning on his shoulder, he was right here. It was as if he heard his silent call. Chu Xingqian was quickly awakened, realizing she had leaned on Shen Songzhu's shoulder. Her first reaction was to check if she had drooled in her sleep. Seeing she hadn't, she let out a breath of relief. Sorry, I accidentally leaned on you. Shen Songzhu shook his head.
You can lean on me again to rest.
No need, Chu Xingqian yawned. Soon, the convoy stopped for a break. Xiao Wang silently got out of the carriage first. Chu Xingqian noticed he seemed a bit unhappy. Because Winter was busy and had to stay in the Eastern Palace to hide her absence, she had no one to accompany her. She ran a little farther away to make it easier. She had been gone for a while, and Xiao Wang kept watching her departure with concern. Just as he was thinking about whether to go look for her, he saw Chu Xingqian run back. Her eyes lit up when she saw him. She hurried over, panting, Xiao Wang, I have something good to show you. She panted, You'll definitely like it. And her mood was sure to improve. Xiao Wang looked at her hand. What did His Highness hide? Watch carefully. Chu Xingqian leaned close to Xiao Wang, slowly opening her thumb to reveal a beautiful butterfly inside.
It has been following me.
I was just casually opening my palm, and it landed on me. I covered it then. Chu Xingqian whispered happily, This is the first time I've touched a butterfly. Isn't it beautiful? Do you want one? Yes, it's beautiful. Xiao Wang looked at her smiling face and said with some restraint, I want one. But Your Highness, this one is just for me, right? He wanted to give it to her alone. Xiao Wang's eyes were deep black. Chu Xingqian paused. Yes, it's just for you. There was only one butterfly, so it could only be given to one person, at most to show them. Then only give it to me, and only I can see it. Xiao Wang seemed to understand what Chu Xingqian was thinking and took the cup from Jing Yan's hand, poured out the water, and gently covered the butterfly. I will keep it carefully. Chu Xingqian looked at Xiao Wang's eyes and felt something was a little off. Xiao Wang's usual expression was indifferent, but now it seemed to carry many emotions. Chu Xingchen was about to look closer when Ling Zhou approached.
What are you talking about?
Nothing. Xiaowang took out a handkerchief, wiped the butterfly powder from Chu Xingchen's palm, then turned and left. When they set off again, Ling Zhou no longer rode his horse, but Xiaowang chose to ride. In the blazing sun, Xiaowang's horse quickly disappeared from sight. Ling Zhou stared in shock. Does Xiaowang ride so fast? Xiaowang's horse was like an arrow shot from a bow, so fast that the special training team trying to keep up was amazed. They tried their best to chase, but could only barely see Xiaowang's back. Why is he riding so fast? Hurry up and catch him. Xiaowang no longer cared about those behind him. He only wanted to move forward, and keep going. Everyone said he was cold and distant, but only he knew inside there was a fierce beast. It had been living in his heart since childhood, often suppressed, but when he lost control, it would come out. To prevent himself from losing control, he could only ride and vent. In the past, he would soar at top speed late at night when no one was around, releasing his suppressed emotions until he was exhausted. But today, he couldn't even wait for nightfall. Since the outburst after Ling Zhou's birthday, he had been holding it all inside. He already knew how he felt, but he couldn't decide. She already had 4 husbands now, and there might be more in the future. Could he accept that? If they cannot accept it and start to hate because of love, what will happen then? He must think carefully and even accept their feelings. But he only wants her to look at him alone, to belong to him, not to be called wife by everyone. He just wants her to be his exclusive wife. Unfortunately, none of this is possible. Soon after Chu Xingchen and his group caught up with Xiaowang, they reached their destination, the second largest salt lake controlled by the court. By the time they arrived, it was already afternoon. Chu Xingchen took out official documents, claiming they were sent by the court to improve salt production. Inside the salt lake, many people were boiling salt, their faces numb. Chu Xingchen looked around and understood the current level of salt production. It was still in the boiling stage, with low output, low labor efficiency, high costs, and especially a large amount of firewood consumed. Also, the salt quality was average, which explained the low yield. The salt merchants increased production by constantly exploiting workers, working almost 24 hours a day without rest. The largest salt pond in the court's territory had high output because of forced labor, with people constantly whipped and driven to work. Chu Xingchen walked around and already had a plan in mind, grateful for his modern knowledge. Although their group didn't look like salt producers, the salt officials still dutifully followed Chu Xingchen and his team. They thought Chu Xingchen might suggest some useful ideas after seeing the situation, but in the end, he didn't mention salt at all. Instead, he started planning to build walls and other structures. Chu Xingchen was prepared and brought people from the Ministry of Works who knew his identity. Without hesitation, they agreed to help and promised to finish quickly. The special training team from Lingzhou also followed to assist. Shadows brought by Zhou Baiyan had a task to clear suspicious people and villagers around the area. After making these arrangements, it was getting late, and the sun was about to set. They needed to find a place to stay. Near the salt lake, there was a small town, but it was a bit far away. Chu Xingchen decided to stay in a nearby village for the time being. The village was formed because of the salt lake. Its residents had been boiling salt for generations. Their daily life was tough, cutting firewood, planting trees, and boiling salt. The village was called Salt Village, a simple name. When the salt officials heard they wanted to stay, they found the largest house in Salt Village for them. But when Chu Xingchen and his team arrived, they found that the largest house was just a small farmyard. Apart from the main hall in the middle and the rooms on both sides, the owner gave them one room. So, they would stay in one room. 5 people sharing one room. Chu Xingchen was dazed, but the enthusiastic host, Grandma Yang, thought it was just right. You all can rest on the big bed in the main room. 5 people can sleep comfortably. There's no need for so many beds. Chu Xingchen quickly stopped the hostess. Grandma, do you have a smaller room? No, they are all your husbands, so just sleep together. What's there to worry about? Grandma Yang smiled kindly. The food you're used to might be different. I'll do as you say. Don't worry about dinner. You can use the stove and firewood in the kitchen freely. We've planted some vegetables in front. You can pick some. It was clear that none of these noble guests knew how to cook, but Chu Xingchen enjoyed watching the lively scene. Xiaowang looked at Chu Xingchen's expression and softly suggested, "Your Highness, maybe we should go to the town." "No, it's almost dark now. We'll have to come back tomorrow, anyway." "No need to bother," Chu Xingchen shook his head. Xiaowang didn't insist. "We can rest wherever tonight. The carriage can rest too. You don't need to worry too much, Your Highness." Hearing this, Chu Xingchen felt a little embarrassed. No one can sleep in the carriage. Everyone is tired today, and we might not go back tomorrow. We should rest well. Let's sleep together. It's no big deal. It's just like camping outside, sleeping on a bed. One blanket isn't a problem. Chu Xingchen took the lead, placing his luggage at the innermost spot. "I'll sleep here." Xiaowang, Shen Songzhu, Ling Zhou, and others all glanced at him, suddenly thinking, perhaps they wanted to sleep next to the prince. Zhou Bian stood quietly beside Chu Xingchen unnoticed. "While it's still daylight, get ready quickly. Everyone's hungry," Chu Xingchen said. "Also, the room needs cleaning." Xiaowang looked around and spoke. The farmhouse courtyard was clean enough, but to Xiaowang, who was very particular about cleanliness, everywhere felt uncomfortable. Plus, Grandma's house kept chickens and pigs. If they stayed here, there was a lot to clean. "Yes, we should clean," Chu Xingchen nodded eagerly.
Let's do it together.
"Don't bother." Shen Songzhu glanced outside at Grandma Yang, who was watching them. "Madam, let us handle the cleaning. You go ahead and look at the vegetables."
Pick some.
Jing Yan and the others will go to town to buy things and should be back soon. The princess had never done such rough work before. They didn't want her to get dirty or tired. "All right," Chu Xingchen agreed. Shen Songzhu looked at Xiaowang. "You go with the madam." Xiaowang was momentarily stunned. He didn't expect Shen Songzhu to give him a chance to be alone with Chu Xingchen. Before he could speak, Ling Zhou said, "Yes, you love cleanliness so much. Don't torment yourself. Go with your wife." Everyone was taking care of him. A hint of complex emotion flashed in Xiaowang's eyes, and he gently nodded. Xiaowang followed Chu Xingchen to the vegetable field. Just as he was about to step into the dirt, Chu Xingchen told him not to move. "I'll do it. You stay here." She saw some special fertilizer in the field. Xiaowang felt his appetite fade away. Chu Xingchen looked at the green vegetables and felt quite happy, like she was on a farm holiday. She looked around happily, harvesting vegetables, but suddenly her joy turned to fear. When she pulled a vegetable, she felt something was pulled up with it. She looked down carefully and almost lost her soul. "A snake!" Chu Xingchen shouted and threw the vegetable aside, then ran. The snake had just woken up from hibernation and was confused by Chu Xingchen's actions, crawling toward her. Xiaowang's face changed. He was about to step forward to help when Zhou Bian silently moved ahead. He quickly grabbed Chu Xingchen, who was almost stepping into a ditch by the garden, lifted her up, and flew back to the roadside. Xiaowang, who had just rushed into the vegetable field, stopped suddenly. He was a step too late. Zhou Bian threw a dagger with a flash of cold light, stabbing the snake's head and killing it instantly. "All right, Your Highness, it's fine now." Zhou Bian patted the frightened Chu Xingchen, his face expressionless, but his heartbeat was racing. Since that dream, he had felt strange. Now, whenever he saw her, he felt uneasy all over. "Is it dead?" Chu Xingchen pressed her hand to her chest. "It scared me to death. It really scared me." Many people are afraid of snakes, and Chu Xingchen was no exception. She felt how cold and terrifying they were. "Your Highness, don't be afraid. It's just a common garden snake, non-venomous." Snakes without venom aren't very dangerous, but he couldn't ignore the Emperor's orders anymore. He wouldn't make the same mistake again. "Even non-venomous, it's still scary," Chu Xingchen said honestly. "I'll handle it." Zhou Bian looked at Xiaowang. Xiaoqing, you stay with the lady." Everyone called Chu Xingchen lady, except Zhou Bian, who had never called her that before. This was the first time.
Chu Xingchen hudi den pulet siawan.
You come up quickly. There might be more snakes. Zhou Baiyan threw the snake away and picked up the scattered vegetables. Chu Xingchen let out a breath of relief. She might have been frightened and felt a bit anxious. She went to the toilet that Granny Yang had mentioned. Chu Xingchen quietly came out again, thinking she could hold it a bit longer. On the way back, she was startled again, thinking she saw a snake, but upon closer look, it was just a small piece of wood on the ground, not a snake. Zhou Baiyan seemed thoughtful, threw the piece of wood aside behind him, looked around, and carefully cleared away all things that looked like snakes, such as ropes. Chu Xingchen went inside and told Shen Songzhu and others about her snake encounter. Xiao Wang glanced at her and went out to help clear, but found it had already been done. Zhou Baiyan was nowhere to be seen, busy with something else. Chu Xingchen wanted to help but was stopped by Shen Songzhu. Listening to the sound of water, watching the setting sun, she decided to go to the toilet while it was still daylight. She her skirt, took a deep breath and went in. She was surprised to see that the toilet, which was hard to step into before, had been cleaned up. They added stones and wood, making it much cleaner, at least easier to step into. Someone had cleaned the toilet. Thinking back, only Zhou Baiyan was absent in the yard earlier, so it was probably him. Jin Yan returned, bringing some daily supplies and meat and vegetables. Everyone in the yard and kitchen started to get busy. Shen Songzhu was clumsily handling the vegetables. Knowing Xiao Wang liked cleanliness, Ling Zhou had him sit by the fire to warm it up while he went to cut the meat. Zhou Baiyan was chopping wood nearby, occasionally glancing at them. Though they were a bit awkward and inexperienced, their movements still looked relaxed and graceful, standing straight and well-mannered, with impeccable manners and temperament. Having been used to the palace, it was hard to see these qualities clearly, but in this rural yard, they stood out even more. They seemed to brighten up the entire farmyard. When Chu Xingchen returned, their eyes shone even brighter. Such a perfect match. Zhou Baiyan overheard Granny Yang sigh from nearby. Yes, they were truly a perfect match, the prince and them so compatible, unlike him. Zhou Baiyan withdrew his gaze and intensified his chopping. Suddenly, a familiar pair of shoes appeared in front of him.
Chu Xingchen stood beside Zhu Bin.
Zhou Baiyan, why don't you talk or play with them? Boys should play with boys. Zhou Baiyan looked at Chu Xingchen. I'm different from them. They come from noble families.
What am I? Eh?
How could I play with them? There's nothing to say. They wouldn't want to talk to him either. Zhou Baiyan said little, with no expression on his face, but Chu Xingchen saw through him. Zhou Baiyan might feel a bit insecure, perhaps because of traditional family background, always feeling different from them. What's different? You're about the same age, so you should be able to talk to them easily. Chu Xingchen looked at Chai. Chai has almost finished chopping. Let's go help together. Zhou Baiyan obediently put down his axe. He didn't plan to say much to them but heard Chu Xingchen say, "You're all excellent. As long as you talk, you'll definitely get along." Hearing this, Zhou Baiyan looked at Chu Xingchen. Are they really the same? Really, you should believe in yourself. How will you know if you don't try? Chu Xingchen and Zhou Baiyan went over together, offering to help, but Chu Xingchen was refused and told not to cause trouble. Chu Xingchen insisted she could do it, but no one believed her. They told her to rest or go play with the two children at Grandma Yang's house. The men, being strong and healthy, couldn't let her do the work. Chu Xingchen was sent away, but Zhou Baiyan was not. He was fully accepted. Contrary to his expectations, they were quite gentle with him. Shen Songzhu even thanked him for helping, saying he was clumsy before and had been nervous. Ling Zhou was more enthusiastic, seizing the chance to ask if he could teach him a few moves. He also wanted to spar often in the future, saying, "I'm so jealous of your skills. Before, you didn't talk much, and I didn't dare say much either. Isn't this good? Talk more with us and help out." Ling Zhou also complained to Zhou Baiyan that Shen Songzhu and Xiao Wang were from noble families and couldn't be relied on. "We have to do it ourselves. With your help, I believe I can finish cooking before dark and serve my wife a hot meal." Chu Xingchen must have been hungry. Ling Zhou wanted to speed up, which made him grateful for his past military experience. That night was a rare experience for Zhou Baiyan. He and Shun Songju finally weren't from two different worlds and had some common ground. Chu Xingqian, who had been chased out, thought for a moment and went to her room to see if there was anything to clean. When she entered, she found the room was very clean and looked refreshed. But what caught her attention more was the place where she had laid down her bag and planned to sleep. The bed was originally connected, but now a piece of floral cloth had been pulled up, separating her sleeping area. On her bed, there was the cleanest quilt and the neatest floral blanket. She had the most bedding, layered several times, while others just placed theirs randomly. Her spot was truly VIP treatment. Next to her bed, there were a few people's bags. Chu Xingqian looked both touched and helpless. Since bedding was limited, she used what she had here, and there was nothing else to lay out. Just as she was about to move to another spot, Shun Songju came in. "What's wrong? Do you find the curtain a bit uncomfortable?" "I couldn't find any better fabric." Chu Xingqian turned around. "Did you hang this curtain for me?" Shun Songju said, "I thought it would make you feel more comfortable." Indeed, having a curtain in between made everything feel completely different. Chu Xingqian touched the curtain. "This floral pattern is very pretty." "Thank you." Shun Songju was so thoughtful. "There's no need to be so polite." Shun Songju shook his head. Chu Xingqian smiled and pointed at the bed. "The curtain is nice, but I have too much bedding here. You don't need to lay so much for me." Shun Songju glanced at it and understood. Originally, he had chosen the cleanest bedding for the princess, but after they came in, they laid their own, layering several times. Their hearts were the same. They just wanted to give her the best. They didn't want her to feel wronged here. Of course, it was also obvious that they wanted to sleep beside her, as seen from the bags they left. "This bed is quite hard, so let's leave it as it is. No need to move anything. But you don't need so much either. I'm not a princess who needs 20 mattresses and 20 quilts. I won't be pinched by a tiny pea underneath." Chu Xingqian was about to start fixing the bedding, but Shun Songju held her hand. "You really don't need to bother. Why don't you tell me the story of the princess and the pea? I don't think I've heard it before." Chu Xingqian immediately smiled. Of course, Shun Songju hadn't heard of it because it was a fairy tale about a princess. She doesn't exist in real history. She's a character made up by people. Chu Xingqian briefly told the story of the princess and the pea. Just as she was about to fix the bedding, they heard Ling Zhou shout that dinner was ready. Ling Zhou's cooking was quite good, especially the roasted chicken and braised chicken bought from villagers, which smelled very delicious. Eating at the simple, crooked Baxiang table was a rare experience for them. The dishes didn't look very appealing, but perhaps because they were hungry, they found them incredibly tasty. "If it weren't for me, what would you do?" Ling Zhou said proudly. Chu Xingqian watched Ling Zhou transform into a little chef and smiled. Today, Ling Zhou was truly impressive. Ling Zhou tore off a chicken leg to give to Chu Xingqian. Just then, Xiao Wang also picked up a chicken leg from nearby and accidentally dropped it into Chu Xingqian's bowl. Chu Xingqian looked at the chicken leg in midair and stood up. "No need to give me another chicken leg. I already have 2. You all eat quickly." At first, Zhou Baiyan had already given her a chicken leg. After she finished eating, Shun Songju silently added another chicken leg to her bowl, while Chu Xingqian was turning her head to talk to someone. She had already eaten 2 large chicken legs and was really full. She couldn't eat all 4 chicken legs herself. Ling Zhou and Xiao Wang glanced at Zhou Baiyan and Shun Songju, then each started eating. After finishing their meal, Chu Xingqian thought she hadn't cooked and needed to wash the dishes. Just as she rolled up her sleeves to do so, she was stopped. "No need, we can do it. I can't just eat without doing anything. I must wash this bowl." Xiao Wang looked at Zhou Baiyan, and Shun Songju also looked at Zhou Baiyan. Zhou Baiyan looked at them, then silently stepped forward, and the bowl in Chu Xingqian's hand disappeared immediately. Zhou Baiyan put down his chopsticks and directly carried Chu Xingqian out of the kitchen. He held her by both shoulders to carry her out. In the past, Zhou Baiyan wouldn't mind physical contact, but now he was more careful. Xiao Wang and Shun Songju didn't understand Zhou Baiyan's feelings and just watched silently. They only wanted to stop her from washing the dishes, not to carry her out like that. Fortunately, he didn't carry her in his arms or hug her, which made them feel a bit better. Chu Xingqian was excused from washing dishes. She only stood in the yard for a moment before being attracted by a fragrant smell. Jin Yan went to town to buy some things, and Granny Yang's son went along. After glancing at some pork fat, Jin Yan bought it and gave it to Granny Yang and the others as a thank you gift. For them, pork fat was a rare delicacy. Once processed into lard, it could last a long time. Granny Yang and her family were making oil, and that was where the smell came from. Granny Yang warmly invited Chu Xingqian. Just a little longer, and the oil residue will be ready. It's crispy and fragrant. You all can try some later. Oil residue was a delicacy that could only be enjoyed once a year. Granny Yang's grandchildren were already salivating nearby. Chu Xingqian had never tried it before, but she had heard of it. She sat down to chat with them, planning to taste some herself. The oil residue didn't look very good, yellowish with some black spots, but it was surprisingly tasty. Seeing Chu Xingqian's delighted expression, Granny Yang smiled warmly. I told you it's delicious. Take some back to your husbands to try. Granny Yang served Chu Xingqian a bowl. She hesitated but accepted some, holding a small half-bowl to take back with her. Shen Songzhu and the others had just finished tidying up when they saw her return with the bowl, and they all smiled. Madam, what did you bring? Ling Zhou hurried over quickly. Something tasty. Try a bite. Chu Xingqian looked outside. When it's just us, there's no need to keep calling me madam. You can call me by my name. Now, everyone in Chu country knows Xingqian paper, and everyone knows the princess is called Xingqian. If you call me that, it might reveal our secret. Better to call me madam. Ling Zhou chuckled and looked at her. What is this? Is it really good? It doesn't look very tasty. It's oil residue. Chu Xingqian pinched a piece and ate it on purpose. You guys don't eat it, I'll eat it myself. She grabbed another piece and turned to go outside. I'll eat too, Shen Songji spoke up, walking forward and pulling her hand to eat from it. At that moment, her soft lips accidentally touched her hand. Chu Xingqian looked at Shen Songju, thinking it was an accident, but Shen Songju tasted it and looked into her eyes, saying it's good. He seemed to be talking about the oil residue, but his eyes were fixed on her. She wasn't sure what he meant by good. Her heart skipped a beat. It seemed like he was implying something, and whether it was the lighting or something else, she felt Shen Songju's gaze was a bit too intense, almost too affectionate. Was she overthinking? Or did Shen Songju really mean something? Maybe even have feelings for her? The last thought startled Chu Xingqian. Just as she was about to sort out her feelings, Ling Zhou suddenly appeared. Is it really that tasty? Then I want some too. He opened his mouth. Madam, feed me. Chu Xingqian's mind was a bit muddled. She handed him the bowl. Eat by yourself. I even cooked today. Why won't you feed me a little? My hands are still wet. Ling Zhou looked pitiful. Hearing this, Chu Xingqian felt helpless and fed him a piece. Ling Zhou was satisfied and looked at Shen Songju proudly. It's good. As long as Madam feeds me, it's all delicious. Hearing his last words and seeing his gaze, Chu Xingqian felt something was off. It seemed too enthusiastic, and she inexplicably felt a twinge of jealousy. Just as she was thinking this, she unconsciously looked up and saw Xiao Wang standing nearby, quietly watching her with deep eyes. That gaze also seemed a bit strange. Seeing Chu Xingqian look over, Xiao Wang stepped forward and asked, Is it really that tasty? He took a quick look and reached out as if to take something, but then frowned as he looked at his own hand, silently implying that his hand was dirty. Chu Xingqian was momentarily distracted, watching Xiao Wang's eyes. Reflexively, she fed him. A smile appeared in Xiao Wang's eyes. He bent down and ate the food, but unfortunately, his lips touched Chu Xingqian's hand again. Xiao Wang's lips looked very nice, better than any lipstick color, and they didn't seem feminine, but they were a bit cold. Chu Xingqian's hand had been warmed by sitting close to Grandma Yang and others by the fire earlier. When touched by this coldness, her hand couldn't help but tremble. Xiao Wang had already lifted his head, tasting the food. His tongue, whether intentionally or unintentionally, licked his lips. My wife's feeding is indeed very tasty. He looked at Chu Xingchen with a smile in his eyes, then saw her lips. He took out a handkerchief and reached out. Your mouth is all oily. His voice carried a slight smile, and his eyes were full of her. His movements were gentle, but as soon as he touched her, Chu Xingchen suddenly stepped back. I can wipe it myself. She took the handkerchief and wiped her mouth hurriedly. Because she wiped too hard, her lips turned red instantly. Xiaowang was stunned for a moment, looked at Chu Xingchen steadily, and slightly frowned. Why did you wipe so hard? It's nothing. Chu Xingchen looked at Xiaowang, her mind unconsciously recalling the day when she showed him the butterfly. His expression and words at that time seemed different. She had felt earlier that his eyes looked a bit strange, but now, looking again, it was really not right. Chu Xingchen turned to leave, feeling very confused and her mind in chaos. Their feelings, they seemed a bit off, especially their eyes. Before, they didn't like her. Their gazes were indifferent. Sometimes, Lu Zhou's eyes showed disdain, even hard to hide. Later, as their relationship improved, the indifference and dislike in their eyes lessened. She knew this. But when did their eyes change like this? Why did it feel so wrong? It was as if they liked her, as if they had feelings for her. Chu Xingchen stood in the yard, unconsciously picking at the oil residue, eating it one after another, but she couldn't taste any flavor. Did they all like her? She pondered, feeling that the word all was a bit strange. Maybe only one of them liked her, or maybe even that was too much. The biggest possibility was that it wasn't them all liking her, but that she had a problem. Chu Xingchen suddenly slapped her thigh. That's right. How could it be everyone? Clearly, it was her problem just by looking and listening. Chu Xingchen let out a deep breath, looked at the moon in the sky, and then at the small rural courtyard. She thought that perhaps her sensitivity was due to the change in environment. Although she thought this, Chu Xingchen turned around and decided to calm down. She looked at her bowl and realized she had unconsciously finished the oil residue, feeling a bit greasy in her mouth and with some oil on her hands. She used Xiao Wang's handkerchief, which she hadn't returned yet, to wipe her hands. Then she talked with Grandma Yang and others for a while, speaking while occasionally zoning out, feeling a bit confused inside. At that moment, Shun Songzhu came over. Seeing him, Chu Xingchen felt a little nervous. Shun Songzhu greeted Grandma Yang and the others and said he had something to discuss with her. Chu Xingchen immediately became tense, nervously following him to a corner, even thinking about what she should say if Shun Songzhu confessed to her. Shun Songzhu didn't confess, but gave Chu Xingchen 2 eggs. She looked at the eggs in her hand, feeling warm inside, and thought that he must like her. Otherwise, why would he give her special treatment and focus on her alone? While she was lost in her thoughts, Shun Songzhu leaned in and whispered, "My wife, go inside and give the eggs to Xiao Wang." Chu Xingchen blinked and looked up.
Huh?
She was a bit surprised. Wasn't this special treatment just for her? Her unique favor? Shun Songzhu looked at her expression and asked, "Do you want to eat eggs too? If you want, I can cook some now. I was thinking you had a good appetite earlier, so maybe you don't want to eat anymore." Chu Xingchen shook her head quickly.
No.
She couldn't help but take a deep breath. Her appetite was really good tonight. She had eaten a lot, including the oil residue just now. Shun Songzhu saw this and probably wondered why she could eat so much. Chu Xingchen awkwardly added, emphasizing, "I don't want to eat. I definitely won't sneak food. I'll give the eggs to Xiao Wang." Shun Songzhu chuckled and explained, "Xiao Wang ate little for dinner and will be hungry later. I saw the eggs earlier and thought he shouldn't be hungry, so I cooked them. You take them to him. He will eat. Xiao Wang doesn't want to touch anything else, but if the prince gives it, he will eat." It's as if everything she touches automatically becomes clean. Shun Songzhu didn't know the word double standard, but he deeply understood its meaning. Chu Xingchen nodded quickly. "I understand. I'll give them to him. These eggs are a small treat and a sign of favoritism, but not the kind of romantic love she initially thought. Instead, It's a friendship-based favoritism. The friendship between the two handsome young men is truly wonderful. Looking at Shun Songju's gentle eyes, Chu Xingchen secretly despised herself. Chu Xingchen, your thoughts are too narrow. Your heart and eyes are dirty. You actually think Shun Songju looks at her with deep affection and tenderness. What a warm-hearted man. Besides that, just by seeing how they care for each other, you can tell their relationship is very good. If, as she often thinks, they both like her, then they are rivals. But rivals can still be so close and caring for each other. Most importantly, they even let her give eggs. Would you worry about your rival not eating well and let your loved one give eggs to the rival?
No.
Even if their relationship is good, she would never let her loved one give eggs to the rival. So, she realizes she was overthinking. Chu Xingchen feels relieved, but still a bit uneasy. Luckily, she didn't show or say anything earlier, or it would have been too awkward. It's all because they've been kind to her lately, and their relationship has been getting better, which made her a bit arrogant. Thinking carefully, she believes they are nice to her because of her abilities. She benefited from modern advantages, standing on the shoulders of great people, making them think she's capable. They are all patriots, after all. Seeing her improve and become successful, they naturally treat her better. Chu Xingchen figured out and went in to give Xiaowang the eggs. They're still warm, eat quickly. Xiaowang looked at the 2 eggs in his hand, his eyes flickering. She only gave him the eggs, not others. Thinking this, he smiled. Thank you, wife. He held the eggs, feeling reluctant to eat them. Chu Xingchen asked, can you peel eggs? Xiaowang, that I can. Then eat them while they're hot. If you can't peel them, I can help. I can. Xiaowang helplessly started peeling the eggs, feeling these were the best eggs he's ever eaten. Shun Songju followed behind. Ling Zhou also returned. Seeing Xiaowang eating eggs, he suddenly remembered the bird egg she gave Chu Xingchen. Madam, where's the bird egg? It smells good too. Where did you put it? I'll go get it and cook for you. No need, I'm full, she replied. Besides, she didn't want to eat bird eggs or anything like that. Then forget it, Ling Zhou said, glancing at Xiaowang with a few clicks of his tongue. You seem to enjoy eating eggs so much. Maybe I should just cook eggs for you tomorrow? Xiaowang raised his finger and pushed Ling Zhou away. Don't get so close. Chu Xingchen looked at the 3 handsome men in front of her and thought about her recent realization. She was actually charming them. It's not just one person, but Shun Songju, Xiaowang, and Ling Zhou, who are all captivated. She really dares to think, haha. Chu Xingchen successfully made herself laugh. She still thinks of herself as a charming heroine.
Haha. Chu Xingchen Suden Li Samai.
Shun Songju, and the others looked at her. What's wrong? Nothing, just thinking of a joke. Chu Xingchen felt a bit shy about her earlier silly, narcissistic moment, so she asked a classic question, which came first, the chicken or the egg? The discussion started and became lively, eventually turning into a storytelling session. The story session was pretty fun, but it took a bad turn when Ling Zhou suddenly started telling a ghost story. Ling Zhou used to hear many old legends and ghost stories in the northern frontier. Seeing where Chu Xingchen was sleeping, he got a mischievous idea to scare her. His plan worked. Chu Xingchen was indeed frightened. That scared me to death.
Stop talking, she said.
Chu Xingchen is afraid of ghosts and doesn't dare watch ghost movies. She was scared for a long time after watching one and never dared again. But here in this small mountain village, Ling Zhou suddenly told a fitting ghost story, which scared her quite a bit. Seeing Chu Xingchen scared, Ling Zhou chuckled secretly and wanted to tease her more, but Xiaowang quickly covered his mouth. Ling Zhou's ghost story had to end. Shun Songju and Xiaowang saw that Chu Xingchen was genuinely frightened, so they told a few more stories with a bit of dark humor to distract her. They are quite knowledgeable and interesting, and even attracted 2 children from Grandma Yang's family to listen. Chu Xingchen finally felt less scared. Telling stories around the campfire felt pretty good, but after a while, Chu Xingchen started to feel anxious. She wanted to go to the bathroom but hesitated because she remembered Ling Zhou's ghost story and was suddenly afraid to go outside. Chu Xingchen's unusual behavior was noticed first by Shun Songju. Having been trapped together before and sharing similar experiences, seeing her holding back, Shun Songju immediately went out to ask Grandma Yang to accompany Chu Xingchen to the bathroom. But when he went to look, he found that Grandma Yang and the others had already gone to sleep. Not wanting to disturb the elderly, Shun Songju thought for a moment, then went inside and waved for Chu Xingchen to come out. "What's wrong? I want to get some firewood. Will you come with me?" Shun Songju pointed to the place where they kept firewood, right next to the toilet. Chu Xingchen's eyes lit up.
Sure.
It would be good to go together. She was too hasty and didn't think about the many leftover pieces of firewood in the yard, so she went out with Shun Songju. When they reached the firewood area, Chu Xingchen hesitated for a moment. Shun Songju took the initiative to say, "Your Highness, go ahead. I'll wait here for you." Fearing that Chu Xingchen might be scared or uncomfortable, Shun Songju tore off a leaf and blew on it. This way, she wouldn't feel embarrassed, and it also subtly showed that he was there, telling him not to be afraid. Shun Songju's method worked well. Chu Xingchen listened and felt less scared, successfully solving her problem. After she came out, Shun Songju casually gathered some firewood, and they went back together. It was late after telling stories, so it was time to rest. When Chu Xingchen went inside, Xiaowang had already sent the two children back to sleep. "Madam, wash up." Outside, it wasn't like the palace. Xiaowang had Jin Yen buy toiletries, washcloths, and wooden basins. When Chu Xingchen returned, he had already prepared hot water. "I can do it myself," Chu Xingchen said, but the hot towel was already in her hand. After washing her face, Xiaowang had already prepared foot bath water, and the small stool was ready. "Madam, wash your feet. Go ahead and wash yours.
ILL pour the water.
Sit quickly, or it will get cold." Xiaowang pressed her onto the small stool. "You've been walking all day. Soak your feet well. If it gets cold, add hot water." He looked inside and asked, "I was thinking of opening your bag, but I wasn't sure if it was convenient." "It's fine," Chu Xingchen nodded. Her underwear was packed separately, and she had personally changed into them, so luckily she packed them herself. Otherwise, she might have caused a scandal. "All right then." Xiaowang got up and went to search through Chu Xingchen's bag, taking out the socks from late winter. Seeing Ling Zhou and Shun Songju watch his actions, he explained, "His Highness said it's okay to touch." Ling Zhou looked at him and asked the question he had been wanting to ask for a while. "How will we arrange sleeping arrangements tonight?" Both Shun Songju and Xiaowang paused, their gazes shifting from Chu Xingchen's floral quilt to the bed beside her. That was the main focus tonight, because everyone wanted to get closer to her. "Let her choose herself," Xiaowang said directly. Xiaowang took a towel to wipe Chu Xingchen's feet, glancing at her pinkish feet from the hot water. His throat moved, and he quickly looked away. After Chu Xingchen finished washing, Xiaowang handed her the socks. "It might be a bit cold tonight. Put these on so you don't catch a cold." This was one reason, and the other was to prevent them from seeing her feet again. After washing and entering the room, Shun Songju and the others silently avoided the room, giving Chu Xingchen space and time to change clothes. Chu Xingchen took the extra mats and put them back while they were away, then nodded in satisfaction. She quickly changed into her pajamas. Since they hadn't come in yet, she said, "You can come in once you're done washing. I've changed already." All four of them entered one after another, no one lagging behind. Shun Songju asked softly, "Wife, who do you want to sleep next to you?" Chu Xingchen hadn't thought about this before, but now she remembered. Yes, she was sharing a room with them, and one of them was closest to her. "I'm fine with anyone." As soon as Chu Xingchen finished speaking, Ling Zhou eagerly volunteered, "Then let me sleep next to you, wife." He promised, "Don't worry, I won't do anything inappropriate."
Chu Xingchen.
Ling Zhou didn't say more, but Chu Xingchen didn't think he was talking about anything inappropriate. It didn't seem like anyone was that kind of person. Still, Ling Zhou's words made her remember the last time she was pressed down. "Forget it, you're not a good sleeper." Hearing this, Shun Songju and the others, who had been looking a bit upset, changed their expressions. Shun Songju and Xiao Wangma exchanged a quick look, then stepped forward and held Ling Zhou's shoulders. pulling him back. If you're not a good sleeper, don't get too close to the prince. It might disturb her rest. Knowing he was rejected, Ling Zhou realized he had no chance. But since he had no chance, he wouldn't give them one either. What about Brother Xiao Wang? You're not very clean, right? You probably don't like being squeezed in the middle. Just sleep there. I've cleaned that wall thoroughly. It's clean. Ling Zhou pointed to the other end of the bed, the farthest from Chu Xingchen. Xiao Wang's mouth moved, but he couldn't bring himself to refuse. In the end, only Shen Songzhu and Zhou Baiyan remained. Both Xiao Wang and Ling Zhou's eyes fell on them. Shen Songzhu's eyes flickered slightly, while Zhou Baiyan crossed his arms and stood to the side, acting as if he hadn't heard their conversation, not participating at all, looking emotionless and detached. He hadn't even tried to argue. Compared to Shen Songzhu's earlier initiative toward Chu Xingchen and looking at Zhou Baiyan, Xiao Wang suddenly made a decision. Then let's have Lord Zhou sleep here. It's good for protecting the prince. Yes, that's right. Since Brother Xiao Wang doesn't like my sweaty smell and Shen Songzhu smells nice, he can sleep next to Xiao Wang. He would sleep in the middle, separated from Zhou Baiyan, but still the second closest to the princess. Shen Songzhu looked at them with a forced smile but said nothing. They were wary of him, and he could only accept it. Lord Zhou, well, at least he was better than Xiao Wang or Ling Zhou, who wanted to do something inappropriate. Then it settled. Zhou Baiyan's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't expected to have a chance to lie next to Chu Xingchen. All three of them are here, and Zhou Baiyan thinks he has no chance at all. Thinking of the previous dream, he suddenly feels dry-mouthed and tense. Even though they had slept together before without a floral curtain separating them, this time he feels nervous and tight. I'll go out for a bit. Zhou Baiyan decides to check his surroundings and calm down. Xiao Wang and the others watch Zhou Baiyan leave with a blank expression and think they did well. Chu Xingchen looks at their quick decision and feels relieved that Zhou Baiyan is the closest. The person she feels most comfortable and familiar with is Zhou Baiyan. Because of his work, she has seen him snoring and drooling many times. After making arrangements, Xiao Wang and the others realize Chu Xingchen has taken off the mattress and returned it to them. They want to put the mattress back for Chu Xingchen, but she firmly refuses. She wraps herself tighter in the quilt, saying, "This is enough for me. Don't catch a cold, okay?" Chu Xingchen pulls the floral curtain closed, saying, "I won't peek. You can change your clothes." Shen Songzhu, Xiao Wang, and Ling Zhou feel their faces heat up at the words, thinking about changing clothes in the same room. Ling Zhou is used to being around men, so he simply takes off his clothes to change. But when he reaches for his sleepwear, he freezes. What is this? Ling Zhou looks at his sleepwear, wondering when he had such clothes. Xiao Wang and Shen Songzhu see Ling Zhou starting to change and follow suit. When they grab their sleepwear, they suddenly realize and quickly put it back. Turning their heads, they see Ling Zhou looking at his clothes and rush over to stuff them back. What are you doing? Ling Zhou struggles, and suddenly his bundle is knocked to the ground. Chu Xingchen originally wanted to pretend she didn't exist. Hearing the commotion, she quickly asks what's wrong. It's nothing, Shen Songzhu calmly replies, already understanding what happened. I accidentally knocked Ling Zhou's bundle. Late winter, hearing Chu Xingchen wants to go out, reflects on the process of packing her luggage. Bao Pu, Jing Yan, and the others have all experienced this, and they all think the same. Going outside with the prince is a good time for feelings to grow. They must seize the moment. This led to the scene where, except for Zhou Baiyan, Shen Songzhu and the others' luggage are similar, and their sleepwear is transparent. This is the pleasure of the inner chamber. Bao Pu and the others hope their master can have some connection with the prince. But they never expected that all 5 of them would sleep in the same room, on the same bed. Because they were used to being served, they didn't check Chu Xingchen's luggage. Everything was finished quickly. The 3 of them tried to change into new clothes but failed because none of the outfits looked proper. They all knew this fact, but they absolutely couldn't let the prince know. Shen Songzhu and Xiao Wengling Zhou hurriedly crouched down to pick up the bags, and at the same time, their eyes fell on the book that had fallen out. It was normal for Shen Songzhu and Xiao Wang to bring books, but it seemed unusual for Ling Zhou to carry one. Ling Zhou also felt puzzled, thinking, why is someone tidying up my books for me? Suddenly, he found the book very familiar, as if it was brought by Lord Jinbei. Shun Songzhu and Xiao Wang immediately realized what the book was because they had seen similar ones before, and Ling Zhou almost got scolded by their looks. Ling Zhou felt embarrassed and angry, quickly explaining in a low voice, I don't know. I didn't put it there. It was actually Jin Chong and Bao Jian who deliberately placed the book with Ling Zhou, hoping he would review it and also encourage him. The atmosphere in the room changed. Shun Songzhu, Xiao Wang, and Ling Zhou were reminded of some scenes from the books they had read, but Chu Xingqian was right next to them. Chu Xingqian felt something strange, and they all were silent. She moved nervously, hesitating whether to speak again, when suddenly the door opened. Zhou Baiyan came in with a gust of wind, breaking the strange atmosphere inside. He didn't look at them, simply took off his outer coat, crossed his arms, and lay straight on the bed next to Chu Xingqian. Shun Songzhu, Xiao Wang, and the others imitated him, taking off their coats and lying down as well. Once lying down, they all looked in the direction of Chu Xingqian at the same time. They couldn't see her, but since they thought she was behind the floral curtain, lying on the same bed made them a little excited. But in the next second, they saw each other and suddenly remembered that besides the prince and themselves, there were 4 other men lying on the same bed. Their passionate hearts quickly cooled down. Feeling tired, they decided to sleep. I've blown out the lantern, Ling Zhou said, turning off the light, and the room went dark. Unlike in the city, where turning off the lights still leaves some glow, on a moonless night, it was truly pitch black. Chu Xingqian lay in the dark, accidentally recalling the ghost stories Ling Zhou told, and quietly pulled the quilt over her head. She felt a little better, but soon she thought something outside the quilt might be watching her. Just as she was feeling scared, she heard Zhou Baiyan get up next to her. Why did you turn the light back on? I just blew it out, Ling Zhou's voice also sounded. Hearing the light, Chu Xingqian's eyes brightened, and she suddenly pulled the quilt off. There were no ghosts or monsters watching her, which was great. Zhou Baiyan saw Chu Xingqian lift the blanket and glanced at Ling Zhou. I need to go out for a bit. Zhou Baiyan left and quickly returned. Ling Zhou asked him to out the lantern. Chu Xingqian, still scared, hurriedly said, No, let's sleep with the light on tonight. If it's too bright for you, I can move over a little. Why do we need to sleep with the light on? Ling Zhou asked curiously, worried he might get too excited. Chu Xingqian couldn't help but lift the curtain and roll his eyes at him. It's because you told a ghost story. It was too dark earlier, and I was a little scared. Ling Zhou looked awkward. He had just wanted to scare him a little and thought Chu Xingqian would be so frightened that he'd curl up in his arms for comfort. But that was just a dream. They turned on the light, and Chu Xingqian finally felt safe. She was tired after traveling all day and soon fell asleep. While she slept, the others couldn't. Zhou Baiyan closed his eyes as if meditating. Only he knew his heart was restless. The prince was sleeping nearby, separated by a thin curtain. He could even hear her breathing and reach out to touch her. This wasn't unusual, but tonight it felt different. It was late at night. Shun Songzhu and the others gradually fell asleep, but Zhou Baiyan opened his eyes. There were many mosquitoes in the mountains. Because the lantern was on, some mosquitoes flew in. Since the lantern was close to Chu Xingqian, Zhou Baiyan started swatting them to protect her. Compared to others, he was very successful, almost always hitting them, and he made no noise when swatting, so as not to wake the prince. He now had a reason to lift the curtain. Seeing Chu Xingqian sleeping peacefully, he suddenly felt that all the hardships he endured for his martial skills were worth it. His skills in fighting mosquitoes seemed like a waste to others, but he thought it was great. Feeling satisfied, Zhou Baiyan suddenly heard Ling Zhou talking in his sleep. At first it was 2 vague sounds, and he ignored it. But then Ling Zhou started shouting Your Highness. He wondered what he was dreaming about. His voice sounded strange. Zhou Baiyan quickly looked at Ling Zhou, and as he saw his face, he remembered his own dream, and his eyes turned fierce. Could Ling Zhou be having that kind of dream? Without the prince's permission, how could he have such a dream?
No way.
He had never heard of dreams needing approval, but Zhou Bian was firm. He couldn't allow it. The only thing he could do was... Zhou Bian reached out and poked Ling Zhou's face. It was a bit painful and instantly woke him up. He looked at Zhou Bian with a confused expression, feeling that something was a bit dangerous. What's wrong? He became alert and tried to sit up, thinking there was some danger. But then he heard Zhou Bian say expressionlessly, "You're snoring." Ling Zhou was a bit surprised and scratched his head.
Got it.
I'll try not to snore. He lay back down, feeling a little regretful. He was dreaming about taking Chu Xingqian horseback riding. Chu Xingqian was sitting behind him, holding his waist tightly. He felt so happy that he called out, "Your Highness," but then Zhou Bian nudged him awake. Ling Zhou glanced at Zhou Bian, touched his face, and lay down again. Zhou Bian's nudge was quite strong. He turned over, wanting to see Chu Xingqian, but could only see Zhou Bian. When Zhou Bian turned around silently, Ling Zhou looked at his expressionless face. His mouth twitched, and he turned over again, hoping to continue dreaming. Late at night, it got a bit cold. Chu Xingqian's feet were cold, and unconsciously, he looked for a warm place. Zhou Bian had just finished swatting a mosquito and was about to fall asleep when he felt something crawl into the quilt and stick to his feet. He woke up and saw Chu Xingqian's foot reaching into his quilt. Zhou Bian's Adam's apple bobbed. He dared not move, his mind was a bit chaotic, and his body unconsciously stiffened. His face suddenly changed color. He had been holding back until Chu Xingqian's foot warmed up. Seeing dawn approaching, he pulled the quilt over Chu Xingqian and quietly left after blowing out the lamp. Chu Xingqian slept refreshed and energetic, but it seemed that Shen Songzhu and the others hadn't slept well. "Just bear with it. We'll go back by tomorrow at the latest," Chu Xingqian said, and quickly headed to the salt field. The salt field was already busy, but they weren't boiling salt. They were building structures. The materials Chu Xingqian ordered last night had mostly arrived. Zhou Bian reported that the nearby investigation was complete, with no suspicious spies or villagers.
Chu Xingqian not dead.
She looked at the villagers, who looked worried, fearing they would lose their jobs. She said loudly, "Everyone, don't worry. These tasks are just to improve salt production. Your jobs won't change much." Chu Xingqian personally supervised the work. In 2 days, she surrounded the salt field and built a small salt pond. After the salt pond was built, under the blazing sun, the original salt workers, following Chu Xingqian's instructions, kept pouring lake water onto the... Although they were obedient, they didn't understand at first. But then they saw that the white salt was coming out as the water kept washing over the... "It's coming out! It's coming out! The salt is actually coming out!" The whole salt field was excited. They had never known that salt could be produced like this. "Hurry, pinch me quickly. How did I come out?" Everyone thought they were dreaming. The salt official was completely stunned. Not only them, but even Shen Songzhu and others were a bit shocked. They guessed Chu Xingqian might do something impressive again, but when they saw it, they were deeply amazed once more. Shen Songzhu was in a daze. "If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe all this is real." Chu Xingqian was about to speak when the salt official, finally reacting, suddenly knelt down. "I was blind and didn't recognize greatness." As he knelt, the villagers also followed suit. Their eyes on Chu Xingqian changed completely. Today's sight shattered their understanding and values. This method was so simple and effective. Chu Xingqian felt a bit embarrassed. In modern times, salt drying is an old method, but here it wasn't used yet. She felt ashamed to be praised for it, so she simply disappeared. The salt official hurried after her. "Sir, what if it's cloudy and we can't dry or wash the salt? It rarely rains here, but sometimes it's cloudy. Cloudy weather is fine. As long as there's wind, it's okay. It just slows down a bit." "It's not slow anymore. It's much faster than boiling." The salt official left satisfied. Shen Songzhu and Xiao Wang looked at Chu Xingqian, both thinking of a question. "Your Highness, is this method suitable for other salt ponds or salt lakes?" And the seawater. Yes, it's suitable. The same method works for sea salt. Chu Xingchen knew what they were asking and nodded. Shen Songzhu and Xiao Wang's eyes changed immediately. Seawater is endless. Doesn't that mean we will have an inexhaustible supply of sea salt? They were worried about a few salt merchants. Yes, Chu Xingchen nodded confidently. But the salt obtained this way is just crude salt. It contains harmful substances and needs processing and refining before it can be eaten.
She looked at them.
So, I plan to build a food salt processing factory. To speed up salt production and keep it secret, whether it's salt ponds, salt lakes, or sea salt, we only need to refine the crude salt and send it to the factory. The factory will continuously produce edible salt. I want to produce enough salt so that all the people of Dechu can afford to eat salt. In modern society, no one says they can't afford salt. She wanted the people of Dechu to have the same. Shen Songzhu, Xiao Wang, Ling Zhou, and even Zhou Bian all felt proud at this moment. This is their prince, the prince of Dechu, their wife. How fortunate is Dechu to have such a crown prince. The future plans for building the salt factory still need discussion, but from this day on, the salt from Great Chu, or even the world's salt, began to change. High-quality, affordable sun-dried salt, better in color and taste, and, most importantly, cheaper. Soon it replaced boiling salt and took over the market among the people of Great Chu. Xie Ziqing and others threatened Chu Xingchen, but she chose to resolve it through market methods. Initially intending to extort some money, she ended up completely ruining the illegal salt trade. The salt produced by the factory was as white as snow, so it was called snowflake salt. The people knew this was salt made for them by the crown princess and understood her words. They felt grateful and automatically called it princess salt. Just like the princess's paper, the people expressed their gratitude in this way. The impact of snowflake salt on Great Chu, and even on Wu and Qi countries, was enormous, though that is a story for later. Once Chu Xingchen finished solving the problem, she was ready to leave. She stayed at Grandma Yang's house for 2 days. When it was time to go, the family was very reluctant to see her leave. Chu Xingchen was now very popular in the village. Children would secretly watch her when she went out, and they even gave her wild fruits, eggs, and bird eggs. When she was about to leave, the adults didn't want her to go, and neither did the adorable children. Before leaving, Chu Xingchen divided some eggs among them. A boy around 10 years old named Mao Dan suddenly asked, "Ma'am, can I be your husband?" Chu Xingchen almost choked on her breath, and Shen Songzhu and the others looked at him in surprise. "Mao Dan, what are you talking about?" She remembered the boy's name was Mao Dan because he often peeked at them. She thought he was just curious, but now he was saying something serious. Mao Dan, with his dark face, said, "I'm not joking. I'm serious. When I grow up in a few years, I want to marry you. Everyone says I'm the most handsome in the village, so please be my husband. I'll get along well with my brothers too." He wanted to find a capable wife for himself. Mao Dan smiled brightly at Chu Xingchen and then grinned at Shen Songzhu and the others. Shen Songzhu, Xiao Wang, Ling Zhou, and Zhou Bian looked at him speechlessly. They all thought Mao Dan was too bold, saying whatever came to his mind. While grinding his teeth, he inexplicably felt he was being outdone, which made him feel pretty bad. After showing friendliness, Mao Dan didn't care what they thought. He kept his eyes fixed on Chu Xingchen. Chu Xingchen rubbed her forehead and said, "You're still young." "I'm not young anymore. I can get married soon. You're beautiful and capable. I just want to be with you." Mao Dan is a child with his own ideas. His eyes are serious. Chu Xingchen looked into his eyes and thought for a moment before replying, "Sorry, Mao Dan, I can't marry you. As you can see, I already have a husband and don't want to add anyone else." The few people with slightly dark faces, including Ling Zhou, finally looked calmer after hearing this. Grandma Yang watched nearby and smiled. She stepped forward and put her arm around Mao Dan's shoulder, saying to Chu Xingchen, "Don't mind, sir. This child just hasn't seen someone like you before, so he likes you." Grandma Yang knows that Chu Xingchen and their world are very different. With such talented husbands, how could she possibly look at Mao Dan, a mountain boy? But Chu Xingqian didn't get angry and answered seriously, which made her feel warm inside. She patted Mao Dan's head and said, "You're still young. If you want to marry someone like the grown-ups, you need to be excellent and work hard to become better. So, grow up to be capable and outstanding first." Hearing this, Mao Dan's heart filled with determination. Chu Xingqian nodded and said, "Yes, Mao Dan, you're so good. You will definitely meet a girl you like in the future. If I am good, then when I grow up to be an excellent person, I will come find you. Please give me a chance," Mao Dan said, pulling out a string of red beaded bracelets and placing it on Chu Xingqian's wrist. "This is my promise bracelet. Keep it safe." After saying that, he suddenly turned around and ran away. Chu Xingqian looked at the red beaded bracelet on her wrist, stunned. She had seen this bracelet before. It was made from a kind of red fruit that grows on the mountain. Because of its beautiful color, it is a main accessory for local people, made into bracelets, necklaces, earrings, and other jewelry. It is also a symbol of love in the area. Because of its bright color and nice size, she had thought about making one herself when she had time to wear and see how it looked. It was a local craft, but she never got around to it. Now she finally has one, but as a token of love. Chu Xingqian called out a few times, but Mao Dan had already run out of sight. Ling Zhou watched with clenched teeth and chased after him, but he couldn't catch up. Shen Songzhu and Xiao Wang's faces looked unhappy. The bracelet's color was perfect, and Chu Xingqian's white hand looked very beautiful wearing it. But they hadn't given her a bracelet yet. Their husbands were right in front of them, but they hadn't given her one, and a little kid had beaten them to it. He slightly frowned and couldn't help but touch his sleeve. Inside his sleeve was a nearly identical bracelet, which he had previously made during his free time for the Crown Prince. He had wanted to find a chance to give it to him, but the Crown Prince had already received one. Besides Mao Dan, the villagers also brought some gifts for Chu Xingqian and his companions. There were mountain products and wild fruits, all showing their kindness. The villagers were simple and warm-hearted. In the end, Chu Xingqian couldn't refuse all their gifts and decided to work hard in the future to help them live better lives. The villagers felt reluctant to part ways. Later, when the salt from Snowflake Salt was available, they only then realized that Chu Xingqian was actually the crown princess and Shen Songzhu and the others were her husbands. This was something the villagers could never have imagined. In their minds, the crown princess was a noble figure. How could she live in their small courtyard and be so close to them? She even ate their wild fruits and crouched down to listen to their stories. They were in disbelief, but also very excited. They suddenly realized that it was strange for a lady of such high status to be among them. Once they knew Chu Xingqian's true identity, the Salt Village felt proud. The house of Grandma Yang instantly became the most prestigious scenic spot, and just being able to see it was considered an honor. The bowls, cups, and utensils used by Chu Xingqian were the most precious. The quilt she had covered and the floral fabric curtains became treasured family heirlooms for the Yang family. That floral fabric even became the most popular pattern locally. The shopkeeper said that the crown princess liked it, so suddenly, floral clothes and pants appeared everywhere, turning the town into a floral paradise. Grandma Yang's house became the most valued place. Even the stones and wood in the outhouse were somehow moved back and preserved. The Salt Village now had many stories about the crown princess to share, with Grandma Yang holding the most authority. Mao Dan was also notable. Despite being young, he was the only one who gave the crown princess a bracelet, almost becoming her dedicated partner. But those were stories for later. After thanking the enthusiastic villagers, Grandma Yang saw Chu Xingqian and her group off. As they walked away, she expressed her envy. Adults are so skilled at guiding others. All your husbands get along so well. My two husbands are always arguing and jealous. It's quite tiring. Do you have any secret? Chu Xingqian waved her hands quickly. I don't have any secrets. They took care of each other because they had a good relationship, but it had nothing to do with her. However, after Chu Xingqian got into the carriage and watched Shen Songzhu and the others, she couldn't help but think deeply. Looking back now, if she could always stay rational, it might be quite good. If things stayed like this, one wife with multiple husbands or one husband with multiple wives, it didn't seem so terrible anymore. Chu Xingchen and his group set out early in the morning. By evening, they successfully returned to Feng'an City. On the way, they discussed matters related to the salt processing factory. We're almost at Feng'an City. Though they had been away only a few days, it felt like returning home. When they reached the city gate, they were blocked. Chu Xingchen lifted the car curtain to look outside, but only saw a crowd gathered together. What's going on? Ling Zhou has already gone to ask. Originally, Jing Yan was going, but Ling Zhou went ahead. Shen Songzhu was worried and followed. They took a while to return, and no one in front moved. Chu Xingchen, feeling tired after sitting all day, decided to get off with Xiao Wangzhou and the others. As they passed by the carriages ahead and entered the crowd, they heard about murders and children being killed. They also heard words like Feng'an City Prefect's office, but they didn't understand the details. Just as Chu Xingchen was about to ask what was happening, he saw Ling Zhou and Shen Songzhu. However, their states were unusual. Ling Zhou was grabbing Shen Songzhu by the collar, and the atmosphere was tense, like they might fight. Shen Songzhu looked upset, and Ling Zhou was even angrier, as if he was about to hit someone. What's going on? Chu Xingchen's face changed slightly as he hurried forward. When the two saw his expression, Ling Zhou released Shen Songzhu's collar and turned his head away, without speaking. What's happening? Why are you two? Weren't they on good terms before? Nothing. Shen Songzhu shook his head, not wanting to say more. Your Highness, please return to the carriage. Go back first, Ling Zhou said, and was about to leave. Where are you going? Chu Xingchen quickly grabbed Ling Zhou's arm. We don't know what happened here. Don't run off, recklessly. Who's running away? Ling Zhou shook off her hand and walked straight ahead. Shen Songzhu's face darkened, and Xiao Wangzhou's expression changed as well. Ling Zhou. Chu Xingchen frowned, then suddenly heard a cry nearby. Following everyone's gaze, they saw a person suddenly climbing up the tall city gate. Is he going to jump? Chu Xingchen looked at the person on the city gate, and his hand trembled uncontrollably. That person looks like Qian Xiangyang, the son of the Qian prefect. Ling Zhou glanced at him sharply, ready to speed up, but suddenly chaos broke out ahead, and people pushed him back. Zhou Bian, Xiao Wangzhou, and others protected Chu Xingchen. They watched as the Qian prefect, covered in dirt and running hurriedly, dragged along a woman with a haggard face and bloodstains all over her. The woman was holding a swaddling cloth, but it was soaked in blood. She was dragged along, staggering, with a numb expression, only holding tightly to the bundle in her arms. Xiangyang, come down quickly. Mother Fong said she was wrong. No matter what, your father is still here. Don't mention her, said a young man who had only met her once, looking kind and friendly, but now his emotions had broken down. He stared desperately at Mother Fong from the tall city wall. You can lie to me, but how can you treat my family like this? Qian Xiangyang was hysterical. Our whole family has been relying on you. Whatever you want, I give you. Whatever you want to eat, I find a way to get it. If I could pluck the stars and moon for you, I would. I've been honest with you, but look at how you treat us. I accept it. I deserve it. But what about my parents? Don't you feel guilty when you look at them? Mother Fong finally regained her senses. It's my fault, but I didn't do it on purpose. I didn't think I would get pregnant that time. I didn't mean to. Xiangyang, listen. Mother Fong didn't do it on purpose. Please, I beg you, come down quickly. It's dangerous up there.
Come down?
What for? He still has no shame coming down. If he dares, jump down. Don't think that going up there will scare me. A middle-aged man, covered in blood and with bloodstains on his body, chased out from behind, looking frantic. Qian Xiangyang, I tell you, if you kill my son or grandson, I will also kill your father to pay for it. Don't seek revenge on him. I will pay the price, Xiangyang replied. Then, you better pay the price. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth and was pushed aside by the official from the Qian family. Shut up. My son is dead. I will fight you to the end. The official looked up at the city wall. Xiangyang, come down quickly. You're still bleeding. Zhu Xingchen's head was buzzing, her whole body stiff. She finally found her voice, trembling as she held herself. Zhou Bian, go save him. Zhou Bian looked at her, noticing something was wrong. I need to protect you. There were so many people here. He had to ensure the safety of the prince. Zhu Xingchen shook her head and stepped back. Xiao Wang and the others are also there. I'm leaving now. You go quickly. But it was already too late. Father, mother, I've wronged you in this life. I can't go on living. I really can't. I will atone in the next life. Before she finished speaking, a figure leapt down from the top of the city gate.
No.
The official from the Qian family cried out painfully.
Ah.
The onlookers screamed and gasped, hurriedly retreating to stay away. Everyone else retreated. Only Ling Zhou ran forward. He knew it was impossible, but he still hoped to save someone if he could. In the end, he didn't catch anyone. Qian Shengyang suddenly fell to the ground with a loud thud. There was no slow-motion scene like in TV dramas. Everything happened quickly. Zhu Xingchen didn't have time to leave, or even close her eyes before she fell to the ground. Her face was turned toward the crowd, blood flowing out rapidly, her eyes wide open in death. Xiao Wang and Shen Songzhu heard Zhu Xingchen was leaving and initially wanted to push through the crowd to stop her. Unexpectedly, this scene happened. Afraid she might be frightened, they tried to stop her from watching, but then they heard sounds behind them. Turning around, they saw Zhu Xingchen collapsing to the ground. Zhou Bian, who was ordered to rescue her, quickly returned at top speed. Your Highness, Madam. Shen Songzhu and Xiao Wang's faces changed drastically. They ran over without hesitation. Ling Zhou was among the crowd. He heard voices behind him and turned to see Zhu Xingchen being carried up by Zhou Bian, her eyes closed. Zhu Xingchen was quickly overwhelmed by the crowd. Ling Zhou wanted to go back, but was pushed by the frightened people and couldn't get through.
Chu Xingchen suddenly phải net.
In the chaos of running people, she was almost trampled. Fortunately, Zhou Bian caught her just in time. He, Shen Songzhu, Xiao Wang, and Ling Zhou managed to pass through the crowd together. Zhu Xingchen was unharmed and not attacked, but no matter how much they called her, she didn't respond. After being taken back to the palace, the imperial doctor diagnosed her as fainting due to shock. The doctor administered acupuncture, saying she would wake up soon, but Zhu Xingchen remained unconscious. She kept struggling, sweating coldly, as if terrified, with her mouth open but unable to speak. Although she couldn't speak and was in a coma, everyone could see she was in pain. What's going on? Why did she come back like this after just going out? The Empress was furious, blaming everyone. She blamed Wei Dong for not knowing the princess had such a problem, blamed Shen Songzhu and Xiao Wang for not taking good care of Zhu Xingchen, and also blamed Zhou Bian. If there's danger, how could you let the princess go? How could you be so careless? Without the Empress reminding them, everyone felt guilty and blamed themselves. Zhu Xingchen had been unconscious for 3 days and nights. They stayed awake and vigilant for the entire time. Afraid she would be frightened or hurt herself, Shen Songzhu, Xiao Wang, Ling Zhou, and Zhou Bian took turns watching over her. The atmosphere among the four was heavy. The harmony they once had in Salt Village was gone. Their eyes were bloodshot. They didn't believe in Buddha or gods, but for the first time, they prayed, hoping Zhu Xingchen would wake up. The doctors in the Imperial Hospital tried various treatments, but couldn't find a cure. Because they all didn't understand why Zhu Xingchen was like this. Actually, it's simple. Ever since her mother died in front of her, Zhu Xingchen developed a fear of seeing people jump from buildings. Seeing such scenes would trigger her. This fear has lasted a long time. Luckily, she rarely encounters such situations and consciously avoids them. Usually, she just avoids news related to it. She thought she wouldn't see it anymore after arriving in Dechu, since there aren't many tall buildings there. But unexpectedly, she still encountered it. Suddenly, she felt dizzy and disoriented, as if the world was spinning. She was forced back to that evening. It was similar to Qian Shengyang's story. On a beautiful evening with a stunning sunset, her mother jumped in front of her and died, eyes still open. The nightmares hidden deep in her memory returned. Her gentle mother, driven mad by her father's affair, died repeatedly in front of her. Time and time again, Chu Xingqian struggled but couldn't escape. When she was younger, her mother even had suicidal thoughts and wanted to die with her, saying that if they both died, her father would regret it. After she said this a few times, and when her father once again stayed out all night, her mother truly took her own life. She had put medicine in her soup and cried, saying she was sorry, before she realized what was happening.
She didn't want to die.
She desperately spat out what she had swallowed, saving herself and her mother. But less than 2 years later, her mother couldn't hold on anymore. Perhaps knowing she didn't want to die, her mother didn't take her this time and chose to die herself. It was like punishing herself for not taking her along. She died right in front of her, repeatedly punishing her. The gruesome scene of her brain bursting was etched into her mind.
Now there was also Qian Xiangyang.
She had only seen 2 sides of him, first and last, Qian Xiangyang and Manhwa. Such good people, all turned into corpses. Later, Ling Zhou grabbed Shen Songju's collar, pushed him off the city wall, and then jumped down himself. She wanted to hold on to them but only grabbed air, falling with them. Zhou Bian followed her, and jumped down too. On the wall, only Xiao Wang was left, reaching out but missing. In the end, Chu Xingqian couldn't tell who was who, reality or dreams. Only she knew what she truly dreamed of, but she could feel her struggle and pain. The atmosphere in Jinhua Palace was extremely tense. Zhou Bian thought every day that it might be better to punish himself to death. Even if it made him suffer 100 or 1,000 times more, it would be worth it. As long as he could get back his little sunshine, his vitality, his lively and radiant prince. Time passed day by day, and each day was full of suffering. Seeing the imperial doctor was no longer enough. Zhou Bian finally couldn't bear it and brought back the old doctor, who was going home to visit ancestors. They rode horses and set out overnight. After traveling all night, they arrived. On the way back, because the old doctor couldn't handle the bumpy ride, Zhou Bian carried him back. His shoes were torn, and he almost hurt his legs, but in the end, he managed to bring the old doctor back. The old doctor, who had seen much, paused for a moment. While giving acupuncture, he kept telling Zhou Bian to call Chu Xingqian repeatedly. Zhou Bian, with bloodshot eyes and a hoarse voice, said, "Your Highness, Your Highness." The old doctor looked at Zhou Bian with a hint of helplessness. "Drink some water." Although Chu Xingqian was sick, outsiders would think Zhou Bian was the one who was unwell. Zhou Bian drank the water and kept calling out, but there was no response from Chu Xingqian. He called his name for the first time. "Chu Xingqian, wake up quickly. Please, wake up soon." The old doctor saw Chu Xingqian's eyelids move quickly removed the needle. Chu Xingqian's eyelashes trembled and finally, he opened his eyes. The face that appeared was familiar, but also a little strange. "Your Highness." Chu Xingqian took a moment to recognize that the tired, bearded man with a greenish beard was Zhou Bian. When Zhou Bian saw Chu Xingqian looking at him, a faint light appeared in his eyes. Finally awake. His little sunshine, he's back. Chu Xingqian looked at Zhou Bian and finally realized she had been having a nightmare. Zhou Bian didn't die. He was still alive. When she was exhausted and about to give up completely, Zhou Bian woke her up. Only then did she struggle and finally come to her senses. Zhou Bian was not dead, and Shen Songju and Ling Zhou were also alive. Chu Xingqian let out a long breath and said 2 words, "Fortunately." She spoke, but she couldn't hear her own voice. Chu Xingqian woke up, but her condition was not good. She couldn't eat, felt nauseous and dry-heaved, and even temporarily lost her voice, unable to make a sound. But at least she was awake. Shen Songju and others felt like they had come back to life. Chu Xingqian's illness caused Shen Songju, Xiao Wang, and Ling Zhou to thin out as well. They were so anxious that they even got blisters at the corners of their mouths. Fortunately, although Chu Xingqian's condition was poor, she was actively recovering. The imperial doctors told her to eat when she could, take her medicine, and if she vomited after taking it, to take it again. They told her it was all just a dream. They had gone through the hardest times, and Chu Xingchen believed she could get through this as well. Seeing Shun Songju and the others always watching over her, she felt very sorry. I'm fine now. You all should go rest. No need to stay with me. She used the pencil Xiao Wang gave her to write on her notebook and communicate with them. She noticed Shun Songju and Ling Zhou seemed to never speak, and when she asked if they had any disagreements, they both said no. Later, it seemed nothing had happened in front of her. Xiao Wang looked at Chu Xingchen's chin, which had become sharper in just a few days, and then at her trying hard to stay strong. He was worried and was about to speak when Chu Xingchen started writing again. At the latest, I will be able to speak in 3 days. Xiao Wang looked into Chu Xingchen's eyes, hesitated, then nodded first. Okay, then we will go back and rest tonight. You should rest well too. Ling Zhou wanted to speak, but Xiao Wang signaled him to stop with a look. After they left, Xiao Wang said if we don't agree, she will feel more guilty, which isn't good for her recovery. If worried, she could secretly come to check on her. Xiao Wang was right. After they left, Chu Xingchen finally breathed a sigh of relief. She watched them go, then started vomiting heavily. Finally, her stomach was emptied, and she relaxed a bit. Chu Xingchen was covered in sweat. She weakly lay on the ground, patted Wandong's worried face silently to show she was okay. She knew her recovery well, much better than when she couldn't breathe. After all, her father wasn't here. After a few more days of vomiting, she would become numb, and gradually she would get better. Time was the best medicine. She would recover. Wandong tidied up, and Zhou Baiyan silently appeared by the bed, using a handkerchief to wipe Chu Xingchen's sweat. Chu Xingchen raised her hand weakly to fan herself. She had just vomited, so the smell was probably bad, and she pushed Zhou Baiyan to go upstairs quickly. Zhou Baiyan hesitated, struggled a bit, then suddenly smiled at Chu Xingchen. When Zhou Baiyan smiled, his eyes curved, and his cool exterior became sweet, just like this time. Chu Xingchen was stunned for a moment, then laughed. She grabbed paper and a pen and wrote, I vomited, and you're still so happy. Zhou Baiyan hurried to explain, No, I just want the prince to feel less upset. He remembered that seeing him smile made the prince happy, but he didn't expect to make things worse. Zhou Baiyan felt a bit regretful. Hearing his explanation, Chu Xingchen realized he was trying to cheer her up. That's good. He's learning to make others happy. Chu Xingchen couldn't help but laugh. She bent her fingers to show it was effective, then made a funny face at Zhou Baiyan. Zhou Baiyan looked at Zhou Xingchen and paused, unable to help but smile. Zhou Xingchen proudly wrote, You make me laugh once, and I'll make you laugh once. Now it's your turn to rest. Your eyes are all red. Zhou Xingchen was already very tired and soon fell into a deep sleep. She still had nightmares, but at least could wake up. Late at night, Xiao Wang came to check on her, worried. Zhou Baiyan was not surprised and stayed by Zhou Xingchen's side to prevent her from hurting herself during another nightmare. He was thinking about copying Zhou Xingchen's funny face when he heard Xiao Wang's movement and quickly moved away. Xiao Wang looked at Zhou Xingchen's furrowed brow in her dream and gently smoothed it.
Sorry.
Xiao Wang felt very guilty. If he had paid more attention earlier, things wouldn't have turned out like this. He stayed by her bed, planning to leave before dawn, but accidentally fell asleep in front of Zhou Xingchen's bed. When he woke up, it was almost bright outside. Zhou Xingchen had opened her eyes unknowingly, looking at him with a blurry gaze and saying something. Because there was no sound, Xiao Wang didn't know what she was saying, only that it seemed to be 3 words. Seeing her close her eyes again, he hurriedly left. Much later, Xiao Wang found out that the 3 words Zhou Xingchen said were sorry. And this was a phrase she said to everyone. Zhou Xingchen promised she would speak within 3 days, but 3 days passed and she still couldn't speak. However, she could get out of bed and walk around. Zhou Xingchen, who was working, started worrying about work even before getting up. When she heard that the salt processing factory was progressing smoothly and would be built soon, she showed a relieved and happy smile. She was frustrated about not being able to speak. She practiced many times when no one was around, trying to speak normally, but it just wouldn't work. Zhuo Xingchen became a little anxious. If she couldn't speak for long, it would cause a lot of trouble if others found out. Because she couldn't speak and her body was weak, she stayed in the Eastern Palace and didn't go out. She only told others she was sick and needed to rest. Shun Songju, Xiao Wang, and Ling Zhou didn't say much, but were all worried about her losing her voice. Zhuo Xingchen suggested using a pen to discuss. I think it's a psychological problem. Maybe I'll be able to speak one day, if I get scared enough, just needs the right moment. It's often shown like that on TV, and many real cases are similar. Ling Zhou disagreed immediately. He said she was like this because she was scared, and more fear would only make it worse. Don't come up with strange ideas. Just see a doctor, he advised. Zhuo Xingchen replied, that's not a strange idea. Never mind. She paused and continued writing. I haven't asked you yet. What's going on with the money house's affairs? No one expected Zhuo Xingchen to suddenly ask about something they had always avoided. Not to mention Ling Zhou. Even Shen Songju and Xiao Wanglian froze for a moment. We didn't ask about it either. If His Highness wants to know, we'll ask and tell you later, Shen Songju finally responded. Zhuo Xingchen could tell from their expressions that they were lying, so she smiled without pressing further. After they left, Zhuo Xingchen knocked on the table 3 times. Zhou Baiyan floated down. This was a new way to call someone. 3 knocks represented the 3 characters Zhou Baiyan. Zhuo Xingchen waved for Zhou Baiyan to come over and pointed to her notebook, asking him about the questions she had previously asked Xiao Wanglian and others. Zhou Baiyan frowned, and Zhuo Xingchen immediately wrote down, you must know what's going on.
Just tell me first.
I need to understand. She couldn't avoid this anymore. Seeing that Zhou Baiyan still wouldn't speak, Zhuo Xingchen pursed her lips. Even you won't tell me? Zhou Baiyan, are you ignoring me now? Zhou Baiyan shook his head.
No.
Looking into Zhuo Xingchen's eyes, he finally said, I will tell you. He shared what he knew. The story was simple. Childhood sweethearts grew up together and eventually married. The main characters were 2 men and 1 woman, but because of the special environment in Dechu, it was possible for all 3 to marry. Fang Nyang, Qian Xiangyang, and Zhao Hua had a good relationship. When they grew up, they married Fang Nyang with a formal wedding, one as the main husband and the other as a secondary husband, equal in status. Qian Xiangyang knew he wasn't very handsome and was younger than Zhao Hua, so they agreed that Fang Nyang would have children with Zhao Hua first, and then with Qian Xiangyang later. Fang Nyang gave birth to Zhao Hua's child first. After recovering, she became pregnant again, this time with Qian Xiangyang's child. Everyone in the Qian family was overjoyed, eagerly awaiting the birth of the baby. But after Fang Nyang gave birth, a paternity test showed the child was Zhao Hua's, not Qian Xiangyang's. Qian Xiangyang was furious. Before the first child, he had never been close to Fang Nyang but took good care of her and the Zhao family's children. He was shocked by the result. He could tolerate betrayal himself, but he couldn't accept that his parents had been played with. Zhao Hua said it was just once and not intentional, but Qian Xiangyang couldn't listen anymore. In his anger and disappointment, a conflict broke out. Qian Xiangyang accidentally killed the newborn, and Zhao Hua, seeing her child dead, lost control and stabbed Qian Xiangyang. Qian Xiangyang struggled, and Zhao Hua was also killed in the chaos. In the end, what Zhuo Xingchen saw was that tragic scene. The tragedy happened just like that. Thinking about how well the 2 people got along when they met, so good that she was amazed. Only a few days later it turned into a tragedy. Zhuo Xingchen sighed and wrote on paper, what happened to the Qian prefect? Fell ill. Zhou Baiyan didn't say more, but in fact, Fang Nyang had already committed suicide. The 3 who were childhood sweethearts and considered a beautiful story had now reached a dead end, leaving behind 2 families full of scars and a young boy who lost his parents overnight. Since then, Zhuo Xingchen never asked about Shen Songju and the others that day. They thought she had given up, but they didn't know she had learned everything. Although she was resting and recovering, she still handled her affairs, but she hadn't attended court, and the court was worried. There are no secrets forever. Zhuo Xingchen not going to court wasn't just because she was sick. The reason for her becoming mute had already spread. Some said she was injured, others said she was poisoned and made mute, but all explanations seemed reasonable. At first, it was just rumors, but later, officials in the court started to ask discreet questions, and some forces began to stir. The crown princess could be naive, but she could not be mute. A folk song circulated on the streets. Hen hens crow at dawn. Heaven's punishment descends. The crown princess loses her voice, and Great Chu is in danger. The empress was furious and suppressed it strongly, but such songs spread faster the more they were suppressed. The best way to clear things up was for Chu Xingqian to appear and speak. If she didn't show up soon, it would be a big problem. The court was holding a grand assembly, countless people waiting, countless eyes watching, and those forces eager to act were just waiting for that day. Your Highness, you should request leave, Shen Songju suggested, a hint of regret in her eyes. She was already like this, yet those people still pressured her. Yes, afraid they won't. If they dare to spread rumors, we can just use the shadows. Ling Zhou clenched his fists. You are the crown princess, the rightful crown princess. They have no right to say otherwise. Xiao Wang and Shen Songju both offered ideas, both good plans. Chu Xingqian smiled but said nothing. During the grand assembly, Chu Xingqian still went, looking much thinner than before. She smiled at everyone as usual, but didn't speak. This scene made many people's hearts tighten, and some secretly rejoiced. It seemed the crown princess really was mute. After handling some political affairs, her focus suddenly shifted to Chu Xingqian, forcing her to speak directly or indirectly, but Chu Xingqian still remained silent. Just as some officials thought the crown princess was truly mute and were jumping around, Chu Xingqian suddenly spoke. I just have a sore throat, so I haven't spoken these days. I didn't expect everyone to care so much about me. It seems that the story's outside, and you are connected. Chu Xingqian's voice was hoarse, but she finally spoke. There was bound to be chaos in the court, and taking this opportunity, the Empress and Chu Xingqian worked together to remove some unruly forces. After leaving court, Chu Xingqian showed a hint of exhaustion and fear. She almost didn't sleep all night, feeling unprecedented pressure. The more pressure she felt, the less she could speak. After Shen Songju and the others left, she practiced alone for a long time, but still couldn't speak. Later, she went outside and sat on the swing, taking precautions. Winter pushed her, swinging higher and higher. She wanted to stimulate herself to speak this way, but she still failed. Because Winter was too worried, Chu Xingqian had to get off. As soon as she did, she saw Shen Songju. Shen Songju had come unnoticed and was standing nearby, watching her with deep, somewhat dangerous eyes. Chu Xingqian awkwardly got down, wanting to explain that she just couldn't sleep and was out for some fresh air, but she couldn't make a sound. She looked for paper and pen, but Shen Songju slowly approached. He looked at her seriously, his face unusually grim. Your Highness, how can you treat your body like this? Even if you're anxious, you should think about the baby in your belly. Baby. Chu Xingqian was completely confused. Winter also opened her mouth wide, instinctively looking at Chu Xingqian's belly. Does the princess have a baby now? Seeing Chu Xingqian's eyes, Shen Songju seemed to realize he had said too much. A hint of awkwardness flashed across his face as he struggled to explain. Your Highness, I lied to you. That night, You're pregnant now, which is why you're vomiting. What? Chu Xingqian was shocked and frightened by the news, blurted out.
I'm pregnant.
How could I be? That morning, I clearly left no signs on myself.
You.
Did you wash? Shen Songju's face suddenly looked strange when he heard the last question. He coughed and looked helpless. It's fake. If she was really pregnant with his child, that would be great, but unfortunately it was fake. Your Highness. You're speaking now, Shen Songju reminded her. Chu Xingqian's expression froze, as if she had pressed the pause button. Shen Songju smiled slightly, wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead, and said, Luckily, I succeeded. Chu Xingqian looked at Shen Songju and asked, Did you deliberately say things to shock me? Yes. Shun Songjua nodded sincerely and looked at the swing behind her, his face becoming serious. Your Highness, you shouldn't take such risks. If I hadn't come, would you still keep trying to push yourself? Chu Xingqian knew Shun Songjua saw through her. She really wanted to continue. She had already planned to go horseback riding. Recently, Ling Zhou had been teaching her off and on. Now she could ride with a saddle and stirrups, but she was still not good at running. She even wanted to try running a little. Maybe, like when Ling Zhou suddenly took her riding before, she could suddenly shout out loud. She hadn't acted yet but was caught by Shun Songjua. She awkwardly explained, nothing. Shun Songjua didn't believe her at all. Nothing is best. Just pretend I didn't think much about it. I'm just worried you'll keep pushing yourself and hurt yourself. I remember you said before that maybe scaring you a little would be enough. So, I decided to scare you a bit. I rambled on, but surprisingly, it worked quite well. This was something to be happy about, because the biggest problem was solved. But Chu Xingqian still felt very nervous. She was almost fooled by Shun Songjua's words. It did work, but it really scared me. I kept thinking, how could you do such a thing? You're Shun Songjua, a true gentleman. When she heard that, Shun Songjua suddenly seemed less regretful. Then I thank your Highness for your praise. Chu Xingqian was still shaken. You say that, but I was only scared because I didn't expect you to lie. How could you say those words so seriously? I almost believed you. For the first time, she realized Shun Songjua might have Oscar-winning acting talent. She almost believed him just now. Even after all this time, she knew deep down it was impossible. But because he was Shun Songjua, she was stunned. It's these ridiculous words that made you speak. Shun Songjua smiled. This time, it was absurd, but he was determined to turn it into reality, waiting for that day to come. Suddenly, Shun Songjua asked softly, if it really happened, would your Highness be happy? If she was pregnant with his child, would she rejoice? Chu Xingqian shook her head. No, because I wouldn't realize it. If it were true, it would be very serious. Shun Songjua nodded. I understand. I can guarantee it would be something that makes your Highness fully awake and willing. It's already midnight. Your Highness, go inside and rest. You've spoken enough. Just go tomorrow. Yes. Chu Xingqian turned around, only then realizing, was Shun Songjua joking just now? Or was she overthinking? Chu Xingqian's news that she can speak made Xiao Wang and Ling Zhou very happy, and they were curious about how she got better. Got a little scared, then I was fine. Chu Xingqian glanced at Shun Songju, but didn't say much. Shun Songju also remained silent. Ling Zhou didn't notice anything unusual but was surprised that it actually worked. Only Xiao Wang was sensitive enough to sense that Chu Xingqian's condition was improving because Shun Songju might have helped. Did Shun Songju scare the prince? What scared him? Xiao Wang tentatively asked Chu Xingqian, but he couldn't find out anything. Chu Xingqian's condition improved. She vomited less, her nightmares at night decreased, and she gradually looked less thin. Her body got better, and soon it was Xiao Wang's birthday. Among the four of them, Xiao Wang's birthday was the last, on the day of Lixia. A few days before his birthday, Chu Xingqian started thinking about what gift to give Xiao Wang. She couldn't come up with a good idea no matter how much she thought. Until she saw Xiao Wang frowning and turning his neck, and suddenly had an idea. She decided to give him a badminton set. Xiao Wang often sat working on accounts, so his neck might be uncomfortable. Chu Xingqian understood neck problems well. Badminton is good exercise, beneficial for the neck, and easy to learn quickly. Chu Xingqian secretly started making a badminton and a racket. She had seen the simplest badminton before. Children in remote mountain areas who had no proper equipment made their own. They used half a corn cob and some rooster feathers to make a shuttlecock, and a wooden board as a racket, with classmates hitting with books. Since Chu Xingqian wanted to make a gift, she couldn't make it so rough. She had to decorate it somehow. Soon it was Lixia and Xiao Wang's birthday. Early in the morning, Jing Yanshun and others came to pay their respects with bows. Jing Yan was very serious as he picked a jade crown for Xiao Wang. His Highness, might come over soon. Before he finished speaking, news arrived from outside. His Highness had arrived. His Highness is here. Xiaoqing, His Highness has arrived. In Jing Yan's excited voice, Xiaowang adjusted the star embroidery on his collar and stood up. Your Highness. Xiaowang, happy birthday, may all your wishes come true, Chu Xingchen greeted with a smile. Xiaowang's heart was touched. If only all wishes could come true. Guess what gift I'm going to give you? Chu Xingchen asked eagerly. Xiaowang looked at her hidden hand behind her back. I can't guess. It's something you would never expect and have never seen before, Chu Xingchen said, looking at his hand. Stretch out your hands, both of them. Xiaowang chuckled and stretched out his hand. Your Highness, with this, I'm curious about what kind of wonderful gift it is. Cough. It's not that amazing, but you've never seen the real one. Chu Xingchen handed Xiaowang 2 homemade feathered shuttlecocks. Xiaowang looked at what was in his palm. One made of pure white goose feathers, the other of beautiful rooster feathers. He blinked in surprise and realized, a feather shuttlecock? Your Highness wants me to play shuttlecock?
No.
It looks like a feather shuttlecock, but it's not. This is a badminton, and hitting it can help exercise your body. Chu Xingchen hurriedly called Wandong over, opened a wooden box she was holding, and took out a badminton racket. Look, this racket is custom-made, and your name is written on it, Xiaowang. Xiaowang took the racket. Is this for 2 people to play? Yes, 2 players. If your neck feels uncomfortable later and you want to rest, you can stop playing. Chu Xingchen was excited. I haven't exercised much lately. I'll play with you.
Great.
Then I hope your Highness will play with me often. Xiaowang looked at the racket, then suddenly walked to the side, picked up a brush, and wrote the character Xingchen on the racket. Seeing the names Xiaowang and Xingchen together made Xiaowang look very satisfied. Your Highness, I will cherish this. Chu Xingchen was so happy she chuckled. There's no need to say it like that. It's just a racket. If it gets broken, we can get a new one. Shall we try playing now?
Okay.
Chu Xingchen looked at Xiaowang's clothes. Then change into some comfortable sportswear. Look, I've already changed. Chu Xingchen was dressed very casually. While Xiaowang changed clothes, Chu Xingchen watched Wandong and others set up the badminton court, drawing lines and setting up a net in the middle. Your Highness. Xiaowang, now dressed in sportswear, looked more sharp and striking, his features more prominent. I'll explain the rules, and then we'll try playing. Xiaowang learned quickly and was good at catching and feeding the shuttlecock. At first, Chu Xingchen was teaching him, but soon he was feeding the shuttlecock himself. They played back and forth happily. Chu Xingchen rarely played badminton, so he felt very joyful. But after a while, his hand started to ache. His face turned red as he said, "Let's play 3 more rounds. It's the first day, so don't hit too hard." Okay. During the last 3 rounds, Ling Zhou arrived. He was thinking about Xiaowang's birthday and couldn't sit still, so he came to take a look. When he arrived, he saw them playing badminton. I took a quick look at the game and suddenly felt excited. What kind of ball is this? I've never seen it before. I want to play too. We've played for a while. We can't keep going. You can find someone else to play later. Hearing Chu Xingchen refuse, Xiaowang softly said, Your Highness, you're sweating. Go wipe your face and rest your hand so you won't feel sore tomorrow. Chu Xingchen left, and Ling Zhou approached Xiaowang, who was collecting the rackets. He looked pitiful and said, Brother Xiaowang, I really want to play too. Find someone else to do it. This game is just for His Highness and me. I can't let you play. Xiaowang pointed to the names on the shuttlecock. In Ling Zhou's speechless gaze, Xiaowang smiled. I'm going to change my clothes. I won't see you off. He even directly told him to leave. Ling Zhou's eyes widened as he was about to say something, but Xiaowang added, Did you have a good time on your birthday last time? They wisely didn't bother him back then, so Ling Zhou should be wise now too. Ling Zhou shut his mouth, feeling wronged, and left the Jinghong Palace sadly. His back looked so pitiful, like an abandoned puppy. Xiaowang shook his head but stayed silent. Chu Xingchen saw that the palace servants watching also liked badminton, so he suggested they could play during their rest time. The palace would set up a badminton court for everyone to relax. Life in the palace was dull, so playing badminton was a good way to exercise. Since badminton could be made at home, either bought or homemade, people of all ages and genders, even children, could play. After spreading from the palace, it quickly became popular. Because it helped treat neck issues and stiffness all over the body and also helped strengthen the body, badminton became popular among scholars. As they played together, the story of Xiao Shaoqing and her was also spread, adding more evidence that the princess favored Xiao Shaoqing. People said it was a game specially invented and made for Xiao Shaoqing. Later, this sport became popular among couples and lovers, giving everyone one more gift option for their loved ones. If you love him or her, give her or him a badminton racket. Playing together increased the fun and interaction between spouses. Eventually, badminton became a craze in Great Chu and even spread to Qi and Wu states. Of course, that's a story for later. After playing badminton, Xiao Wang felt relaxed all over. Chu Xingqian drank a glass of water and said to Xiao Wang, you should leave the palace and visit Auntie. Chu Xingqian always called Xiao Wang's mother Auntie. Xiao Wang was surprised and said, okay. He simply agreed without saying thank you. After a pause, he said, I went to see my aunt earlier. She kept asking about you, wondering why I didn't bring my wife back with me. Does she still remember me? Yes, she remembers. I visited her a few times and asked about you each time. Every time I went, she looked behind me, hoping to see you. When she didn't, she looked disappointed. She really likes you. Even though she didn't recognize him, she remembered the prince clearly. I see. Chu Xingqian thought for a moment. I have nothing else to do today. If it's okay, I'll go with you to see her. A hint of a smile appeared in Xiao Wang's eyes. He had to admit, although it was true, he had deliberately said that. He just wanted to spend a little more time with her on her birthday. He didn't dare to hope too much, but unexpectedly, she agreed. Are you really going with me? She was surprised she agreed. The Hall of the Bright Phoenix could then focus on preparing for the celebration. This birthday, he wanted it to be the most unforgettable one. Really? She's always looking for me. Aunt will definitely be very happy, Xiao Wang added. I'm happy too. This year, with his wife meeting his aunt after tonight, he hoped that next year, the three of them could go together. They could imagine how happy his aunt would be then. In the next moment, Xiao Wang heard his own laughter and realized that just imagining it made him so happy he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Chu Xingqian, seeing Xiao Wang so joyful, suggested no, don't go to Zhao's house today. Just bring your aunt out instead. He didn't want to see his biological mother and Xiao Cheng. He decided to only meet the people he wanted to see. Let Jian personally go to pick her up with the palace badge. You can let her come to the palace, show her where you live, or take her outside to walk around. Xiao Wang almost couldn't speak. He knew his aunt, and many people looked down on her as a madwoman. Only she cared for him like this and didn't dislike him at all. He felt a slight impulse to invite his mother into the palace to see his life and reassure her, but he quickly stopped himself, rationally. The prince didn't mind, but offending others would be bad. His mother couldn't handle shocks, so caution was best. Then I'll meet her outside. She used to be very religious and liked the vegetarian meals at White Horse Temple. I'll take her there. Are the vegetarian meals at White Horse Temple really good? Chu Xingqian asked. Last time, he missed out due to an accident. Xiao Wang looked at the curiosity in Chu Xingqian's eyes and nodded. Yes. Then let's go to White Horse Temple to eat vegetarian food. Holding the card from the Eastern Palace, Jin Yan smoothly helped Xiao Mu come out. Xiao Mu's eyes lit up when she saw Xiao Wang, and she was even happier when she saw Chu Xingqian. Xiao Wang bowed to Xiao Mu on the carriage, and along the way, he bought small gifts for Chu Xingqian and Xiao Mu. They successfully arrived at White Horse Temple. Everything at White Horse Temple was the same as before. After Xiao Mu got off the carriage, she immediately got into her spiritual state, praying devoutly. She bowed all the way until she reached the place for asking for a fortune, where she insisted on drawing a fortune stick. She took one from inside and handed it to the fortune-telling master. A young monk nearby hurriedly explained to Xiao Mu that asking for a fortune was not done by simply drawing a stick, but by shaking the container. The master looked at the stick in his hand without saying anything, allowing Xiao Mu to shake it, but she kept shaking without success. Seeing the crowd behind, Xiao Wang noticed she was getting frustrated, so he comforted her and they left. The fortune-telling master watched their backs and put the sticks back into the container, which had been set aside. The young monk curiously looked at it and only saw a character that meant up. The vegetarian meal at White Horse Temple was indeed delicious. Chu Xingchen ate happily, and Xiao Mu was also satisfied. After lunch, they parted ways. Xiao Wang returned to the palace, and Xiao Mu headed back to her residence. Xiao Mu's carriage disappeared into the distance, but Xiao Wang still stood there, his eyes full of reluctance. Chu Xingchen's eyes flickered slightly. You're probably reluctant and worried, right? After getting into the carriage, Chu Xingchen looked at Xiao Wang. Xiao Wang, I want to be honest and talk openly with you. Xiao Wang nodded. Your Highness, just say what you want to say. They really should have a good talk. He also had some things he wanted to discuss with His Highness. Chu Xingchen spoke. It's about leaving the palace. Xiao Wang, I know you all had no choice but to enter the palace. You especially didn't want to because of Xiao Cheng, and you were forced to replace him. So, I've been wanting to wait until things settle down a bit, then let you go freely. You can leave the palace whenever you want, and you won't have to part from Aunt Mu. You can take care of her yourself. Chu Xingchen wanted to clarify things with Xiao Wang. After all, she had mentioned before that she wanted to leave the palace, and today was her birthday. It was best to clear things up first. Earlier, she thought that having multiple wives might not be so terrible, but as soon as she had that thought, everything that followed seemed like a warning from heaven, telling her not to be naive anymore. She knew that among those she would spend her life with, only one of the four would be the right person. In the end, whoever it was, their own wishes mattered most. Hearing the words leave the palace again, Xiao Wang's heart still skipped a beat, but he quickly calmed down because he understood that Chu Xingchen's previous request to leave the palace was not because she disliked him and wanted to send him away. He directly said, I didn't want to come to the palace at first, but now I don't want to leave. Your Highness, I don't want to leave the palace. I can just visit my wife often. I think she can understand me. Being in the palace is the best for her. Chu Xingchen was honest, and Xiao Wang also spoke his true feelings. I want to stay. You are the first person to trust me like this. I used to feel hopeless and never thought I could still use my talents in the palace or do so many things. He thought he would spend his life wasting away here, but unexpectedly, he experienced the happiest and most meaningful days. All of this happened in the Eastern Palace. Your Highness, I want to continue shining in the palace, just as you said. More importantly, you are here too. He didn't want to give up before he even started. He wanted to stay. If your Highness doesn't dislike him, he still has a chance. Xiao Wang hesitated before, caring about others' opinions, but now he didn't want to accept it, and leaving now was impossible for him. Chu Xingchen's illness made Xiao Wang see his feelings clearly. He liked her more deeply than he had thought. So, Xiao Wang decided to fight for his place. He wanted to become the most important, the only one for her, and make himself the most important person to Chu Xingchen, even if she had to break her rules for him. He wanted her to believe that having him was enough. Even if they couldn't be the only ones in the end, he wanted to be her most important, special, and beloved person. If, by any chance, they truly couldn't be together in the future, he still wanted to be that unforgettable, most special person in her life. He believed she wouldn't let him down. Facing Shun Songju, Ling Zhou, and Zhou Bian, he was confident. He knew he couldn't beat them, but at least his face was still good. It was just about tempting her, making her unable to leave him, and he could do that. Xiao Wang leaned forward, close to Chu Xingchen across from him, and asked, Your Highness, would you allow me to stay? Chu Xingchen saw that Xiao Wang's eyes were full of her, and his gaze seemed to hide something more. Besides wanting to stay, was he also expressing other feelings? The thoughts from the Salt Village resurfaced. Did Xiao Wang really like her, which was why he wanted to stay and not leave the palace? Chu Xingchen hesitated and couldn't find the words. Seeing her silent, Xiao Wang tilted his head slightly, looking a bit wronged. Your Highness, you don't want me to stay? No, I don't dislike it, Chu Xingchen quickly said. That's good, Xiao Wang smiled, resting his chin on his hand with a gentle smile. I was worried you wouldn't want me to stay. Chu Xingchen looked at Xiao Wang, and only 4 words ran through her mind. Stunningly handsome. This handsome face, who could resist it? Xiao Wang still seemed not satisfied and said, after you return, make sure everything is arranged. Remember to come to Jinghong Palace at the hour of you. Just you alone. I have an important gift for you. Xiao Wang clearly expressed his desire to spend his birthday alone with Chu Xingchen. Even more importantly, he mentioned an important gift. Tonight is Xiao Wang's birthday, and according to the rules, she is supposed to stay overnight. Does this mean Xiao Wang wants her to stay overnight? Is he willing? Previously, Xiao Wang was unwilling even when poisoned, so now that he says this, it means he's willing, right?
So tonight.
Chu Xingchen felt nervous and couldn't help but start fidgeting again. Xiao Wang already knew Chu Xingchen's nervous habit of fidgeting, as she had even grabbed his sleeve before. Seeing this, he could tell she was just as nervous as he was. Perhaps he could be even bolder and guess that the prince not only doesn't dislike him, but might actually like him a little, right? What a great fortune that would be. Xiao Wang felt the whole world brighten. It seemed like only the two of them existed. If the prince doesn't speak, I will take it as a yes. I will definitely agree to your birthday. But why are you giving me a gift for my birthday? What kind of gift is it? If she stays overnight and there's a gift, could he be thinking of giving himself as a gift? Chu Xingchen, stop your brain. But sometimes, the more she tried to stop thinking, the harder it was to stop. Chu Xingchen returned to Manhwa Palace, still unable to stop guessing what the gift might be, wondering if it was himself. While washing up and drying her hair, she kept thinking about it, almost going crazy. Chu Xingchen buried her head in the pillow. Your Highness, don't get too gloomy. Wan Dong cheerfully took out clothes. Your Highness, which set do you want to wear? Tonight, the prince will stay at Jinghong Palace, maybe. Hee. Why are all your clothes red? Red clothes always make her think of all sorts of things. Isn't it because you like wearing red? Tonight, the prince must wear red. Although Jinghong Palace keeps it a secret, Wan Dong knew. Since a few days ago, Jinghong Palace had been acting mysteriously, as if preparing something. No need to guess, it must be Xiao Shaoqing preparing for their wedding night. Who would have thought that after so long of marriage, Xiao Shaoqing would end up being the biggest winner? Tonight, the prince must dress the best and dazzle everyone at Jinghong Palace. Zhou Baiyan looked down at the striking red, and according to the rules, he turned around and closed his eyes, refusing to look. He could choose not to watch, but he couldn't avoid hearing. The sounds of late winter kept reaching his ears little by little. Zhou Baiyan first realized that late winter was actually quite annoying. When Tian Lu came to change shifts, he felt a threatening aura even before getting close. He didn't even know exactly how the shift change was completed. He felt bitter inside, but only he knew how he truly felt. Chu Xingchen is a person who keeps promises and is punctual. When it was time, she set out. However, upon arriving at Jinghong Palace, she felt a bit embarrassed. But she didn't have the chance to hesitate because Jinghong Palace had already sent people to wait and guard. As soon as they saw her, they warmly welcomed her inside. Your Highness. Xiao Wang quickly appeared, dressed in red, a shade close to Chu Xingchen's bright red, brighter than the previous crimson outfit. Besides the time he wore red once before, most of his clothing was still mainly gray and blue. The rarer he wore such colors, the more special he seemed. Chu Xingchen was a little afraid to look at him, so she didn't notice the surprise in Xiao Wang's eyes when he saw her in red. The birthday banquet wasn't complicated, just ordinary dishes, all of Chu Xingchen and Xiao Wang's favorites, plus fine wine. Chu Xingchen drank a little wine and gradually relaxed. A birthday cake is essential. Make a wish, Xiao Wang. Remember to wish well. Xiao Wang's personality was different from Ling Zhou, so he didn't smear the cake. He carefully ate it piece by piece and sincerely thanked Chu Xingchen. No need to thank me. Chu Xingchen waved her hand. No need to be so polite.
And
You think this is the end? No, I have more gifts. Chu Xingqian clapped her hands, and Late Winter brought out some things that Xiao Wang couldn't quite understand. Late Winter was nervously calling out, "Your Highness, be careful," while Chu Xingqian excitedly went to light the fireworks. Seeing how nervous Late Winter was, Xiao Wang wanted to step forward and hold Chu Xingqian back, not wanting her to take risks. But Chu Xingqian suddenly turned around and ran back, almost bumping into him. "Why are you coming over? Go back quickly." She pulled Xiao Wang and ran back, excitedly pointing ahead. "Xiao Wang, look." Before she finished speaking, a sharp sound suddenly echoed in front. Everyone was confused as something flew into the air and then suddenly exploded. A burst of light lit up the sky, like countless stars illuminating the night, instantly pulling everyone into a colorful, dreamy world that was breathtaking and moving. Then it started to fall, fleeting like a flash of fireworks, beautiful but brief. Nothing was more beautiful than a momentary firework. The people of Jingheng Palace are all crazy, and even Wanzhong is mad. Everyone stares at the sky with wide eyes. Then they all gasp uncontrollably, "Oh my God, what is that? Are those flowers blooming in the sky?" Chu Xingqian smiles slightly. "Yes, they are sky flowers fireworks. This is the first fireworks in the world, ignited by Chu Xingqian." At this time, there were no firecrackers, so naturally, no fireworks. During the New Year, Chu Xingqian noticed that people burned bamboo, which made crackling sounds when it burned. It was pleasant to hear and eco-friendly, but who doesn't love fireworks? Chu Xingqian roughly knew how fireworks were made, so he ordered people to experiment and try making some, emphasizing safety. Many things are done step by step. Chu Xingqian didn't say much, only mentioning that it was something very beautiful. After giving the order, Chu Xingqian was so busy that he almost forgot. He didn't expect there would be results earlier. And that's how tonight's fireworks came to be. Chu Xingqian looked at Xiao Wang beside him and chuckled. "Do you like it?"
surprised?
"Didn't see that coming?" "Do you know what this is called?" "It's called fireworks." "Funny coincidence. Before I came, I sent some over. It's your birthday, so you get to see fireworks on your special day." Others hadn't encountered this. Only Xiao Wang did. Xiao Wang turned to look at Chu Xingqian, his voice hoarse. "I didn't expect this. Tonight's fireworks are destined to be unforgettable. Who could forget them?" Chu Xingqian proudly said, "Then you better enjoy it." She turned to watch the fireworks, while Xiao Wang only looked at her. "Your Highness, can you agree to one condition of mine?" "What condition?" "Can these fireworks only be for me in the future?" He wants them to be unique. Chu Xingqian hesitated. "I was planning to do it during festivals and celebrations. It's more festive to have fireworks during special occasions." Xiao Wang chuckled. "Of course, that's fine. I mean, you can't do it for others' birthdays, only for me every year." Chu Xingqian quickly nodded. "Okay." Such a surprise could only happen once. Mass production wouldn't make sense. "I didn't plan to do it for others." "That's good." Xiao Wang finally looked satisfied, but he still only looked at her. Fireworks are beautiful, but the fireworks in her eyes are even more beautiful. In that moment of falling in love, everything else is forgotten. Only that person exists in her eyes and heart. It's impossible to hide or fake. Xiao Wang feels the same. At this moment, he can't help but be moved. His gaze is open and honest, impossible to hide. Chu Xingqian kept looking at him without turning around. "Look at the fireworks. There aren't many this time. If you miss them, that's it." She urged him, but when she saw Xiao Wang's gaze, she fell silent. Just a look, but it made Chu Xingqian's heart race uncontrollably. It must be love. Such a look isn't just liking her. Then she decided to do a handstand. Chu Xingqian clenched her teeth. "Hurry up and look at the fireworks. They're almost over." "Stop looking at her like that. Her little heart can't take it." Chu Xingqian pushed Xiao Wang, who finally saw the last of the fireworks. When the fireworks ended, the palace women in the dreamlike palace finally came back to themselves, excited beyond words. Not only the Jingheng Hall, but others in the East Palace also saw the fireworks. Shun Songju heard that Baopu outside accidentally knocked over his tea and even lost composure, exclaiming in surprise. When he went out to look, he was stunned. The fireworks were so brilliant, but Shun Songju only noticed they were in the direction of Jinghong Hall. On Xiao Wang's birthday, it turned out that His Highness had put so much thought into it to give him such a surprise. He thought that the badminton shuttlecock was the whole gift, but it wasn't. Shun Songju stood outside for a long time without moving. Because of his noble background, Shun Songju had never thought his wife would have other men. After entering the palace and seeing Chu Xingqian's change, he gradually got closer to her, but he was forced to face this issue. He couldn't accept his wife being too close to other men, so he wanted to keep a distance between ruler and subject and not get too close. But plans changed faster than he expected. He kept making exceptions, and before he knew it, he had fallen in love. At that time, he thought if he withdrew first, wouldn't that mean he lacked confidence and lost without a fight? He has shunned Songju and would never do such a thing. So he changed and followed his heart. He always thought that compared to the shy Xiao Wang or the younger Ling Zhou, he had his own advantages and everything was still under his control. But now it seems not. Ling Zhou didn't see this because he was upset and went riding. But when he returned, he heard about it. Seeing the palace maids and men at Feiyu Palace blushing with excitement, he stared blankly toward Jinghong Hall. What kind of surprise did His Highness prepare that could make the palace people so excited and shocked? The flowers blooming in the sky. What a beautiful scene. Zhou Bian stood on the roof, watching that brilliant display, listening to the excited shouts below, his fists gradually clenched, then weakly relaxed. People inside the palace saw or heard about the fireworks, but very few outside the palace knew, because the fireworks weren't very high, and the palace gates blocked much of the noise. Only a few saw them. Chu Xingqian didn't know about this. She just felt very embarrassed. Setting off fireworks is exciting, but afterward, everything becomes quiet again and reality sets in. Tonight, she still has to stay overnight, especially with the gift of Xiao Wang. Oh, she's starting to overthink again. So annoying. Chu Xingqian took a shower, but then simply washed up and tried to calm down. Still, she couldn't really settle her mind. Every time she thought of Xiao Wang's eyes, her heart raced with nervousness. She felt that tonight wouldn't pass easily.
So,
is Xiao Wang the only one for her in this life? Thinking back, she remembered celebrating birthdays with Zhou Bian, Shen Songju, and Ling Zhou. Xiao Wang was supposed to be the last, but the timing was so coincidental. He was willing to stay in the palace, handle official duties, and help her so much. They truly complemented each other. Maybe this is fate, Chu Xingqian whispered. Many problems still awaited her, but since the wheels of destiny had already turned, she just had to move forward step by step. Chu Xingqian hesitated for a long time before slowly coming out. Xiao Wang was already waiting for her, sitting on the bed edge, smiling at her. Although Xiao Wang was just quietly waiting and smiling, dressed in red, he sat upright, but his radiant presence was impossible to hide. Chu Xingqian didn't know how she managed to walk over. The room was eerily quiet. She couldn't help but make small talk. You finished washing? Your room is quite big, and the bed is large too. The carvings are really beautiful. Chu Xingqian didn't realize how she said this. After speaking, she immediately felt like she had made a fool of herself. She was just rambling. Luckily, Xiao Wang didn't laugh at her. He glanced at the carvings and said, "That's pomegranate, symbolizing many children." Xiao Wang stopped mid-sentence, realizing she already knew that pomegranates symbolized fertility and abundance. She had said something risky. Chu Xingqian cleared her throat. "I'll get some water. I'm very thirsty." She then picked up the cup on the table and drank.
Wait. Cao ge Chu Xingqian choket.
This is wine. I was just about to remind you, Xiao Wang said softly, pouring her water and quietly putting away the wine they had prepared earlier. Chu Xingqian's face was flushed from coughing, and Xiao Wang poured her a glass of water. "I have good news to tell you, Your Highness." "What is it?" "The anesthetic you mentioned before. I found out that a doctor has seen a drug that can numb people." I've sent someone to find it and we might get it soon. Really? Chu Xingchen's eyes lit up. That's great. She was happy for a few seconds, but then remembered her earlier words about being afraid of pain. Because she was afraid of pain, she didn't want to get pregnant for now. But now Xiao Wang had given her this good news. Chu Xingchen looked at Xiao Wang. He was probably telling her on purpose, hinting that she didn't need to be afraid anymore. Maybe even if she got pregnant, it wouldn't be a big deal. She thought tonight might not work out after all. Sure enough, Chu Xingchen secretly glanced at Xiao Wang again, inevitably thinking about various things, like whether he knew what to do or not. After thinking, Chu Xingchen almost slapped herself and drank another glass of water. Xiao Wang noticed her frowning and poured her half a glass this time. There's no need to pour more. I can't drink anymore, she said, feeling she might stay up all night. Chu Xingchen looked down at her legs. I might not sleep very well. Xiao Wang shook his head. It's okay. He reached out his hand but quickly withdrew it, pointing at the bed. Your Highness, you said the bed is big enough, so there's no need to worry. He joked and added, the blankets and everything are new. You can sleep peacefully tonight. I'll sleep on the mat, but you need to share a blanket with me. Chu Xingchen was stunned and looked up. Huh? Her previously floating heart suddenly settled. She thought he had heard her wrong, but Xiao Wang had already gotten a blanket. Can I just use this? Okay, Chu Xingchen replied hoarsely, watching Xiao Wang's back. So, Xiao Wang still didn't want to stay. So, Xiao Wang didn't like her. She had just overthought. So, the beautiful fireworks earlier had blinded her, and she had misunderstood. Chu Xingchen sat there in a daze, not moving for a while. Xiao Wang opened the blanket, then after a moment, turned back and saw Chu Xingchen still sitting by the table. Your Highness, it's late. Please rest soon. Okay, Chu Xingchen responded and got up to lie down gloomily, turning her back to Xiao Wang and pulling the blanket over herself. She had overthought again. All those thoughts and worries were just jokes. Xiao Wang didn't like her at all and had no intention of sharing a room with her. Fortunately, she didn't speak impulsively. Chu Xingchen instinctively reached out randomly, and as she kept grabbing, she found something. Carefully looking, she saw it was a flower. Very beautiful. Huh? Chu Xingchen looked around and noticed there were a few more flowers on the pillow and blanket. She immediately sat up. Xiao Wang heard her voice and turned around, seeing the flowers in her hand. His pupils shrank suddenly. Chu Xingchen gathered her energy and picked up the flowers. There are still flowers here. These flowers are so pretty. What kind are they? She absolutely couldn't show disappointment or too much emotion to avoid pressuring Xiao Wang or making a joke of herself. She lowered her head and sniffed. They smell so good. They look familiar. They are peonies, Xiao Wang said. Oh, peonies. No wonder they look familiar. So they're old favorites. Chu Xingchen looked at the peonies. Xiao Wang, is this the surprise you mentioned? Xiao Wang's face stiffened for a moment and he nodded. I guessed it was. Thank you, I like it very much. With pretending she was a gift. Chu Xingchen lay back heavily. It was all her fault for watching too many movies and TV shows, always overthinking everything. Today has been a really full day. One last time, happy birthday, Xiao Wang. Good night, I'm going to sleep. Chu Xingchen lowered the bed curtain and neatly placed the remaining peonies on the pillow that originally belonged to Xiao Wang. Then she turned her back to him, lying down and smelling the fragrance of the peonies, forcing herself to fall asleep. Xiao Wang also lay down, turning his back to Chu Xingchen. After a long while, hearing her even breathing, Xiao Wang slowly turned over and looked at her faint figure, curling his lips slightly. A surprise, he whispered softly, with a tone full of mockery. Just a few peonies. What kind of surprise is that? What kind of surprise is it? The next morning, Chu Xingchen woke up feeling quite calm. After all, this was her third time staying over outside. She lay in bed for a moment, then gathered her mood and got up. Xiao Wang had already gotten up and left. He had occupied her bed last night, so he probably didn't sleep well. Luckily, she wouldn't bother him with overnight stays again. Chu Xingchen yawned and slowly got out of bed, took her time washing up, and followed the rules to have breakfast with Xiao Wang. Finally, she politely said goodbye. She took a few steps, then suddenly stopped, because she suddenly remembered a question. Xiao Wang. Does he like someone? Earlier, she only asked about Xiao Wang's willingness to leave the palace, since she had never heard of Xiao Wang liking anyone, so she hadn't thought much about it. Chu Xingchen paused for a moment and decided to ask clearly. Xiao Wang, I have a question for you. Chu Xingchen turned around and walked to Xiao Wang's side. She whispered, do you like someone? After saying this, Chu Xingchen couldn't help but recall Xiao Wang's gaze from last night. At that moment, she realized she was also trying to find out, do you like someone? Do you like me? Why was your look so obvious last night? The words you said seemed like a confession, but your actions afterward were so different.
Why?
She was seeking an answer, wanting to confirm. Chu Xingchen pursed her lips and stared intently at Xiao Wang. Xiao Wang's pupils suddenly shrank. Why do you ask, Your Highness? Just want to understand our relationship. I think I can ask, right? Chu Xingchen looked at Xiao Wang. Is it convenient to talk? Xiao Wang's hand under his sleeve turned white from gripping tightly. He knew what Chu Xingchen was asking. At this moment, all he needed to do was nod. But in the end, he said, No, Your Highness. Rest assured, as long as I am in the palace, I will never do anything that goes against the identity of a minor official. Chu Xingchen looked into Xiao Wang's eyes. After a moment, she nodded. I understand. I will go now. When they left the Jinghong Palace, Chu Xingchen's smile finally faded. On the way back to Jinhua Palace, Chu Xingchen began to busy herself as if nothing had happened, but Wan Dong noticed something was different. The princess seemed gloomy and unhappy. Your Highness, what's wrong? Chu Xingchen looked at Wan Dong. What's wrong? I haven't done anything.
I'm fine.
She was just suffering from her usual vanity. Xiao Wang simply thought the palace was good, and having a trusted superior made him feel hopeful about his work. She misunderstood his intentions and started imagining things, even to the point of not giving up and confirming her doubts. Chu Xingchen clenched her fists. She absolutely must not fall into her vanity again. Wan Dong looked at Chu Xingchen, her eyes filled with the feeling of betrayal.
Chu Xingchen sai helper.
I'm really fine, Wan Dong. I'm just reflecting on myself so I won't make mistakes in the future.
You don't need to worry about me.
Go ahead and busy yourself. Chu Xingchen decided to do a handstand to deepen her impression and strengthen her memory. As a woman, she was determined to do what she said. She was going to do a handstand. Blood rushed to her brain, and Chu Xingchen's mind became clearer than ever. She deeply reflected. Chu Xingchen, you've been embarrassed before. You must not do it again. In school and work, Chu Xingchen had experienced similar situations. The boy next door always looked at her with enthusiasm. She guessed he might like her. He liked his deskmate, but she was just a tool, overthinking things. When she started working, a male colleague from the opposite side kept talking to her. The female colleague thought he might like her. She heard this often and began to believe it, feeling uncomfortable. But it was just her overthinking, as the colleague was already married. People say things shouldn't happen more than 3 times, but she crossed that line. She felt shy and didn't know if Xiao Wang had noticed. Maybe Xiao Wang was naturally a deep-hearted person, which led her to misunderstand. She used to think everyone liked her. Chu Xingchen finished doing a handstand, took a deep breath, and made a decision. From today, she would cut off all feelings and refuse to be narcissistic. The atmosphere in Jinhua Hall was a bit dull, but the mood in Jinghong Hall was even worse. Jinyan's expression only held up until Chu Xingchen left. He hadn't slept all night, his eyes full of bloodshot lines. As soon as she left, he stared at Xiao Wang and asked why. Xiao Qing? Xiao Wang looked expressionless. Jinyan, you've crossed the line. Today, even if Xiao Qing punishes me, I want to ask clearly. What was that letter you received? Why did your mind change after getting it? We had prepared so long, carefully choosing every flower pot, working on it for days, but in the end, we had to cancel everything. Last night, We even split the bed with the prince. Everyone in Jinghong Hall had been looking forward to this for so long. Why did you suddenly change your mind? In the past, Jin Yan was impulsive, and Xin Xing would always hold him back. But this time, Xin Xing didn't stop him. His eyes were also bloodshot, and he looked at Xiao Wang, wanting an answer. They had been following Xiao Qing for a long time and knew him best. During the prince's coma and illness, Xiao Qing seemed to lose his soul. When the prince recovered, Xiao Qing came back to life. They advised Xiao Qing to eat more and rest so his health could improve, and he could celebrate his birthday properly, especially since the prince had stayed overnight. Xiao Qing said they were meddlesome, but cooperated well. Before his birthday, Xiao Qing suddenly mentioned the prince's birthday, saying he hadn't done enough before, only giving simple gifts. Later, he was eager to make it up, wanting to have the most unforgettable birthday of his life, and kept it a secret from the prince to surprise him. Although Xiao Qing's own birthday and the surprise preparation seemed strange, they thought it was natural because they might have a close relationship. They kept it secret from Jinhua Hall, prepared for days, and finally finished. They decorated Jinghong Hall like a sea of peonies, buying the best peonies from Feng and City at high prices, collecting all colors. Young Lord said he wanted the best and most beautiful peonies. Xin Xing understands this well. Peonies are popular nowadays and are often given between lovers to express promises or feelings of farewell. Young Lord wants to use these flowers to show his feelings and plans to use more peonies for this purpose. Everything was prepared and arranged carefully. Young Lord even wore a special red outfit, waiting for the prince to arrive. Suddenly, he received a letter, and after that, Young Lord changed his mind. Xin Xing and Jin Yan closely watched Xiao Wang, determined to find out the reason. Xiao Wang didn't look at them much. He said, "There's no reason. I just suddenly don't want to give the flowers anymore. As for changing my mind, when did I do that? How do you know what I'm thinking?" He lowered his head and adjusted his sleeve. "I know you expect me to be with the prince, but I already said I don't want to. I wouldn't even get poisoned, let alone celebrate birthdays. Please don't guess my thoughts so easily." Jin Yan and Xin Xing didn't expect Xiao Wang to say this. Jin Yan impulsively said, "I don't believe it. Young Lord, that's not what you think. It's obvious you wanted to be with the prince. Young Lord, just tell us what kind of letter you received. If you're threatened, we can help." "Yeah, young Lord, if something's wrong, you can tell us," Xin Xing added. Xiao Wang shook his head and stood up. "You're overthinking. What could be wrong? I didn't sleep well last night. Don't bother me." Jin Yan still wanted to ask more but was stopped by Xin Xing. "Why are you stopping me? Young Lord is just being hypocritical. The prince is so kind to him. You saw the fireworks last night, right? He could have. He must have a reason. He's been like this since childhood, keeping everything inside. But this time, I can't hold back. I want to ask. You think I don't want to? But you said he's been like this since he was young." "We can't find out," Xiao Wang replied. Jin Yan lowered his head, his voice softer. "But I'm worried. Xin Xing, I just want young Lord to be happy. I'm afraid he'll regret missing out on something later." "Stop talking nonsense." "No regrets," Xin Xing interrupted. "Young Lord knows what's best. Maybe there's a problem, but once it's solved, it'll be fine. The prince will understand. They definitely won't miss their chance." The two of them fell silent. Xiao Wang leaned against the door inside, listening to the faint sounds outside. He knew they were arguing but didn't want to hear it. After a while, he suddenly heard footsteps. He frowned and walked toward the bed. "Young Lord, are you asleep? I want to ask, how should I handle the peony flowers I collected last night?" Xiao Wang's hand tightened slightly, and his voice was calm and steady. "Just take care of it yourself." There was no more sound outside. Xiao Wang looked down at the peony flowers scattered on the pillow. Compared to last night, the fresh flowers had already wilted. He looked at them for a moment, then laid down, burying his face in the pillow that still carried her scent. He took a deep breath, hugged the quilt tightly, and his breathing gradually slowed. He missed her so much it hurt. On Xiao Wang's birthday, Chu Xingchen specially brought a hairpin that Xiaowang had given her. After that night, she locked it away. In the following days, Xiaowang couldn't seem to get excited. Ling Zhou wanted to watch fireworks, but Chu Xingchen didn't agree. Shun Songzhu didn't mention fireworks, as if he didn't know about it. Instead, he noticed her listless mood and asked the imperial doctor to check on her. The doctor examined her and said Chu Xingchen was healthy. Her lack of energy might be because it was the beginning of summer. I told you I was fine. I just need a few days to get used to the summer heat. Chu Xingchen looked at Shun Songzhu with a shy smile. Just as Shun Songzhu was about to say something when Dong reported, "Your Highness, Miss Dandin wants to see you." Her eyes look a bit red, as if something is wrong. Shun Songzhu understood and politely took his leave. Chu Xingchen quickly said, "Let her come in." Earlier, Su Dandin had been grounded. Since Chu Xingchen had fallen ill, she had been worried and kept coming to see him. When Su Dandin entered and saw Chu Xingchen, she smiled through her tears. "Your Highness, Yang Yanzhong mocked me for being ugly, said I was a toad dreaming of a swan." Boo-hoo. Chu Xingchen was speechless. Well, it seemed the sister had just gone through a breakup. Earlier, Su Dandin liked Xie Ziqing, but then she lost interest. Recently, she said she met someone new she liked and praised Yang Yanzhong highly. Su Dandin cried uncontrollably, then calmed down after a while. "Your Highness, don't bother me. I don't have many friends, so I can only come to you. It's okay, don't worry. Just tell me what happened." She was confident and proud. When a girl gets her heart broken, no one should laugh at her. When Su Dandin likes someone, she dares to pursue him. She often runs into Yang Yanzhong, who treats her quite well. She thought she saw hope and bravely offered him a handkerchief. Yang Yanzhong had been drinking and was teased by his companions. He lost his temper, refused her and mocked her, saying she was a toad dreaming of a swan. In front of everyone, Su Dandin lost face and became a laughingstock. Chu Xingchen frowned and said, "Who is this person? If you don't like him, just don't. Why do you have to mock him? That's not polite at all. Dandin, a man like that isn't worth you feeling upset. It's lucky that you see his true nature now. Otherwise, if you get more involved or even marry someone like him, you'll be very unlucky. It's as if heaven is helping you by protecting you." Su Dandin suddenly felt it made a lot of sense. "Really? Of course. Come have some milk tea. It will make you feel better." Su Dandin took a few sips. "It's pretty good. Is this milk tea?" "Yes. If you like it, I'll ask the kitchen for the recipe so you can make it yourself at home." Su Dandin agreed and took a few more sips. She lay on the warm pavilion, rolling around happily. Chu Xingchen finished some work, and later, Winter brought in a visiting card. Thanks to Dr. Yu's recommendation, he also sent an article. He wants to submit it to the newspaper and apply for an editor position. Chu Xingchen nodded and took the article. When she saw the name, she frowned slightly. "Yang Yansong? What a coincidence." Su Dandin immediately sat up, eager to say something but suddenly shut her mouth. She couldn't let her own issues affect His Highness's judgment. Chu Xingchen looked at her and smiled. She first read the article, then directly declined. At first glance, the article isn't bad, but the content is a bit shallow. And judging a person by drinking and observing their character shows he's not very good. Just forget about it. Su Dandin was immediately touched. "Your Highness, are you helping me vent?" "Sort of, half and half." Outside the palace, Yang Yanzhong was nervously waiting. When he heard the rejection reason, he froze. What's going on? Didn't they say the princess and Su Dandin don't get along? Why is he protecting her like this? Before Su Dandin returned to the palace, news came that Yang Yanzhong had visited her. Ignore him. Su Dandin, feeling much better thanks to Chu Xingchen, even said she wanted to embroider a sachet for her. Chu Xingchen thanked her. Chu Xingchen couldn't help but laugh. No need to be so formal. She was actually feeling much better too. Girls should help each other. I'm not being formal. I just want to embroider it for you. In the evening, as the weather cooled, the two went horseback riding. Chu Xingchen showed Su Dandin the little red horse, and the saddle. This is still a secret. Don't tell anyone. I know. I swear I won't say a word. Su Dandan looked eagerly at the saddle and couldn't wait to try riding. Very steady. Your Highness, do you want me to teach you how to ride? Chu Xingchen was surprised. You're going to teach me? Of course. Chu Xingchen thought for a moment and agreed, feeling it was not bad. He sat behind Su Dandan, hugging her waist and sighing contentedly. This feels so nice. Ling Zhou and Xiao Wang came riding horses. Seeing the two people on horseback, he felt a bit uncomfortable. Why didn't His Highness hold me like that before? He was eager to go forward, but was stopped by Xiao Wang. Don't bother them. Let's race another day. Ling Zhou remembered how fast Xiao Wang rode last time and kept wanting to race him. But because Chu Xingchen was sick, it was delayed, and then it was Xiao Wang's birthday. That night of fireworks made Ling Zhou think they would definitely become closer, but Xiao Wang and Chu Xingchen never did. Later, the atmosphere between Xiao Wang and Chu Xingchen felt a bit strange. Ling Zhou was curious if they had a fight, but it seemed they hadn't. Today, he still wanted to bet with Xiao Wang. If he won, he planned to ask what was going on. Maybe we can have a little competition, he said reluctantly. Next time, Xiao Wang saw Chu Xingchen finally smile and turn to leave. He decided not to show himself and ruin her mood. Let His Highness and his friends play together. They still can't replace girls, just like men need friends too. That's good. His Highness has a playmate. Better than him going alone. Are you hiding from His Highness? Why are you hiding? Did you really have a fight? Ling Zhou couldn't help but guess. No, stop guessing. Hurry up and go, Xiao Wang said with a bitter smile, turning his back on Ling Zhou. If it was just a simple argument, that would be fine. He wasn't hiding from His Highness. It was that His Highness simply didn't want to see him right now. Chu Xingchen finished riding and felt good. But when he returned to Jinhua Palace, he received bad news. Your Highness, the negotiations with Qi state failed. Dachu, Qi, and Wu states had trade relations, but they weren't fully open. This negotiation was to ensure cooperation and trade between the two countries. At first, Qi state was quite cooperative, but suddenly changed its attitude. Find out the reason, Chu Xingchen said. Just then, Xiao Wang came in. Your Highness, I think I know the reason. Chu Xingchen glanced at Xiao Wang, setting aside his troubled emotions and focusing on official matters. Go on. I just received news that Qi State canceled their order for the divine medicine water. They might have figured out how to make the divine medicine water. Xiao Wang was right. The next day, Chu Xingchen received confirmed news that Qi State had produced alcohol. The states of Qi and Wu both wanted to figure out the secret of the magic potion. Later, someone from Qi thought of a strong liquor that Chu had recently developed and linked the two ideas together. Their cleverness was impressive, and they managed to the secret. Once the magic potion was figured out, Qi announced it to everyone the next day. They also angrily said that making the potion was not hard and didn't cost much, yet Chu sold it at a very high price. Furthermore, Chu still hadn't shared how to make the special starry paper or the new printing methods. They criticized this and decided to raise the prices of Chu's goods until Chu shared these two secrets. This incident happened suddenly, and the ministers were worried. If Chu shared the secret, they might think Chu was easy to bully. If they didn't share, it could disturb the balance among the three kingdoms. If Qi and Wu worked together, Chu would be in great danger. To change the situation, the best way was for Chu to show they had better things and prove their strength. Chu Xingchen didn't expect the alcohol-making method to stay secret forever. Alcohol wasn't her biggest reliance. Her main weapon was penicillin. But the problem was she hadn't succeeded yet. She wasn't a professional, so it was very difficult, which made Chu Xingchen feel very frustrated. Of course, she couldn't show her frustration publicly. Her attitude was calm and steady, making it clear that the magic potion was a thing of the past for Chu. It was something everyone was using, but they would keep improving and create more surprises. Soon, the snowflake salt caused a real shockwave for Qi and Wu. They initially thought snowflake salt was just a gimmick because such good salt was sold so cheaply, so they doubted its authenticity. But Chu Xingqian's attitude made Qi and Wu wary. The crisis was halfway over, but Chu Xingqian believed they still needed to strengthen and speed up the development of penicillin. While Chu Xingqian was busy working, Su Dandan came again. "Your Highness, what are you doing?"
she asked.
"I'm going crazy," Chu Xingqian replied, then added, "I want to extract this, but—" "Tell me how, I'll help you," Su Dandan said. Chu Xingqian was really out of options, so she explained what she wanted to do. Although Su Dandan didn't understand exactly, she saw how serious Chu Xingqian was and listened carefully. She was confused. "Is it hard?" "It sounds simple to me." "I'll help you," Su Dandan said confidently. "Chu Xingqian, do you think it's simple?" "Yes," Su Dandan nodded firmly. Chu Xingqian simply moved aside. "Then you try." She just wanted Su Dandan to realize that this wasn't easy, but Su Dandan showed through her actions that it was simple. Her hands were very steady, and even the difficult tasks that Chu Xingqian struggled with went smoothly in her hands. In Chu Xingqian's eyes of disbelief, Su Dandan effortlessly completed the processes of filtering, separating, and so on. She was very sensitive to weight measurements and other details. Her movements were smooth and natural. She made no mistakes, even after Chu Xingqian repeated the steps once. Looking at Su Dandan, if she wore a white coat, she could fit right into a modern physics or chemistry lab. She seemed born to do this. Maybe she was a natural genius in physics and chemistry? Chu Xingqian was about to think more when she heard Su Dandan say that all this was just childhood play. She was mischievous as a child, different from other girls, and liked watching people refine pills. She even wanted to try making pills herself, almost causing an explosion at the Taoist temple, and was eventually forbidden from doing it. Su Dandan had no idea how excited her words made Chu Xingqian. She stepped forward, hugged Su Dandan, and held her hands, eyes shining with stars. "I love you, Su Dandan. I love you so much. Please help me now." Chu Xingqian was sure this was a gift from heaven. Su Dandan looked blank. "If it's just about doing this kind of thing, I can help. But why are you so excited, Your Highness?" Chu Xingqian jumped up, holding her. "Because of you. Because of us. You promised, that's great. Dandan, I love you so much." Su Dandan shook her head. "Your Highness, I don't like women. I like men. I like you. That's enough."
Chu Xingqian chúc cờ.
"Don't worry, I only like men too." Thinking about how the book wasted Su Dandan, this potential physics and chemistry genius, as cannon fodder, and she died so tragically, Chu Xingqian felt it was unforgivable. She looked seriously at Su Dandan. "Su Dandan, what you're doing now, you might not understand it fully, but I can tell you, if it succeeds, it will benefit all people. I promise you, as long as you succeed, I will promote you to high rank. If you make even greater contributions in the future, I won't let you down. You could even become a noble or a prime minister." Su Dandan was stunned. Hearing this, her heart moved. She remembered what Lord Su had said before. She just wanted her name in the newspapers. She didn't expect Chu Xingqian to say such words. "Your Highness, are you crazy?" "I'm not crazy. I'm serious. Dandan, you might be a miracle sent by heaven, so please, seriously help me, okay?" "A miracle?" Although Su Dandan thought Chu Xingqian's words were exaggerated and maybe just to comfort him, she couldn't help but feel her heart beat faster when she saw how serious Chu Xingqian looked. She pouted and said, "You're saying all these nice words just to get me to help you. Go ahead, I will take it seriously." "Okay." Chu Xingqian's eyes sparkled as he earnestly explained to Su Dandan, "We still need to wait and observe, but we can continue to nurture." "What a failure. Try again." People in the Eastern Palace quickly realized that the Crown Prince had a new favorite, Miss Su Dandan. It was said that Miss Su Dandan was helping the Crown Prince with something very important. No one knew what it was because it was a secret, but the Crown Prince treated her very well. Miss Su Dandan was allowed to stay in the palace long-term. They ate and slept together, and in their free time, they even did face masks and shared everything. Within a few days, they went shopping together and even wore matching outfits, calling them sister outfits. Shun Songju, Ling Zhou, Xiao Wang, and others often saw her with Su Dandan when they came to visit Chu Xingchen. Zhou Bian also felt a change. Since Su Dandan arrived, the crown prince had less time to talk to him and didn't have breakfast with him anymore. Sometimes he would remember him briefly. Su Dandan lived in the Eastern Palace. Seeing Chu Xingchen always hanging out with her, he didn't seek her out for intimacy, ignoring the four top men who only looked but didn't touch. He was very confused. Crown Prince, the things I told you last time, you never listen. You always hang out with me, which isn't proper. Su Dandan didn't say it out loud, but she actually liked this situation. Sometimes, she felt it was a pity. They're not like Yang Yanzhong. I don't know what you think.
Chu Xingchen sai helper.
You should go to bed now. But Dandan, judging by your attitude, it seems you've really forgotten Yang Yanzhong. Of course. If I can let go, I will. Since he doesn't like me, I'll find someone else to like. It's not a big deal. Chu Xingchen smiled when he heard this. If you don't like me, then I'll find someone else to like. That's a good idea. People outside the palace also learned about the other side of the crown princess. News spread that Su Dandan suddenly gained the favor of the crown princess and was allowed to stay permanently in the palace. People joked that Su Dandan was a toad trying to eat swan meat, but now no one laughed at her. This was originally considered an honor, but secretly, rumors started to spread that the crown princess had been somehow stimulated and no longer liked men but preferred women, even confessing her feelings to Miss Su. Because she was excited, Chu Xingchen's voice was a little loud, and palace servants passing by overheard it. The rumor spread, eventually reaching outside the palace. Many people believed it, especially those who had participated in betting. No wonder the previous bet had no result. It turns out the princess liked women. Is this why the princess has never allowed anyone to serve her? The truth of the rumor was uncertain, but those who had met Su Dandan found it very confusing. Miss Su isn't very pretty, yet the princess seems to like this type. Does the princess really favor Su Dandan so much? Yes, I heard they eat and live together every day. She treats her very well, satisfies all her wishes, and gives her all her love. Her heart and eyes are only for her, and several side consorts and young masters are pushed aside. Chu Xingchen had no idea about these rumors. She was now sure that Su Dandan was a little genius loved dearly by her, busy reciting chemistry and physics knowledge from her mind. Things like the periodic table. She was so absorbed she almost hurt her head. She also started collecting rare books related to this world, looking for talented people in that field, and didn't miss the alchemy items and alchemists in the Taoist temple. When Lord Su heard the rumors and met Chu Xingchen during the morning court, he cautiously suggested that Su Dandan return home. Chu Xingchen was a bit anxious. Her penicillin research was still secret, and at this critical moment, she couldn't go back. She smiled kindly and said, "Lord Su, Dandan and I are busy with some matters. She needs to stay in the palace a few more days." She lowered her voice to explain, "Lord Su, Dandan is working on something very important." But Lord Su couldn't figure out what Dandan could be doing, so he wondered, does the prince really like Dandan? Will Dandan be favored only in the Eastern Palace? If there was a crown prince in the Eastern Palace, that might be good, but this is the princess. Lord Su hesitated and said, "It's mainly because Dandan's cousin is getting married, and she needs to." Chu Xingchen understood immediately. "I see. When is it?" "I'll send someone to bring Dandan back." Lord Su sighed in relief, but he realized he had relaxed too early. The day before his cousin's wedding, Dandan finally returned home, bringing back not only herself but also 2 carriages of gifts. Not to mention, the carriage was no longer just a gift. It was filled with her jewelry, fabrics, calligraphy, and painting supplies, everything of the best quality, and a long list of presents. Even Lord Su and others received gifts, saying they would have children and educate them. Lord Su was stunned. How did he not know he would teach children? He felt he was a pretty average teacher for Dandan. Su Darren has been an official for many years, but this is the first time he has received such attention. The princess also made her first high-profile appearance. Dan, what exactly is going on? Did you help His Highness with something?" Su Dan couldn't say much, only vaguely replied, "Just a small matter. You'll find out later." Just a small matter, yet so many rewards? I think so too, but His Highness didn't listen. The next day, Su Dan went to her maternal grandmother's house. As soon as she arrived, she became the focus of everyone's attention. Yesterday, her rewards flowed into the Su residence like a stream, and everyone knew about it. Some people envied and flattered her, while others were jealous. For the first time, Su Dan received so many compliments and became the center of attention. Naturally, she also heard some rumors. When she was in the Eastern Palace before, she was often glared at by Ling Zhou, as if she had taken the princess's place. Sometimes, she felt like she was being watched with hostility, especially by a young man named Zhou. She didn't understand why she was treated that way at first, but after hearing the rumors, she realized. Then she couldn't help but wonder, does the princess really like her? While she was lost in thought, she heard a girl who used to mock her quietly speak. Dan, why are you suddenly so close to the princess? Can you teach us? Yeah, I want to learn too. I want to meet His Highness. Aren't you making things difficult for Dan? How can she teach us? What if she gets in trouble with the higher-ups? The proud princess, who disliked men but liked women, was not considered a good thing. Su Dan had never heard such rumors about her and the princess before. She was so conflicted that she didn't pay attention to their jealous words. Unexpectedly, she didn't respond, but someone else defended her. Dan didn't use any special tricks. She just proved her worth with her talent, and I genuinely admire her. It was Chu Xingqian who arrived. She had left the palace to check on the cotton at the imperial farm and was returning when she saw Su Dan being teased. She had just learned about the rumors today and was speechless. Naturally, she couldn't let the rumors spread. Dan deserves my kindness. One day, everyone will realize how lucky they are to have her. Chu Xingqian looked at Su Dan confidently. The bride has been sent away. Can we go now? Chu Xingqian's sudden appearance caught everyone off guard. Then she said these words boldly and took Su Dan away. The people teasing Su Dan blushed with embarrassment and left in a huff. From then on, no one dared to say anything to her face again. After Chu Xingqian pulled Su Dan onto the carriage, she looked at their linked hands and couldn't help but say, "Your Highness, you've gone crazy. Also, Your Highness, do you really like me? I told you before, I only like men." Chu Xingqian rubbed his forehead. "You heard the rumors, I heard them too, but what are you thinking?" "Of course not. I already told you not to think nonsense. Then why are you so nice to me?" Su Dan tugged at her sleeve and looked down. "Don't be so kind to me. I'm not used to it and can't stand it. I don't know how to repay you." She was used to others' malicious teasing and could fight back, but when someone was so kind to her, she didn't know what to do.
Chu Xingqian chúc cờ.
"Just like now, that's enough. What you're doing makes me want to be so good to you, and I think it's still not enough. I can't give you an official position for now. It's complicated, and people might not accept it for the time being." Chu Xingqian took a deep breath. "Once we have some results, I will definitely keep my promise to you." Su Dan watched Chu Xingqian puff out his cheeks, wanting to say something but ultimately not speaking. Feeling so much attention and recognition, a strange emotion welled up in her heart. In the end, she only had one thought. It doesn't matter if she's sincere or not. As long as she works hard and does her best, she won't let her down. Palace of the Eastern Palace. During her days living in the Eastern Palace, Ling Zhou and the others felt they had fewer chances to interact with Chu Xingqian. When Su Dan finally returned, they planned to invite Chu Xingqian out for a meal or something similar. Ling Zhou used a slingshot to shoot a sparrow, then arranged for roast chicken and milk tea in the kitchen, waiting for Chu Xingqian to come back. But Chu Xingqian did come back, bringing Su Dan with him. Again, she was brought back. They didn't like Su Dan, and she looked at them with strange eyes. During her stay, she had already learned that Chu Xingqian would follow the rules and stay overnight during their birthdays. For example, not long ago, she stayed overnight at Jinghong Palace, and it was said that fireworks were sent and they shared a room, but there was no record, which made Su Dandan suspicious. Your Highness, I have a question. Did the Imperial Doctor check Xiao Shaoqing and the others' pulses? If not, you'd better let the Imperial Doctor examine them. The Imperial Doctor checked before and said nothing. Why are you suddenly asking? Chu Xingqian immediately became tense. No, you don't need to be nervous. I'm just curious. If the Imperial Doctor examined them, did he say anything? Like, is there something wrong with their health? She suspected they were all showpieces, beautiful but useless. Otherwise, how could they resist being with such a beautiful girl like the princess? Unless he's not capable. Chu Xingqian blinked a few times before understanding what was meant. Su Dandan, you're feeling playful again, talking nonsense. Their health is very good. Really? Su Dandan still doubted, and the next moment she wanted to know how Chu Xingqian knew they were healthy. But seeing Chu Xingqian's gaze, she could only hold back her curiosity and gossip. Yes, so stop talking nonsense. If it gets out, who knows what they'll say. After leaving Jinhua Palace, Chu Xingqian saw Ling Zhou blocking her path. Your Highness, do you really like girls?
Su Dandan.
Did she tempt you? Did she do strange things to you? Ling Zhou asked directly, unable to hide his words.
Chu Xingqian.
Su Dandan suspected they weren't capable, and they suspected Su Dandan was trying to her. All this nonsense. You're talking again, Chu Xingqian said, then paused when she saw Xiao Wang. She added, stop overthinking all the time. These words were for Ling Zhou, and also for herself. After adjusting for these days, she could normally face Xiao Wang again. Because of what Su Dandan said, she almost felt uncomfortable again, but she managed to control it. She greeted him with a normal smile. Xiao Wang watched Chu Xingqian's changing expressions day by day, a trace of complexity flashing in his eyes. He clenched his fists, wanting to say something but not knowing how to start. Ling Zhou always felt something was going on between the two, which made him feel like he was being excluded. Your Highness, let's go horseback riding. Little Red Flower misses you. I had already agreed with Xiao Wang to have a contest. You can watch us. If we win, will you reward us? Why do I have to give rewards for your competition? That makes it more fun, they said. It gives us motivation. What do you want as a reward? Do you like something of mine? Chu Xingqian looked at Ling Zhou cautiously. Ling Zhou rubbed his nose. Your Highness, you're saying that. If the reward was a kiss from the Crown Prince, and she kissed the winner, he would definitely try hard to win. But clearly, that couldn't be the prize. I was just talking casually. I didn't mean for you to spend money. If you win, you can treat us to a big meal. How about eating out? Ling Zhou swallowed the reward he wanted most and changed it to eating with Chu Xingqian. The idea of a big meal was something he learned from her. Chu Xingqian looked at him strangely. Just that? She glanced at Xiao Wang and nodded indifferently. Fine. She thought they wanted some special reward, but just treating them to a meal was the same as not setting a reward at all, no real attraction. It was just a childish game by Ling Zhou, and he thought Xiao Wang would try his best to compete with him. She asked, how do you plan to compete? Is the goal to reach the finish line and grab the flag? Sure. After Chu Xingqian planted the flag, he stood up and looked at Ling Zhou and Xiao Wang, who were already ready. All right. Chu Xingqian stood aside, thinking it was just a simple race, but once the race started, he realized it was not. From the beginning, the race was very fierce. Xiao Wang didn't say much the whole time, but he was very serious from the start. His horse wasn't as fast as Ling Zhou's swift wind, but he desperately chased after him. When he bent down to grab the flag at the last turn, he was a step behind but still managed to get away. Sweat ran down his cheeks. Xiao Wang was slightly out of breath but raised the flag made from a stick and a handkerchief, saying, I won. Under the sunset, he smiled happily, looking like he had found a precious treasure. It's just going out for a meal. Why are you so determined? It was quite dangerous just now. You almost fell off your horse, you know? Do you think it's a joke if you get stepped on? Ling Zhou didn't realize that Xiao Wang was such a crazy person. He expressed Chu Xingqian's thoughts, and Chu Xingqian also didn't understand. It was just a meal with her, and the reward shouldn't be attractive to him. Why was he so eager? Xiaowang took down Chu Xingchen's handkerchief without making a fuss and quietly put it away. He said, "Isn't it just a race? You have to be serious in a race. If he didn't try hard, how could he dine with the prince? If he didn't try, how could he be alone with the prince?" Chu Xingchen understood now. He wanted to win. Yes, everyone has a desire to win. Rewards or not, winning is what matters. Xiaowang dismounted and walked over to Chu Xingchen. "Your Highness, I won."
You.
He was about to suggest a time, but suddenly, Dongfeng hurried over. "Your Highness, His Majesty's condition has worsened."
What?
Chu Xingchen's face changed dramatically. He quickly walked over. "What happened? Wasn't he fine yesterday?" The Queen's health had been unstable over the past 2 years. Fortunately, the imperial doctors carefully cared for her, but a few days ago, she started feeling unwell again. She had just come out to visit the Queen. The specific details are unknown, but the maidservant said the Queen sent a message to see you. Hurry up. Ling Zhou and Xiao Wang followed behind, but at this moment, they no longer cared about the race. The Queen was indeed seriously ill. She had only been coughing before, but now she also had a fever. The imperial doctors had already given medicine, but it didn't seem to work much. Chu Xingchen looked at the Queen, who was sleeping, and her face was pale yellow. He clenched his lips. The book doesn't specify exactly what illness the Empress had, only that it was a serious disease. Considering the timing, it seems she passed away around that time. After the Empress's death, the original owner lost her last support and ended up in a bad situation. Chu Xingchen initially thought she wasn't as angry at the Empress as the original owner was, so she tried to share some of the pressure, hoping to ease her exhaustion. She also thought she could change the situation of the Empress's serious illness. But now she realizes some things can be changed, while others cannot. She doesn't want the Empress to die. The senior doctor was summoned by Chu Xingchen, but he said there was no cure. Chu Xingchen understood his words. Since the Empress already had a chronic respiratory condition, this illness was a result of long-term buildup. The symptoms looked very much like pneumonia, but the exact cause was still hard to confirm. Chu Xingchen stayed with the Empress for a while and then returned to Jinhua Palace. At this point, she increasingly appreciated the power of penicillin, which can treat pneumonia. Chu Xingchen didn't sleep all night. The next morning, when she was about to go see the Empress, she met Xiao Wang at the door. "Your Highness, I've contacted the leader of the Divine Doctor Valley." "Really? Can he come to help in the palace?" Although Divine Doctor Valley was known for its eccentricity, once they encountered a fifth lady, they were famous for their medical skills and had a good reputation overall, with strong medical ethics. "Yes," Xiao Wang replied straightforwardly.
Great.
"When did you contact him?" Xiao Wang's eyes flickered. "It was not long ago. I'll invite him here now." In the afternoon, the leader of Divine Doctor Valley came to see the Empress. He prescribed some medicine, which only alleviated her breathing difficulty, but he couldn't guarantee it would cure her. Chu Xingchen felt a bit disappointed, but thanked him carefully. "Your Highness, you're too kind," said the elderly leader of Divine Doctor Valley, a kind-looking old man with white hair, who was personally sent out by Xiao Wang. The old master helped Xiao Wang support him and took the opportunity to check his pulse. "Are you hiding this from the crown princess?" Xiao Wang glanced at the palace attendants behind him, making sure they couldn't hear, and nodded. "Please keep the secret, old master." The old master frowned and nodded. Xiao Wang hesitated for a moment. "Old master, the antidote." In Xiao Wang's hopeful gaze, the old master shook his head. "I told you last time, it won't be quick. Fifth lady's medication is still a mystery, and it will take more time." The old master looked guilty. "This is our mistake at Divine Doctor Valley. We let you suffer." He looked at Xiao Wang. "You might as well tell the crown prince."
No.
Xiao Wangxiang also decided not to refuse, saying, "I can't tell her." Old Valley Master sighed. "I'll try my best, but I still stick to my old saying. I can't promise how long it will take. If luck is on our side, I might find the antidote in a few months, but it could also take years, decades, or even a lifetime. You need to be mentally prepared. Think carefully and clearly. It's best to tell those around you about this, so everyone can work together to find a solution. That way, you won't feel so alone and helpless. Old Valley Master cared deeply for the patient and hoped Xiao Wangxiang would change his mind. But in the end, Xiao Wangxiang only shook his head. As he left the palace, Old Valley Master sighed. Love struck people. There are so many love-struck people in this world. Xiao Wangxiang watched the old man's carriage leave and stood under the blazing sun, motionless for a long time. The weather was very hot, but his heart was truly cold, and his hands were cold too. Having hope only to be disappointed again is very painful, and he might have to go through this many times in the future. Jian couldn't help but step forward, saying, "Young lord, it's time to go back." Xiao Wangxiang responded with a soft and started to walk back. Jian noticed his mood was off and cautiously asked, "Young lord, what did you just say to Old Valley Master? Why not let them listen?" "Nothing much." Xiao Wangxiang shook his head, still keeping silent. "Actually, it's not a big deal. He was just poisoned again." He didn't understand how it happened, but it seemed he had an unusual connection with poison. Last time it was love poison, and this time it was an unknown toxin. This was the answer Jian and the others couldn't find, and it was also why he chose to sleep separately from Chu Xingchen on his birthday night. Last time, Xiao Wangxiang told Chu Xingchen he had found a clue to a drug that could numb people, which he got from the Divine Doctor Valley. He had never given up searching for the Divine Doctor Valley. The valley was famous, but its exact location was a mystery. No one knew whether it was in Great Chu, Qi, or Wu. Many people who are seriously ill and hopeless try to find a cure, and only a few succeed. It was said that the valley was filled with many life-saving herbs. Fortunately, they often practiced medicine outside, but in ancient times, without the internet, it was hard to find people. Luckily, fate favored the persistent. Xiao Wangxiang actually found someone just days before his birthday. He found the senior disciple of Old Valley Master, who was likely to become the next Valley Master. He was called the Young Valley Master. Unlike his little junior brother, who was famous for treating Chen Ruoshui, the Young Valley Master was not a genius, but he practiced medicine outside, saving lives and healing the wounded. He didn't hold the no rescue if you're not immortal, no help if you don't like it principle, like his little junior brother. As long as someone sought him out, he would help. Xiao Wang received a clue about the paralytic medicine from the young master of the valley, and was also told the approximate location. This was good news. Chu Xingchen said the medicine had been found, so Xiao Wang no longer needed to fear. Once the issue was resolved, he wouldn't have to worry about pregnancy. At that moment, Xiao Wang felt as if heaven was helping him. It was his luckiest moment. Perhaps the suffering of the previous 19 years was all to prepare for this chance. With the right timing, environment, and people, Xiao Wang made up his mind. Before leaving, the young master of the valley looked at Xiao Wang's face and asked, "Can I check your pulse?"
Why?
Xiao Wang asked in confusion. "As a doctor, I like to feel people's pulses," the young master of the valley explained with a smile. "I heard you've been seeking help from the Divine Doctor Valley for a long time, but it wasn't for medical treatment. Let me take a look." Hearing this, Xiao Wang immediately extended his hand. "That would be helpful. It's a rare opportunity one almost missed, and I almost let it slip away." Xiao Wang believed he was in good health, but the young master of the valley held his hand for a while longer, changed hands twice, and asked some questions. "Have you experienced excessive sleepiness before?" "Yes, for about a month." "Why do you ask?" Xiao Wang said. The young master of the valley released his hand. "Is there a problem with my health?" Xiao Wang asked. The young master of the valley shook his head. Xiao Wang initially thought there was no problem, but it turned out he was unsure himself and needed to ask the old valley master. Finally, on his birthday, Xiao Wang received a letter from the young master of the valley. The letter said he had asked the old valley master, and Xiao Wang's pulse and symptoms indicated poisoning. It was likely caused by poison made by Wu Niang, the young disciple of the old valley master, back in the day. Xiao Wang suddenly remembered the pill he took in the suburbs to help Chu Xingchen. That pill was poison and harmful to the body. Xiao Wang later took an antidote, which neutralized the poison and prevented life-threatening danger. He experienced only sleepiness, which went away after some time. However, the poison had residual effects. Wu Nyang's use of medicine was unexpected. The harmless herbs she added were the most dangerous. The so-called poison was just a trick to confuse people. Most importantly, this medicine was specially made for Pei Zheng. Pei Zheng had also experienced excessive sleepiness over 10 years ago, lasting more than a month, which affected his spirit and caused him to mess up his work. Because of Wu Nyang, Xiao Wang learned about what happened that year. He quickly looked into Pei Lang's life, and the reason for his mistakes was sleepiness, which Xiao Wang remembered clearly. But he remembered it without much concern. After all, Pei Zheng and Wu Nyang only had a brief connection with them, so he didn't take it seriously. After such a long time, he finally realized that everything had already shown signs. Wu Nyang hated Pei Zheng and wanted him to suffer. Her goal was to see the Pei family fall apart, so her poison was extremely cruel. It harmed his children, causing them to be either fools or mad. This was her revenge against Pei Zheng, and there was no cure for it. At that moment, Xiao Wang felt his legs go weak and sat down. He was frightened but also felt a bit hopeful. However, images of Pei Zheng's children kept appearing in his mind. When they went to investigate the case of Wu Nyang and Pei Zheng, they saw their children. Some were already teenagers, others just a few years old. None of them looked normal. Some had blank faces, others acted crazy. Just looking at their faces, it was clear they were abnormal. The oldest child was still hitting the wall repeatedly. He was worried about frightening the prince, so he helped block the prince's view so she wouldn't see. But in the end, he also drank that poison. So, if he had children in the future, they might look like those children. Xiao Wang was scared and felt icy cold inside. A letter sank his spirits to the bottom. All his joy and hope turned to bubbles. This letter made Xiao Wang voluntarily move to another bed. He wouldn't touch her, and he couldn't. Doing so would harm her. He couldn't let her suffer for a lifetime. Ordinary people couldn't accept it, let alone her, as the eldest daughter. She was watched by countless eyes, waiting. She needed a healthy heir, and the Great Chu needed one too. Whether as a husband or as a citizen of Great Chu, he couldn't abandon his responsibility. Xiao Wang told himself to wait patiently, just find the antidote. Once the poison was cured, he would have no more worries. But as he waited, he saw the old master but didn't get good news, nor a definite timeline. "Young lord, are you all right?" Jinyan looked at Xiao Wang's unusual expression and asked again. Xiao Wang took a deep breath. "I'm fine. Go remind the kitchen to prepare the prince's meals carefully. Be cautious. Keep an eye out, and if the prince doesn't eat, remind me." "Yes, young lord." Xiao Wang understood Chu Xingchen well. Chu Xingchen indeed didn't feel like eating lunch. After thinking for a moment, he asked someone to make a bowl of cold noodles and personally delivered it. Since that day, Xiao Wang naturally noticed that Chu Xingchen's mood was not very good. He felt guilty and helpless, but also a little happy because it might mean she cared about him. Otherwise, why would she feel upset? He became more eager to find a cure. As soon as he found it, he could explain everything clearly to the prince and confidently tell her how he felt. During this time, he couldn't be self-pitying. The princess needed him, and he had to stay by her side. Although he couldn't say it openly, he wanted her to feel his feelings. "Your Highness, you must not fall apart now. You need to eat something." Chu Xingchen looked at Xiao Wang, then at the Empress. "You're right," she said, and she gathered her strength to start eating. Xiao Wang was satisfied. However, after only a few bites, Shen Songzhu and Ling Zhou arrived one after another, each bringing food. Not only Xiao Wang was concerned about whether Chu Xingchen was eating, but they were also worried. They brought many dishes, especially Chu Xingchen's favorites. Ling Zhou even brought cherries for her. "These are the last cherries. We'll have to wait until next year to eat more. Thank you all. Don't worry, I will pay attention to my health and eat well. Please eat with me." Xiao Wang ate a cherry and found it very sour. Watching Shen Songzhu and Ling Zhou surrounding Chu Xingchen, his hands clenched tightly, then relaxed again. In the afternoon, after taking the old doctor's medicine, the Empress woke up. Her breathing was better than in the morning. Seeing Chu Xingqian sitting by her bed reading a report, she smiled happily, feeling reassured that at least Chu had successors. Did you encounter any problems? Your brows are furrowed so deeply. Mother, you're awake, Chu Xingqian said happily. Are you feeling unwell? The imperial doctor. Stop fussing.
I'm fine.
I just want to be quiet and talk to you. Chu Xingqian quickly helped the empress sit up. Don't worry, mother. We will find a medicine, and once you take it, you'll be fine. The empress smiled and touched Chu Xingqian's face. She knew her body well, and from the expression of the doctors, she could tell she might not last much longer. Xingqian, when you become emperor, who do you want to name as your consort? The empress's question made Chu Xingqian pause briefly before quickly replying, Mother, I told you, you'll get better after taking the medicine. I am old now. You will need to take the throne someday. Don't be nervous. I'm not testing you. I just want to know what you think. Among Shen Songzhu, Xiao Wang, and Ling Zhou, the most suitable to be emperor's consort is Shen Songzhu. Xiao Wang is only a concubine, and Ling Zhou's personality isn't suitable. But you still haven't consummated the marriage. If you're not satisfied with any of the three, you can directly marry the crown prince's wife and make her the empress. Now, those noble families are eager to compete for this position. No, Mother Empress, I haven't thought about others, Chu Xingqian quickly replied. Then it remains among the three of them. The empress ignored Zhou Baiyan completely, as if he didn't exist. The empress didn't notice Chu Xingqian's distraction. Shen Songzhu is suitable. If you ascend the throne, you can appoint him as the emperor's husband. That might bring stability to the previous dynasty's court, but it also has drawbacks. Over time, it could break the balance. This is inevitable. The previous dynasty's harem was all Shin families. So you can wait a bit. First, make him the noble lord. He has the highest status. Even if he's not made the emperor's husband, Shen Songzhu will be in your harem, and Prime Minister Shen will assist you wholeheartedly. In a few years, you'll have enough time to promote new people and find someone suitable to succeed Prime Minister Shen. The Empress's words sounded like she was planning for the future, which made Chu Xingqian feel uncomfortable. Mother Empress, it's still early to talk about this. It's not early. Your great-grandmother also taught me this early on, the Empress said, letting Chu Xingqian listen. The most important thing for the royal family is the heir. Remember, Shen Songzhu, Xiao Wengling, and Zhou Wuling's Hao don't matter who the child's mother is. If you think the child can be made crown prince or princess, then consider making the child's father the emperor's husband. Since ancient times, a mother's status can elevate her son, and a father's status can elevate his son. The same principle applies. This way, the child is legitimate and rightful. The empress still ignored Zhou Baiyan and then talked about the affairs of the previous dynasty, including which officials could be used, and shared many strategies and tactics for ruling an empire. Zhou Baiyan listened silently and attentively. He wasn't surprised by the empress's words, so he managed to stay calm and focused. But eventually, he drifted away mentally because he didn't know if, once the crown prince became the emperor, she would still have a place for him by her side. When he heard the empress wake up and Xiao Wang, who had brought her medicine, happened to overhear her speaking, he knew he shouldn't listen but still couldn't help. He retreated immediately, but he caught the most important few words. Just a concubine's child. Those words pierced his heart like an arrow. Xiao Wang lowered his head, looking at his hands. Even if he was just a concubine's child, if he wanted, he could become the legitimate husband of the crown prince, even the emperor's husband. After discovering he was poisoned, during sleepless midnight dreams, he would see Shen Songzhu and Ling Zhou constantly seeking Chu Xingqian, and hearing that phrase, just a concubine's child, flashes of impulsive thoughts would cross his mind, telling Chu Xingqian everything. Xiao Wang believed that if he told her, Chu Xingqian wouldn't ignore it. She might even go ahead and be with him regardless. Because she had previously taken that medicine on his behalf, she would do anything he asked. Even if he insisted she only wanted him, wanted to be the emperor's wife, and wanted her to send Shen Songzhu and others out of the palace, she would agree. And, before finding the antidote, she would resist the pressure not to have children. Even if she could never have children, she would do her best and wait for Chu Xinghai to grow up. Loving someone forever and staying with him was very tempting for Xiao Wang. He struggled, just like now, wanting to give in and do it. But in the end, he didn't say anything. He didn't want her to be forced or under too much pressure. More importantly, he never wanted their love to be based on guilt or pity. If the prince knew about his illness, he would feel guilty forever. He didn't want her to carry that guilt forever. What if? What if he couldn't be cured? The only thing he could do was hide it from her so she would never know. Because he had willingly taken the medicine for her at that time, even knowing it might be poison, ready to die from it. If that's the case, what more was there to say? He had no regrets or complaints, only hatred for heaven for always playing tricks on him, giving him hope only to strike him down at his happiest moment. Xiao Wang's gaze swept over Shin Songzhu and Ling Zhou, who were rushing to catch up. He thought that, based on their personalities, if they were in his place, they would make the same choice. The Empress had been trying to stay strong all afternoon and talked a lot with Chu Xingchen. Unfortunately, her condition improved only briefly before worsening again. The old doctor had used all the medicine, and the imperial physicians had exhausted all treatments. There were no better medicines or methods left. Medical skills at this time were quite good, and traditional Chinese medicine had its legendary side, but it also had many limits. A pneumonia could take a person's life. Gradually, the Empress became less and less conscious. Chu Xingchen was struggling. With Su Danden's help, they had purified penicillin, which might work if used. But it was too risky. Just tested briefly on a small rabbit, it was almost like playing with death. In the end, Chu Xingchen still told the Empress about this. The Empress couldn't get up anymore and could clearly feel her life slipping away. If she could stay alive, who would want to die? Looking into Chu Xingchen's eyes, she used her last strength to speak. Use it. Keep it a secret. Don't tell others. Mother trusts you. Even if it doesn't work, don't think too much. If she didn't use Chu Xingchen, she would also regret and feel upset, so she decided to give it a try. She asked Chu Xingchen how to make the medicine, and suddenly understood because she had heard of a similar folk remedy long ago. The remedy involved using moldy substances to treat wounds. It was unpredictable, sometimes effective, sometimes not. No one knew why it worked or why it didn't, but the remedy did exist. The Empress agreed, but before using it on the Empress, Chu Xingchen tested it on herself. Fortunately, the skin test showed no adverse reaction. She injected penicillin, preferably in the buttocks. Chu Xingchen had experienced injections there as a child and had given injections before, so she was not afraid of the needle. However, she had never injected herself before. She was hesitating while trying to remove her clothes when Zhou Baiyan suddenly took the syringe and, without saying a word, was about to inject himself. Stop! Chu Xingchen hurriedly shouted, if you don't want to die, stop now. Zhou Baiyan held the syringe. Your Highness, try it on me. I am the best choice. No, give me the syringe. Zhou Baiyan flew to the roof. Then you definitely can't. I am confident I can do it, Chu Xingchen said helplessly. Then use it on me. Your Highness, I won't let you try it on yourself. Chu Xingchen pursed her lips. Zhou Baiyan, are you not obeying my orders? Time was running out. She couldn't delay or the Empress might die just like in the stories. I won't obey orders that threaten your safety, he said, having learned his lesson twice already. I will watch over you, Your Highness, and won't let you move. If you don't listen, I will tell His Majesty. Zhou Baiyan. Chu Xingchen was angry. But Zhou Baiyan only looked at the syringe. I'll do it myself.
No.
Time was pressing, and Zhou Baiyan was stubborn and refused to listen. Chu Xingchen had no choice but to compromise. I'll do it, but you must first do a skin test. Since I already gave you one, you can't use it again. Chu Xingchen tried to take back the syringe, but Zhou Baiyan directly placed it on the beam of the room. First, Chu Xingchen performed a skin test on Zhou Baiyan. Seeing her nervousness, Zhou Baiyan thought for a moment and said, Your Highness, this is made from moldy stuff. I've used moldy remedies before, and they cured me, so you don't need to worry too much. Chu Xingchen was surprised. She knew about folk remedies, but didn't expect Zhou Baiyan to have used them too. Why did you use it? Zhou Baiyan replied, just by chance. It was naturally because his wound was inflamed, and he was close to death. He tried using the remedy, and perhaps the penicillin helped, allowing him to survive. During the skin test waiting period, Chu Xingchen boiled new needles and syringes at high temperature for sterilization. Chu's production capacity is limited, so making needles and syringes that meet requirements is already quite difficult. They can't produce as many disposable needles and tools as modern times. Instead, they reuse them after high-temperature alcohol sterilization, just like in the old days. The skin test was fine. Chu Xingchen raised the chair cushion and prepared the injection. Zhou Baiyan, pull your pants down halfway to reveal your buttocks. I will give you an injection, she said. After speaking, she didn't hear any movement and turned her head to look at Zhou Baiyan. Don't be dazed. Hurry up, take off your pants, and sit down. Zhou Baiyan looked stunned. His eyes widened in shock. He didn't expect it to happen like this. But then he remembered that His Highness seemed to be about to remove his clothes just now. Outside, Winter, who was listening carefully because he was worried about Chu Xingchen, also widened his eyes, wondering, Usually, Winter's actions would be noticed by Zhou Baiyan, but at this moment, he was too distracted to care. He unconsciously grabbed his waistband. Your Highness, this might not be very appropriate. Can we do it somewhere else? He would risk his life without hesitation for His Highness, and whatever His Highness asked, he would do. But in front of her, doing this, no, absolutely not. Chu Xingchen shook her head. No, we can't change the place. The buttocks are best. Seeing Zhou Baiyan's expression, someone unfamiliar might think she was being flirtatious. The buttock muscles are thicker, less sensitive, and less likely to hit blood vessels. It also helps avoid hitting bones, and since the muscle tissue is loose and blood vessels are rich, it helps the medicine absorb better, Chu Xingchen explained, indicating she wasn't trying to be inappropriate. Don't worry, I won't miss. She knew to inject into the outer upper quarter of one side of the buttock. But, Zhou Baiyan stammered. Stop butting around. There's no time. Hurry up, or I'll do it myself. No, I can't. Zhou Baiyan gritted his teeth and agreed. He sat on the high chair Chu Xingchen pointed to, pulled down a little of his pants. Just a little, so Chu Xingchen couldn't see his flesh. You need to expose it. Don't move your hand, Chu Xingchen said, placing one hand on him and then reaching out. Zhou Baiyan's whole body tensed up, stiff as a board. Chu Xingchen found the right spot, wiped it with disinfectant, and then felt him stiffen. Are you throwing a dart at me? Relax, or I can't inject. The nurse used to say this the most. Zhou Baiyan tried to relax but failed. He couldn't relax. How could he relax? Don't be afraid. It might hurt a little, Chu Xingchen patiently comforted him. Zhou Baiyan said he was not afraid of pain. Chu Xingchen waited a moment, but Zhou Baiyan didn't relax and even started sweating. He helplessly said, just wear it. I told you I should do it myself. No. Zhou Baiyan took a deep breath and closed his eyes. I will relax. It took a little longer than expected, but in the end, he managed to do it. It hurts a bit, but it's okay now. Chu Xingchen was sweating, but Zhou Baiyan was quite pale and had a birthmark. Chu Xingchen just sat up, and Zhou Baiyan was about to run away. Don't run. You need to be observed. Zhou Baiyan hesitated, then heard Chu Xingchen say, if you run, I will just hit you. That one sentence made Zhou Baiyan stop. Chu Xingchen told him, sit down. If you feel unwell, just tell me. I will go find the doctor outside. Zhou Baiyan shook his head. No. I feel fine. He spoke a bit hesitantly. Chu Xingchen sighed. Are you just shy? That's okay. This medicine will be used like this in the future. Don't think too much. Penicillin is not acid-resistant, and use can be destroyed by stomach acid and digestive enzymes, so it is usually given by injection into the muscle. Zhou Baiyan responded softly, still a little red in the face. He was just not used to it, but he didn't think much of it. After all, his life belonged to her, and she could do whatever she wanted. Chu Xingchen opened the door and asked Wan Dong to find 2 doctors. Wan Dong's expression immediately became uncontrollable. Your Highness, did you hurt Lord Zhou? The maid knows the emperor is sick and you're in a bad mood. But you can't treat people like this. She didn't expect the prince to be like this. So bold and aggressive. Lord Zhou's good health was harmed, and now he needed a doctor. I didn't hurt him. Just go call the doctors, Chu Xingchen said, not catching her implied meaning. The doctors arrived, and overall, Zhou Baiyan was fine with no adverse reactions. Later that day, when it was bright outside, Chu Xingchen saw that the empress still hadn't improved, and her condition was getting worse. She finally made a decision. The empress nodded at her. Chu Xingchen just ordered everyone to leave. While the doctors waited outside, Wan Dong reported that Su Dandan had come and insisted on seeing Chu Xingchen. Let her in, Chu Xingchen said helplessly. Su Dandan quickly entered. She was the one Chu Xingchen sent back yesterday, claiming the empress was sick and the palace was too chaotic. But after leaving the palace, Su Dandan kept thinking something was wrong. It seemed Chu Xingchen was planning to use what she had extracted, and it was meant for the empress. She carried a sign into the palace, went to the Eastern Palace to check the laboratory, and noticed things were missing. She immediately knew her suspicion was correct. Because it concerned the empress's health, Su Dandan understood what Chu Xingchen meant. Your Highness, although this is something you taught me, I made it myself. You have always praised me, saying I am capable and will not let you down. Since that's the case, I want to be present and take responsibility if anything happens. Chu Xingchen felt helpless. She initially didn't want Su Dandan to take risks, hoping she would get credit for her efforts. If there was no success or an accident, she would take the blame. But in the end, Su Dandan still came in. Your Highness, I don't need your protection. If I want to save the emperor, I must take risks. Otherwise, I wouldn't have the right to claim the credit. Su Dandan knelt before the empress. Your Majesty, I only ask that if something goes wrong, it doesn't involve my father. He doesn't know about this. The empress looked at Su Dandan and Chu Xingchen with a hint of satisfaction in her eyes. Xingchen has made friends now. You call her Dandan, right? Good girl. I've always known you contributed a lot. Rest assured, I won't blame your father, and I won't blame you either. That day was difficult for Chu Xingchen, but she managed to get through it. The empress was not allergic to penicillin. After receiving the injection, by evening, a doctor's diagnosis showed her condition was improving. 3 days later, the doctor, who initially believed the empress had no hope, was amazed to see her recover. As the empress regained her health, news spread that her recovery was due to Su Dandan, the daughter of Lord Su, who made a miraculous medicine to save her. When this news came out, most people didn't believe it. She never studied medicine. How could she create a miracle drug? Some thought it was very possible. No wonder the crown prince suddenly valued her so much and said such things. It turns out she really can make miracle medicines. The rumors spread widely, but most people didn't believe them. However, since Su Dandan was favored by the crown princess, no one dared to speak openly. Still, Lord Su faced some subtle criticism and mockery. Lord Su believed his daughter wouldn't lie, but he also didn't think she could make such a miraculous medicine. He thought she might have been involved in some trouble and just wanted to bring her back early. But what happened next left Lord Su completely stunned. Before he could go to pick up Su Dandan, an imperial decree arrived at the Su residence. It first confirmed Su Dandan's contributions. Her miraculous medicine saved the empress. Then came the reward from the queen and the princess. The continuous stream of rewards is not worth mentioning. What truly shocked everyone was that Su Dandan was awarded the title of female official. Not a palace maid or servant, but a real female official. When Lord Su heard the imperial decree, he initially thought he had misheard. But he hadn't. That day happened to be a day off for the palace, and also the publication day of the Great Chu newspaper. The imperial decree for Su Dandan was printed in full on the front page, and she was featured in the first special interview with a prominent figure. Lord Su had previously said that as long as Su Dan appeared in the Great Chu newspaper once, he would agree to any conditions, because he believed she couldn't do it. But not long after, she did it, and she did it even better than he expected. Once reported, her fame spread across the land. This issue of the Great Chu newspaper was unexpected and shocking. Even more astonishing was that the medicine Su Dandan created could treat many diseases. Diseases that had no cure or medicine could now be healed. Many people found it hard to believe, but the newspaper clearly stated that patients in Fenghan City who met the criteria could come together for treatment. If they qualified, they could be treated with Dandan's medicine, Dandan Su.
Yes, Dandan Su.
After the special interview, the newspaper announced the name of this medicine, Dandan Su, named after Su Dandan herself. Penicillin is well known, and many could guess this was related, but since pure penicillin is dangerous, Chu Xingchen didn't want people to try it recklessly. Since the medicine was made by Dandan, it was named accordingly. Because of the enthusiasm from outside the city, the Storm Center, Su Dandan, was quietly holding a small box in the Eastern Palace, looking stunned. The box was the packaging, clearly printed with the words Dandan Su. Is this packaging okay? I specifically didn't show it to you to surprise you, Chu Xingchen said quickly when she remained silent. Su Dandan looked up at Chu Xingchen. Your Highness, you're crazy. This was made exactly as you taught me. If anyone should be called the inventor, it should be you. No, it has nothing to do with me. It was invented by someone else. I only gave the instructions. You are the one who made it. Without you, this medicine wouldn't exist. Su Dandan's mind was in chaos. She remembered what Chu Xingchen had said before, that everyone in the world should remember and be grateful to you. She thought it was just an exaggeration, but she actually did it. Your Highness, there's really no need for this. It is necessary. Chu Xingchen spoke seriously. However, if that's the case, Dan, you might face many troubles and dangers when you're in front of others. So from now on, there may always be guards and shadow protectors around you. I also thought about keeping things secret for your safety, but after thinking it over, I believe it's better to make everything clear and use our strongest efforts to protect you. I don't want you to be unknown or unnoticed. You shouldn't stay in the background. Just follow my plan.
Chu Xingchen looked at Su Dandan carefully.
Dan, even though your official position isn't high, as the top lady official of Dechu, you need to work hard. Su Dan wanted to speak but couldn't find the words. Her throat was tight, and after a while, she finally managed to say, Are you trying to get me killed? She was still willing to risk her life for her. She didn't understand before what her father meant about loyalty between the ruler and the minister, that the minister should be willing to die for the king. But today she understood. Even though we were enemies before, you shaved my eyebrows, slapped me. I hated you so much back then. Why did you change? I didn't do much. I don't deserve such honor. It was you who did it. Su Dandan's voice broke as she cried, I'm not a good person, but you force me to be good. You're so terrible. She was rambling but held Chu Xingchen tightly in her arms. Outside the Su residence, in the ancestral hall, Mr. Su was crying bitterly. Ancestors, our Su family has produced someone who will be remembered in history. Her name is Dan, and she is my daughter. Our family is lucky to have such a child. Even luckier that she met such a noble lady. This is a blessing for the Su family and for Dechu. Dan is the first female official of Dechu, and she's also the first to appear on the Dechu newspaper. You might not know what the Dechu newspaper is. I'll burn a copy for you so you can see. I'll burn more for you to look at. Mr. Su not only burned copies for the ancestors, but also collected many issues of the newspaper. He often took them out to show off and kept the newspaper carefully as a family treasure. Everyone in Dechu was talking about Su Dan and about medicine. But one man felt like he was going crazy. This man was Yang Yanzhong. He never expected that the Su Dan he once looked down on would become famous in such a short time. He regretted it deeply, so much that he was almost dead from regret. And along with regret, he couldn't avoid being mocked and insulted. Those who had mocked Su Dan before now turned around and mocked him twice as much. He was angry and scared, worried about being revenged by Su Dandan. Every day he lived in fear, and even wanted to leave Feng'an City. But he didn't know that Su Dandan's world had already changed. She had forgotten about this small matter long ago, and couldn't remember him anymore. For Yang Yanzhong, this should be a good thing. He should feel lucky. But after a long time, when he understood this, he felt uneasy besides just feeling relieved. Su Dandan was too lazy to seek revenge. She completely ignored him. This discovery made him feel even more hurt. This is a later story. Not long after the Chu report was sent out, a doctor arrived with a patient. Because extracting penicillin was difficult, Dandan had to keep working hard. Chu Xingchen promoted her to an official position and even set up a research institute for experiments, keeping her busy. Chu Xingchen personally led the imperial doctors to watch over the patients. Shen Songzhu, Xiao Wingling, and Zhou also came to see. When they found out that the medicine was given via an injection in the buttocks, they all fell silent. They already knew that Chu Xingchen had originally wanted to try the medicine on himself, but Zhou Bian tried it instead. Your Highness, did you just help Zhou Gongzi with the injection like that? He actually took off his pants to give the injection. Ling Zhou was not happy. Next time I get sick, Your Highness, you have to help me too. Chu Xingchen was speechless with the frank Ling Zhou. Pooh, what I told you before, you're talking nonsense again. Injections are for treating illness, not for fun.
Puh. Ling Zhou obediently cooperated.
I was just saying, in case I need it, I want Your Highness to help me. He was the prince's person and wouldn't loosen his belt in front of others. You still choose who to give injections to? If it doesn't work, find a male nurse then. Men giving him injections? Ling Zhou shook his head at the thought. Why can you help Zhou Gongzi but not me? Your Highness, you can't be so biased. Chu Xingchen didn't expect him to openly say he was biased. He suddenly turned around. I'm the first to rush for an injection?
Fine.
He patted the chair beside him. Take off your clothes and sit down. I won't need medicine or give you an injection. Ling Zhou blinked, confused. It was so embarrassing to do this in front of so many people. Why aren't you moving? Chu Xingchen saw Ling Zhou freeze and looked at Shen Songzhu and Xiao Wingling. If you want to try, you can come too. Shen Songzhu and Xiao Wingling. No, thank you. Ling Zhou ran away in a hurry, but it reminded Chu Xingchen that hiring nurses quickly was urgent. Otherwise, even with the medicine, no one would know how to use it. It would be better if they also knew some medical theory and were careful and patient. Considering the national situation of Dazhu, both male and female nurses should be recruited first in small groups. Because of Su Dandan, I heard they are recruiting nurses. Both men and women are needed. Not only are men signing up actively, but women are also bravely volunteering, especially those from medical families or who know medical skills. I know that nurses have to give injections to the buttocks. Although it is life-saving, some people still hesitate, but most stay. The Dachu Gazette even reported on this event, and it caused a big impact. First there was Lu Qiu, then Su Dandan. One is an exorcist, the other is just a woman, but both were promoted because of their abilities. Su Dandan was even an exception and became the first female official in Dachu. Their appearances and achievements made everyone believe what Chu Xingchen had said before, that he is good at finding talented people regardless of their background. His reputation for hiring talented people quickly spread across the land. Not only did many people inside Dachu feel excited, but people from Wu and Qi countries also read the news and became eager to come to Dachu to show their skills. Chu Xingchen was naturally happy about this influence because talent is the most important resource. Your Highness, Xiao Xiaoqing is here. Please come in. Chu Xingchen looked up at Xiao Wang. Is there something you need? Xiao Wang looked a bit embarrassed. Is it wrong to come to see Your Highness? Chu Xingchen shook her head. No, it's not. She thought he had something important to discuss. Xiao Wang didn't miss the expression on her face and took a deep breath. Your Highness, does the meal I won in the competition still count? He desperately wanted to have some alone time with her. He was busy before and couldn't disturb her, but now he hoped to exchange that for some time together. His birthday was coming up in less than a month, and he didn't want to keep waiting like this. Chu Xingchen paused for a moment and then remembered what Xiao Wang had said. She didn't expect him to remember. It counts. Of course it counts, she nodded. Then can we do it tomorrow? I'll wait until you're free. Okay. Chu Xingchen agreed, because she kept her promises. Xiao Wang's plan was for tomorrow, which was actually the Dragon Boat Festival. By the time she finished her work, it was already the afternoon. They got into the same carriage again, but this time the atmosphere was much colder than before. Chu Xingchen took the initiative to start a conversation. Xiao Wang, what do you want to eat? It's still early. Why don't you come out of the city with me and see how the people of Fengmen City celebrate the festival? After leaving the palace, Xiao Wang called her wife again. Hearing this again, Chu Xingchen felt a strange sense of clarity. She hesitated for a moment. All right, but we can also pretend to be siblings. Xiao Wang looked at her. You can call me older brother. He liked being called older brother, but he would still call her wife. In this life, they could never be siblings. Chu Xingchen followed Xiao Wang's words and imagined her calling him Brother Xiao or Brother Wang, which gave her goosebumps, so she quickly shut her mouth. Qi State has a tradition of dragon boat races during the Dragon Boat Festival, but in Chu, due to geographic reasons, horse riding competitions are more common. Even more surprisingly, this year, besides horse riding, a badminton tournament was also organized. Chu Xingchen was truly amazed when she saw the badminton competition. Is it this fast? Xiao Wang nodded. Things from the royal family spread quickly, especially since the current popular princess was involved. Thinking that Chu Xingchen had specially made the badminton for him, Xiao Wang couldn't help but smile. My wife, let's go watch. Chu Xingchen and Xiao Wang discovered that the organizer of the event was a business that sold badminton supplies, attracted by the opportunity. They explained the origin of badminton well, and the story of the princess and Xiao Shaoqing was very touching. Xiao Wang's lips curled into a slight smile, but Chu Xingchen felt a bit confused. The story and legend of badminton were so beautiful, yet no one knew the real truth behind them. After the story, the rules of the competition were announced. Anyone could sign up, with singles and doubles categories. Those enjoying a sweet outing, whether unmarried or married, could participate in doubles. Singles depended on skill points, while doubles were judged based on how many times the two players kept the shuttlecock in the air without dropping it. The more times they caught and returned the shuttle, the higher their chances of winning. Doubles only had one chance, relying on skill and teamwork. My wife, let's join too.
Huh?
Chu Xingchen just wanted to watch the fun and hadn't thought about participating. My wife hasn't played badminton with me for a long time, Xiao Wang said, mentioning practicing again, but it was just empty talk. Chu Xingchen didn't know what to say at first. Although she had broken her promise about badminton, it wasn't a special situation. After all, the Empress was also ill. I know you're busy, and it's not intentional. But today, while we have the chance, just play with me once more, Xiao Wang said, then directly took her hand and pushed through the crowd to sign up. We'll sign up too. All right, sir, the participants are you and your wife, Xiao Wang said without hesitation. She's my wife. You two are a perfect match. I hope you can win first place. Chu Xingchen looked at Xiao Wang, then at him holding her hand. She took a deep breath and told herself not to overthink. Before the official match, the two can practice nearby to get familiar with each other. This is a set of badminton equipment and a badge. The official match will start in 15 minutes. Chu Xingchen broke free from Xiao Wang's hand and stepped forward to take the equipment. Since we're participating, let's play well. Let's go practice. Chu Xingchen and Xiao Wang focused on practicing. During practice, they gradually forgot their previous awkwardness because they're friends. When the official match began, many people gathered outside to watch. Since it was still early for the badminton game, most players had average skills. Some could only serve or receive, which looked a bit funny and clumsy. But this sport is suitable for all ages, and many people became interested. Fewer people signed up for doubles than singles. Their skills were also average, so it was soon Chu Xingchen and Xiao Wang's turn. They both had outstanding looks and presence, so as soon as they played, everyone's attention was on them. Chu Xingchen liked playing badminton before, and his skills were good. Xiao Wang was talented and knew how to feed the shuttlecock. When they started, they exchanged shots back and forth, very exciting. Wow, so impressive. Just a few rounds. At first, people only watched their appearance, but as they played, their focus shifted to the game. They realized how many shuttlecocks Chu Xingchen could catch. Amid cheers and surprises from the crowd, Chu Xingchen and Xiao Wang played more freely, going all out. They played intensely, and Xiao Wang stopped feeding the shuttlecock, making it look more like a real match. However, because they played so fiercely and happily, they stopped at 60 exchanges. But catching the shuttlecock 30 times by one person was already very impressive. That was amazing. Play again. Someone shouted from the crowd. Chu Xingchen and Xiao Wang looked at each other and smiled. They really wanted to keep playing, but it was a competition after all. Chu Xingchen was sweating, and Xiao Wang was holding a fan, ready to fan her. A man passing by suddenly twisted his ankle when he was near Chu Xingchen and seemed to have a mischievous smile in his eyes. He deliberately approached, attracted by Chu Xingchen's beauty, trying to get close. Xiao Wang saw this clearly and immediately looked serious. She kicked the man away and protected Chu Xingchen behind her. The man was kicked to the ground, gasping for breath. He got up angrily, ready to confront Xiao Wang, but when he saw Xiao Wang's eyes, he felt a chill and quickly backed down. "Sorry, I almost bumped into the girl," he said, turning the insult into an apology. He looked at Chu Xingchen again, but Xiao Wang opened her fan to block her. "You should watch where you're walking, or you'll break your arms or legs. If he dares to touch His Highness even once, he will definitely have his hands broken." The man felt his hands and feet go cold and quickly nodded, then slipped away. Zhou Bian stood among the crowd, slowly retracting his hand. Without him needing to act, Xiao Shaoqing had already handled the situation. He quietly blended back into the crowd. "Did I scare you?" Xiao Wang asked Chu Xingchen. "No." Chu Xingchen looked at the fan in his hand. Xiao Wang now looked very much like a charming young gentleman holding a fan. Xiao Wang fanned himself, but most of the breeze blew toward Chu Xingchen. After this little incident, the solo competition continued, but the double competition ended quickly. Unexpectedly, yet predictably, Chu Xingchen and Xiao Wang won first place. The prizes prepared by the merchant were quite interesting and festive. They included 2 small, delicate zongzi, sticky rice dumplings, a sachet filled with fragrant herbs, and multicolored silk threads. Chu Xingchen liked eating zongzi, so he took the prize and was about to leave. But the merchant said the zongzi was provided by a nearby restaurant and invited them to taste it. Chu Xingchen's lips twitched. Sponsors were really coming out now. The restaurant that was mentioned stepped forward politely, saying, "Please enjoy, both of you." Their attitude was very sincere. Zhou Bian arrived silently behind them at some point. After a quick silent check for any signs of tampering, he nodded at Chu Xingchen and then left. Chu Xingchen and Xiao Wang peeled the zongzi and took a bite. They thought it was quite good and fragrant, so they nodded in approval. "Thank you both," the restaurant owner said after thanking them. "The 2 zongzi taste different. Since you're a married couple, why not feed each other and try the flavors?" As soon as the owner said this, the crowd around them erupted in excitement. The solo competition was still going on, but no one was paying attention anymore. Even the contestants had come over to join the fun and cheer. This was no different from an impromptu show on stage. Chu Xingchen was about to refuse. It wasn't appropriate, and Xiao Wang had a cleanliness obsession. Making him eat what she had eaten would be embarrassing. But before she could speak, Xiao Wang reached out directly to feed her. This made the crowd cheer even louder. Chu Xingchen glanced at Xiao Wang. Xiao Wang smiled and said, "Eat, wife. If you don't, we'll be embarrassed." Chu Xingchen awkwardly chuckled and quickly ate the remaining part of the zongzi Xiao Wang had left. Xiao Wang smiled, then leaned slightly forward, opening his mouth. "Ah." Chu Xingchen hurriedly swallowed and said, "I've already eaten." "It's okay." Xiao Wang opened his mouth again. Surrounded by cheers and encouragement, Chu Xingchen could only feed him the piece she had bitten off. She was afraid that Xiao Wangjie would show an uncomfortable expression due to her cleanliness obsession, and also afraid he might. She hurried to leave but was stopped by the merchant. This is also a gift for both of you. Please wear it for each other. Xiao Wang didn't hesitate at all. He took the multicolored silk thread and pulled her hand. When I tie it, my wife shouldn't speak. Tying the 5-colored thread was a rule that children shouldn't speak during the ceremony. Xiao Wang carefully tied it around Chu Xingchen's wrist. The shopkeeper looked on and suddenly called out, "Good," then encouraged Chu Xingchen to look. Xiao Wang signaled her to look at the sachet. Chu Xingchen tentatively picked it up and tied it to Xiao Wang's belt. Xiao Wang looked down and smiled at Chu Xingchen. Amid the crowd's cheers, he was reluctant to blink. This was the first time she gave him a sachet. Although she didn't embroider it herself, she tied it on, which was almost as good. While Xiao Wang was thinking, Chu Xingchen suddenly looked up. "Xiao Wang, do you really not like me?" Chu Xingchen tried to tell herself not to think too much, but Xiao Wang's actions today, along with his gaze, made her unable to help but ask again for reassurance. Then she saw the smile in Xiao Wang's eyes gradually fade away. The atmosphere instantly became tense. The shopkeeper, confused, carefully asked what was wrong. "Nothing." Xiao Wang snapped back to himself. "My wife, let's go downstairs first." In the end, Xiao Wang didn't answer her question. Perhaps it was to save her face. Back in the carriage, Chu Xingchen tugged at the 5-colored thread on her wrist twice. Not to mention, it looked quite nice on her. She hadn't worn one in a very long time. "Your Highness, don't toss it away casually. You need to wait for it to rain, then throw it into the river," Xiao Wang said to her. "Next time there's a heavy rain, I will ask for it back." "Okay." Chu Xingchen nodded and looked at Xiao Wang.
Zongzi.
"Are you feeling sick?" She asked twice if he liked her, and he probably found it annoying. Hearing this, Xiao Wang tightened his grip.
Sick?
That was the zongzi she ate. How could he be sick?
No.
That's good. Chu Xingchen nodded, hesitated for a moment. "By the way, don't take my previous question to heart. I won't ask again in the future. I understand what to do now. 3 times is enough." Xiao Wang's hand suddenly clenched. She didn't know. She knew nothing. "Your Highness, can you wait for me? Just a little longer." Chu Xingchen looked at Xiao Wang. Wait for what? Xiao Wang was momentarily unsure how to respond. The atmosphere inside the carriage grew dull. Just as Xiao Wang was about to say something, another carriage approached. The person chasing was the innkeeper, who kindly invited Zhuo Xingchen and Xiao Wang to dine at therein, offering free meals as a thank you. Unable to refuse such kindness, and since the innkeeper was very friendly, Zhuo Xingchen, who wasn't particularly interested in going anywhere, agreed when Xiao Wang didn't object. The inn was busy, and the innkeeper personally took Zhuo Xingchen and Xiao Wang to a private room near the street, where a gentle breeze made the place feel nice. The innkeeper brought out more zongzi, sticky rice dumplings, tea eggs, and a special yellow wine. Just as Xiao Wang poured wine for Zhuo Xingchen, Jing Yan suddenly knocked and entered. "Young master, someone delivered a letter." The letter was delivered suddenly. It was more like a note. After reading it, Xiao Wang's eyes lit up with happiness. "My wife, I'll be back in a moment," Xiao Wang said. Zhuo Xingchen nodded. Watching Xiao Wang's back as he left, Zhuo Xingchen's expression almost couldn't stay calm. He rubbed his face and took a big sip of wine. He leaned on his chin, watching the busy people below, waiting for Xiao Wang to return. Unexpectedly, he saw Xiao Wang. Xiao Wang was standing at a corner not far away, talking to a man whose back was turned to her. Zhuo Xingchen didn't recognize him. After a while, a woman got out of a carriage nearby, bowed to Xiao Wang, who smiled and returned the bow. Zhuo Xingchen straightened up, watching Xiao Wang and the woman exchange a few words before walking back. Xiao Wang's steps were lively, but the woman behind him didn't rush back to the carriage. She just watched his back. Zhuo Xingchen sat up straight, withdrew his gaze, and after a moment, saw Xiao Wang return to the private room. He walked quickly, slightly out of breath. After sitting down, he looked at Zhuo Xingchen. "Your Highness, may I ask for your help?" "What kind of help?" "I just met the old Master Gu. He said there's a named disciple, Sun Yueqing, who has always wanted to enter the palace to become a medical girl, Xiao Wang said, looking at Zhuo Xingchen. Your Highness, could you allow her to enter the palace as a medical girl? Zhuo Xingchen immediately thought of the woman he saw earlier. She looked at Xiao Wang steadily. Are you familiar with her? Zhuo Xingchen asked. Xiao Wang shook his head. Not exactly familiar, but don't worry, Your Highness. She's from an official family. Her family has fallen on hard times recently. She's self-taught in medicine to help her mother, and her skills are quite good. Old Master Gu said that although she's only a named disciple, Sun Yueqing has great talent and even shows some of the shadow of Wu Nyang from back then. Sun Yueqing is self-taught. The old master of the valley doesn't have the energy to teach her from scratch. Instead, he suggests letting her visit the palace to look at medical books in the Imperial Medical Office, observe the medicinal herbs used in the palace, and perhaps gain some inspiration to create an antidote. The old master's idea is to try to help Xiao Wang detoxify so he can keep track of Xiao Wang's condition and prevent further poisoning, avoiding more serious problems. He only suggests trying, as it's a faint hope, but Xiao Wang is too desperate to let go of any chance. He cannot wait any longer. He won't change, but beside Zhu Xingchen are Shen Songzhu, Ling Zhou, and Zhou Bian. She won't wait around forever for him. She's already disappointed in him. She can't wait anymore. Xiao Wang looks at Zhu Xingchen with a sense of urgency he doesn't understand. Zhu Xingchen looks at him, pauses for a moment, then nods.
All right.
There are few female doctors in the palace, but since she's capable, let her come. Thank you, Your Highness. I'll have her come to see you. Xiao Wang stands up to call someone, but Zhu Xingchen quickly speaks, no need. Just look at her now. Xiao Wang is a bit surprised. All right, I'll tell her. He leaves, and this time Zhu Xingchen doesn't go to see him. Instead, she starts eating. When Xiao Wang returns, Zhu Xingchen has already eaten the zongzi, eggs, and the restaurant has started serving dishes. The dishes were ordered by Xiao Wang, mostly her favorites, but she hasn't eaten much. What's wrong? Not to your taste? Xiao Wang initially thought the food was pretty good. I just ate some zongzi and eggs, I'm a bit full. You should eat more. The food here is pretty good, she says, though she seems to feel a bit of discomfort in her stomach, hard and a little painful. The shopkeeper personally brings fresh fruit and asks how they're enjoying the meal. Zhu Xingchen says it's good, then shifts the conversation to ask if they use snowflake salt, to get some feedback. Yes, it's snowflake salt. Tastes great and is cheap. Who wouldn't use it? The shopkeeper, excited, says with gratitude, we were worried snowflake salt was just a passing trend and would soon increase in price, so we stocked up a lot. But it never did. We laugh in our sleep every day about it. Xiao Wang glances at Zhu Xingchen, a hint of pride in his eyes. He likes hearing others praise her. He was about to leave the door, but slows down to listen a little longer to the shopkeeper's praise. The shopkeeper is genuinely excited and sincere in his praise, but suddenly someone interrupts rudely.
Stop arguing.
If you don't know, you'd think snowflake salt is sold by your family. Get lost. The door to the neighboring room suddenly burst open, revealing a greasy, big-bellied man. He cursed loudly and was about to kick the shopkeeper.
Stop.
Zhu Xingchen and Xiao Wang shouted together. Besides them, another person also yelled, Stop. The big man turned around quickly when he heard the unusual sound. A person hurried out of the compartment, pushed past him, and looked at Zhu Xingchen and Xiao Wang with disbelief. Your Highness, what are you doing here?
Zhu Xingchen Flawen.
Why are you here? The person who came out was none other than Xie Ziqing, who was supposed to be at Zixiao Temple. Looking at the people coming out of the private room, some were young, but most were middle-aged. A few looked fat and greasy, and their clothes suggested they were wealthy merchants. Zhu Xingchen thought for a moment and immediately guessed that they might be salt merchants. So, the salt merchants were secretly planning to turn the tables? Zhu Xingchen guessed correctly, and it was indeed the case. Earlier, the Xie family and the salt merchants saw that the court had little reaction, so they openly raised prices. After the price increase, salt supplies resumed, and they were happy. but the common people suffered greatly and complained bitterly. Xie Ziqing thought he would get Chu Xingchen to compromise, but instead, he received news that snowflake salt was on the market. This suddenly forced the salt merchants and the Xie family into a desperate situation. The Xie family and the salt merchants were stunned. Xie Ziqing had been brought in by these salt merchants, who thought that although he was expelled from the palace, he still had the title of being chosen as a court attendant and wanted to use that to influence others. Xie Ziqing also wanted to go back. Now that the Xie family had lost their support, he wanted to return, but there was no chance. Unexpectedly, he met them unexpectedly at the tavern. His face changed slightly as he blocked the greasy man's view and warned them with a glance, "If you don't want to die, get out." They didn't expect Xie Ziqing to say such words, but seeing his expression, they guessed that Chu Xingchen and the others were not simple people. Afraid of offending someone important, they could only leave in a hurry. Xie Ziqing heaved a sigh of relief, cupped his hands, and whispered, "Your Highness, may I speak with you privately?" Xiao Wang looked at Xie Ziqing. Remembering that Chu Xingchen used to like him, he felt uncomfortable. Chu Xingchen, as he wished, replied, "I have nothing to say to you. If you leave Zixiao Temple without permission to pray or copy scriptures, it shows you don't want to be a court attendant anymore. Soon, your death date can be arranged." "No, I just wanted to return to the Eastern Palace, so I left the temple." Xie Ziqing hurriedly approached the door, unable to think of anything else. "I told your Highness before, I want to return to the palace. Your Highness, this time I will only follow you. I will forget everyone else." "It's too late." Chu Xingchen shook his head. Xie Ziqing immediately became anxious, ignoring the distracting Xiao Wang. Or rather, deliberately said, "Your Highness, have you forgotten what you did to me? That night you treated me like that. You can't treat me this way." Xiao Wang's cold gaze instantly fell on Xie Ziqing. "That night? How so?" Chu Xingchen's mouth twitched. He glanced at Xiao Wang out of the corner of his eye. "Don't talk nonsense." "I'm not talking nonsense. We've already been intimate. That's a fact." Xie Ziqing looked at Xiao Wang. "Your Highness, you have to take responsibility for me." Xiao Wang's expression slightly changed. If it weren't for remembering what Wu Niang had said before, he might have believed it. But even knowing, it still felt uncomfortable to hear. "Xie Ziqing, speak carefully." Xiao Wang warned directly. "Speak carefully? I'm telling the truth. If you don't believe me, ask your Highness." Xie Ziqing thought about how Xiao Wang and others now liked Chu Xingchen, and malice flickered in his eyes. Since he wanted to return to the palace, they were all rivals. He had to defeat them completely. Chu Xingchen was already feeling a bit unwell and annoyed. He said directly, "Xie Ziqing, who told you that night wasn't me?" Xie Ziqing was stunned for a moment, realizing what he meant, but he found it absurd.
What do you mean by that?
"Exactly what you understand." Xie Ziqing's pupils shrank sharply. "It wasn't you? Then who was it? You're deliberately lying to me, trying to anger me, right? If not you, then who else could it be?"
Who would lie to you?
"Do I need to lie to deceive you?" Xie Ziqing's eyes immediately turned red. He felt like he was going crazy. He grabbed Chu Xingchen's hand. "I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Let go."
Chu Xingchen spoke.
Xiao Wang directly grabbed his hand. "Let go. Get out of the way. I'm talking about something important with His Highness." Xie Ziqing's gaze was frightening. He raised his hand to push Xiao Wang away, but Xiao Wang moved first, directly pushing him aside and standing in front of Chu Xingchen. "I said, get out of the way." Xie Ziqing's gentle, jade-like demeanor turned obsessive and frantic. He charged forward regardless. After being blocked by Xiao Wang, he still rushed toward Chu Xingchen. "Chu Xingchen, clarify. What do you mean, that person that night wasn't you?" "Literally." Chu Xingchen frowned. "I never said it was me. I also showed it clearly." Xie Ziqing gasped for breath, staring fiercely at Chu Xingchen. Suddenly, he realized that Chu Xingchen had never shown that she was her. His threats had always been ignored. But he never thought that she was not her. "Chu Xingchen, how can you treat me like this?"
How could you?
Xie Ziqing was filled with sadness and anger. How could she play with his feelings like this? How could she? Chu Xingchen looked at Xie Ziqing and scoffed. Why can't I? What had Xie Ziqing done to the original owner? Compared to what they had done, what she did was nothing. Xie Ziqing looked into Chu Xingchen's cold eyes, feeling like he was falling into an icy pit. In the next moment, his eyes filled with killing intent. Tell me, who is it? He wanted to kill her. He wanted to find and punish that person. He always thought it was Chu Xingchen, that she was deliberately revengeful because she loved him too much. But it was not true. They dared to humiliate him like that. Neither Chu Xingchen nor that person would escape his wrath. Chu Xingchen shook her head. You don't need to know. She would never tell him. Xie Ziqing's emotions suddenly spiraled out of control. Chu Xingchen, how could you treat me like this? Don't repeat what you've already said, and don't look like a victim. Didn't I say I would let Chen Ruoxue go? I didn't lie to you. Why are you so angry? Only you are allowed to dislike me, not me disliking you. When he heard the name Chen Ruoxue, Xie Ziqing became even angrier. What had he sacrificed for that woman? If Chen Ruoxue wasn't his savior, he would have. Even more infuriating was that the person that night wasn't Chu Xingchen. She disliked him. How dare she dislike him? It was she who had personally dirted him. Xie Ziqing was so agitated he wanted to rush forward, but Zhou Baiyan kicked him away with a foot. Watching Chu Xingchen and Xiao Wangli leave, Xie Ziqing's eyes were filled with deep hatred. Chu Xingchen, I will make you regret this. Chu Xingchen returned to the Eastern Palace. She still had a doctor examine her. The doctor gave her acupuncture and gently advised her to stay calm and eat peacefully. Her stomach pain eased, but she still felt unwell and only fell asleep late at night. Before sleeping, she kept thinking about one question. Why did Xiao Wangli bring Sun Yueqing into the palace as a medical maid? The next day, Chu Xingchen saw Sun Yueqing. She had become a medical maid in the palace. Xiao Wangli brought her to pay respects. Sun Yueqing was very proper and elegant, wearing a gray dress. She was tall, taller than most girls, with a slender waist and attractive figure. She was not made up, only a simple wooden hairpin. Her skin was as white as snow, with black hair like ink. Standing there, she looked like a beautiful landscape painting. With clear and cold features, like a proud plum blossom blooming among snow in winter, she is truly a cold beauty. Standing with Xiao Wang, she is so striking that people can't look away. A perfect match. Xiao Wang is dressed in dark gray, while she wears light gray clothes. It seems she likes gray colors. Yesterday, she wore something similar. Chu Xingchen was momentarily stunned, then quickly recovered after seeing Xiao Wang's gaze. Get up quickly. Thank you, Your Highness, Sun Yueqing said, her voice cool but pleasant to hear. When closer, Chu Xingchen noticed a faint scholarly air around her eyebrows. Sun Yueqing probably has this scholarly aura because she loves reading. She learned that Sun Yueqing became a palace doctor because of Xiao Wang, which made Duandong pay more attention to her. She often reads medical books in the imperial hospital or in the pharmacy, always carrying a faint scent of medicine or books, rarely interacting with others. The only person she might have interacted with is Xiao Wang. Meanwhile, Chu Xingchen's interactions with Xiao Wang gradually decreased. She couldn't help but wonder if Xiao Wang liked girls like Sun Yueqing. But she soon had no time to think about it. Xie Ziqing, a salt merchant, hated Chu Xingchen, but the common people loved her. Many elderly people were so moved they cried while eating cheap salt. Besides them, those saved by Dandan Su also admired her. Although few in number, Dandan Su's reputation grew. Skeptical people were convinced, and more people hoped to be promoted someday. Chu Xingchen liked this very much, imagining countless talented people reaching out to her. Eventually, some offered themselves, and some truly had talent, so she appointed suitable ones. It was a good thing, and she even planned to select more talents. But just as she started, she was hit with the ministers of the court resigned en masse. Protests from the ministers were not uncommon in history, even when the previous emperor first became a woman emperor. But it had been decades since such events occurred, and now it was happening again. All of this was because of Chu Xingchen's unconventional way of promoting talents. Her approach was good for ordinary people, giving them a chance to rise, but it was bad news for the noble families. There is an old saying, ironclad noble families, flowing emperors. No matter how the court changes, noble families always stand firm. Although Great Chu is not controlled by powerful noble families, their influence is still significant. About 80% of the officials in the court are descendants of noble families. Previously, the crown princess's reputation improved, and everyone supported Chu Xingchen. However, when Chu Xingchen's actions began to harm their interests, they changed their attitude. She will always favor these people in the future. Where will that leave us? Already dissatisfied, after being incited, a secret movement among court officials to stop working began to spread, eventually leading to today's disaster. Despite it being a day for the grand court meeting, at least half of the people were absent. The empress looked very unhappy. The representative of the noble families, who is also the head of the officials, Shin Shofu, came but looked very grim. When he met Chu Xingchen alone, he spoke frankly. Your Highness, I can handle this current trouble, but you need to be more careful in your actions. Otherwise, it will hurt the officials' confidence. I have no other options. Shin Shofu was from a noble family and naturally supported their interests. Chu Xingchen looked at Shin Shofu. So, Shin Shofu, you also oppose my approach? Yes, Shin Shofu nodded. Your Highness, making enemies of the noble families is not good for you. Chu Xingchen shook her head. I don't want to make enemies of the noble families, but aren't they being too selfish? They only want to monopolize the court. She stared at Shin Shofu closely. Shin Shofu, did you participate in this court strike? Was it your idea? No, I didn't participate, Shin Shofu replied. I only allowed it. Otherwise, it wouldn't have happened. Shin Songju shared what he knew. The old official received news that Xie Ziqing from the Xie family was the first to propose the court strike. Xie Ziqing hated Chu Xingchen as much as she hated him, holding a deep grudge and seeking revenge. He was one of the main characters from the original story, clever and resourceful, and he found a way. Under his incitement, the situation worsened, leading to today's chaos. Shin Shofu didn't want to talk much about Chu Xingchen and Xie Ziqing, but simply stated the facts. Your Highness, if you don't make a statement, the strike might escalate into a full-blown protest, not just a court strike. At that point, Great Chu would fall into chaos. Shin Shofu's words reflected the noble family's confidence. The stability of Great Chu depended on their support.
Chu Xingchen chúc cờ sốc ti.
Unlike before, when she wanted to act but was blocked, this time the situation was entirely different. She didn't like this feeling. This time she compromised, but next time, would they push her further? Would they ask her to agree to more extreme conditions, interfere more in her affairs, or even sideline her? She does not want to be a puppet princess or a puppet emperor. Chu Xingchen met with the empress and asked for some time to think. She was not in a hurry to comfort or make a statement, nor did she handle official matters. She sat alone in her study all day. When she returned to the Eastern Palace, Shen Songju was already waiting for her. Shen Songju naturally knew about the previous dynasty. Your Highness, I cannot influence the former court or your grandfather, but you can follow your own ideas.
Chu Xingchen note that. All right.
Your Highness, please have your meal. Shen Songju accompanied her as she ate, with a table full of her favorite dishes. After taking a sip of soup, Chu Xingchen suddenly asked, Shen Songju, if I do something, you must choose a side. Will you choose the Shen family or me? Shen Songju hesitated, realizing something. He thought for a moment and honestly shook his head. I don't know. Chu Xingchen smiled but said nothing more. Shen Songju's eyes dimmed slightly. If it had been before, the crown prince would have discussed anything on his mind with him. But now, because of his status, he chose not to say anything. After leaving Jinhua Palace, Shen Songju looked at the moon quietly. This is also good. At least now he doesn't know anything, so he doesn't have to feel conflicted. He, being in the harem, would ignore matters he couldn't influence and wouldn't send messages to the Shun family. Prime Minister Shun and the officials who had resigned from court thought Chu Xingchen would soon make a statement. But no, 3 days passed and Chu Xingchen showed no sign of speaking out. Even the Empress canceled the small court meeting. Chu Xingchen visited the Empress daily, but no one knew what they discussed. Until the 4th day, which was a day off, the Empress summoned Prime Minister Shun and other high officials. Because it was a secret meeting, no one knew what was discussed, only that there was controversy. Meanwhile, a storm was brewing outside. In the past, the Great Chu newspaper would publish the latest news on this day, but this day, there was no new issue. Waiting until noon, they finally received the latest issue, but it turned out there were 2 copies. The extra copy only mentioned one thing: the imperial examination. In a feudal dynasty, no matter who the emperor is, talented people are needed to help govern. A large court needs talents from all over to run smoothly. But where do these talents come from? Before the imperial examination system, the 9-rank middle court system and the inspection system were controlled by powerful noble families. They could arrogantly threaten Chu Xingchen by refusing to hold court because they had the capital to look down on the royal family. But Chu Xingchen did not like being threatened. She used the imperial examination system to open a door in the talent selection process that was monopolized by aristocratic families. Chu Xingchen's move disrupted everyone's plans. Even Shun Songju didn't expect her to do this. He was mostly like others, only learning about her recent activities from the newspaper. Chu Xingchen didn't give the noble families any warning and directly announced the imperial examination through the Chu newspaper. This autumn, the court plans to hold the imperial examination to select officials. All residents of Dechu, except criminals, can sign up to take the exam. Chu Xingchen's understanding of the imperial exam was that women, merchants, and people of humble origins usually couldn't take it. But she didn't specify restrictions because she wanted everyone to have a chance to change their fate, including women. She listed the rules for the exam, made some changes, but still followed the traditional system. The township, county, provincial, and palace exams, each selecting talented people. When the newspaper was published, the city of Feng'an quickly erupted like a boiling pot. Shin Shofu saw the newspaper and stood up in shock. How can the crown princess? How can she? Someone, I need to go to the palace to see the crown princess. Shin Shofu was so upset that others, including officials who had been on strike and pretending to be sick, all wanted to see the empress or the crown princess. But in the end, no one managed to see the empress or Chu Xingchen. The empress and the crown princess knew their purpose and refused to meet them. Lord Shofu, what should we do? Shin Shofu, faced with everyone's questions, said nothing and left for the palace. When he reached the gate, he sat in his carriage but didn't leave. After a moment of thought, he said, "Contact Shin San." Since Shun Songju entered the palace, Shin Shofu had never contacted him directly. This was the only time. Because this matter was too big. After reading the newspaper, Shun Songju was silent for a long time. The shock inside him was no less than Shin Shofu's. Sighed Jun, the old master wants to see you. Shin Songju didn't need to meet him to know why Shin Shofu wanted to see him. He wasn't stupid. After seeing the imperial exam, he understood completely. The exam threatened the noble families and went against their interests. He, born into a noble family, should oppose it. He should go see his grandfather or Chu Xingchen, but he didn't move. Sighed Jun, seeing Shun Songju unresponsive. Baopu called out again, "The old master is waiting for you. Ask for my apology and say I am unavailable to meet him." Shin Songju chose not to see him. Sighed Jun, Baopu was a bit anxious this. "You don't need to persuade me further. Go see if His Highness is free. I want to meet him." As Shin Songju finished speaking, Chu Xingchen's voice was heard. "Coincidentally, I also want to see you." Chu Xingchen stood at the door with a gentle smile, but Shin Songju suddenly stood up. "Your Highness." "There's no need for formalities," Chu Xingchen said, as he sat down directly. "Sorry I didn't let you know earlier. I thought it was better for both of us.
Now,
I want to hear your thoughts." Shin Songju looked at Chu Xingchen with a bitter smile. Your Highness, you are quite clever, keeping me in the dark. What am I capable of? Chu Xingchen waved his hand. I'm just forced into this position. The imperial exams are an old tradition. Shen Songzhu, do you oppose the imperial exams? Chu Xingchen came today to speak directly, with Shen Songzhu face to face. Shen Songzhu quietly looked at Chu Xingchen, knowing how important his answer was. From the perspective of our family, I should oppose it. But from my personal point of view, I don't, Chu Xingchen said proudly. The noble families have so much advantage, timing, geography, and people. If even with all that, they can't beat the commoners, then it shows they are hopeless. Shen Songzhu's brows were full of pride. He knew what the Shen family hoped he would support, but he chose to stand with Chu Xingchen. Chu Xingchen smiled when he heard this. I knew you wouldn't disappoint me. Then why don't you praise me? Shen Songzhu made a heart shape with his hands. He liked this gesture, but Chu Xingchen hadn't done it in a long time. Chu Xingchen felt awkward, rubbed his hands, and then took a big sip from the teacup on the table. I'm just afraid you'll oppose me too. Luckily you don't. Shen Songzhu looked at the cup in her hand, hesitating. It was his teacup, and he had just drunk from it. He glanced at Chu Xingchen's moist lips and swallowed his words. Chu Xingchen didn't oppose the exams, but many others did. Official documents like snowflakes flew into the palace, all opposing the imperial exams. This time, the noble families were truly worried. They opposed, but the imperial exams had the support of the people across the country. It was a real chance to change one's fate, an opportunity many people could only dream of. The imperial exams had gained popular support and dominated public opinion. Once again, the Great Chu Library became a place of debate. Chu Xingchen and Shen Songzhu, disguised, also participated in a discussion, wanting to see how many people would sign up for the exams. However, some noble children spoke arrogantly, I won't take part in the imperial exams. They looked down on competing with those who didn't understand the importance of the opportunity. They even encouraged others not to bother, claiming that if no one took the exams, the system would become invalid. Chu Xingchen directly said, Are you too proud or too afraid? I think you're not proud, but afraid to compete with the talented children from humble backgrounds, right? With this remark, Chu Xingchen angered the noble-born young man so much that he almost stomped his feet. Who says I'm afraid to take the exam? You, if you have the ability, take the exam. Those without ability won't. Chu Xingchen looked at everyone. Don't listen to this unskilled person who says he's afraid to take the test. He's either a coward who won't try himself or a sneaky person secretly taking the exam, so he can reduce competition for you. Shen Songzhu was watching nearby, stunned. He had never known Chu Xingchen had such skill, and that he could speak so bluntly. Who are you insulting? The noble-born young man, facing everyone's disdain or doubt, was so angry he almost spat blood. Come on, if you're capable, sign up for the exam. On this fair platform of the imperial exam, show your real ability. Chu Xingchen looked at the scholars. Not just him, everyone who opposes this. If you're not capable, shut up. If you are, why oppose? Do you lack confidence in yourself? The opponents are just humble students you look down on. What are you afraid of? Go to the exam hall and defeat them. Show them your skills. Tell them you're not successful just because of your family, but because of your own efforts. From now on, if they say they're not successful because they lack opportunities, you can just silence them. After Chu Xingchen finished speaking, the noble-born young man, who had been somewhat angry, immediately changed his face. Well said. Someone shouted. I want to take the exam. I'm not afraid of them. Exactly. Let's see who's better in the exam hall. I'll sign up right now. Chu Xingchen's words stirred the pride and spirit of the noble-born young men. Soon, this speech spread widely, and someone even wrote it into a submission and published it in the newspapers. This marked the beginning of the new tone for the imperial exam, and some schemes to block it gradually faded away. Shen Songzhu returned to the carriage and couldn't help but say, Your Highness is amazing. That speech really stirs the heart. It makes me want to take the exam too. He wanted to compare himself with everyone in the Great Chu and see how well he could do. Then just go take it. Chu Xingchen nodded without hesitation. You're not in the category of those who can't sign up. Not only Shun Songju, but others felt the same way. Shun Songju hesitated. Could he also take the exam? Hearing this answer, he was truly tempted. He also wanted to try, but soon he calmed down and changed the subject. Chu Xingchen and Shun Songju talked about the imperial examination all the way back to the Eastern Palace. When they got off the carriage, they met Xiao Wang. She thought it was a lucky coincidence, but actually Xiao Wang had been waiting for her. Seeing her and Shun Songju chatting happily, she remembered the Empress saying Shun Songju was the best candidate to be the Emperor's wife. Xiao Wang's eyes darkened. Your Highness, Shun Sizuan. He thought that because of the imperial exam, Shun Songju and Chu Xingchen might become rivals, but that didn't happen. Such a coincidence. Not really. I have something to talk to your Highness about. The three headed toward Jinhua Hall. Since the news about the exam spread, all the bookstores have sold out, and the number of people borrowing books from libraries has increased a lot. Chu Xingchen nodded, and Xiao Wang smiled. They're lucky. They have places to read for free, and can also take the exam to stand out. Are you jealous? Do you want to take the exam? Chu Xingchen asked. If it had been last year, I would have tried. But now, there's no need. He had already achieved more than he aimed for. While speaking, Xiao Wang casually tugged on Chu Xingchen's sleeve. Seeing the colorful string still tied on her wrist, he felt relieved. I was worried you might take off the colorful string if you wore men's clothes. I didn't take it off. You kept telling me not to take it off casually and to wait for the rain. I thought it would rain today, but it didn't. Xiao Wang adjusted the small golden gourd, he had added later. Just wear it for a few more days, Your Highness.
Chu Xingchen note that.
Shun Songju watched Xiao Wang's movements, slightly curling her lips and lowering her head. She could tell Xiao Wang was deliberately asserting his authority. For some reason, Shun Songju felt that Xiao Wang seemed to care about her more than usual lately. But actually, he also cared quite a bit about Xiao Wang. Shun Songju spoke, Your Highness, maybe you should organize everything you said in the carriage. I noticed you kept rubbing your wrist. Were you writing too much? I can help you record it. That would be great. Chu Xingchen agreed. Xiao Wang immediately said, I can help too. He looked at Chu Xingchen's wrist. Your Highness, does your wrist hurt badly? If it does, you can ask Nurse Sun to help massage it or put on a plaster. Chu Xingchen looked at her wrist. It's fine. It's not that serious, just a little sore. No need to trouble Nurse Sunday. She smiled. By the way, I haven't had time to ask. Is Nurse Sun adjusting well in the palace? Xiao Wang nodded, a glimmer of happiness in his eyes. Recently, Sun Yueqing had made some progress and was working on the antidote. It might be useful. Chu Xingchen looked at Xiao Wang's eyes and slightly curled her lips without asking more. Actually, her previous questions were unnecessary because Wan Dong had already told her that Sun Yueqing was too cold-hearted and had offended people because of it. However, since Xiao Wang protected her, no one dared to trouble her. Shun Songju glanced at Chu Xingchen and then at Xiao Wang. Young Master Xiao, I will take my leave now. His Highness will probably stay late tonight. Do you want to have barbecue? I'll ask Baopu to inform the kitchen. Who doesn't want barbecue? Chu Xingchen nodded, yes. Since they were working late, they had to have barbecue. Would you like some wine too? Yes, add some. A little wine is nice. Shun Songju and Chu Xingchen went inside. He noticed Xiao Wang stop and seemed to be deep in thought. He had also heard about Xiao Wang and the doctor girl, but he didn't expect that His Highness seemed somewhat concerned about her. Shun Songju didn't give Chu Xingchen much time to think and quickly started to busy himself. As Shun Songju said, they stayed up quite late that night, eating barbecue, drinking wine, and tidying up afterward. After organizing the documents, Shun Songju was about to speak when he saw Chu Xingchen had fallen asleep on the side. He gently straightened the papers on the table, thought for a moment, and chose not to wake Chu Xingchen. Instead, he leaned on the other side and watched her with a smile. Chu Xingchen preferred red, and her male clothes were also entirely red. Shun Songju was dressed in moon white. The red sleeves and moon-white sleeves together created a harmonious contrast, lively and calm. Baopu, guarding outside the study, quietly closed the door and stopped Wandong from coming over worriedly, saying they were still busy and telling her to go rest. He would take care of everything. Inside, the room grew quieter, and Shin Songju fell asleep unknowingly. Baopu secretly glanced inside and thought everything looked so peaceful. It was beautiful, but the consequences were quite serious. Chu Xingchen and Shin Songju had slept in the same position all night, and the price was they both had stiff necks. They both had stiff necks quite badly, to the point where turning their heads was difficult. You should have woken me up. Now we're in the same boat. Shin Songju didn't expect such a result, but seeing Chu Xingchen with a stiff neck, watching Ling Zhou get annoyed, and Xiao Wang pursing his lips in displeasure, was quite interesting. Although they only spent one night in the study, it was still a night together. No wonder they acted that way. He needed to find a different place next time. He also heard that leader Zhou Bian punished the shadow on duty that night for failing to protect His Highness's health, which led to His Highness getting injured. The weather is getting hotter, and the imperial examination fever is growing stronger. The Daichu Daily has mostly shifted its focus to the exams. According to reports from various places, the promotion of the exams is going well, and many people are eager to sign up. Every day, Chu Xingchen reads the reports and is quite satisfied. However, good news didn't last long. Since the exams involve the interests of powerful families, after a period of calm, problems eventually arose. Your Highness, blood-written messages have been found in the suggestion box at the Daichu Library. The library originally set up the suggestion box to listen to public opinions, but over time, it began to contain desperate pleas for help from those with nowhere to turn. Because of this, Chu Xingchen has also resolved some wrongful cases. Gradually, the library has become a channel that reaches the heavens. Few people know about this channel, and it's only occasionally used, but Chu Xingchen takes it seriously. Xiao Wang is tasked with collecting and filtering the messages regularly. This time, a plea for help written in blood was found. The message comes from Qingtai County, reporting that poor students trying to participate in the imperial exams are frequently facing danger. At first, they were advised not to take the exams, but when they ignored the warnings, accidents started happening. Some were beaten and injured by thugs, some had family members in trouble, and others died outright. The students who died were talented and educated. At first, because poor students had no influence and few people paid attention, it wasn't seen as serious. But as incidents spread to other areas, it became clear something was wrong. It seemed like a warning from the powerful families, telling them not to get too proud. Some students gave up, but others, angry and injured, refused to stay silent and tried to report the incidents. However, their efforts were useless. Realizing something was wrong, some students tried to escape Qingtai County, but they were intercepted and killed on the way. Officially, it was said to be bandit attacks, but the bandits only targeted students, not others. In Qingtai County and nearby areas, the only ones unscathed were the children of powerful families. They were eliminating rivals, and they wanted Chu Xingchen to look bad. No matter how much she fought back, the people she could use were still theirs. Students couldn't leave Qingtai County, and with no help coming, some remembered the suggestion box at the Daichu Library. They finally sent their messages there, which eventually reached Chu Xingchen. The list of those signing up for the exams has become a list of life and death. How dare they? Chu Xingchen looked at the shocking blood-written message, feeling an unprecedented anger. Zhou Bian. Chu Xingchen called Zhou Bian. Take shadow and investigate thoroughly whether Fengmen City and nearby towns have similar phenomena. Move quickly. Yes. The next day, Zhou Bian gave Chu Xingchen an answer. Several students in Fengmen City have also experienced accidents. Aside from Fengmen City, similar incidents have occurred in other places, but the most serious are in Qingtai County. Are there any noble families in Qingtai County? The Wang family. They were a prominent family during the previous dynasty, but have been declining over the past 10 years. Still, it's said their descendants are very studious. Cases of students being harmed or killed are very serious. The queen immediately sent people secretly to investigate. However, before the first person even left, they fell ill at home. The second person safely arrived in Qingtai County, but then lost contact. This is a provocation. The queen was furious. I don't believe we can't deal with them. But time is running out. Although the news wasn't made public, high officials in the court had already received word. The small-scale spread of the news about students from humble backgrounds being killed was very harmful to the imperial examination. In 3 months, the first exam would start. If they didn't stabilize the situation early and caused panic, everything could fall apart. It would be hard to push reforms later. After careful thought, Chu Xingchen decided to go personally and investigate thoroughly. They only refused to give up before, making a ridiculous joke about humble students, showing their disdain. But now, the situation has changed. Empress, they are killing chickens to warn monkeys. They killed those students to send a message. She must respond equally, personally show her stance, and solve the problem to demonstrate her determination to carry out the imperial examination reforms. Only then could she prevent more victims. Empress, I will go myself, she said. Let's see if they will also try to kill me. The next day, the queen angrily issued a harsh order. If another case of a humble student being killed occurs, the local noble families will no longer be allowed to take the exam. She then sent another official to investigate, even deploying a large force to protect him. This was an official investigation, but before departure, Chu Xingchen secretly set out. She began preparing exam papers with carefully chosen examiners, secretly heading to Qingtai County. Knowing that the journey wouldn't be peaceful, her bodyguard shadow training team was mobilized. The accompanying team was also large, worried about her safety. In the end, Ling Zhou, Xiao Wang, Shun Songzhu, and Zhou Baiyan all went together. Even more surprising was the addition of Sun Yueqing. Xiao Wang personally decided to bring her along. Your Highness, let her come as a healer. If anyone gets hurt on the way, she can treat them. Chu Xingchen said it wasn't necessary to make things complicated, and that Xiao Wang didn't need to come either. But Xiao Wang insisted, everyone else is going, so I have to go too. I don't trust your safety, Your Highness. Xiao Wang insisted on bringing Sun Yueqing because her antidote was finally ready. He couldn't stop testing it at a critical moment. If luck was on their side, they might succeed. He couldn't risk failure at a crucial time, so he decided to bring Sun Yueqing. He didn't trust her staying in the palace, and he was even more worried about Chu Xingchen. Xiao Wang insisted and had a way to leave the palace. After Chu Xingchen left the palace, he followed directly. Chu Xingchen was disguised as a man, and the group pretended to be students returning home for exams. Sun Yueqing came along but was mostly on the carriage, said to be carsick and mostly sleeping, so she didn't stand out much. On the way out, besides the heat and the risk of heatstroke, they faced some minor troubles in the first 2 days. Overall, the journey was smooth, but suddenly, an accident happened. On the 3rd day after leaving Fomin City, the weather finally cooled in the evening after a hot day. To prevent heatstroke, Chu Xingchen and Ling Zhou went out to enjoy the breeze and changed to riding horses. They want to make good progress, but not long after, they heard someone shout ahead, "Ambush." What followed was a nightmare. Suddenly, large stones fell on both sides of the road, followed by a rain of arrows. "Protect the crown prince," Zhou Baiyan shouted and quickly shielded Chu Xingchen behind him. A protective circle formed around Chu Xingchen immediately. Shun Songzhu and others also formed protective circles. The guards in the shadows were well trained, and the black-clad attackers were no match for them. But there were too many black-clad enemies, and they seemed fearless of pain or death, attacking relentlessly, one after another, fighting desperately. The attackers kept coming, and from a distance, arrows kept flying. These arrows aimed directly at Chu Xingchen, regardless of whether they might hurt their own people, attacking indiscriminately. They are deadly soldiers. Be careful. Zhou Baiyan sensed something was different. No one expected that deadly soldiers had been used. Zhou Baiyan swung away the arrows again and protected Chu Xingchen tightly, but he was struck by an arrow himself. Zhou Baiyan reminded everyone to act quickly. Many people followed Chu Xingqian's team, killing wave after wave. However, as they died, the guards and shadows also got hurt, one after another, dying before their eyes. Zhou Baiyan, needing to protect Chu Xingqian, faced attacks that were beyond normal, and his wounds kept increasing. The attackers seemed to know their team well. Chu Xingqian was their main target, and they only fought against him. Whenever Zhou Baiyan tried to protect Chu Xingqian, the enemies would come right to him. Seeing people fall one after another and noticing his own increasing blood loss, Zhou Baiyan thought, this can't go on. He initially wanted to protect Chu Xingqian and leave, but now he changed his mind. Continuing like this, the prince was in danger. Your Highness, I will take you back to the carriage first, Zhou Baiyan said. Ling Zhou cooperated, working together to clear a path. The horses pulling the carriage had long died, and the carriage was covered with arrows, like a hedgehog. Many arrows also shot through the windows of the carriage. If Chu Xingqian had been sitting inside, he might have already been hit. Zhou Baiyan quickly pulled out his sword and forcefully closed the window. This carriage was specially made, with iron plates inside the wooden boards, making it bulletproof. Because of this, it was hotter and less ventilated than other carriages. But at this moment, the heat didn't matter. Chu Xingqian got into the carriage, holding a dagger, obedient and not falling behind. Without her, Zhou Baiyan and the others could fight freely, without worries. Zhou Baiyan closed the door, waved away the arrows, and no longer needed to protect Chu Xingqian. He went on a fierce attack. After killing those near the carriage, Zhou Baiyan looked at Xiao Wang and said, Xiao Wang, go inside and stay with the prince. He was worried about the prince being alone, but he couldn't stay with him, so he needed someone else. Shen Songzhu was too far away, and Ling Zhou had to fight with him. Since Xiao Wang was close enough, he was told to watch over the prince. Okay. Xiao Wang agreed immediately and moved closer. Chu Xingqian heard Zhou Baiyan's words and quickly leaned against the carriage, peering out through a small gap in the window. Xiao Wang promised to come over right away, but suddenly, he heard a terrible scream. Xiao Wang told his guards to protect Sun Yueqing, but the chaos was too much. When he left, the guards followed him, and Sun Yueqing was shot. Hearing the scream, Xiao Wang turned back. Seeing Sun Yueqing injured, he hesitated. He looked back at Chu Xingqian's carriage. Inside, many people surrounded and protected Chu Xingqian, making it the most secure. Zhou Baiyan and Ling Zhou guarded her on either side. But the protection for Sun Yueqing was weak. If Xiao Wang left, she might die here. Xiao Wang hesitated for a moment and decided to turn back. Chu Xingqian has many guards and won't be harmed, but Sun Yueqing isn't protected. She came out because of him entering the palace and is still giving him the antidote. Not only because of his medicine but also out of responsibility, he should protect her well. Bringing her out means he is responsible for her safety. As a medical girl, without him, no one cares about her safety. Xiao Wang went back to help Sun Yueqing up. Protect medical girl Sunday. Chu Xingqian watched him return through the carriage window. She clenched her dagger and muttered, I don't need anyone to accompany me. I'm not hurt. It's only right that he chooses to be the one hurt. As soon as she finished speaking, there was a sudden movement below. The bottom of the carriage suddenly opened, and a hand reached for Chu Xingqian. This special carriage had iron plates on the roof, but the only part without iron was the bottom, designed for escape in case of fire. The noise inside the carriage was loud, but drowned out by the sounds of fighting outside. The dead soldiers kept coming, but under the counterattack led by Zhou Baiyan's secret guards and Ling Zhou's special training team, they were quickly driven back. The archers hiding in the shadows were also found and killed. The scene was a mess. Zhou Baiyan and Ling Zhou stood guard by the carriage, not letting anyone get close. When Zhou Baiyan confirmed it was safe, he immediately opened the carriage door. Your Highness, are you all right? Shen Songzhu and Xiao Wang followed closely behind, but they saw Zhou Baiyan standing stunned. What's wrong? They pushed past Zhou Baiyan to look inside, only to see the carriage empty. Where is the Highness? Xiao Wang suddenly turned around, realizing the highness wasn't in the carriage. He hurried forward, staring at the empty carriage as if struck by lightning. Where is the highness? No one answered. Zhou Baiyan's mind went blank. The highness was gone. He personally sent her onto the carriage and closed the door himself, yet she disappeared. Silent and without a trace, she vanished completely. Night fell, and Zhou Baiyan's world darkened. He never thought he would lose the highness right under his nose. He had finally killed all the enemies, but the highness was gone. Bloodstained, Zhou Baiyan collapsed, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. Young Master Zhou, Shun Songzhu and Ling Zhou, looking pale, were startled and hurriedly helped him. Xiao Wang's face changed too. Sun Yueqing, come quickly and check on young Master Zhou. Then he remembered Sun Yueqing's hand was injured, but Sun Yueqing had already come over. She was about to go look, but Zhou Baiyan pushed her away.
I'm fine.
I'm looking for the crown prince. Sun Yueqing frowned and tried to step forward, but Zhou Baiyan pushed them back and looked into the shadows. If you can't find the crown prince, don't expect to live either. Ling Zhou's eyes turned fierce. Did you hear that? Hurry up and find the crown prince. If you can't find him, no one here will survive. Xiao Wang was still not willing to give up. He carefully searched the carriage, but found no one. Only a few drops of blood and some fallen, colorful threads. He had been waiting for the rain, but never saw it come. Clenching the colorful threads tightly, Xiao Wang said, "Find the alive people and ask them where the crown prince is. It's my fault. I should have stayed with her in the carriage, so she wouldn't get into trouble." Guilt almost overwhelmed Xiao Wang. Fate played tricks on him. He thought Chu Xingchen was safe because many people protected him. He didn't come because he was worried about Sun Yueqing's safety, but he forgot that Chu Xingchen was the real target. In the end, Sun Yueqing was safe, but Chu Xingchen got into trouble and disappeared. Zhou Baiyan wiped the blood from his lips. He was about to go find Chu Xingchen when he heard Xiao Wang's words. Suddenly, he remembered. Yes, he had asked Xiao Wang to stay with Chu Xingchen. Zhou Baiyan grabbed Xiao Wang suddenly. I almost forgot. I told you to watch her. Why didn't you watch her? Why didn't you come? Xiao Wang couldn't speak. Sun Yueqing gritted her teeth and spoke up. It's my fault. I got hurt. Zhou Baiyan glanced at her, then looked back at Xiao Wang. Did you not stay with the crown prince because of her? Xiao Wang couldn't answer. Zhou Baiyan's expression suddenly burst with anger. What is she? You only care about her. Between the crown prince and her, why did you choose her? What right do you have to choose her? She is nothing. Not a single one compares to the crown prince. Zhou Baiyan didn't understand. His hands trembled, and the wound from the arrow in his arm was bleeding. After a moment, he suddenly pushed Xiao Wang away. It doesn't matter anymore. He would go find the crown prince. If anything happens to the crown prince, I won't spare you. He would kill them all. Of course, he wouldn't survive either, and there was no need to live. He felt guilty. He hadn't protected the crown prince well, and he was also venting his anger. Xiao Wang softly said, You don't need to kill. If something happened to her, he would end his own life. Find someone. It's urgent to find the crown prince, Shun Songzhu said in a deep voice. Zhou Baiyan and Ling Zhou led people to search, but found nothing. Shun Songzhu carefully searched and finally discovered something unusual under the carriage. After opening it, they discovered a small passage under the carriage. The passage was short and narrow, extending only to the roadside. But Chu Xingchen was kidnapped through this passage. Shun Songzhu guessed correctly. Chu Xingchen was taken through this tunnel. Suddenly, a figure like a monkey popped up from beneath the carriage, covering Chu Xingchen's nose and dragging her downward. Chu Xingchen couldn't dodge in time. She fiercely scratched his hand with the dagger. The person grunted, but didn't stop. Chu Xingchen stabbed him again, and the grip on her mouth loosened a little. Her vision went black. Amidst the fighting sounds outside, the bottom of the carriage returned to normal, and the marks on the ground from the passage were erased. Shun Songzhu noticed this carefully, but didn't have time to act. When Chu Xingchen regained consciousness, She felt a terrible headache, her body was sore and weak, and her stomach was empty, as if she hadn't eaten for days. She was lying on a soft surface, probably a bed, but her hands seemed tied. Recalling what had happened earlier, she stayed alert and kept her eyes closed, sensing no one nearby. When she opened her eyes, she saw she was in a somewhat luxurious room, with a strong smell of perfume. She was definitely on a bed. Her hands and feet were tied with ropes, and except for her head, she couldn't move much. She listened carefully. Faint sounds outside, like laughter, both male and female, and music could be heard. While listening, she looked for something to help her escape. Suddenly, she heard the door open. She quickly closed her eyes, pretending to be asleep. "Go in quickly, you're very lucky this time," a somewhat exaggerated female voice said. Then she heard the door close and footsteps approaching. Chu Xingchen's heart pounded. As the footsteps drew nearer, she remembered the noise from the door opening. The sounds outside made her think of a brothel. Could she be in a brothel? In stories and dramas, heroines often end up in such places when in trouble. Her mind was in chaos. She was worried about the clues she had heard and the approaching footsteps. The person finally stopped in front of the bed. Chu Xingchen remained still, but she could smell a foul odor, like standing near trash. Then she heard lewd laughter and hurried breathing. Her hair was pulled, and the man said, "There really is a woman. And such a young, beautiful woman." By the end, his voice was full of excitement. Chu Xingchen felt his breath on her, and then felt him touching her in front. She couldn't hold back anymore, and opened her eyes to avoid him. The first thing that caught the eye was a head of messy, dirty black hair, and a face that was unclean and dark. This person was a beggar. Seeing Chu Xingchen open her eyes, he seemed startled and quickly sat up straight.
Who are you?
"Where is this?" Chu Xingchen's voice was hoarse as she asked, staying alert. "It's a brothel," the beggar casually replied, his attention fixed on her face. "You are very beautiful." He looked at Chu Xingchen with greed. "I've never seen such a pretty woman." As he spoke, his eyes brightened, and he moved closer. Chu Xingchen smelled his foul odor, and as he approached, she thought she saw a flea flash across his head. She stepped back. "Don't come closer. Let's talk nicely." But the beggar didn't listen. His eyes shone like a dog's, staring greedily at her. "Lucky day today, I hit the jackpot. Even if I die, it's worth it." He eagerly took off his torn clothes and reached for Chu Xingchen's. "Stop." Chu Xingchen forced herself to stay calm, thinking this was a brothel. Instead of shouting for help, she used all the knowledge she had learned online. "Big brother, what's your name?" She kept her expression steady. "I don't even know your name." She couldn't anger them. She tried to make small talk to buy time, hoping that maybe in the next second, Zhou Bian would appear and find her. Hoping, she forced a small smile at the beggar. "I'm very thirsty and uncomfortable, and I can't move. Could you please pour me a glass of water?" The beggar paused but made no move.
You don't even cry.
"I don't cry, so can you help me? My hand hurts."
Can you untie it?
She tried to stay calm with all her might, but the beggar's face darkened. "No, I'm not that stupid." He took a breath quickly and reached out directly. Chu Xingchen's breath caught, her blood rushing. "Big brother, calm down." But the beggar didn't seem to hear her. His eyes turned red, and his ugly expression was exposed. Chu Xingchen desperately tried to stay calm, thinking of ways to save herself. She remembered some tricks she had seen before.
She thought about penicillin.
There was no AIDS in this era, maybe it would be okay. She couldn't struggle too much, or she might hurt herself. There were also pregnancy prevention drinks in this time. She could drink those later. She had to stay calm. She kept telling herself to stay calm, but under the beggar's actions, all her efforts were in vain. When the beggar, like a dog, lunged at her, Chu Xingchen lost control instantly and could no longer stay calm. She had never encountered such a situation before. "Stop, go away. Do you know who I am? If you don't want to die, stop now or I will kill you. Definitely kill you." Chu Xingchen's voice was fierce, but the beggar remained unmoved.
Kill me.
It would be worth it to die happily once. Chu Xingqian had never felt so hopeless. She struggled, but only pulled the rope tighter, which made the beggar even more excited. From anger to fear, she begged, "Please let me go. I will do anything you want. I can give you everything, because I am the princess." She revealed her identity. "I am the princess. If you let me go today, I will give you anything." The beggar looked up, his expression strange. Then he snorted, "The princess?
Who would believe that?"
I am the crown prince, not the princess. Today, just serve me well. Ha ha ha, princess." Before he finished laughing, he was suddenly hit, stumbling and seeing stars. It was Chu Xingqian who, taking advantage of his distraction, used her head to hit him hard. She used all her strength, feeling her vision darken and her head throb painfully. The beggar was knocked down hard and fell on top of her. Chu Xingqian was about to breathe a sigh of relief when he shook his head and surprisingly got up again. This time, the beggar's fury was clear. Dare to die. He grabbed Chu Xingqian's hair and slapped her twice. Her vision blurred, and the beggar spat fiercely. "You deserve a beating. Today, I will teach you a lesson." Suddenly, her clothes were torn apart with a ripping sound. The beggar's dirty, dark hands reached for her. Seeing his foul yellow teeth, Chu Xingqian felt hopeless. "Help! Zhou Bian, help me." Still calling for help? Shouting won't do any good, came the cold reply. "Xiao Wang, help me." But neither Zhou Bian nor Xiao Wang appeared. Only despair remained in Chu Xingqian's eyes. Originally, I wanted to question him carefully, but he was already dead, bleeding from 7 orifices, and had committed suicide. In the end, I didn't find out who was behind it. Su Dandan felt guilty and did not mention it. At Zixiao Temple, Xie Ziqing left through the back door and saw a man in black in the peach orchard where the peaches had already ripened. Task completed. The man in black handed Xie Ziqing evidence of his mission, saying, "This was torn from her neck." Xie Ziqing took it with a smile, thinking about Chu Xingqian being tied to the bed, unable to move, and allowing beggars to insult him. He laughed. Since Chu Xingqian treated him that way, he would return her suffering and let the dirtiest person in the world ruin her. If he dared to do this to him, he would make her experience the same pain. He imagined shunned Songzhu Xiaowang, their beloved daughter, being destroyed by a beggar for the first time. He imagined their shared pain, suffering for a lifetime. His suppressed feelings finally felt relief. He chuckled twice, getting pregnant with "That's the biggest joke." The next heir of De Chu turns out to be a beggar's illegitimate child.
Ha ha ha.
Xie Ziqing laughed so hard that the evidence handed over by the man in black accidentally fell to the ground. He stopped smiling and picked it up with a good mood. The evidence was a necklace, decorated with a small piece lock, much smaller than usual.
Peace. Ha ha.
Xie Ziqing sneered, casually flipping it over. His smile suddenly froze. On the back of the piece lock, instead of patterns, there was a carving of a tiger. The tiger didn't look very majestic. On its forehead, besides the character Wang, there was a flower. In the corner, there was the mark of a late master. This strange piece lock looked very familiar to Xie Ziqing. He couldn't believe it, looked at it repeatedly, and muttered, "How is this possible? What's going on? Why is the piece lock from Chen Ruoshui's bracelet here?" He suddenly stood up. Could they have mistaken someone and taken Chen Ruoshui away? Although he no longer held deep feelings for Chen Ruoshui, she was still his savior. He couldn't just harm her. "Quick, go find that person from earlier," Xie Ziqing ordered, but it was obvious that the man in black had already left far away, and he couldn't find him. After hesitating for a moment, Xie Ziqing couldn't help but go to Chen's residence. He wanted to confirm if Chen Ruoshui was still safe. He entered through the side door as usual and sneaked into Chen Ruoshui's room. He saw that she was safe and sound. Xie Ziqing heaved a sigh of relief. Chen Ruoshui had already noticed him. "Why are you here?"
Just came to check.
Xie Ziqing glanced at Chen Ruoshui's wrist, noticing the familiar bracelet, and frowned. Chan Ruoshue's bracelet and peace lock were both there, so where did the peace lock he received come from? Seeing Xie Ziqing's intense stare, Chen Ruoshue asked, "What are you looking at? Is this bracelet really only one piece?" This bracelet was carved by a famous master known as Master Yi because he had a pair of skillful hands. His jewelry was exquisite and always made as a single piece, making each one unique in the world. Over time, he became known as Master Yi. He once designed the emperor's crown for the former empress, and later designed the crown for the Empress Dowager. As a royal craftsman, his jewelry was one of a kind and always sought after by women. After Master Yi passed away, his works became treasured collectibles. You've seen it before, made personally by Master Yi. Chen Ruoshue's eyes flickered with a hint of impatience. What do you want? Is he here to ask for her forgiveness and reconciliation? She wouldn't forgive him easily. Xie Ziqing turned to leave, but he didn't go far from the Chen residence. Instead, he found Chen Ruoshue's maid. Xie Ziqing was interested in Chen Ruoshue, so the maid had long been bought over. "How many bracelets does your master's lady wear?" The maid secretly looked at Xie Ziqing's expression, afraid to lie. "Now only one. But originally, there was a pair." "A pair?" Xie Ziqing suddenly turned back sharply. "Who has the other one?" "It's in the hands of the Princess Dowager." The maid lowered her head. Master Yi once made a pair of peace bracelets, originally meant for the Princess Dowager. At that time, the young lady was chosen as the Princess Dowager's companion, and since they were the same age, the emperor's husband decided to give one to the young lady. Xie Ziqing took a step back abruptly. "Are you saying this bracelet originally belonged to the Princess Dowager?" "Yes, but later, the Princess Dowager's bracelet broke, and she stopped wearing it. Now only the young lady's bracelet remains unique." A loud rumble echoed in Xie Ziqing's ears. After a while, he finally found his voice. "Then I ask you, did Chen Ruoshue go to Xiandong County 7 years ago? I asked your young lady before, and she said she couldn't remember. Do you remember?" The maid looked into Xie Ziqing's eyes, feeling a sudden shock. She could only tell the truth. "Yes, the young lady went, but it was 6 years ago. It should have been the Princess Dowager, who went to Xiandong County 7 years ago. The emperor's husband was born there, so the Princess Dowager probably went with him." Xie Ziqing didn't even know how he left the Chen residence. His mind was in chaos. He liked Chen Ruoshue so much because she was the person who saved him after many years of searching. 7 years ago, his grandfather's student was expelled from the martial arts school for making a mistake. The student was unwilling and kidnapped him to take revenge. Later, in Xiandong County, he was saved by a young girl. She only helped him casually and didn't care much about him. She wore a hood, so he didn't see her face, but he remembered her bracelet with a unique tiger charm for safety. He searched for her everywhere and finally found her. She was as kind and beautiful as she was when he was a child, and the bracelet was one of a kind, so he could not mistake her. He disliked Chu Xingchen, who kept following him, because her heart was only for Chen Ruoshue. Now everything was beyond repair, and he finally learned the truth. Chu Xingchen never wore the bracelet because it broke by accident. It was a gift from her father, and the flower charm was carved by a master she begged. She liked it very much. When the bracelet broke, the master turned it into a necklace, making it smaller than other safety charms. Chu Xingchen saw it in her jewelry box and thought it was cute. She sometimes wore it, and this time, she happened to have it with her, so it ended up in Xie Ziqing's hands. Xie Ziqing looked at the safety charm in his hand and almost couldn't stand. The person who saved him was Chu Xingchen, but he had never known and had treated her so badly. Thinking about his revenge plan, Xie Ziqing felt dizzy.
No.
Wonderful pen. Stop them quickly. Xie Ziqing felt like he was going crazy. He didn't understand how things had turned out like this and just wanted everything to stop. But deep down, he knew it was too late. It was too late to call for a halt. Xie Ziqing clenched the safety charm tightly, feeling powerless, and knelt down. Qingtai County. Compared to Fomin City, Qingtai County has a gentler southern atmosphere, reminiscent of the water towns of Jiangnan in Qi State. Qingtai County has a famous place called Flower Street Alley. Flower Street Alley is full of brothels and red light districts. Unlike other places, the brothels here are popular among scholars and poets because they have courtesans who perform arts but do not sell themselves. After dark, the rest of Qingtai County falls silent, but Flower Street Alley becomes lively, filled with singing, laughter, and flirtation. Sometimes, there are cries for help or screams, but no one pays attention, quickly drowned out by music and laughter. In such a place, these shouts are common, even enjoyed by some customers. But one person noticed something when he was about to leave. Suddenly, he heard something. Shun Songju suddenly turned back, his expression changing unpredictably. Ignoring the old madam's protests, he rushed forward and kicked open the door of the room where strange sounds were coming from. 3 days and nights passed without him closing his eyes. Based on his intuition and vague clues, he tracked all the way to Qingtai County, but found no news, making him doubt whether he was on the wrong trail. Finally, he found a faint clue, but unfortunately, it pointed to the brothel he least wanted to face. Shun Songju had been eager to find Xu Xingchen, but once he entered, his first hope was that his clues were wrong. Otherwise, he dared not think about it. He didn't want to think further. When his search yielded no results and he was about to give up, he suddenly heard a sound. At that moment, heaven and seemed to descend together. When Xu Xingchen was at her most desperate, the door suddenly burst open. It wasn't Zhou Bian or Xiao Wang, but Shun Songju. As Shun Songju looked around the room, his eyes nearly burst with rage. He drew a dagger from his sleeve and lunged forward. Blood spilled everywhere. Amid screams and struggles, he didn't stop. Shun Songju had never lost control like this before. The madam screamed to call for help but was dragged out by Shun Songju's men. Once the person holding him was silent, Shun Songju suddenly calmed down after seeing Xu Xingchen's face. Looking at Xu Xingchen, covered in dirt, tears, and splattered with blood, Shun Songju felt his heart ache painfully for the first time. He took off his clothes and covered her, saying, "It's okay now, Your Highness, it's okay." He comforted her and carefully untied the ropes binding her, helping her up. "It's all over now. I'm here. You don't need to be afraid." Xu Xingchen held Shun Songju's hand, feeling his touch for real, and finally believed she was saved. She reached out and hugged Shun Songju, crying loudly, "Shun Songju, I'm so scared." "Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. I'm here." Shun Songju kept soothing her. "It's over now. I'm here. Why did you come so late? Why did you come so late? It was my fault. I was late. I promise I'll come earlier next time, okay?" Shun Songju swallowed the bitter taste in his mouth, suppressing his murderous and violent impulses, and apologized gently. After Xu Xingchen calmed down, he dressed her in his clothes and covered her with a veil. "Your Highness, let's leave here first." He picked her up and, passing by a beggar, noticed the beggar was still breathing. When the guards opened the door, Shun Songju said, "He's got quite a bit of luck. Remember to cut him into pieces." He truly wanted him torn to pieces. The guard listened to Shun Songju's cold and fierce voice, lowered his head and responded, "Yes." The beggar was not wearing clothes, with messy wounds all over his body, blood flowing everywhere, yet he still hadn't died. This was really unfortunate. Shun Songju held Xu Xingchen and, with the guard leading the way, they successfully left the brothel. The lively streets of Huajie were bustling, with drunken people bumping into them from time to time. When encountering such people, Xu Xingchen instinctively would shrink into his arms. As they exited the streets, he saw a beggar at the corner and immediately stiffened, clutching his clothes tightly. A flicker of pain crossed Shun Songju's eyes. He was too late. He should have acted sooner. Then this wouldn't have happened. He hugged Xu Xingchen tightly, as if he had found a precious treasure he thought was lost. At the busiest and largest inn in Qingtai County, Shun Songju rented a top-floor room. After the bath barrel was brought in, he stayed outside to let Xu Xingchen bathe. Only then did Xu Xingchen realize she smelled terrible. She wanted to wash thoroughly, but was afraid to take off her clothes and get into the water. "Madam, I am outside. If you need anything, just call me directly." Shun Songju's gentle and steady voice sounded, making Zhuo Xingchen's heart gradually settle. "Okay. I've asked the innkeeper's lady to help buy clothes. They should be here after you finish washing. Don't worry." Zhuo Xingchen secretly glanced and saw Shun Songju standing outside the door, facing away from her. She let out a breath of relief, finally feeling at ease. Hearing the sound of water, Shun Songju also relaxed. Zhuo Xingchen bathed and couldn't help but want to clean herself thoroughly, scrubbing every touched part, wishing she could peel off a layer of skin. When she realized her skin was almost breaking, she suddenly stopped, controlling herself to cease washing. She told herself she wasn't dirty. The one who was dirty wasn't her. She paused for a moment, the surroundings so quiet it was almost deafening, and she couldn't help but ask, "Shin Songju, are you still there?" "I'm here. I've been here all along," Shin Songju immediately responded, his voice slightly hoarse, but full of reassurance. "Madam, I will read a book to you." Shin Songju's voice was very pleasant. Even with the hoarseness, it had a soothing rhythm and charm. Zhuo Xingchen's mood gradually calmed down under his reading voice. After finishing the book, the innkeeper's lady brought back the clothes. "Madam, I will open the door and bring in the clothes. Don't worry, I won't peek." Zhuo Xingchen nodded, curled up in the bath, watching Shun Songju close his eyes and turn away to open the door. Carefully, he placed the clothes inside and then closed the door. Zhuo Xingchen changed into her new clothes. Since she is quite tall, the sleeves are a bit short, and the marks from the rope around her hand are more noticeable. Her skin is very fair and looks quite shocking. Although Zhuo Xingchen is afraid of pain, she is not too delicate and tries to pull her clothes down a bit so that Shin Songjua won't worry too much. She only notices the bruises on her hand but forgets that her face was also hit, and now there are clear slap marks. Shun Songjua had seen them before, but they weren't this obvious. Now that he sees them again, a strong anger rises in his heart. The people who wouldn't even hurt a finger are now beaten like this. He suddenly feels that even 1,000 cuts would be too good for them. "Come here, I'll help you apply the medicine." Zhuo Xingchen thinks about pulling her clothes down again. It doesn't hurt that much anymore. Before she finishes speaking, she notices Shun Songjua suddenly reaching out to hold her chin. Zhuo Xingchen is surprised and tries to step back, but Shun Songjua gently tucks her damp hair behind her ear, his gaze fixed on her cheek, his eyes darkening. Zhuo Xingchen moves slightly and realizes her face also hurts a lot. "Don't move around," Shun Songjua says helplessly, opening the medicine bottle and gently applying it with his fingertips. "I forgot to cut off his hand just now." Zhuo Xingchen's eyes widen. Usually such fierce words are spoken by Zhou Baiyan, right? "Oh, right." Shin Songjua, what about Zhou Baiyan and the others? Are they hurt? Is Zhou Baiyan okay? Did they forget to ask if you're hurt? When she was taken away, there was still a fierce fight outside. Zhou Baiyan was injured earlier, and those loyal soldiers fought desperately. She is a bit worried about the others. "I'm fine." Shun Songjua pauses for a moment. "Zhou Baiyan was injured, but he's okay now. Ling Zhou and the others didn't come because we split into 4 groups." "That's good." Zhuo Xingchen breathes a sigh of relief. Shin Songjua didn't specifically mention Xiao Wang, so Zhuo Xingchen didn't ask further. Since Shin Songjua said he's fine, it must be nothing serious. "Are we now in Qing Tai County?" Zhuo Xingchen asks with doubt in her eyes. "But even if we go by water, it still takes 3 or 4 days. Has it already been 3 days? "Yes, we are in Qing Tai County. It's been 3 days and 4 nights since you disappeared." Shun Songjua is the only one who traveled by water. Zhuo Xingchen had been unconscious all this time, in a daze, unable to fully wake up. She lost track of time and only now realizes how long it has been. No wonder she feels so weak, exhausted, and hungry. It's been so long. Everyone must be worried sick. "Shun Songjua, can you contact them? The Empress knows I am in trouble. If she does, she will quickly send a message back. Her health cannot be further affected by stress. I will contact them as soon as possible. I will also send a message to the palace quickly. Your Highness, if you have any instructions, just tell me directly when you see someone. Okay. Chu Xingqian nodded, then couldn't help but ask, where did Zhou Bian go? He's injured. Please make sure he treats his wound properly. I'm worried he might risk his life to find me. Shen Songzhu paused briefly, not mentioning that Zhou Bian was indeed risking his life to find her, nor that he had vomited blood after not seeing her. His wound was only roughly treated. Before they parted, he had warned her once, but he said he was fine. Seeing Chu Xingqian worried about Zhou Bian, Shen Songzhu couldn't help but recall how Chu Xingqian had desperately saved Zhou Bian earlier, even crying. If she knew, she would definitely worry again. Zhou Bian wasn't here, but he was very present in her mind.
She still cared about him.
Shen Songzhu reached out and gently held Chu Xingqian's back of the head. My wife, don't move anymore and don't speak. Okay. After wiping her face, Shen Songzhu's gaze fell on Chu Xingqian's lips. She had bitten her lip until it bled. Seeing his gaze, Chu Xingqian realized, I can do it myself. Shen Songzhu responded softly, without insisting. Chu Xingqian fumbled to put medicine on her lips, then scooped out some ointment to put on her wrist. She forgot to roll up her sleeve and could only lift her hand. The popular clothes in Qingtai County are similar to those in the Qi Kingdom, light, thin, and flowing for summer. When she lifted her sleeve, it fell back easily, revealing half her arm. Shen Songzhu immediately saw the bloodstains on Chu Xingqian's arm from her washing. What happened? It's nothing. Chu Xingqian quickly lowered her hand, but Shen Songzhu had already seen and instantly understood what was going on. He grabbed Chu Xingqian's hand and gently applied ointment to her wrist. Your Highness, you must not do this again. He even forgot to change how he addressed her.
Chu Xingqian sốc ti nốt đấy.
I mean it, Your Highness. If you keep doing this, what are we who failed to protect you? Should we just end our lives and ask for forgiveness? Instead of doing this, it's better to scold me, hit me, punish me, anything.
But
please don't hurt yourself. Shen Songzhu's fingers turned white from gripping so tightly. Her words hurt him more than 1,000 cuts. Chu Xingqian shook her head. I know, this isn't your fault. It's not your responsibility. I won't do it again. I just lost control for a moment. I will control myself. Shen Songzhu took a deep breath and carefully untied the purple and blue marks on Chu Xingqian's ankle. He felt guilty and angry, so he said nothing, waiting until he finished to calm down. Thank you. Chu Xingqian sniffed and spoke. You don't need to thank me. Shen Songzhu sighed and supported Chu Xingqian's shoulder. Your Highness, look at me. You're not dirty. It's those dirty people who are. Don't hurt yourself again, he said, then suddenly leaned in and gently kissed her shoulder through her clothes. This kiss was tender and respectful. You are pure and precious, he said. Because she was precious, they held her carefully in their hands. Chu Xingqian's hands, which had been clenched tightly, suddenly relaxed. Her body, which was bleeding from the scrubbing but still felt unclean, seemed to become clean in an instant. She blinked and said, I understand now. Perhaps it was psychological, but the faint smell that she couldn't wash away was replaced by his fresh scent. After seeing the guards and giving orders, Shen Songzhu called for a table of dishes, and they arrived. Eat something. Yes, I'm hungry, Chu Xingqian replied. The food at the inn couldn't compare to the palace, but Chu Xingqian was very hungry, so she ate happily. Before finding Chu Xingqian, Shen Songzhu had no appetite. Only when he saw the food did he realize he was very hungry. After eating and drinking enough, it was late. Shen Songzhu brought over a bowl of medicine. My wife, this is medicine. It might taste bitter, but I suggest you drink it. Chu Xingqian looked at it. Is it calming medicine? Shen Songzhu's face flickered with a strange expression. Chu Xingqian had already reached for the medicine but suddenly stopped, and a thought suddenly crossed her mind. Shen Songzhu, is this some kind of contraceptive soup? Shen Songzhu clenched his jaw tightly. Just as he was about to say something, Chu Xingqian smiled. I don't need to drink it. Before he could react, Chu Xingqian exhaled. So you thought. It didn't exist. Shin Songju, you appeared just in time to save me. Their understanding seemed to be off. Although Chu Xingqian was drowsy, she wasn't completely unaware. Shin Songju suddenly looked up, a flash of surprise in his eyes. Did I arrive just in time? I thought. His eyes uncontrollably heated, and he couldn't help but hug Chu Xingqian. Sorry, thank you. Thank heaven, at last he had a moment to breathe. Chu Xingqian was hugged, and his body stiffened unconsciously. Shin Songju felt this and quickly let go. Sorry, I got too excited. Your Highness, please don't misunderstand. He was rambling, unsure how to explain, but Chu Xingqian understood. I know what you're trying to say. Afraid of losing control in front of Chu Xingqian, Shin Songju picked up a bowl of calming soup and left. I'll go get some sleep-inducing tea. After drinking the tea, it was time to rest, but finding a place to stay was still a problem. My wife, I will stay here tonight. No need to rent another room. They were married, sharing a room was fine, and he felt more at ease. Okay. Shin Songju didn't insist, and Chu Xingqian agreed. She really couldn't sleep alone tonight. I'll sleep on the mat, you sleep on the bed. Chu Xingqian hesitated when she heard this. Shin Songju meant the mat at the foot of the bed, just enough for one person. When the parents of the great Chu were ill, children often slept on the mat to take care of them. Usually night watch maids also slept there. Letting Shin Songju sleep there didn't seem appropriate. All right, it's settled. If you feel guilty, just cover me with a blanket. In the past, Shin Songju would have tried everything to share the bed, but tonight, she had just gone through something difficult. Naturally, she couldn't. The mat was the best option. After she finished speaking, Shin Songju helped arrange the bedding. After covering herself, she touched the blanket and said, Not bad, it's quite soft. Chu Xingqian was very tired. After taking the sleep-inducing medicine, she wanted to sleep more, but closing her eyes, she kept seeing that beggar. Despite being exhausted, she was forcing herself to stay awake. Shin Songju noticed her unusual state. I'll recite some Buddhist scriptures for you. Chu Xingqian didn't understand the scriptures, but listening to them calmed her mind and helped her relax. She gradually fell asleep. She finally managed to sleep, but nightmares still haunted her. Shin Songju saw she was restless and sat up, patting her shoulder to comfort her. One after another, Shin Songju sat by the mat, watching over her until midnight. She was so exhausted from not sleeping well that she finally leaned against her bed and fell asleep. Chu Xingqian remembered her dreams were fragmented, but it seemed someone kept comforting her. Later, she slept soundly. When she woke up the next morning, she saw Shin Songju lying beside her bed. He still had one hand on her arm, and recalling the comfort from her dream, she immediately knew it was Shin Songju. Chu Xingqian didn't move, just lay there, watching him. Shin Songju's eyes had a bluish tint, clearly indicating she hadn't rested well. In fact, she noticed it last night. Her eyes were bloodshot, and there was a faint blue stubble, which didn't match her usual elegant and calm appearance. Later, she washed her face and shaved the blue stubble, but she hadn't bathed, and her face looked a bit thinner. Since Chu Xingqian met her, this was probably the worst she looked and the least composed, yet she seemed the most approachable. Chu Xingqian was watching when she saw Shin Songju's eyelashes tremble, as if she was about to wake up. Chu Xingqian instinctively closed her eyes, pretending to still be asleep, but after closing her eyes, she felt a bit speechless. She hadn't done anything wrong, so why pretend? However, opening her eyes again now felt a little strange.
Chu Xingqian hesita.
Shin Songju woke up feeling her arm was numb. She moved it a couple of times and saw that Chu Xingqian hadn't woken up. She didn't want to disturb her at first, but noticing something was off, she kept watching. Chu Xingqian's eyelashes trembled, and her eyes moved. Shin Songju frowned, thinking she was having a nightmare again. She didn't bother with her numb hand and skillfully patted her arm, saying, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Her voice was a little hoarse, but very gentle. Then she gently covered Chu Xingqian's eyes with her hand, hoping she could sleep a little longer. Suddenly, There was a knock on the door outside.
Guest.
Shen Songju frowned and hurried to close the door. Chu Xingchen opened her eyes, watching Shen Songju's back as she went to answer the door. The madam of the brothel from last night had already been interrogated, but they didn't get any useful information. They only knew that Chu Xingchen was sent to their brothel for free, with the only condition that her first customer must be a beggar, specifically the dirtiest beggar in Qingtai County. Because someone was watching, the madam found Chu Xingchen's appearance very attractive. Although she knew there was likely some trick involved, she couldn't resist the temptation and agreed. However, the first beggar she brought refused to see Chu Xingchen after meeting her, claiming he was too scared and ran away. Helpless, the madam had to find another. If the first beggar hadn't run away, Shen Songju would have arrived too late regardless. The madam, being deeply involved in wrongdoing and aware of the situation, was directly dealt with along with others involved. Shen Songju sent guards to investigate who sent Chu Xingchen to them, and they discovered a group of people in Qingtai County searching for her. The guards Shen Songju brought were not many, enough for self-protection for now, but if they encountered the same deadly fighters as before, they would have no chance. Having arrived in Qingtai County and not knowing where the powerful forces came from, it might be safer to stay hidden among the city's people rather than moving around openly. After measuring the situation, Chu Xingchen decided that since they had come to Qingtai County, they might as well directly investigate the case of the students being harmed. After discussing with Shen Songju, they left the inn. The inn was busy with people coming and going, which was not very convenient. Shen Songju simply found a family on the outskirts of the city to stay with. This family was not an inn, but they offered short-term rentals. The owners were a grandfather and his 10-year-old granddaughter. The bedding has all been freshly washed and dried. Sister, just tell me if you need anything. Okay. The small yard was clean and comfortable. Shen Songju finally washed herself thoroughly here. Chu Xingchen looked at Shen Songju's smooth hair and asked, "Are we going to the academy together tomorrow?" There was an academy in Qingtai County. It wasn't very famous in the Great Chu, but it was well known locally. It was funded by the Wang family, who hired a great scholar to run it. Students who performed well could be recommended for official positions by the Wang family. This was a real chance to change one's fate. Who wouldn't want to change their destiny? And it was a good opportunity to connect with a powerful family like the Wang family, which was once very influential. The Wang family had fallen on hard times, and the academy had become quiet. But locally, it still held a special status. Until recently, some poor students from humble backgrounds in the academy kept getting into trouble, dying or disappearing, casting a shadow over the place. Chu Xingchen and Shen Songju chose a small courtyard near the academy to stay. Some students had rented there before. They planned to pretend they didn't know anything and act as humble students seeking knowledge. "It's my turn to go. You are my wife." Shen Songju didn't want Chu Xingchen to take risks. "I can wear men's clothes. Going alone is too dangerous for you," Chu Xingchen said, worried. "That's even more dangerous. I will act carefully. Don't worry too much." Guards were scattered around to protect Chu Xingchen. Shen Songju saw him frowning and comforted him. "Don't worry. I won't take any risks. Once I contact someone, it will be fine." Shen Songju was calm in everything she did, but she really didn't know how to cook. Chu Xingchen said she could, but Shen Songju didn't believe it. She paid to have the grandfather and granddaughter cook extra for them. One day quickly passed, and night fell. The two still stayed in the same room. "You sleep on the bed. I'll sleep on the floor," Shen Songju arranged quickly. Chu Xingchen had trouble sleeping, and Shen Songju noticed. She recited Buddhist scriptures to comfort him. When Chu Xingchen was half asleep and half awake, he suddenly heard some bird calls. The bird calls were signals used by the guards to find them. Feeling Shen Songju get up and light a fire, he became more alert. Just as he was about to ask if she wanted to join, he felt Shen Songju suddenly move closer. He moved carefully, as if not wanting to wake her, and was very close. Chu Xingchen suddenly woke up completely. So close? What is he trying to do? Chu Xingchen held her breath, thinking maybe he was trying to steal a kiss. Just as Chu Xingqian was thinking about whether she should wake up, Shen Songju only pulled the blanket over her and then left.
Chu Xingqian.
He was just covering her with the blanket, so why was he so close and staring at her? Chu Xingqian drifted back to sleep, feeling confused. The next day, worried about her, Shen Songju deliberately darkened his face and went to Qingtai Academy, refusing Chu Xingqian's offer to see him off. Your looks are too eye-catching. If I go out, I worry someone might try to take you. I don't want my wife to be taken away, so staying at home is safer, Shen Songju said half-jokingly. Chu Xingqian's bruise on her face was gone, and her appearance was restored. Though she was wearing simple clothes, her beauty was undeniable. Even her plain dress suddenly looked more elegant. She was so different, and going out would make her too noticeable and risky. Chu Xingqian touched her face. Are you complimenting my beauty in a roundabout way? Shen Songju chuckled softly, yes. His gaze fell on her face. Everything was fine, except for the scar on her lips. Seeing the blood, it didn't heal that quickly. Shen Songju looked carefully. Does it still hurt? Chu Xingqian shook her head. It's better now, maybe almost healed. Sometimes it itches. She couldn't help but move her tongue but stopped herself from licking. Seeing her small action, Shen Songju's eyes darkened. He unconsciously moved a little closer. When he realized his throat moved and he stepped back. He couldn't touch her. After experiencing such things, he had to control himself and not get too close. Shen Songju packed his books into his bag, then turned around and saw Chu Xingqian standing behind him. Her delicate, clear eyes were full of worry. He couldn't help but pat her head. Don't worry. Just stay at home and wait for me to come back. In the kind smiles of the grandfather and granddaughter, Shen Songju watched Chu Xingqian standing in the small courtyard, waving goodbye to him. He couldn't help but smile. At that moment, Shen Songju felt like he was just a simple farmer student and Chu Xingqian was his wife by mistake. If that were true, it would be good. Without Xiao Wengling Zhou Buyan, she would just be his wife. Shen Songju left. Chu Xingqian sat restlessly, unable to sit still. The young girl tried to comfort her a few times but couldn't, so she stayed nearby and picked vegetables. Chu Xingqian looked at the bean sprouts in her hand and decided to distract herself, hoping Shen Songju would see her cooking skills. This turned out to be very useful. Chu Xingqian was busy proving her cooking skills and didn't even notice Shen Songju's return. Shen Songju left the academy quickly, eager to go home because he knew Chu Xingqian was waiting for him. He hurried back to the door, expecting to see Chu Xingqian worried, but she was actually arranging dishes. Under the pomegranate tree, the sunlight and shadows played, and Chu Xingqian's skin was as white as snow. In the dappled sunlight, she looked almost unreal, glowing faintly. She stood in the yard, and her radiance made the simple farmyard look bright. Shen Songju looked at Chu Xingqian and froze for a moment. Finally, the young girl noticed him. Sister, your husband is back. Chu Xingqian turned around and saw Shen Songju. She sighed in relief. You finally came back. She stepped forward and took his book box. How was it? Are you okay? I'm fine. The head of the mountain agreed to let me enroll, Shen Songju said, worried about the weight of the box but not stopping her.
He supported it from behind.
He looked closely into Chu Xingqian's eyes. He pursed his lips. Did you cry? No. Chu Xingqian was surprised, then touched her swollen eyelids. I didn't cry. It was just the smoke. Chu Xingqian looked at him and handed him some cooled boiled water. Your lips are dry. Drink some. The cooled water was in a big bowl, with a small at the rim. But since he was very thirsty, Chu Xingqian handed it to him. Shen Songju drank it all in one go. That feels good. Chu Xingqian smiled as she watched him. Wash your hands quickly. After that, you can eat. Try my cooking. Shen Songju washed his hands and listened to her talk. You're cooking? Of course. I tell you, I cooked these 2 dishes myself. Chu Xingqian pointed to the 2 dishes and a soup on the table, proud and waiting for praise. Can you really cook? Yes, I can, Chu Xingqian said, seeing his surprise, her face full of pride. I just don't know how to build a fire very well. The fire was made by the young girl helping her. The problem with burning wood was the smoke. It was a bit strong. Chu Xingchen blinked, her eyes still a little sore.
Come and try it.
Seeing her slightly red eyes, Shen Songju couldn't help but pull her into his arms. His heart beat faster, and he felt completely captivated, but he didn't want to stop. Chu Xingchen didn't expect him to suddenly hug her. When she saw the young girl in the kitchen covering her face in surprise from afar, she quickly patted Shen Songju. Someone saw us. Let them watch, Shen Songju said, not letting go. Chu Xingchen wanted to say something but suddenly heard his heartbeat, fast and loud. She froze in surprise. Afterward, Chu Xingchen didn't know how to eat and kept looking at Shen Songju, who was happily eating with great gusto, showing a bold and cheerful attitude. When Chu Xingchen finally realized both dishes had been completely eaten, even the soup was gone. Was it this delicious? She had eaten earlier but couldn't enjoy the taste because Shen Songju's heartbeat distracted her. It's tasty. Actually, Chu Xingchen hadn't cooked in a long time. One dish was too salty, and the other was a bit bland, but to Shen Songju, it was all delicious. You like it so much? Then I'll cook again for you. Shen Songju's eating manner gave Chu Xingchen a lot of encouragement. Let me think. Tonight I'll make steamed eggs and stir-fry a vegetable. Okay, my wife has worked hard. Shen Songju hesitated a little, not wanting her to be too tired, but because she was so enthusiastic and he couldn't bear to refuse, he agreed. Chu Xingchen was about to wash the dishes, but Shen Songju insisted on doing it himself. However, he didn't know how, and in the end, under Chu Xingchen's guidance, he clumsily finished washing the dishes. You two are really affectionate. The old man watched them and smiled happily. Shen Songju smiled and looked at Chu Xingchen, but she didn't hear him at all. I wonder if Zhou Baiyan and the others have eaten. Hearing this, Shen Songju paused. He thought they probably hadn't eaten. Ling Zhou, Xiao Wang, and Zhou Baiyan were still looking for Chu Xingchen and indeed had no time to eat. Chu Xingchen contacted them, but even using carrier pigeons, because they were on the move, the message couldn't be delivered in time. Days passed, and despair grew deeper. Self-blame almost overwhelmed Xiao Wang. Xiao Wang looked for someone. Sun Yueqing, despite her injured hand, stubbornly followed him, ignoring others' expressions. Xiao Wang didn't want to blame her, nor did he have the time or right to do so. It was his own choice. He told her to go back, but she refused. Your antidote isn't ready yet. I want to stay and find the princess. I want to live. I don't want to die. She still had her mother to care for, and she didn't want to die. That day, Zhou Baiyan said he would kill them. Sun Yueqing saw that he was serious and didn't want to die. She knew that only if the princess was safe could she survive. No matter how wildly Xiao Wang searched, she gritted her teeth and followed behind. When the time came, she delivered the prepared medicine to him. It's time to take the medicine. Xiao Wang didn't move. If they hadn't found Chu Xingchen, what was the use of curing the illness? If not, so be it. He didn't move. Sun Yueqing frowned. Don't waste my effort and my medicine. Xiao Wang took a deep breath, grabbed the medicine, and ate it directly without even looking at it. Tonight, I must rest well so that the medicine can be absorbed properly. Sun Yueqing hadn't finished speaking when Xiao Wang clenched his colorful thread and set off again. He must find His Highness. Xiao Wang loves cleanliness and is usually very tidy, but at this moment, he looks like a different person. His hair is tangled, his beard is rough, his eyes are bloodshot, and his body is starting to feel sore and smell bad. In the past, he would have gone crazy, but now he is truly losing his mind and doesn't care anymore. He looks exhausted and messy, but there is a strange kind of broken beauty about him. Everyone watching fears his body can't hold up, and they try to persuade him to rest. Xiao Qing, take a break. If you keep going like this, His Highness hasn't been found yet, and you might collapse first. Xiao Wang shakes his head. He doesn't care about collapsing or even dying. If dying can bring her safety, he is willing. He has already missed one chance and can't afford to miss another. At the same time, in the opposite direction, Zhou Baiyan is with Shadow. Over the past few days, they haven't stopped, haven't eaten properly, and haven't closed their eyes. If he were an ordinary person, he might have collapsed, but only Shadow can hold on. Still, even Shadow is reaching his limit. Tianlu looks at Zhou Baiyan's face and can't help but speak. Leader, rest for a while. Zhou Baiyan's eyes are bloodshot, his face pale and blue, looking very gloomy, with a faint red flush. Tianlu recognizes this redness. It's a sign of fever. His wound hasn't been treated properly, he's overworked, and he's running a fever. It looks like he could collapse and die at any moment. Tianlu grits his teeth and speaks again. Leader, His Highness has been telling you to rest and eat properly. If you keep ignoring him, he will be angry when he sees. Hearing the words His Highness, Zhou Baiyan finally reacts. Remembering Chu Xingqian's previous instructions, he licks his chapped lips. Give me water. Once Zhou Baiyan finally agrees, Tianlu tries to feed him, mixing in medicine and quickly tending to his wound. When Zhou Baiyan stands up, his body wavers slightly, but quickly steadies himself and resumes his search. His eyes are full of determination. Tianlu worries he might fall, but he won't. Before finding His Highness, he absolutely won't fall or close his eyes. To the north, Lingzhou's face is also grim, looking as if he's been riding a horse. His reckless behavior has taken a toll on his strong body, and in the end, he fell off his horse. Fortunately, the swift wind was humane and nothing serious happened. Like them, another person is also desperately searching Xie Ziqing. Xie Ziqing planned this revenge, and he also arranged the assassins. However, the Xie family didn't have many assassins, so he also collaborated with Yi. He used to hate Yi because Yi took Qin Ruoshui's first time, causing Qin Ruoshui to become pregnant. But later, for revenge, he still worked with Yi. Yi was happy to cooperate because the child in Qin Ruoshui's belly was his own flesh and blood. His own child was killed, and the revenge for killing children was directed at Chu Xingqian. His hatred was no less than Xie Ziqing's. Xie Ziqing also knew that Chu Xingqian was in danger before, and Yi was behind it. He always thought he and Yi were just using each other until he realized he wanted to stop but couldn't, and then he understood he might be the one being used. He started the revenge plan, but the ending was not up to him. Yi clearly wanted him to be the scapegoat, but Xie Ziqing no longer cared and only wanted to save people. He hurried to Qingtai County as fast as he could, traveling day and night, riding several horses until they were exhausted. He wished he could fly to save Chu Xingqian, but he was still on the road and couldn't fly. Xie Ziqing traveled by water, desperately urging the boatman to speed up. When he was seen as crazy, Chu Xingqian and Shun Songzhu secretly investigated the truth behind the students' deaths. At first, Chu Xingqian was worried, and Shun Songzhu was always alert at Qingtai Academy, afraid of being harmed inside. But after 2 days, they found that the situation was very different from what they expected. Although the academy was affected somewhat, it remained mostly stable. The academy values student safety. The Wang family sent extra guards to patrol and protect the academy. Today afternoon, I also met Mr. Wang, the head of the Wang family. He came to give a lecture, and he was very serious. Nothing seemed wrong. Everyone in the academy respects Mr. Wang. I heard that the Wang family has a good reputation and really appreciates talented people. Shun Songzhu entered the room, organizing books while telling Chu Xingqian what he saw. Look at these books. They were given to me by Mr. Wang. It seems he genuinely cares about the students. I heard I was planning to take the imperial exams, so he specially transferred me to a dedicated class for the exams, helping me wholeheartedly. He hopes we can do well in the imperial tests. Chu Xingqian was puzzled. From what you said, it seems the Wang family has no suspicion. Not sure. I observed for 2 days and didn't find anything suspicious in the academy. Some students are afraid of being harmed, but they can ask the guards for help. With their protection, nothing has happened so far. I insist on going home, and they even asked if I needed an. I also saw some students and a few young masters from the Wang family borrowing money. I overheard whispers among the people at the academy, as if saying that the Wang family might fall out of favor because they helped too many people. 4 talented students, they help wholeheartedly, without asking for anything in return. In the past, paper and books were very expensive. Chu Xingchen rubbed her face and said, "So, they are doing good deeds and making their family poor? It still needs to be confirmed, but many people say the same. I will ask others later and try to get close to the Wang family's children." Overall, this investigation turned out different from what I imagined. It seems the biggest suspect, the Wang family, might not be involved. Since the case isn't fully clear for safety reasons, Shen Songju and Chu Xingchen decided to stay hidden. They wait for the Empress or Zhou Bian and others to get news and meet up. Only after ensuring safety will they consider returning home. Shen Songju went to the academy, and Chu Xingchen didn't stay idle. She joined the women's team. The Wang family shop sells sachets and other items, so she can gather some information. Starting tomorrow, she will follow Xiaohua and the others to make sachets to earn extra money for the family. Xiaohua is the young lady who rents the house. After Chu Xingchen finished speaking, she didn't hear Shen Songju reply. When she turned her head, she saw Shen Songju smiling at her. "Thanks for your hard work, wife. A scholar like me is useless, and you still have to help support the family." Supporting the family was just a polite excuse. Chu Xingchen said it casually, not expecting Shen Songju to respond that way. She clenched her teeth and said, "Are you trying to mock me? I may not know embroidery, but I can make sachets. I've also learned a little sewing now." She picked up a piece of clothing. "Look, the torn clothes from yesterday were mended by me." Shen Songju came back yesterday afternoon, and the hem of her clothes had a tear. Chu Xingchen was about to throw it away, but Xiaohua saw it and asked if she wanted to sew it. If she didn't have needles and thread, she could borrow some. Seeing that Chu Xingchen didn't seem very skilled at sewing, Xiaohua enthusiastically taught her. Chu Xingchen, trying to adapt to local customs, started acting more gentle, but her stitches were quite obvious. To hide the uneven sewing, she added some bamboo embroidery, since she remembered Shen Songju's clothes often had bamboo patterns. The project became more complicated, and it's still not finished. Shen Songju looked at the clothes Chu Xingchen brought over and then at the bamboo embroidery. Her eyes deepened slightly. What kind of virtue did she have? Chu Xingchen is not an ordinary woman. She is the eldest daughter of the royal family. Being able to cook and prepare meals is already his greatest blessing. When she sews clothes for him, it moves him even more, even though her hands are not meant for such tasks. This kind of prince makes him want to hold on tighter and truly become a married couple with her. Shen Songju took Chu Xingchen's hand to check it. "Is your hand hurt?"
No.
Chu Xingchen was about to pull her hand back, but Shen Songju frowned and held on. "Did you get burned?" Chu Xingchen looked at the small burn on the back of her hand. "It's fine, it doesn't hurt." Shen Songju pursed his lips. "No more sewing starting tomorrow. I'll talk to Xiaohua about it." Shen Songju left, and Chu Xingchen touched her nose. She finished sewing the last bit of the clothing and felt quite proud. But upon closer inspection, she realized it still wasn't perfect. The style of the bamboo pattern was fine, but overall, it looked off. The stitches were wrinkled and looked unnatural. The sewing was unsuccessful, but Chu Xingchen didn't mind much. She casually put the clothes away in the wardrobe. Just as she was about to go wash her feet, Shen Songju brought in a basin. "Hurry and wash your feet." Chu Xingchen shook her head quickly. "You go first. You finish, then I will." Shen Songju looked at her. "Do you want me to help you take off your shoes?"
Chu Xingchen hesitita.
No need, I'll wash now." She planned to wash her feet and then pour water for Shen Songju afterward. But she didn't get the chance. After she finished, Shen Songju added some water and started washing his feet too. Chu Xingchen watched Shen Songju's actions, eyes wide in surprise. "I already washed my feet, you." "Everyone here does it like this," Shen Songju answered confidently. "We need to adapt to local customs." He accidentally saw a neighboring couple washing their feet together. Washing her feet with him and letting her put her feet on his was something he wouldn't dare think about, but doing it like this was acceptable. This was a silent form of closeness. Such things would be impossible in the palace, but here it was allowed. Although their living conditions were simple and dangerous, the small courtyard and room brought them closer together. Having this chance to be alone and share a room was only possible during this special time. He even started to love this feeling, just the two of them, no one else. Before sleeping, Shun Songju still recited a Buddhist scripture for Chu Xingchen. She quickly fell asleep in the scripture's rhythm, but Shun Songju didn't fall asleep so easily. Being in the same room was truly happy, but for a young man full of energy, it was also a kind of torment. The house was small, and Chu Xingchen's faint fragrance was hard to ignore. Because of the hot weather, she couldn't cover herself completely with the blanket. When she slept, only a little was over her stomach, and she was restless even while sleeping. Her hair was not falling out, but her hand was stretched out, showing her smooth, white hand, and even her white feet could be seen under the moonlight. The beautiful woman was nearby, within reach. Shun Songju felt both happiness and suffering. He silently recited Buddhist scriptures, but it was no use. He went outside to wash his face with cold water, then cooled himself with some cold wind until he calmed down a bit. Only then did he go back inside and fall asleep again. When Chu Xingchen woke up, Shun Songju had already gotten up. He was wearing the outfit she had sewn for him. This outfit isn't sewn well. Don't wear it anymore. If you go out in it, you'll be laughed at. And I have new clothes for you. You should change. Shun Songju glanced at her and said, "No, it's fine. I'm leaving now." Without waiting for Chu Xingchen to stop him, he left the courtyard and then turned back to remind her, "Be careful not to hurt your hand again while cooking." "I know. You go ahead." Chu Xingchen waved her hand. That day, most people in the academy noticed the clothes, and many knew they were sewn by his wife. Whether they knew her well or not, everyone was fed a bit of dog food, a metaphor for sweet or romantic gossip. Shun Songju was new here. Although he had made some efforts to improve his appearance, his natural demeanor was hard to hide, especially with his knowledge. In this situation, he naturally drew a lot of attention, especially because the clothes now showed his love for his wife. Unaware of this, Chu Xingchen became famous in the academy. Everyone knew that Master Zhu's wife was not skilled at needlework. Shun Songju changed his surname to Zhu, and Chu Xingchen became the wife of the Zhu family. "Mrs. Zhu, you can read too? That's impressive," someone said. Chu Xingchen got along well with a few women nearby and learned some news about the Wang family. The head of the Wang family was old Master Wang. His only son had died young, leaving 3 sons, all very talented in their studies. The 3 young masters will definitely pass the exams. They also heard some gossip, including some teasing with a bit of color, and gradually became more familiar with each other. The lively atmosphere lasted for 2 days. Finally, the guards received some news. Although they hadn't received an official reply, it was likely the message had been delivered. The palace must have received it. If Xiao Shaoqing, Ling Shaoqing, and Lord Zhou haven't changed their plans, they should have received the message too. Chu Xingchen breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good. As soon as there's any news, tell me immediately." "Yes," replied the guard, respectfully, dressed as a farmer. Having gotten used to modern phones, ancient times really were very inconvenient. After 3 days, there was finally some good news. "Since you've received the message, you shouldn't worry too much. I hope Zhou Bian listens carefully, rests well, and takes care of his health." The carrier pigeon could only carry limited information. Chu Xingchen's message only said she was safe for now, and that Shun Songju had found her. She didn't want to say much about her experience to avoid causing concern. The message from the guards was quite accurate. Xiao Wang indeed received news. After so many days of walking like a zombie, finally there was good news. A letter written by Chu Xingchen herself. Xiao Wang recognized her handwriting. Seeing her words, saying she was safe and sound, Xiao Wang finally felt his heartbeat return. "She's found. She's safe. She's safe." Xiao Wang looked at the small note again and again. Once he confirmed it, he let out a breath. "Ask her where she is. I'll go to pick her up." He stood up to mount his horse but collapsed as soon as he did. Jin Yan hurriedly supported Xiao Wang, feeling a bit panicked. Sun Yueching checked his pulse and said calmly, "It's nothing." He was holding on with just his breath before, but now he's just too tired and has fallen asleep. Xiaowang was carried back to the carriage. The colorful thread he was holding slipped from his hand. Sun Yueching saw it and picked it up, then glanced at the small golden gourd before following along. By the time Xiaowang woke up, they were already on the way back to the palace. "I told you I wanted to find His Highness. How can we go back now?" His Highness's words are vague, and we don't know what she experienced or if she's hurt or in danger. She didn't say anything.
I'm worried.
Let's go back. Since His Highness said she's safe, she should be fine. Maybe she's already back. Perhaps we just missed each other on the way. Xiaoqing, let's return to the palace. Waiting there might be better, Jinyan advised. You need to take care of your health. His Highness has Shinsayan with him. Shinsayan is careful and will take good care of her. You don't need to worry too much. Xiaowang thought Jinyan's words made sense. His Highness should be fine, but hearing the last part, his face stiffened. Finding His Highness was a great blessing. He was very happy and grateful, but he couldn't help but think a little more. Yes, Shinsayan was careful. Right now, he was the first to find His Highness and had a chance to be alone with her. He had been very proactive and would surely seize the opportunity. If His Highness liked him, he dared not imagine. His hand clenched tightly. Turn around. No matter if I might miss her, I must go to pick her up. He couldn't lose her, and he definitely couldn't just watch her fall for Shinsayan. He will go crazy. He will go crazy. Ling Zhou is most familiar with northern borderland. It's likely that someone from the second prince's side did this, heading directly north to find him. He is awake day and night. Not only people, even horses can't take it anymore. On the way, they changed horses twice. Last time, after Ling Zhou fell off his horse, he was forced to rest. Just when he was getting more anxious, he finally received a message from Chu Xingchen. She personally wrote a safe return letter, which helped Ling Zhou relax his tense body and nerves. Originally, Ling Zhou planned to return immediately, but he couldn't. He approached the northern borderland. The king of Jinbei received news of Ling Zhou heading north and thought something had happened, so he came to meet him. While sleeping on his horse, exhausted, Ling Zhou was taken back by the king of Jinbei. Ling Zhou endured the hardships of camping and didn't shave his beard. Compared to a year ago, he had grown taller and more mature. The king of Jinbei sat beside him, watching Ling Zhou and listening to him call out "Your Highness" in his sleep. He sighed softly. This kid, he's finally understood love and opened his heart. Understanding love and opening one's heart is good, but the object of his affection is the crown princess. The king of Jinbei couldn't say whether that was good or bad. Near the northern borderland, the sun is strong and the wind is fierce. But here in Qingtai County, it's cloudy. The gloomy sky reflects Xie Ziqing's mood. When Xie Ziqing hurriedly arrived at Qingtai County, Chu Xingchen had already disappeared. The brothel owner and those involved had been dealt with, leaving no trace behind. He was looking for Chu Xingchen to save her, but another force was also after her, intending to kill her. This made Xie Ziqing even more anxious. He worked hard to find some clues, but was told that Chu Xingchen had already been killed and dumped at the abandoned graveyard. Xie Ziqing almost spat blood. Despite Miao Bai's advice not to go, he still went to the abandoned graveyard. I won't believe it, it can't be true. While Xie Ziqing was digging up bodies at the graveyard, Chu Xingchen was in a good mood. Since she learned that Zhou Baiyan, Xiaowang, Ling Zhou, and the palace had already received news, she felt at ease waiting for their reply and people. While waiting, she and Shen Songzhu looked into other clues. Taking the chance to send messages, Chu Xingchen contacted the families of those students from the cold schools who had been involved in the incident, gathering some information. This matter had already caused a big stir. Chu Xingchen's inquiries weren't unusual, as she was worried about Shen Songzhu's safety. An hour or so passed, and everyone was about to go home when they realized it was raining outside. The rain wasn't heavy, just a misty drizzle. Chu Xingchen couldn't help but look at it several times. The scenic spot chosen by the Qingtai County Academy is very beautiful, especially with the light rain adding to its charm. Everyone stayed put, waiting for their husband to come pick them up. Even little Hua said her grandpa would come. Chu Xingchen looked at the rain and fog, feeling a bit worried about Shen Songju, unsure if he had returned. Just as Chu Xingchen was about to go find the guards to fetch Shen Songju, someone appeared in front of them.
Whose husband is that?
He's so tall. Looks like he's from the Zhu family. Everyone guessed, but as the person approached, they all fell silent. It was because the scene was too beautiful. He had a tall, elegant figure, standing upright. His oil paper umbrella covered his face, but couldn't hide his graceful demeanor. In the blue-gray rain, he moved closer and seemed to step out of a traditional ink painting. No one spoke or blinked, all eyes on him. When he got closer, Shen Songju lifted his umbrella and revealed his face, showing a gentle smile. In that moment, Chu Xingchen felt like she was inside an ancient TV drama, as if those classic scenes had come to life. The atmosphere was so stunning that Chu Xingchen forgot to speak. His face had been carefully groomed, but true beauty comes from within. No matter how much he tried to hide it, some things simply can't be concealed. "Darling, I'll take you home," Shen Songju spoke first, smiling and greeting the people nearby. Everyone finally came back to their senses. Earlier, Shen Songju had brought Chu Xingchen here, and they had teased him. But now, faced with Shen Songju, everyone seemed speechless, blushing shyly. They had known for a while that the Zhu family's young master was handsome, but the misty rain made Shen Songju's charm truly stand out. Chu Xingchen didn't notice their strange reactions. She took the umbrella Shen Songju handed her.
"I thought you wouldn't come back," she said.
"I'm back," he replied. The two walked hand in hand toward the small courtyard, while the others' whispers drifted behind them. "Does it seem like the Zhu family's young master is different today?" "Yes, he looks even more handsome. The couple is so well matched." Their tone was full of envy. Hearing this, Chu Xingchen couldn't help but smile. Shen Songju didn't seem to hear their comments. Ahead, someone was coming to pick up his wife. Seeing others holding only one umbrella, the two of them clung close together. Shen Songju's eyes flickered, and suddenly he felt a bit regretful. If he had known, he would have only brought one umbrella too. But it didn't matter. As soon as it rained again, it would be fine. He wondered if it would rain tomorrow. Shen Songju's gaze fell on Chu Xingchen, and she noticed it too. She sensed something was wrong. An umbrella, or something similar, feels the most romantic, but two umbrellas are also fine. The gentle rain in Jiangnan makes Chu Xingchen's heart feel warm. She looks at Shen Songju beside her, quickens her steps, and moves in sync with him. Shen Songju notices Chu Xingchen's small movements and smiles, then slows down his steps to match hers. When Chu Xingchen realizes she can keep up easily, she can't help but look at him. He only focuses on their neat steps. Chu Xingchen pauses, then moves her hands deliberately to splash rainwater on him. Since she is shorter than Shen Songju, her splash lands on his face. He glances at her and gently adjusts his umbrella, causing her to lower her umbrella immediately. "You can't splash me." Chu Xingchen's cute face is full of smiles, and she deliberately turns her umbrella again. She doesn't realize how beautiful she looks under the oil paper umbrella at this moment. Shen Songju unconsciously stops moving. He can't describe how he feels, only knowing he's falling deeper and deeper. At this moment, even if she had stabbed a knife into his heart, he might still smile and accept it. After playing around, when they return to the small yard, Chu Xingchen is a bit wet. She feels a little disappointed but stands under the eaves to catch water and splash Shen Songju. Shen Songju avoids her and gives her a towel. "Next time, don't be so naughty. Quickly wipe yourself, or you'll catch a cold."
"How could that be?"
"The rain feels so nice. But you can't indulge in the cold," Shen Songju urges her. "Change your clothes quickly. I'll go get hot water." Chu Xingchen sits on a small chair, obediently soaking her feet in hot water, watching Shen Songju wipe the water from her head with a towel. Outside, the rain has become a bit heavier, tapping rhythmically, sounding very pleasant. Chu Xingchen actually likes listening to the rain. In the quiet sound of rain, she suddenly looks at Shen Songju and asks, Shin Songju, do you maybe like me a little? She has said she isn't narcissistic, but Shin Songju is so gentle that Chu Xingchen isn't sure if it's because she's a girl or because he likes her, so she decides to ask. Shin Songju pauses, glances at Chu Xingchen, and asks, "Why are you suddenly asking this question? Why does no one answer?" "I'm just asking." Chu Xingchen waves her hand. "You don't need to feel awkward. Just tell the truth." "I'm not awkward. I just find it strange that you're asking such an obvious question." Shin Songju looks puzzled. "Of course I like you. Isn't my behavior obvious enough? If I didn't like you, why would I say or do these things?" He seemed a bit confused. "Can't you see my feelings?" He was already like this, beyond help. Chu Xingchen didn't expect Shin Songju to give a positive answer. As Shin Songju looked at her, she felt her face turn a little hot. "You didn't say, so I didn't know. I was afraid I might misunderstand." This time she wasn't being vain or having illusions. Shin Songju really liked her. Before asking, Chu Xingchen wanted to be clear. Once she knew, she felt less at ease around Shin Songju. When sleeping, she knew she should be honest before falling asleep. Shin Songju clearly sensed her change because he usually recited Buddhist scriptures and she would fall asleep, but that night, she couldn't sleep. "Can't sleep? Want to chat?" Shin Songju softly asked. "Your Highness, do you feel uncomfortable? Do you want to do something about it?" Under the moonlight, Chu Xingchen blinked. How did he guess? She had already asked before and received a positive answer, then started to wonder if she should respond. Whether she liked him or not, she needed to say it clearly. She couldn't stay unsure forever or drag things out. Saying she liked him and accepting Shin Songju felt a bit too soon. But not liking him was also fine. She never had bad feelings toward Shin Songju. Before, he was a good mentor and friend, a like-minded colleague. She thought he liked her childhood friend, but later found out he didn't. Among the four, Shin Songju was the most steady and mature, very attentive. Chu Xingchen had always felt cared for by him, never feeling awkward. He was gentle, calm, and tolerant. Thinking carefully, he had always taken the initiative. Her first impression of him was the best, but later, as she interacted more with Xiao Wang, her thoughts shifted to him, mistakenly believing Xiao Wang liked her. But Xiao Wang didn't like her. She learned her lesson and thought Shin Songju might just be a gentleman, caring for her out of his status and kindness. Until this time, in her despair, Shin Songju appeared suddenly, giving her this rare alone time. She saw his gentleness, focus, and loss of control, and couldn't help but confirm her feelings. She didn't expect it to be true. Chu Xingchen bit her nail and couldn't help but turn over to look at Shin Songju. "Shin Songju, when did you start liking me?" In the dark, Chu Xingchen couldn't see Shin Songju clearly, and she didn't know if her hair had fallen onto his face. Shin Songju chuckled and pushed her hair aside. Chu Xingchen felt it and quickly rolled back. "I can't say exactly when," Shin Songju said, resting his head on his hand. He rarely felt so relaxed and thought back. "You changed a lot later on, starting from that time." He gradually realized his feelings, especially when she was sick. Chu Xingchen understood that this was after she traveled here. She was a bit happy about it and smiled slightly, asking, "So, what do you like about me?" Shin Songju chuckled. "I like everything about you." Chu Xingchen found that a bit strange and touched her face, saying, "Is it my face you like? Do you think I look pretty?" She truly was a beautiful young woman now. Shin Songju laughed again, and Chu Xingchen couldn't help but turn over and lie down again. "Shin Songju, why are you laughing? Am I wrong? I am naturally good-looking." Yes, your Highness is very handsome. I like that." Chu Xingchen was satisfied and rolled back, then sighed. "But beauty fades with age. What if I get old, and you don't like me anymore?" Shin Songju replied, "That won't happen. I don't like you just because of your face. Otherwise, I would have liked you earlier." "So, what do you like about me?" Could it be that her charm has won him over? Listening to her giggle, Shin Songju wasn't sure what she was laughing about. How should I say this? Maybe your Highness is very good and outstanding. That's the truth. Only someone outstanding could impress him. Your Highness has done so much. Shun Songju sincerely expressed himself. Chu Xingchen should have been happy. She was initially pleased to hear this, but as she listened, she started to feel a bit down. He praised her for being excellent, but it wasn't truly her qualities he admired, just a benefit of her being from another world. Apart from these advantages of crossing into the story, she was nothing special, just an ordinary person. So, it was normal that Xiao Wangbu didn't like her before. If one day she exhausted her mind and had nothing left to offer, would Shin Songju still like her? Chu Xingchen took a deep breath. Shin Songju, about you liking me because I'm outstanding, please think about it again. I'm actually not that outstanding. You'll realize I'm just an ordinary person. Shin Songju was genuinely confused. He knew women liked him for his looks, but if a man only liked her for her beauty, she might not be happy. Yet he said he liked her inner qualities and she said the same. What should he say in such a situation? Before he could find the words, Chu Xingchen said, whether you're outstanding or you're just like everyone else, especially you, who is skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, painting, and also good at archery and horseback riding, you're practically perfect. Honestly, Luo Wanner's qualities might be more suited to him. Mastering all arts like music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, this seems to describe a woman, right? Shun Songju thought for a moment and said, Your Highness, if you say that, I am just an ordinary person. I've been asked to be better since I was young, but actually, I am just an ordinary person. Chu Xingchen leaned back again. So, are we all just ordinary people? Shun Songju reached out and patted her head. Yes, Your Highness, go to sleep now. She is a princess, so she is an ordinary person. Of course, he is also just an ordinary person. Chu Xingchen closed her eyes, then suddenly opened them wide again. I have one more question. Shin Songju, with a good temper, said, Ask away. I accidentally thought of Miss Luo just now. Shin Songju, do you like Miss Luo more than you like me now? She didn't want to compete with her ex, but she couldn't help asking. Shin Songju. He never expected such a question. His instincts made him think quickly, and he answered without hesitation, Of course, Your Highness. Chu Xingchen hummed happily and lay down. Good night, good night. But Shun Songju suddenly said, I also have a question for you, Your Highness. What is it? Among the four of us, who do you like the most? Shun Songju's voice was still gentle, but it almost made Chu Xingchen jump. So she was waiting here. Shun Songju could even think ahead. How should she answer this? Chu Xingchen nervously bit her nails. Shun Songju waited a moment, but didn't hear an answer, then chuckled softly. Your Highness, why don't you answer? It seems there are too many options. You want to choose more, but I only want one answer. His words made Chu Xingchen freeze, thinking, wow. Was he mocking her for wanting to pick multiple options? Don't accuse me wrongly, I didn't mean that. Chu Xingchen calmed down. Shin Songju, I didn't want to choose more, but I need to think carefully. This is a matter that concerns a lifetime. You should think seriously and decide clearly, okay? Don't worry, I will give you an answer as soon as possible, within 3 months. Definitely within 2 months. Wait for me.
Give me some time.
When I've thought it through, I'll tell you. I just heard your answer, and already started thinking. Shun Songju didn't expect Chu Xingchen to respond like this. Although he didn't get the answer he wanted, he saw her seriousness and couldn't help but smile.
All right.
He could wait, just hoping that the answer would be his. Thinking this way, Shin Songju couldn't help but smile again. It seems I need to behave a little better during this time, doesn't it?
Chu Xingchen chúc cờ happy ly. Sợ mát.
Go to sleep soon, it's late. Okay. Chu Xingchen fell asleep. Shin Songju, who usually had trouble sleeping, especially tonight, got up and left the room. He thought for a moment, turned on the light, and took out paper and pen. He drew her umbrella and the flowers in the courtyard. His heart was full of excitement, and he drew quickly and well. After finishing the drawing, his feelings calmed down a lot. Expressing his feelings was definitely different now. The next morning, when Chu Xingchen saw Shin Songju, her first thought was, does she have eye boogers? She quickly checked to make sure, so she wouldn't ruin her image. Knowing that the other person liked her, she always wanted to keep up her good image when they met. In the afternoon, taking advantage of the good weather, Chu Xingchen took a shower. Shin Songju returned to the small courtyard after school, and Chu Xingchen was drying her hair outside. Seeing Shin Songju, Chu Xingchen's eyes lit up. "You're back. Nothing happened, right?" "Something happened," Shin Songju said helplessly. "There's more and more homework assigned to me." Chu Xingchen smiled when she heard this. It was just like a good student being given extra homework. "Give me the book box. Since it's still early, you should also wash up today. I've heated some water." Shin Songju responded with a hum, but didn't move. Under Chu Xingchen's curious gaze, he kept his hand behind his back and handed over a small bunch of wildflowers. In summer, wildflowers along the roadside always bloom beautifully. Chu Xingchen had picked some before and put them in a small jar, making the whole house look brighter. The jar was rough, used by villagers for oil, salt, or pickles. Compared to the fancy vases in the palace, it was simple, but Shin Songju liked it very much. Today, when he went out, he saw the flowers looked a bit wilted. On the way back, remembering she liked them, he picked some. He was excited when picking them, but when he took them out, he remembered they were roadside wildflowers and felt a little humble. Seeing Chu Xingchen didn't take the flowers, he cleared his throat. "If you don't like them, I'll give them to the little flowers." "I like them." "Who said I don't?" Chu Xingchen quickly took the flowers, sniffed them, and said, "These are flowers a boy gave me." "Why did you think of giving me flowers?" Shin Songju thought for a moment. "I just want to show I can do well." Chu Xingchen couldn't help but smile. She happily put the flowers in place. Shin Songju watched her like it very much and felt happy too. "Shin Songju, do you know what kind of flower this is?" Chu Xingchen pointed to a small trumpet-shaped flower and asked. Shin Songju looked at it. The flower was delicate and pretty, with a simple color. It looked nice, but he really didn't know. "What's it called?" "Break the bowl flower." Chu Xingchen looked at Shin Songju with wide eyes and happily laughed. "If you pick the break the bowl flower, it will break the bowl. Some people might end up breaking bowls tonight." Shin Songju couldn't understand why such a cute flower had that name. "Does it have another name?" he asked. The flower he gave to Chu Xingchen was called the break the bowl flower? Chu Xingchen chuckled softly and nodded seriously. "Yes, it has another name. It's called the broken bowl flower." Shin Songju choked, thinking that sounded even less pleasant than the break the bowl flower. Seeing his expression, Chu Xingchen couldn't help but laugh again. When she had picked the flower earlier, her little flower followed her. She saw the break the bowl flower and thought it was pretty, so she wanted to pick it, but her little flower sternly stopped her, saying it would break the bowl if she did. Reluctantly, she gave up, not expecting Shin Songju to pick it back. Shin Songju looked at her happily smiling and couldn't help but shake his head, pointing at another white flower. "What about this one? Do you know? It must have a nice name, right?" He looked confident, admiring the pure white, elegant flower paired with lush green leaves. It looked delicate, simple, fresh, with bright colors and a charming aura. Chu Xingchen tried not to laugh. "I know. It's called the dogtooth flower." Shin Songju froze completely, staring at the beautiful flower, almost gasping. "How can it be called that?" "Wife, you're just teasing me, right?" "No." Chu Xingchen looked at Shin Songju, her smile making her laugh so hard she could hardly stand up straight. "That's its real name. Little Flower told me. It must have a prettier name, but they just call it that randomly." He couldn't accept that such a noble and elegant flower had such a name. "It really does have other names." Shin Songju nodded. "I knew it." In Shin Songju's expectant gaze, Chu Xingchen held back her laughter. "It's also called the white dog flower, lion flower, tofu flower." Enough. Shin Songju felt a bit overwhelmed by the flowers she was describing. "Wait for me to give them new names." "Oh, actually, it's okay. As long as the flowers look nice, the names don't matter. It's just a bowl that might break, after all." "That's fine." Shin Songju, "that I need a bath now." Later, He planned to find out all the wildflower names and tomorrow give the flower with the best name. While Shen Songju was thinking about flower names in the bath, Chu Xingchen was happily leaning on the table, looking at the flowers, when suddenly a few people arrived outside. Is Brother Zhu living here? Brother Zhu? Young Master Zhu, we're here to see you. Chu Xingchen straightened up and saw several young men dressed in long robes. They looked very young, carrying book boxes on their backs, and were peering around curiously. Chu Xingchen was about to call Shen Songju when they saw him outside the door. Lady Zhu, no need to be nervous. We are all classmates from Brother Zhu's academy. Shen Songju had already heard this.
Don't worry about them.
I'll come out soon. Her hair was already wet, and she needed some time to get dressed. When the people outside saw Chu Xingchen had entered, they began to speak.
Sorry to bother you, sister-in-law.
We came to visit. The three men saw Chu Xingchen's face and suddenly fell silent. None of them expected to see such a beautiful woman. Chu Xingchen's hair was casually gathered in a loose style, with no jewelry or makeup. Because of this simplicity, she looked like a lotus flower emerging from the water. Her beauty was even more breathtaking. They were surprised, but Chu Xingchen quickly calmed herself. Please sit down. My husband will be out soon. She pointed to the stone table under the pomegranate tree and turned to go to the kitchen to pour water, avoiding them and waiting for Shen Songju to come out. Unexpectedly, just as Chu Xingchen entered the kitchen, a student followed right behind. He was the one who had entered the courtyard without being invited, dressed in fine silk, indicating a noble background, probably from a wealthy family. Seeing Chu Xingchen, his eyes lit up. No wonder Brother Zhu didn't let us go home earlier. Turns out, there's such a beautiful lady hiding at home. What's your name, young lady? How come you're following Brother Zhu?
Chu Xingchen Frau Wen.
Was she being teased? It turned out that Chu Xingchen was indeed being teased. The noble young man looked at the small, narrow kitchen with pity in his eyes. Young lady, you shouldn't be living in such a simple place. You should be dressed in silk and jewelry, carefully served. Chu Xingchen's lips twitched, but the young man didn't notice. Although Brother Zhu is talented, his family background isn't prominent. It might take forever for him to rise. Young lady, would you like to change to someone else? His gaze made Chu Xingchen very uncomfortable. She clenched her fists tightly. No, and if you value your life, get out now. She was about to hit him if he kept going. The noble young man didn't expect Chu Xingchen to say such a thing. His eyes showed more interest. Young lady, you're very fiery. But following someone like him from a poor family has no future. Many have died following him, and they didn't end well. He spoke with hidden meaning, and Chu Xingchen's heart moved, but he kept a calm face. I just like him to be talented, and I like his face. You may have money and power, but your face isn't good-looking. Chu Xingchen shook his head and looked at him with disappointment. I care about looks. You're too ugly. The young man from a noble family didn't expect Chu Xingchen to say such a thing. His face turned pale with anger. You're asking for trouble. At that moment, a cold laugh was heard. The young man turned around and saw Shen Songju. Shen Songju's hair was still wet, and his face looked even colder. Fang Yong, do you think I am dead? Before he finished speaking, Shen Songju raised a piece of wood and swung it at Fang Yong. Fang Yong screamed, and the two classmates who came with him were startled. When Fang Yong was bleeding, they hurriedly stepped forward to hold Shen Songju back. Brother Zhu, please be patient. If you hit him to death, you'll get into trouble. Fang Yong was shocked, angry, and furious. He looked at Chu Xingchen, who was clapping and saying he did well, then at Shen Songju. Fine, very good. Just wait and see. You'll regret asking me for help someday. He pointed at Chu Xingchen. You wait, and you'll regret it when you come begging me. He wanted to say more harsh words, but Shen Songju moved, and he immediately ran away, trembling with fear. The two classmates who came with him went after him. One chased and the other awkwardly apologized, saying they didn't mean to come, but Fang Yong was jealous of Shen Songju's favor. Their clothes were washed so white they looked like they belonged to poor students. They tried to persuade him, but had to leave helplessly. Are you okay? Shun Songju asked Chu Xingchen, tossing aside the wood. Chu Xingchen shook his head.
I'm fine.
Our Shun Darren got rough today. What could possibly happen to me? Shun Songju, elegant and noble, waved the wood in his hand. If others saw this scene, they'd be stunned. A flash of embarrassment crossed Shun Songju's face. You're still mocking me? That wasn't. He was just so angry that he dared to tease the prince and said those things. Seeing Chu Xingchen covering her mouth and giggling, Shun Songju shook his head and touched his face. This is the first time I realize my wife cares about looks. Thank you for the compliment. Chu Xingchen was caught off guard. I was just trying to provoke him. She looked outside and pointed at the broken bowl on the ground.
See?
I told you you'd break the bowl. You really broke it. The bowl was broken during the chaos earlier, but it turned out to be a fitting coincidence. Chu Xingchen was about to clean up, but Shun Songju stopped her. Don't move. Be careful not to cut yourself. Chu Xingchen watched Shun Songju carefully pick up the broken pieces of the bowl. Who is Fang Yong? He seemed to know about the student being killed. It's suspicious. I'll send a guard to check, and I'll keep an eye on him too. The next morning, just before dawn, Shun Songju got up. Since coming here, he always woke early. Living with Chu Xingchen had its side effects. Besides trouble sleeping at night, his suppressed desire suddenly surged. He often got up early, washed his face with cold water to calm himself, then practiced a set of punches he learned from the guards. He wanted to release his energy and strengthen his body so he wouldn't be caught off guard and have to be protected again, like last time. After sweating, he went back inside. Chu Xingchen was already up, happily carrying a small basket. Shun Songju, I want to go mushroom picking on the mountain with Xiaohua. I heard you can find a lot there. I've never been, so when I come back, we can eat together. Chu Xingchen had only seen this online and in videos, never experienced it himself.
He was eager to try.
Be careful. Take a guard with you. Of course, you too. Stay safe. We'll be back early. Shun Songju watched Chu Xingchen leave, then went back to tidy up. Grandpa Xiaohua returned from the fields and, upon hearing that Chu Xingchen was going mushroom picking with him, patted his leg and said it hurt badly, predicting rain soon. We should come back early. But Xiaohua never runs around randomly, so it should be fine. Shun Songju was glad the rainy day was finally coming. That was good news. He packed an umbrella and decided to go pick up Chu Xingchen if the situation changed. After leaving the house, he received another piece of good news. The palace's message arrived and they quickly sent people here. They arrived at Qingtai County soon after. Give them the address. But before they come, have them eliminate any spies in the city to avoid exposing the prince's location and attracting trouble. Someone had been looking for Chu Xingchen in Qingtai County. Only after the spies were removed would it be safe. Hearing this, Shun Songju finally relaxed, but at the same time, he felt a twinge of regret. His alone time with the prince was about to end. His time as her only wife was running out. He was a little reluctant to part from her. He wondered if they could still have lunch together and eat the mushrooms she had picked. Already feeling nostalgic, Shun Songju went to the academy early. Fang Yong hadn't come because he was sick and had taken leave. There was no trouble, and everything seemed peaceful. Nothing had happened. But according to the guard's report, Fang Yong seemed to be hiding something. Shun Songju knew she was now just a perfect bait, waiting to see if the killer would take the bait. It wasn't time for school yet, but the sky outside grew dark. Shun Songju worried that Chu Xingchen was still on the mountain, so she took leave early and left. Unexpectedly, she was ambushed on the way. The killer took the bait, but a guard had been following Shun Songju and prevented a major disaster. Shun Songju quickly made arrangements and hurried home to see if Chu Xingchen had returned. Chu Xingchen was back, carrying many mushrooms in a small basket, but she had fallen into muddy water and was stepped on in the process. Seeing the small basket, Shun Songju's scalp tightened and she hurried over, only to witness a shocking scene. Chu Xingchen was desperately dodging a knife chasing her. She ran around a pomegranate tree and a stone table but couldn't escape her enemies. She avoided the knife behind her, only for another to come from the front. Shun Songju saw the same black-clad assassin as last time, wielding a knife and fiercely slashing at Chu Xingchen's neck. That strike would be deadly, almost beyond help.
No.
Shun Songju's eyes widened with horror. The oil paper umbrella fell to the muddy ground. Shun Songju screamed and ran over, moving at her fastest speed, but still too late. Just as Chu Xingchen was about to be killed by the knife, a sudden thud sounded as a stone struck the sword. The sword was knocked off course and landed on Chu Xingchen's shoulder. Shun Songju felt something flash past her side. The next second, a person appeared beside Chu Xingchen, holding a long sword, and when the black-clad assassin raised his knife again, the sword was into his throat. As the black-clad assassin's throat was cut and blood gushed out, he still didn't understand how he had died. Before he could figure it out, he was kicked away. Zhou Baiyan arrived. Shun Songju looked at Zhou Baiyan's appearance, and she let out a deep breath of relief, realizing she was alive again. Zhou Baiyan didn't look at her. He quickly pulled Chu Xingchen up and, without turning back, struck a behind him. The person trying to attack from behind was instantly stabbed through. After dealing with two enemies, more black-clad figures kept emerging from behind the house. Fortunately, Zhou Baiyan arrived with the shadow guards, including Tianlu. Zhou Baiyan glanced at Chu Xingchen's shoulder and saw the bloodstain. His already bloodshot eyes instantly turned red.
Kill.
With a command, the attack began and lives were taken. Old grudges and new hatred combined, turning everything into in an instant. Shun Songju, trembling, walked over and looked at Chu Xingchen, who was firmly protected behind Zhou Baiyan. "Your Highness." His voice trembled, and his hands were shaking. He had never been so afraid before. The prince nearly died right in front of him. If it weren't for Zhou Baiyan's sudden appearance, he couldn't imagine what would have happened. Chu Xingchen was also trembling. She was scared too. As the eldest daughter, she faced danger every day. It was truly a risky job, just like in the stories. The crown prince's position is very dangerous, and so is being the eldest daughter. "Are you okay?" Chu Xingchen asked Shun Songju. Shun Songju shook his head. It was she who was hurt. Seeing the bloodstains on Chu Xingchen's shoulder, Shun Songju felt overwhelmed with fear. Chu Xingchen saw his gaze and felt his trembling. She held his hand gently.
I'm fine.
It's just a minor injury. Being the eldest daughter, she had developed a strong sense of danger. After returning from the mountain, Xiaohua ran to find her grandfather. She first went to the courtyard, but as soon as she entered, she sensed something was wrong. She had a dangerous feeling. She turned around and ran while shouting for the guards. Chu Xingchen reacted quickly and avoided immediate danger. The guards arrived swiftly, but there were already people hiding in the trees inside the house. When the guards came, they could only hold them back. Soon, they were overwhelmed, either killed or seriously injured. Chu Xingchen was still in danger. Fortunately, Zhou Baiyan arrived just in time. She had almost died just now, so close to death for the first time. She was saved, but the guards protecting her were not so lucky. In just a moment, 3 guards who were not seriously injured lost their lives. Over the past few days, she had already memorized their faces and names. Just as she was getting used to them, they were gone. Chu Xingchen's expression was heavy. Shun Songju quickly noticed. He waved his hand, and his guards hurriedly carried away the wounded and the dead, attending to their wounds and arranging proper burial or treatment. "Your Highness, they died saving you. The court will not forget their sacrifice." Chu Xingchen closed her eyes briefly. "I know. Don't think too much, Your Highness. If anything happens to you, it will be a disaster for them." Chu Xingchen took a deep breath. Zhou Baiyan no longer cared whether his presence scared Chu Xingchen. He focused solely on eliminating the enemies, clearing out all the black-clad figures as quickly as possible. Soon, the courtyard was filled with bodies. Shadow, skilled in searching, confirmed no one was left and quickly cleaned up. Aside from the bloodstains on the ground, it all seemed like a bad dream. Zhou Baiyan turned to look at Chu Xingchen. He had wanted to come over, but he saw her face was pale and her expression was bad. Seeing her covered in blood, he thought she was scared and immediately stopped in his tracks. He wanted the rain to wash the blood off his body. Seeing Chu Xingchen still standing in the rain, he couldn't help but frown. When he saw the bloodstains on Chu Xingchen's shoulder, his face suddenly looked worse. "Zhou Bian, are you hurt?" He stood still, looking unhappy. Chu Xingchen misunderstood and hurried over to support him. "No." Zhou Bian avoided her hand. "I'm covered in blood. It's dirty. Don't be scared." He knew she wasn't used to blood or killing, and maybe she was frightened earlier. Chu Xingchen felt uncomfortable inside. How could I be scared? She still wasn't used to killing or blood, but she understood this was to protect her. These people wanted to harm her, so she wouldn't be afraid. Zhou Bian sighed in relief, quickly walked over, and opened the oil paper umbrella on the ground. "Your Highness, don't stand in the rain. Let's tend to your wound first."
My small wound is fine.
"Your problem is more serious." Chu Xingchen wanted to check Zhou Bian's injury, but was unsure where to look because of all his blood. Feeling her touch and warmth, Zhou Bian finally felt real. "Your Highness, I finally found you." Seeing the prince, he realized he was still alive. "I believed you before."
How did you find me?
"Did you receive my message?" "No." Zhou Bian shook his head. "I didn't get your message. I was following the wrong route earlier. I only came this way later and happened to meet the people sent by His Majesty. They were ordered to clean up, but I couldn't wait, so I came ahead. They wanted to remove the tail, but he only wanted to find the prince. Luckily, I arrived early, he thought, or the consequences could have been terrible." Shen Songju, standing nearby, was stunned. "Your Highness, it was my order for His Majesty's people to clear the tail. I didn't expect these loyal soldiers to find us at this time. I almost caused a big disaster." He nearly caused the prince's death. Nobody could have predicted that. "I might have given the same order," Zhou Bian said. "Don't get soaked in the rain. Let's go inside quickly." Before Xiao Hua and her grandson returned, Tian Lu and the others thoroughly cleaned the remaining traces in the yard, then disappeared on their own. Chu Xingchen took Shen Songju and Zhou Bian inside, found a towel, and said, "Hurry and dry off." But Zhou Bian only looked at her shoulder. "Your Highness, your wound. It's nothing, just a small scrape." "You should clean it first," Chu Xingchen replied. Before she finished speaking, Zhou Bian suddenly leaned toward her. "Zhou Bian." Chu Xingchen hurriedly caught him, and Shen Songju quickly stepped forward to help. Zhou Bian confirmed she was not in danger, and after hearing she was fine, he relaxed. His body, which was already strained from holding on, suddenly couldn't support him anymore. His vision went dark, and he collapsed. He was already injured and bleeding, and he hadn't rested much since. No wonder he fell. Zhou Bian's eyes were tightly closed. When he touched his forehead, it was very hot. "Quick, call a doctor." Chu Xingchen didn't care that her clothes were wet. After giving the order, she saw Zhou Bian soaked all over and quickly helped him onto the bed, beginning to remove his clothes. Shen Songju felt that in just a moment, half of Zhou Bian's clothes had been taken off. Right now, Chu Xingchen was trying to undo Zhou Bian's belt. Because it was wet, it was difficult, and she was working very hard. Although she knew it wasn't the right time, Shen Songju was still surprised by how skillful Chu Xingchen was at taking off his clothes. When he was stunned and about to speak, Chu Xingchen called her for help. "Shen Songju, hurry and help take his clothes off. Be careful of his wounds." Shen Songju snapped out of it and quickly pulled Zhou Bian to his side. "Your Highness, you should go change your clothes. I'll handle Zhou Gongzi here." If she didn't stop him now, His Highness might try to take off Zhou Gongzi's pants. She didn't want to see that scene, and she thought Zhou Gongzi probably wouldn't be too happy about it either.
Trattino, I'm fine.
"I can." Chu Xingchen felt she should help quickly, since the wound had been soaked in rain for too long. "No, you can't," Shen Songju interrupted her. "Your Highness, I will change all of Zhou Gongzi's clothes." Shen Songju emphasized all clothes. Chu Xingchen blinked, hesitated for a moment, then finally agreed, "All right." Check how many wounds he has. The rain has caused a big problem. We need to treat everything carefully later. Remember to change your clothes too. Shun Songju breathed a sigh of relief. I understand. You go back and change. Later, I'll check his wounds. Not serious. Don't worry. They were staying in just one room. Chu Xingchen took her own clothes and went to the small flower house. Shun Songju watched her leave and heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at Zhou Baiyan, then went to get warm water to wash his face, hands, and body. He had clothes that he hadn't worn yet, which he could give to Zhou Baiyan. Throughout, he kept his eyes away from anything inappropriate and didn't look at him. Afraid the doctor would arrive soon, and also worried Chu Xingchen might come back quickly, Shun Songju quickly changed into dry clothes. Just as he finished, Chu Xingchen returned, and the doctor arrived shortly after. The doctor frowned deeply while checking the pulse. This body. It's a miracle he's not dead. Most people would have died long ago. Chu Xingchen pursed her lips. From Zhou Baiyan's face, she knew that most people would have already died from shock. The doctor prescribed medicine and treated Zhou Baiyan's wounds, carrying alcohol with him. If it weren't for this miracle potion, his wounds would be hopeless. But even with it, he's already inflamed and running a fever. Recovery will be tough. The doctor treasured the miracle potion and mentioned Dan Su, saying it would be great to see it someday. Zhou Baiyan had several wounds of different sizes. Every time alcohol was used to disinfect, Zhou Baiyan remained unconscious, his body tense and trembling instinctively. It's too painful. It's better if he passes out or he might die from the pain. It's too cruel. Now, it's up to his luck. You need to find a way to give him medicine to lower his fever and let him rest as much as possible. He's too exhausted. Chu Xingchen sent the doctor away to prepare the medicine. Shin Songjua diluted alcohol and started to wipe Zhou Baiyan's body. They planned to wipe his limbs, but when Shin Songjua reached Zhou Baiyan's soles, he suddenly stopped. He knew about the wounds on Zhou Baiyan's body, but he hadn't expected the injuries on his feet. Due to the rain earlier, he was busy and hadn't paid much attention. Only now did he see that his feet were covered in scars, so much that it was hard to tell if they were blisters or something else. If it hadn't been for the rain, he probably wouldn't even have been able to take off his shoes. Looking at Zhou Baiyan's feet and listening to the doctor, Shin Songjua felt a surge of guilt. He knew how desperately Zhou Baiyan would search for Chu Xingchen, but he had been selfish before, not wanting them to come and disturb his and the prince's alone time. At this moment, Shin Songjua even began to despise himself. The prince called him a gentleman, but he was just a selfish fool. He only wanted the prince to be his own wife, but what wrong did Zhou Baiyan and the others have? Chu Xingchen finished preparing the medicine. Shin Songjua tried to feed Zhou Baiyan, but it was impossible. An unconscious person was hard to feed. What should we do? Chu Xingchen was a bit anxious. He has to take the medicine. I'll try, Shin Songjua said. He had Zhou Baiyan lean on him and took the bowl of medicine. Zhou Baiyan, open your mouth and drink. You must take it. Shin Songjua looked helpless. He knew this wouldn't work. He shook his head and tried to think of a way to feed an unconscious person. Then he suddenly had an idea, using the mouth to pass the medicine. Passing medicine through the mouth? Shin Songjua looked at Zhou Baiyan's mouth, imagining himself feeding him, then quickly shook his head. He then looked at Chu Xingchen, thinking maybe the prince could do it? But that was even worse. Things couldn't go on like this. Just as Shin Songju was struggling, he heard Chu Xingchen's excited voice. Open your mouth, Zhou Baiyan. Open your mouth. Good, just open your mouth. Zhou Baiyan, be good. Let's take the medicine. In Shin Songju's disbelief, Chu Xingchen successfully fed the medicine into him. Some medicine was wasted, and while Chu Xingchen went to pour more, Shin Songju looked at Zhou Baiyan with complicated eyes. Even in his unconscious state, Zhou Baiyan instinctively listened to her voice and obeyed her commands. Everything at night proved this to be true. Zhou Baiyan had a high fever during the night. Shin Songju and Chu Xingchen stayed to care for him. It wasn't until the late night that he stabilized somewhat. But Zhou Baiyan seemed to be having a nightmare. The shadow training made him unable to shout out loud, but his struggles and wild movements showed he was fighting. Zhou Baiyan, it's okay now. Whatever you dreamed, it's not real. Zhou Baiyan, I know you're hurting. Just bear with it just a little longer. When Chu Xingchen's voice reached him, Zhou Baiyan would calm down. But soon after, he would start struggling again. In the end, Chu Xingchen could only hold his hand. No matter what Shen Songzhu said, only Chu Xingchen's voice and touch could soothe him. Seeing Zhou Baiyan fall asleep again, Chu Xingchen let out a breath of relief. She turned her head and caught a flicker of awkwardness in Shen Songzhu's eyes. Shen Songzhu had already confessed before. Although he was a patient, holding her hand in front of him made it seem a little inappropriate. He's sick, Chu Xingchen said flatly. I know, Shen Songzhu nodded. He didn't look overly happy or relieved, but he wasn't petty enough to reject it. Don't worry too much. Maybe he'll feel better tomorrow. Chu Xingchen sighed in relief, slightly frowning. Shen Songzhu looked at her with a frown. Is your wound untreated? I saw it was small, so I didn't think it would hurt so much. Zhou Baiyan's condition was so serious that Chu Xingchen didn't have the heart to treat her wound properly. Seeing that it wasn't a big wound, she just ignored it. She was busy earlier and didn't have time to deal with it. Now that everything was quiet, she kept feeling the pain. It wasn't intense, but it was a constant stabbing feeling. Shen Songzhu closed his eyes briefly. He already knew. He went to get medicine, looked into Xiaohua's room, and gave up on finding Xiaohua. Xiaohua was still young. She wouldn't be able to bandage it well. He was about to suggest helping Chu Xingchen treat the wound when he entered and saw that Chu Xingchen was already prepared. Quickly check if the wound is red. Chu Xingchen only had one hand free. When she heard him come back, she pulled her hair to her chest and tried to lift her shirt on one side, but it was a bit difficult. Shen Songzhu, please help me pull up my clothes. Shen Songzhu quickly turned around and closed the door. He looked back at Chu Xingchen, hesitant to speak. Why did she open her clothes? He's a man. Zhou Baiyan is also a man, though unconscious, and could wake up at any moment. Yet, she had simply opened her clothes like that. Is she not afraid? Shen Songzhu avoided her exposed shoulder and was about to speak when he saw her wound. It was bleeding immediately, too large to be small. Chu Xingchen's skin was as white as snow, and her wound was very noticeable. All his messy thoughts vanished instantly. Such a big wound. You say it's not serious? It hasn't even been bandaged. Even now, it needs bandaging. Please help me disinfect it first. Shen Songzhu approached calmly. To treat the wound properly, he needed to lower her collar further. But he paused, seeing her beautiful collarbone from his angle. Shen Songzhu had never noticed these things before and didn't realize how beautiful and attractive collarbones could be. He quickly looked away and silently exhaled, my apologies. He avoided her skin, only pulling her sleeve and lowering his gaze to avoid looking at her. Even Chu Xingchen, being slow to react, sensed something was off. Did her recent behavior seem too bold to him? She was used to modern fashion, tank tops and crop tops, so she thought fixing her shoulder wound was no big deal. But in the Great Chu, it was quite a matter. Chu Xingchen felt a bit embarrassed. Shen Songzhu kept his eyes straight and said, "It might hurt a bit. Please bear with it." Chu Xingchen nodded. "Don't worry, I can endure it." Before she finished, she winced. It hurt so much. It was unbearable. Chu Xingchen instinctively held Zhou Baiyan's hand tightly, then quickly let go when she realized. Seeing her pain, Shen Songzhu's heart clenched. Without thinking, he gently blew on her wound a few times. Feeling this, Chu Xingchen shivered slightly. Shen Songzhu finally realized what he had done and how close he was to her. He hurriedly straightened up. Carefully, he applied medicine and bandaged her wound. Chu Xingchen felt a bit uncomfortable with the silence and coughed. "I am actually quite conservative usually." She said this somewhat unconvincingly. Shen Songzhu chuckled softly. "Yes, I should thank your highness for your trust." The atmosphere eased a little. But when he looked at her appearance, she held Zhou Baiyan's hand, and Shen Songzhu helping her with the wound was truly remarkable. Given a person's physical condition like this, They might have been unconscious for several days. Zhou Baiyan was secretly a shadow, physically strong, and thinking about Chu Xingchen. After resting for a night, although he wasn't in good shape, he woke up at dawn. The unfamiliar environment made him tense instantly. Then he realized he was holding someone's hand. He looked and saw it was Shun Songju. "You're awake?" Shun Songju sighed in relief when he saw Zhou Baiyan wake up. Zhou Baiyan looked at his tightly held hand, and his expression changed. He quickly let go, feeling it was hot to the touch. A flash of shame and confusion crossed his face. Why was he holding Shun Songju's hand? Seeing his reaction, Shun Songju guessed what he was thinking and said simply, "It's okay," without further explanation. Actually, last night, Zhou Baiyan had been holding Chu Xingchen's hand, but by dawn, Chu Xingchen hadn't moved and was in pain all over and needed to go to the bathroom. There was no choice but to comfort him and let Shun Songju take over. Unexpectedly, this didn't work, and Zhou Baiyan still woke up. "Where is His Highness?" Zhou Baiyan asked softly. Seeing Chu Xingchen was not there, he was afraid he was only dreaming about finding His Highness. "Just call her wife," Shun Songju said, then heard footsteps. Chu Xingchen had returned. Seeing Chu Xingchen, Zhou Baiyan's eyes lit up immediately. "Your Highness." Shun Songju watched Zhou Baiyan's changing expressions as if a puppet suddenly gained life or a lamp was turned on. The moment he saw His Highness, he seemed to come alive. Shun Songju paused slightly, and Chu Xingchen, happy to see Zhou Baiyan awake, asked, "Zhou Baiyan, you're awake. That's great. Are you feeling unwell? Is it hurting badly?" Zhou Baiyan shook his head and first asked about Chu Xingchen's wound. "I'm fine, just a small wound," Chu Xingchen quickly replied. "I'm not hurt either," Zhou Baiyan said, scanning Chu Xingchen with his eyes and concluding that His Highness had lost at least 3 jin. Chu Xingchen also thought Zhou Baiyan looked thinner by several jin, knowing he hadn't eaten well for days and was sick. He bought chicken from their family early in the morning and stewed it. The meat was tender, made into chicken soup, and easy to absorb nutritionally. After eating, Shun Songju left. Zhou Baiyan then asked, "Your Highness, how were you captured? What happened afterward? Were you hurt or starved?" His words brought back bad memories for Chu Xingchen. Zhou Baiyan saw her face turn grim, and his expression changed slightly. "If anyone bullies you, tell me. I will deal with them." He was about to get out of bed. Shun Songju entered the room and interrupted him. "Focus on healing, no need for fighting." Zhou Baiyan frowned. "I'm fine as long as..." Shun Songju firmly pinched Zhou Baiyan, cutting him off, and gave a signal not to ask further. The best way to forget that memory was to completely erase it. The person was gone. Talking about it only made the prince remember it over and over. Zhou Baiyan paused briefly. Shun Songju changed the subject to serious matters. "Your Highness, the investigation is clear. The people who ambushed me yesterday are the same ones who killed the students. They are skilled and experienced, very ruthless. Most people are no match for them. Yesterday, after I injured several of them, I deliberately let one escape. That person hid and waited until he felt safe, then found Fong Yong at dawn." "Fong Yong?"
Chu Xingchen frowned.
"Yes, but that's not the end. Fong Yong saw him and went to the Wang family at noon." "The Wang family? So the people behind this are still the Wang family?" "More precisely, it's Madame Wang, Mrs. Wang. It said she's trying to eliminate rivals for her 3 sons. Is the information reliable?" Shun Songju nodded.
Chu Xingchen sighed.
"Are the other members of the Wang family unaware?" This still needed investigation, including Fong Yong's role. Luckily, Zhou Baiyan and Shadow had arrived. Shadow rested all night and looked energetic, leading the task force to go out. While Chu Xingchen was not in the room, Zhou Baiyan asked Shun Songju what his earlier interruption meant. Shun Songju simply told Zhou Baiyan, "Don't mention this in front of the emperor again. When I found the prince, he was in a brothel, almost caught by a beggar." Shun Songju recalled the past with lingering anger. If I hadn't arrived in time, the prince might have been. The prince suffered a lot this time and was beaten. Anyway, don't bring this up again. Zhou Baiyan's eyes turned red. The room was thick with hostility. He only dreamed of how ashamed he felt, how sorry he was to the prince.
How dare they?
How could they? Where is he? He demanded. I will kill him and tear him to pieces. He's already dead, torn to pieces. The person was gone, but the damage had already been done. Zhou Baiyan couldn't even imagine how scared the prince must have been at that moment. Self-blame and regret almost overwhelmed Zhou Baiyan. It's my fault I didn't protect her. He is the shadow, responsible for keeping her safe, but in the end, he failed. At this moment, Zhou Baiyan doesn't know that Chu Xingqian was calling his name for help at that time. If he knew, he might never forgive himself. When Chu Xingqian went out and returned, he noticed Zhou Baiyan had become a bit strange, often staring at him with a strange expression. Zhou Baiyan just felt sorry for Chu Xingqian, upset that she had suffered so much. Chu Xingqian also felt sorry for Zhou Baiyan. As shadows, they were brainwashed since childhood, and he was straightforward about protecting her. He was not used to being out of the palace, and later, when he was sent to the Imperial Astronomical Observatory, his love for astronomy was different from ordinary people's, so he had no interest in the observatory. The plan failed, and this delay caused him to get hurt again. You were already thin, and now you're even thinner and darker. I keep telling you to take care of your health, but you never listen. Chu Xingqian scolded, and Zhou Baiyan felt like he was back in the past, his heart gradually calming down. But slowly he noticed something was wrong. The prince seemed to have changed. She still acted the same around him, but her attitude towards Shen Sijuan was different. She started making small moves, unconsciously paying more attention to her clothes and hair when seeing Shen Sijuan, secretly rinsing her mouth after meals before talking to him. Although they were discussing official matters, they would chat about everyday life during breaks. Shen Sijuan was peeling white melon seeds from his family's garden while talking. His long fingers were elegant even when peeling seeds, but he didn't eat them himself. He gave them to the prince. The prince would secretly smile when receiving them, a smile full of indescribable sweetness. It was as if she was eating not seeds but honey. Shen Sijuan's gaze on the prince had become familiar to Zhou Baiyan, gentle, but now even more so. And the prince's eyes also held Shen Sijuan. Her gaze when looking at Shen Sijuan was different from when they parted, bright and sparkling. Zhou Baiyan looked at Chu Xingqian, his eyes gradually dimming. He had found his prince, his son, but it also felt like he hadn't. Zhou Baiyan felt a heavy weight in his heart, as if he had lost the most important thing in his life. Chu Xingqian noticed Zhou Baiyan looked downcast and thought it was because he hadn't fully recovered.
You should rest well tonight.
Zhou Baiyan took Chu Xingqian's bed, and Chu Xingqian moved to squeeze into a room with Xiaohua. Shen Songzhu took care of Zhou Baiyan. Although he was sleeping on the ground, he felt pretty good. If Zhou Baiyan kept staring at him with that dangerous look in his eyes, it would be even better. Shen Songzhu turned his back and fell asleep. Suddenly, in the middle of the night, he was stepped on. That step made Shen Songzhu wake up immediately, almost as if his soul was about to leave his body. Remember, Lord Shen is under the bed, Zhou Baiyan's calm voice came. Shen Songzhu touched his stomach and got up. Are you going to the bathroom? No, someone is here. Stay safe, Zhou Baiyan said, then left directly, heading for Chu Xingqian's room. Don't rush in. She's still sleeping, Shen Songzhu hurriedly said. It wouldn't be good if he barged in and saw the prince in disarray. But Zhou Baiyan seemed not to hear him. What's wrong with sleeping? He had seen many things. Hadn't he seen everything about the prince? The latch in the small flower house was nothing to Zhou Baiyan. He slipped in quietly. When Chu Xingqian woke up, he saw Zhou Baiyan standing inside, the light on. Zhou Baiyan, how did you get in? Someone is here. I came to protect you. Don't be afraid, Zhou Baiyan said. Before he finished, there was movement outside. The attack was silent and sudden, but after a moment, screams filled the air. It was people sent by the Xiang family again. Compared to before, there were many more, dozens of fierce fighters disguised as bandits, here to silence everyone. If Zhou Baiyan hadn't brought reinforcements, it would have been very difficult for him and his guards to handle such a large group. But with Zhou Baiyan's team arriving, the Xiang family was in trouble. Many students were killed by these dozens of attackers. Usually, things went smoothly, but this time, they suffered a big loss. Screams echoed everywhere, and everyone nearby found out. They were scared, but managed to fight them back. Everyone was smart enough to realize that Chu Xingchen and his group might not be ordinary people anymore. We can help by bringing these people to the government office and testify. Chu Xingchen's grandfather, the small flower master, calmly discussed with Shun Songju. Shun Songju agreed, but he didn't expect that after the flower master and his team took the fake bandits to the government office, the fake bandits suddenly turned on Shun Songju. They accused him of colluding with them to kill all the exam candidates and trying to take the blame himself. It turned out that after the Xiang family's assassination attempt failed, they came up with another plan. They pushed all the previous crimes onto Shun Songju, looking for a scapegoat. The Qingtai County had so many students murdered, and the court's special investigator was about to find the truth. The county magistrate couldn't find the real culprit and was about to give up. When he heard the report, he immediately decided to arrest Shun Songju. The Wang family had been running a business in Qingtai County for several generations, and their reputation was always good. They were familiar with the county magistrate. Naturally, the magistrate did not suspect the Wang family and decided to carefully interrogate Shun Songju. All of this development was quite absurd, and Shun Songju couldn't help but laugh in anger. Fine, I want to see how I am supposedly colluding with bandits. Chu Xingchen put on a veil, and the group arrived at the government office. They heard that the murder behind the shocking killing of students in Qingtai County had been caught. Many people gathered outside the court. Chu Xingchen also saw Fang Yong, whom she had met before. Fang Yong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Although he wore a veil, he immediately brightened upon seeing her. He seemed to want to approach but stopped himself, his expression turning playful and even a bit arrogant. He was just waiting for Chu Xingchen to regret her words and pay the price, to pressure her. When she was at her wit's end, she would willingly seek him out, and he could bring her into his inner circle. Not only him, but old Master Wang and the 3 young masters of the Wang family also hurried over. Seeing Shun Songju, they were shocked and couldn't believe it. It shouldn't be, it really shouldn't. With Lord Zhu's talent, there's no need to kill anyone. Old Master Wang's words made the magistrate feel helpless. The bandits had already confessed. The bandits tied in the court lowered their heads when they saw Old Master Wang. Old Master Wang was highly respected, so the magistrate specially ordered someone to set a chair for him to sit. The magistrate asked a few questions, then looked at the evidence presented. Without much hesitation, he was about to convict Shun Songju. Chu Xingchen found the situation extremely amusing. No wonder they haven't caught the real culprit yet. It turns out the magistrate handles cases like this. Who are you? Do you have a right to speak in court, woman? Chu Xingchen stepped forward, staring intently at the magistrate. Who I am doesn't matter. What's important is that this is a serious matter. The magistrate should investigate carefully. A total of 92 students were harmed, some mutilated, some killed. Such a big disturbance couldn't have been carried out by someone with no roots in Qingtai County, especially not by us, who just arrived here not long ago. Her gaze shifted to Old Master Wang, and finally to the house behind them. This case is full of flaws. Instead of focusing on a poor scholar, it would be better to investigate the noble families of Qingtai County, like the Wang family. Chu Xingchen pointed sharply at the Wang family. The magistrate was shocked and angry. How dare you talk nonsense? Shut your mouth immediately. Old Master Wang was so startled he stood up, and the 3 young masters looked furious, their faces turning red. You're spreading lies. Not only them, but also the villagers watching the scene gasped in shock. The youngest son of the Wang family was extremely angry. He didn't like arguing with women and directly looked at Shun Songju. Young Master Zhu, please don't hide behind others. If you have something to say it to us directly. Shun Songju glanced at Chu Xingchen but said nothing. Chu Xingchen looked at the 3rd young master of the Wang family and then at his behind him. Young Master Wang, are you so sure your Wang family is innocent? I also tell you, Wang family, some people should stop hiding behind others. Just now, Zhou Baiyan told her that there was a woman next door called Madam, and she guessed it was Xiangshi trying to confirm if her poison plan was successful. The third young master of Wang didn't understand yet, but old master Wang thought Chu Xingchen's words had deeper meaning. The county magistrate looked at his expression and scolded him. Bring her down. She is a guilty wife, possibly an accomplice. How dare she slander the Wang family? Everyone knows old master Wang's integrity, supporting poor scholars for decades. Chu Xingchen's few words caused chaos in the court. The magistrate paused the trial to deal with Chu Xingchen first. Who dares? Shun Songzhu spoke firmly. Zhou Baiyan silently protected Chu Xingchen around him. Shadows silently guarded nearby, ready to act at any moment. During the standoff, someone whispered 2 words to the magistrate. He was surprised, nodded, and said a few words to old Master Wang before walking over to Chu Xingchen. The Wang family has asked Madame Xiang to speak for you. They say you might be eager to save your wife and want to see her. Hearing this, Shun Songzhu was about to refuse, but Chu Xingchen nodded. Fine, I'll see her. Eventually they had to meet. She wanted to see what Xiangshi had to say. Xiangshi was in a room beside the court. The room had a delicate window design that the people in the court couldn't see, but those inside could hear and see everything happening outside. Usually, officials who couldn't appear in court watched the trial here, and it was also where witnesses confirmed suspects. Unexpectedly, a woman occupied this space now, which was unusual, but Xiangshi sat very steadily. Xiangshi looked about 30 or 40, her face full and gentle, calm and composed after Chu Xingchen exposed her crimes. She looked at Chu Xingchen and the master who brought her here, then said, "This is Madame Xiang of the Wang family. Hurry and apologize to Madame Xiang." She then quietly added, "She has connections to Feng'an City and the court, so don't speak recklessly." Connected to Feng'an City and the court? Chu Xingchen raised an eyebrow. What a coincidence. I also have connections to Feng'an City and the court. I don't know where Madame Xiang is connected. If you tell me, I can see if I recognize her. The master who was about to leave was shocked, but Mrs. Xiang just smiled and said, "It's okay." She told the master to go ahead and not to worry about Shin Songzhu, who was at the door, looking at Chu Xingchen's face. She said, "A young rookie is not afraid of tigers. They really dare to say anything. Not as brave as you." Out of 92 students, some were dismissed or killed. Almost all the well-known students from Qingtai County's poor families were dealt with. Tell me, who is backing you? Mrs. Xiang's face instantly darkened. It seems you have some background, but no one will listen to such slander. If you're wrong, you must take responsibility. She stood up, walked to Chu Xingchen, and in a quiet voice only they could hear, said, "Accept your fate. Don't struggle anymore. I heard that Fang Yong likes you. Why not follow him? You're such a beautiful girl. It wouldn't be good if you ended up in a brothel." Mrs. Xiang used the gentlest words to say the most vicious things. Chu Xingchen suddenly raised her head. "You dare to threaten me with a brothel?" A brothel, she hated that place the most. She couldn't believe Mrs. Xiang casually mentioned it to her. Mrs. Xiang looked at Chu Xingchen's changing expression and smiled. "I'm just stating the facts. If you want to blame someone, blame the princess." She insisted on the imperial exams, which caused many problems. Without the princess and the exams, her 3 talented sons wouldn't have to go through so much trouble to enter official service. Seeing Chu Xingchen's face turn bad, Shun Songzhu rushed in. But Mrs. Xiang paid no attention. She glanced at Shun Songzhu and continued speaking to Chu Xingchen. "If you don't want to be an accomplice and end up in a bad place, don't say things you shouldn't. My advice is the best choice for you." After saying that, she looked at Shun Songzhu. "If you don't want trouble or for your wife to be harmed, just stay quiet." Seeing how much Shun Songzhu cared about his wife, this was easy to handle. It was a pity he was handsome and talented, but their low status kept them from rising. Mrs. Xiang returned to her seat and said, "If you understand, then leave." Seeing Chu Xingchen's expression, she shook her head. "Accept your fate. This is the life of people like you. Next time, have a good pregnancy." Chu Xingchen was furious, but forced a smile. Accept my fate, huh? She strode out and returned to the hall, saying, Madame Xiang from the Wang family has admitted she was the mastermind behind the murder of 92 students and is threatening us to take the fall. I will not give in. County Magistrate, I want to file a formal complaint against Mrs. Xiang on behalf of the 92 students. She is right here. Please, County Magistrate, bring her in. Chu Xingchen's words hit like a bomb, causing chaos and confusion. The County Magistrate nearly lost his breath, while the students and family members arriving to hear the news were shocked. Old Mr. Wang suddenly stood up, and the three Wang brothers were furious and surprised, insisting that Chu Xingchen might have slandered them but must not involve their mother. Is it false? Just investigate and you'll know. Seeing the situation getting out of control, the magistrate wiped an imaginary cold sweat and shouted, Quickly arrest this talkative woman. How dare you? Shun Songju couldn't bear it anymore. Zhou Baiyan silently stepped forward, ready to intervene, when suddenly there was a report from outside. Sir, the imperial envoy has arrived. The magistrate's face darkened. Why did they come at this moment? Quick, drag them away.
Hold on.
The imperial envoy arrived unexpectedly, escorted by guards, pushing through the crowd and walking in confidently. If this is about investigating the student murder case, I must listen. His gaze was sharp. Who are the suspects? That man. Madame Xiang of the Wang family. The magistrate pointed to Shin Songju, but Chu Xingchen directly named Xiang. The envoy looked at Shin Songju and was surprised. He recognized Shin Songju, but didn't realize Chu Xingchen and others had arrived early. Seeing someone who looked like Shin Songju, he was taken aback. When he saw Chu Xingchen behind Shin Songju, his expression changed instantly. Chu Xingchen's veil had already been taken earlier. The official recognized Chu Xingchen immediately and understood everything. Your Highness the Princess. He knelt down in shock and paid his respects. One word, Your Highness the Princess, turned everything around. The case was now mostly investigated. With the officials brought by the envoy, everything was under control. Chu Xingchen didn't mind whether her identity was exposed or not. She simply nodded slightly. The magistrate's face froze in shock. Xiang's face, which was still somewhat calm but with a hint of panic, finally lost control. Your Highness the Princess? Could this stunningly beautiful woman really be the princess? Impossible. Impossible. Xiang remembered what she had said earlier and felt her vision darkening. Before she could recover, the guards dragged her out, her legs trembling. As she knelt on the ground, she looked at Chu Xingchen sitting in the magistrate's seat, her face pale. The investigation into the student murder case finally officially began. Overcome with fear, Xiang faced one piece of evidence after another, speechless. The so-called bandits were actually people from Xiang's household. Seeing her master fall and the princess arrive personally, she finally confessed everything. Originally, Fang Yong, who was waiting to see Zhu Xingchen's joke, had a pale face. Before it was his turn, he already wet himself. He didn't expect that the stunning beauty he wanted to bring into the backyard was actually the crown princess, and the scholar he looked down on was Shin Sijuan, grandson of Shin Shofu. Shaking with fear, Fang Yong almost couldn't stand steadily. But no one paid attention to Fang Yong. His mistake would be counted, but such a minor character, for now, was not the focus. The Xiang family knew everything and didn't have time to explain. Old Mr. Wang was so angry, he spat blood. The three sons of the Wang family had smoothly gone through their first half of life, waiting to achieve great success in the second half, but on this day, they faced their biggest life change. Supporting the bleeding old Mr. Wang, they looked at the Xiang family, who had cleared obstacles for them. They were very confused. Are we really that bad in your eyes? Why don't you trust us? The mastermind behind the murder case that caused the death of 92 students was finally caught. The angry victims' families almost tore apart the Xiang family, especially the students from the academy. They didn't understand why the benefactor, who gave them hope and endless kindness, was the Wang family, and it was the Wang family that ruined them. This big case wasn't done by the Xiang family alone. Besides the Xiang family, other noble families from Qingtai County also participated. The children of noble families were very talented, and many spoiled children also existed. In the past, as long as they had good family backgrounds and were supported, they could have a bright future. But the imperial exams didn't work out. Under Xiong family's influence, many people got involved. The Fong family was also involved, and Fong Yong quickly noticed the suspicious details. He didn't feel guilty. Instead, he thought it was natural. Later, he even used this to eliminate rivals and people he disliked, becoming a good helper to the Xiong family and a collector of information about students. Shin Songju's existence was also something he revealed to the Xiong family, intending to eliminate Shin Songju, remove a rival, and win the beautiful lady. Who would have thought that she wasn't a beauty, but the crown princess? Zhu Xingchen ordered officials to investigate the case thoroughly. After a night of questioning, they brought out everyone involved. Interestingly, most of those brought in were women. The noble families of Qingtai County, like the Wang family, seemed to have all their men become useless, unaware of what their women had done. Ridiculous. Zhu Xingchen was not someone easily fooled. Apart from Mr. Wang and his 3 sons, I don't know about the other noble families. They were directly involved. If they weren't aware and didn't approve, they wouldn't come forward pretending to be innocent. Everyone has been questioned thoroughly. Whatever the verdict, it must be carried out. After 3 days of chaos, the case was fully investigated and the final judgment was made. The masterminds, including the Xiong family, Fong Yong, and 45 others, were beheaded at noon. Other participants were sentenced to prison or exile, depending on their involvement. The strictness of the eldest daughter shocked everyone in Qingtai County, especially when they learned that women like the Xiong family women were involved. Because women were few, even if they committed crimes, they usually wouldn't be executed. This was a common understanding. So, women were pushed forward, and as long as they weren't sentenced to death, everyone tried to save them. But Zhu Xingchen didn't care about these rules at all. The women finally panicked, and everyone else was scared and regretful. Those who confessed the truth arrived too late. When noon arrived, in front of the angry victims and their families, and under the watchful eyes of countless people in Qingtai County, the Xiong family and others were executed. Zhu Xingchen personally supervised the execution. Xiong was the main culprit. She stared at Zhu Xingchen with hatred in her eyes, but Zhu Xingchen showed no sign of backing down. Xiong had a kind face but committed many crimes. She was skilled at threatening Zhu Xingchen with her influence over the brothel, as that was her usual tactic. Before marriage and after, her evil deeds were countless. When she was young, she accused a maid of seducing her husband and sold her to a brothel. Over time, she offended many people in similar ways. One of the worst cases was a girl who almost became her eldest son's wife. The girl came from a modest family but loved reading and often visited her brother at the academy. She had unique insights, and after several encounters, Prince Wang liked her and wanted to marry her. But Xiong looked down on her. She promised her son but then deliberately arranged for the girl to be kidnapped, telling her son that she had eloped with someone else, thus setting her up as the perfect daughter-in-law candidate. Xiong herself was a woman, yet she demeaned other women and easily ruined their lives. She treated students the same way, not caring about their lives at all. Such crimes were unforgivable. Time's up. Execute. Zhu Xingchen ordered Xiong. As the sentence was carried out, screams of fear and pleas for mercy rang out. One after another, heads fell to the ground. No exceptions, Xiong and the other women were all beheaded. The blood dyed the marketplace red, shocking everyone deeply and sending a clear message. Zhu Xingchen, being a woman herself, began to promote women and give them opportunities. Women's status will indeed rise over time, but she also broke the tradition of not killing women, showing the world a fact. Don't think you can exploit the law easily. In such serious cases, women are also destined to die. There are no exceptions. This also serves as a warning to women everywhere. Don't be fooled by sweet words or take blame for others easily, thinking you won't die or that you'll be used. Women can die too. Even if you are precious, justice demands that those who kill must pay with their lives. Since the noble families have been watching the student murder case, they used to mock Chu Xingchen, but now they can't laugh anymore. Chu Xingchen's firm resolve clearly shows everyone that no one dares to harm poor students anymore. Once proven, the consequences are clear. A warning to others, she is killing to show us. Everyone in the Chu family was saying this that day. The attitude of the noble families toward Chu Xingchen changed, which gained the trust of the people and especially the poor students. Such a noble daughter, they would do their best to support. Hearing this inspiring news, the poor students who were hesitant became eager to sign up for the imperial exams. That is a story for later. After Chu Xingchen finished investigating the student murder case and dealt with a county magistrate, she was ready to leave. The magistrate had served for many years and had no major mistakes in the student case. He was not a corrupt or cruel person, but he was greedy and lacked ability. Such people were common in Chu, which was one of the flaws of the recommendation system. The magistrate was not killed but was dismissed from his position. The Wang family was truly in decline after this incident. Old Master Wang and the third young master of the Wang family, unaware of the situation, were not within the scope of execution, but as beneficiaries, they were influenced by the Wang clan and exiled. They would never take the imperial exams or be employed again in their lives. Considering old Master Wang's age and his past help to many students, he was not punished. Shun Songzhu and Chu Xingchen admired old Master Wang's character. Before leaving, Shun Songzhu went to say farewell to him, as he had settled in the academy. Chu Xingchen was packing her belongings in her small courtyard. Although she hadn't stayed long, she felt a bit reluctant to leave. Little Hua peeked out to secretly watch Chu Xingchen. Little Hua's grandfather never expected that the person renting their small courtyard would be the princess. While chatting about gossip with Chu Xingchen and sharing jokes about married couples, everyone had gone numb. They were trembling, afraid Chu Xingchen might come to hold them accountable. Some were also reluctant and secretly came to see her off. Chu Xingchen and her companions waved goodbye, stroked the little flower's head, and boarded the carriage. They left the small courtyard with Shun Songzhu and Zhou Baiyan. Chu Xingchen traveled quietly, but those who cared still received news. When Chu Xingchen left Qingtai County, the students, victims, and their families silently came to see her off. For each student, it was a matter of a family or even a whole clan losing someone, an overwhelming disaster for them. Chu Xingchen helped find the culprit and avenge them. They were very grateful. On the carriage, Chu Xingchen watched them kneel and bid farewell, feeling uneasy inside. When she saw the injured scholar with a broken hand and a limp leg, Chu Xingchen only said, "I'll wait for you at the imperial exam." Compared to the hardships along the way, the return journey was very smooth. Chu Xingchen kept Zhou Baiyan resting on the boat and carriage. Zhou Baiyan was happy about Chu Xingchen's concern, but watching Shun Songzhu and Chu Xingchen together made him feel a bit strange. Shun Songzhu kept finding ways to entertain Chu Xingchen and give her gifts. When traveling by water, she played in the water with her and even went fishing. When they started traveling by horse-drawn carriage, she picked wild fruits and flowers for Chu Xingchen and kept giving her unknown wildflowers, even learning to recognize them. Seeing how much Chu Xingchen liked them, Zhou Baiyan secretly began preparing while Chu Xingchen was sleeping at night. While traveling on water, he caught fish and kept them in water, cooking, grilling, and steaming them in various ways. They ate for 3 days without finishing everything. On land, after one night, when Chu Xingchen woke up, her carriage was filled with all kinds of wild fruits and flowers, turning it into a sea of blossoms. Shun Songzhu. Zhou Baiyan, do you really have to compete like this? Suddenly, he felt like killing someone. Chu Xingchen sat in the flower carriage, talking to Zhou Baiyan. Zhou Baiyan, are you just resting your injuries like this? Just because I said I liked these things doesn't mean I want so many. Chu Xingchen felt Zhou Baiyan's way of caring for her was like a parent spoiling a child, giving her everything she liked, and in large amounts, without counting. She, like a girl raised in pampering and wealth, saw the overflowing wildflowers and wild fruits, while the small bouquet Shin Sangju gave her was pushed into a corner and barely visible. The contrast was obvious. Shin Sangju's small romantic gestures now seemed calm and insignificant. Because they were traveling along the official road and were getting closer to Feng'an City, more and more vehicles were passing by. Everyone who saw Chu Xingchen and his group would glance a few extra times, or even stop their horses to watch. Not because they were special, but because their carriage was very eye-catching. It was full of fresh flowers inside and outside. Zhou Baiyan had broken branches covered with flowers, full of wild charm. They looked beautiful and also provided a cool shade. Everyone was riding ordinary carriages, so when a carriage suddenly appeared decorated with flowers and butterflies, people naturally wanted to look. When they stopped, real butterflies even came over, and bees came to gather nectar. Shin Sangju watched several carriages secretly observing, looking expressionless as they stopped on the opposite side of the road. The two sisters nearby looked envious, but couldn't help smiling. Seeing those lively fish on the boat made him feel something. Now he was sure. Zhou Baiyan was his nemesis. Originally, everything was elegant and fresh, but as soon as Zhou Baiyan arrived, it all changed completely. He wasn't stingy, but Zhou Baiyan gave too much. Yet, he could see that Zhou Baiyan wasn't intentionally causing trouble. He wasn't simply copying others. He was giving because the prince liked it. He had no hidden motives, but his actions were even more frightening than deliberate sabotage or scheming. Chu Xingchen kept muttering, and Zhou Baiyan silently handed over a small jar filled with peeled white melon seeds. Zhou Baiyan had seen her eating these after Shin Sangju peeled them, enjoying them like honey, and took the time to peel some himself. He wanted to distract her, but Chu Xingchen looked at the jar again and felt loved. White melon seeds are delicious, but eating 2 or 3 jars in a row can cause indigestion. Zhou Baiyan felt the seeds were useless and quickly shifted the topic to serious matters. Your Highness, I received news that Xie Ziqing was caught in Qingtai County. He colluded with others to scheme against you. Your Highness suffered so much, almost reaching a point of no return, all because of Xie Ziqing. Zhou Baiyan had already thought of hundreds of ways to deal with Xie Ziqing. He had no idea where Xie Ziqing was before, so they never caught him. Later, when Chu Xingchen revealed his identity, Zhou Baiyan learned that Chu Xingchen was alive. He was happy and grateful but felt ashamed and dared not meet him, only secretly watching. His behavior was strange. He kept sending people to find Chu Xingchen to save him, which soon drew attention. That's why he was caught. Xie Ziqing claimed he had important news for Chu Xingchen, so he wasn't killed on the spot. Now he was being brought back restrained. Bring him back. I'll think about how to deal with him. This time, Zhou Baiyan was definitely not going to let Xie Ziqing go. After Chu Xingchen finished speaking and saw Zhou Baiyan's relieved expression, she asked sensitively, Zhou Baiyan, do you still find me too nagging? No. Zhou Baiyan honestly shook his head, then suddenly pointed outside. Your Highness, there are butterflies. Chu Xingchen looked out and indeed saw 2 butterflies fluttering and dancing outside the carriage window. The butterflies were very beautiful, flying and stopping on the hanging flowers. She immediately lowered her voice, afraid to disturb them. Smelling the fragrance and seeing the 2 baskets of wild fruits she had packed away, Chu Xingchen couldn't help but eat too. This feeling of richness was really wonderful. The carriage continued on its way. The 2 butterflies followed for a while before disappearing. Chu Xingchen ate the wild fruits until her teeth ached, then successfully returned to Feng'an City, missing Xiao Wang's arrival perfectly. They had missed each other by water route. When Xiao Wang arrived at Qingtai County, Chu Xingchen and the others had just left, missing by only a day. Xiao Wang didn't say a word, didn't rest all day, and chased after them by boat. But even though they were close, arriving in Feng'an City just moments apart, he still couldn't catch up. Although Chu Xingchen faced danger this time, she also fought back against the noble families, enough to make them shut up and be cautious. The Empress was both pleased and worried, pulling her aside to talk for a while. Chu Xingchen finished dinner with her and returned to the Eastern Palace, where it was already dark. Your Highness, Xiao Shaoqing has returned to the palace. Only then did Chu Xingchen realize Xiao Wang hadn't come back but had gone to pick her up and missed her on the way. She thought it would take some time. Why did he come back so soon? Before she finished speaking, she saw Xiao Wang. Counting carefully, they hadn't been apart long, but so much had happened. When they met again, it felt like a long time had passed. There was even a fleeting sense that everything had changed. Xiao Wang, Chu Xingchen greeted with a smile. Your Highness, Xiao Wang replied hoarsely, his eyes shining with emotion. He finally saw His Highness again, still smiling brightly. Although thinner, she was still well. He looked at Chu Xingchen and she looked back at Xiao Wang. Xiao Wang had lost weight, his features more intense, captivating. His bloodshot eyes made him look more broken but beautiful. Are you not resting well? I told you before I was fine, and that you should go back to the palace. Why did you come to pick me up and then miss me? It's too exhausting. Look at you, you've become so thin. Xiao Wang looked at Chu Xingchen with caring eyes and felt even more guilty. I'm sorry, Your Highness. I didn't expect you to be involved in an accident inside the carriage. I didn't protect you well. If I had known earlier, it's okay. No one could have predicted this. We all couldn't have known in advance, Chu Xingchen replied with a gentle smile. You're not at fault for this. You don't need to apologize or think too much. Nurse Sun was injured at the time, right? By the way, is her wound okay? She's fine, Xiao Wang said, not wanting to mention Sun Yueqing further. And you, Your Highness? You haven't said much about what happened to you, Xiao Wang asked. It's nothing much. It's all in the past, Chu Xingchen said, not wanting to talk more. Xiao Wang looked at Chu Xingchen's expression and felt something was wrong. He wanted to ask more but suddenly saw Wang Dong's gaze. Wang Dong saw Chu Xingchen and immediately hugged her, crying. Her eyes were a little red and swollen. She knew what had happened. Although she knew she couldn't blame Xiao Shaoqing, she still felt a bit irrationally upset. She thought that if Xiao Shaoqing could put the princess first and choose her without hesitation, the princess wouldn't have suffered. When Xiao Wang looked at Wang Dong, realizing she was wrong, she immediately lowered her eyes. But Xiao Wang still saw her. He looked at Wang Dong, then at Chu Xingchen, who said she didn't blame him and seemed truly not to blame him. Xiao Wang clenched his fists tightly. He imagined that in his nightmares, he would see Chu Xingchen blaming him, asking why he didn't choose her. But in reality, she was smiling. Chu Xingchen was not angry or upset with him. Xiao Wang should have been relieved, but for some reason, an uneasy feeling rose in his heart. He would rather she hated him or was angry at him than be so understanding and forgiving, because it seemed like she no longer cared about him. If someone cares deeply, how could they not be angry or resentful in such a situation? But she said she didn't care, so she no longer had hope for him? Xiao Wang couldn't believe it. Your Highness, do you really not mind me? I did wrong. Are you actually angry or hate me? Xiao Wang stubbornly grabbed Chu Xingchen as she was about to leave, looking at her desperately, trying to find the anger in her eyes. But Chu Xingchen's eyes only showed surprise. Xiao Wang, really, it's okay. You don't need to blame yourself or take this to heart. It really isn't your fault. She looked into Xiao Wang's eyes. You should go back and rest. Your eyes are red and you look thin. Chu Xingchen then turned to Jing Yan. Jing Yan, take Xiao Wang to rest. Remember to serve dinner later. Xiao Wang looked at Chu Xingchen, who had completely lost his words. He was taken back to Jinghong Palace by Jin Yan and ate the dinner Chu Xingchen had advised him to have, but he couldn't taste it. After finishing his dinner, Sun Yueqing arrived. Xiao Wang suddenly realized today was the deadline. The medicine he had taken earlier would show whether it was effective today. After seeing Chu Xingchen, Xiao Wang felt uneasy and desperately needed good news. He told Jin Yan and the others to go out, then pointed to the stool.
Seat.
Soon, he would know if the poison on him was gone. He took a deep breath. As long as the poison was gone, he could go find the prince. He would also make up for his past mistakes. Sun Yueqing checked his pulse, and under Xiao Wang's hopeful and tense gaze, she tightened her grip and knelt down. Seeing her kneel, Xiao Wang's face darkened. What do you mean? Young Master Xiao, the antidote failed, Sun Yueqing said. She was confident before, but now she was disappointed. She lowered her head, afraid to look at Xiao Wang. She thought Xiao Wang would be angry, but he remained silent for a long time. When he finally looked up, his face was blank, no anger, no disappointment. He was too disappointed to even be angry. It took Xiao Wang a long time to process the news. He barely managed to smile. Didn't you say you were confident? Because she said she was confident, he ignored Chu Xingchen's wishes and brought her along. But now, what does this mean? Sun Yueqing clenched her teeth. Yes, but I told you at the start that success was not guaranteed. Xiao Wang closed his eyes, silent. After a moment, Sun Yueqing said, I will continue to prepare the medicine. Next time, I will be more careful. Just wait a little longer. Xiao Wang's lips twitched. Wait again? How long had he been waiting? If he could wait, he would. But now what he needed most was time. He was afraid of waiting. Endlessly waiting. If he kept waiting, everything would be too late. Even if they cured him then, what would it matter? Go down, Xiao Wang said with his eyes closed, trying to process the news. He couldn't accept this fact, but he had no choice but to accept it. He forced himself to think of other things. Jin Yan came in, hesitating to speak, but Xiao Wang ignored him. Go to Mingxian Palace. Chu Xingchen didn't want to talk much about her disappearance, which made Xiao Wang a little concerned. Compared to the oppressive atmosphere of Jinghong Palace, Mingxian Palace was busy, but filled with happiness because Shen Songzhu and the prince had returned. When Xiao Wang arrived, Shen Songzhu hurriedly asked him in. You've lost a lot of weight. Shen Songzhu frowned upon seeing Xiao Wang at first glance and patted his shoulder. Xiao Wang, don't think too much. Everything is in the past, and His Highness doesn't blame you. Xiao Wang was originally smiling, but when he heard Shen Songzhu say that Chu Xingchen didn't blame him, his smile froze for a moment. Compared to him, Shen Songzhu, though a bit thinner, looked radiant. Whether it was his imagination or not, he seemed to become gentler and more approachable than before. Previously, Shen Songzhu was elegant and refined, but that gentleness was mostly due to his good manners and personality. Now, he seemed genuinely gentle. I know His Highness doesn't blame me, but I still feel guilty. Xiao Wang took a deep breath. Shen Songzhu, when you found His Highness, was she okay? She only said she was fine and didn't want to talk more. I can only ask you. After speaking, Xiao Wang noticed the smile on Shen Songzhu's face fade. He took a sip of tea and then spoke, since no one else was around. His Highness has her reasons for not wanting to talk much. Why do you keep asking? As long as she's doing well now, isn't that enough? Shen Songzhu's attitude made Xiao Wang more cautious. What's really going on? Why are you also unwilling to tell me? He felt uneasy and suddenly stood up. If you won't tell me, I have to find out myself. Shen Songzhu looked at Xiao Wang with a heavy gaze. You don't need to investigate. Since you insist on knowing, I will tell you. But this matter stays between us. Don't mention it again in the future. When Xiao Wang heard Shen Songzhu mention the brothel, he took 2 steps back and sat down heavily in a chair. He never expected Chu Xingchen to encounter such a thing. And all of this was because of his hesitation and choice at that moment. I didn't expect. I really didn't expect. I know. You don't need to think too much. Fortunately, it's not beyond saving. Just pretend you don't know. Shen Songzhu was about to say something, but Xiao Wang suddenly stood up and bowed deeply to him. Shen Songzhu, thank you. Thank you for finding His Highness and saving her. Otherwise, he couldn't imagine what might have happened if Shen Songzhu hadn't found her. When he first heard Shen Songzhu had found her, he was lost in thought about other things. That was wrong. Whoever it was, saving His Highness was the greatest gratitude. Shen Songzhu not only saved His Highness, but also saved him. He sincerely thanked him, but Shen Songzhu's eyes narrowed dangerously. Xiaoqing, why do you thank me? Have you forgotten? His Highness is also my wife. I saved His Highness because she is His Highness and my wife. I only did what I should. Xiao Xiaoqing thanked me. But for what reason should she thank me? Why should she thank me? Shen Songju spoke seriously. I don't like your current actions, nor do I like your words. Xiao Wang's words seemed to suggest that His Highness was just his wife, and he was an outsider. Xiao Wang was grateful that he saved his wife, so he thanked him. But he is also the side consort of His Highness. It's ridiculous for him to thank him. At this moment, Shen Songju was very sharp and clear. Xiao Wang froze completely. Every word Shen Songju said drove him crazy, yet he had no words to reply. I don't know how to speak, Xiao Wang admitted. He didn't know how he left Mingxian Palace. He wandered for a while, and only when he heard the greeting did he realize he had unknowingly walked to Jinhua Palace. He desperately wanted to see Chu Xingchen, to apologize and comfort her, to make her feel better after what happened. But when he saw the palace servants coming to report to him, he hesitated. So much time had passed. He hadn't found His Highness or saved her. Even offering comfort was too late. Trying to comfort her was like adding salt to her wounds. Instead of helping, it only brought up things she didn't want to think about, making her uncomfortable. Xiao Wang was stunned for a moment. He told the palace servant he was just passing by and then turned back to Jinghong Palace. He took calming medicine and fell asleep, but he had nightmares. In his dream, Chu Xingchen was bullied, calling his name for help, but he couldn't do anything. Your Highness. Xiao Wang woke up in a panic, realizing he was covered in sweat. He sat on the bed, staying there until dawn before getting up to find Chu Xingchen. He couldn't bring up what had happened before. He just wanted to stay with her, have breakfast together, talk to her, and see her. After so many things happened, and they had been apart for so long, he realized that seeing her and talking to her every day was happiness. When Xiao Wang arrived, he found Shen Songju had already arrived early. When he went in, they seemed to be talking happily, laughing and chatting. Xiao Wang paused, didn't step back, and calmly walked over to join them. After Xiao Wang joined, the atmosphere was still good, with laughter and conversation. But soon, Xiao Wang sensed something was off. He felt like he couldn't get into their conversation, like there were words he couldn't understand and people he didn't recognize. In their dialogue, there were mentions of things Xiao Wang didn't understand and unfamiliar characters. Your Highness, try this pickled vegetable. I think Little Flower made it, Chu Xingchen said. She tasted it and said, it does look like her. Did you buy it secretly with Little Flower? But it seems this isn't made by Little Flower either. Little Flower can make pickled vegetables, which is quite good. Chu Xingchen had eaten quite a bit before. The person from the Imperial Kitchen made it. I saw you liked it, so I bought the recipe from Little Flower, wrote back to ask the kitchen staff to prepare it first. I tried it and thought it was quite similar. It does look similar, but why did you go so far as to write a letter and buy the recipe? It's just a type of pickled vegetable, why bother so much? Aren't you the one who likes to eat it? Shen Songju responded. Seeing that she liked it, he still did nothing? Then what right does he have to say he likes her? Chu Xingchen couldn't hold back the smile at the corner of his mouth. Just as he was about to say something, he felt a strong gaze. Turning around, he saw Xiao Wang. He hurriedly swallowed the words at his lips. Xiao Wang, you should try it too. It's very tasty, and it's good for appetite in summer.
Okay.
Xiao Wang replied and lowered his head, but his heart sank deep. Sometimes, the more you fear something, the more it happens. Xiao Wang's greatest fear had come true. He saw it, saw their intimacy, saw how they interacted. One wrong step could lead to more mistakes. His choice was wrong. By a twist of fate, Shen Songju found the prince first, just as he had thought. Shen Songju was caring and gentle, gradually catching her eye. She now had Shen Songju at her eyes. God played a joke on him. The medicine they tested didn't work, and her gaze towards him had completely changed. What does this mean? She had still shown traces of him before. But he couldn't even blame her for acting like this, because she had repeatedly asked for confirmation. It was his lack of response that made her think he didn't like her. On one side was him, asking questions but afraid to respond. On the other side was Shen Songju, who was always proactive and so gentle and caring. Shun Songju was so outstanding, whether in family background or other qualities, even more attentive than him. Because she liked pickled vegetables, she carefully remembered it, had someone make it, and who wouldn't be moved. Why couldn't she like him? Xiaowang had thought about this before. When he saw Chu Xingchen starting to have someone else in her eyes, it hurt him deeply. He always knew he would be hurt, but he didn't expect the pain to be so intense. His heart was torn into pieces little by little, yet he couldn't say a word. He almost couldn't breathe, afraid of losing control or revealing himself. Xiaowang suddenly remembered he had something urgent to do and left. Xiaowang went riding, but no matter how he rode, he couldn't ease the suffocating pain or the regret. He regretted it. When he found out about the poisoning, maybe he should have spoken up, told her the truth, and faced it together. But he didn't. Now, seeing someone else in Chu Xingchen's eyes, he felt regret. He wanted to tell her the truth, but he couldn't. He had already lost the right to speak honestly and missed the chance to do so. Once missed, it could never be regained. Now, they were like this. After she saw Shen Songju in his eyes, what could he say? Was he deliberately ruining their relationship? What right did he have, especially after knowing what she had gone through? If he told her the truth now, what would it mean? Xiaowang rode round and round until he was exhausted and was carried back to Jinghong Palace by Jing Yan and Xinxing. Xiaowang had been there for a long time and had accumulated many things to deal with. When he finished and returned, he heard Xiaowang was sick. During breakfast, Xiaowang looked unwell when he left, so it was clear he was ill. Chu Xingchen went to see Xiaowang and heard he had a fever. She also asked someone to call a good doctor who could treat chills and fever. When they arrived at Jinghong Palace, they found Sun Yueqing there. Sun Yueqing frowned slightly and was giving Xiaowang acupuncture. Chu Xingchen paused but had to follow in because Jing Yan had already reported. Sun Yueqing saw Chu Xingchen and immediately bowed, and Xiaowang also tried to get up. Get up quickly, the acupuncture is important, Chu Xingchen told Xiaowang. Don't move. How is he? She asked. Just a normal fever. As long as he gets more acupuncture, it will be fine. It's not serious, Xiaowang answered himself. Actually, he wasn't just feverish. Medicine can be toxic. The antidote Sun Yueqing made before was safe to take, but Xiaowang hadn't rested well and was overwhelmed, which caused his condition to worsen. Sun Yueqing could only give him acupuncture. After the treatment, Chu Xingchen planned to leave once Xiaowang was stable. Your Highness, are you leaving? Xiaowang saw Chu Xingchen stand up to go and couldn't help but speak. He was exhausted, unwell, and his voice was fragile, with a hint of vulnerability he didn't even realize. Chu Xingchen knew that illness could make someone fragile. She looked at Xiaowang, hesitated, then said no. She withdrew her intention to leave. Are you feeling very uncomfortable? Xiaowang saw the concern in her eyes and forced a smile worse than crying. Yes. Yes, he was very uncomfortable, not only physically but also mentally. Despair almost overwhelmed him. He had so many things in his heart but couldn't tell her a single word. This was the first time Chu Xingchen saw Xiaowang so fragile. He didn't speak much or shed tears, but it was heart-wrenching to see. You must have been too tired before. Chu Xingchen sighed. I've traveled to so many places, so it's no wonder I got sick. This time, I must rest properly. In the future, I won't let myself get so exhausted. Yes, Xiaowang obediently agreed, greedily watching Chu Xingchen's concern, reluctant to look away. Do you want some water? Chu Xingchen glanced around and noticed Sun Yueqing was nowhere to be seen. Only Jian was nearby taking care of him. Seeing Xiaowang drinking water, Chu Xingchen couldn't help but ask, Dr. Sunday, isn't she staying to look after you? Chu Xingchen was a bit confused about Xiaowang and Sun Yueqing. It seemed like they had some secret, and even when sick, they only trusted her, but after giving injections, she left. Did she leave because I was here? Maybe they were wary of her? Still, she should be careful. Xiaowang hasn't left the palace yet, and if trouble arises, it wouldn't be good for everyone. Xiaowang, I still stand by what I said before, but if you want to be with Dr. Sun, you'd better leave the palace first. Chu Xingchen's words surprised Xiaowang, who couldn't help but interrupt her. Your Highness, why would I be with Dr. Sun? There's no way I would be with her. At this moment, Xiao Wang realized how Chu Xingqian viewed his relationship with Sun Yueqing. He had never thought about it that way before. But upon reflection, maybe she misunderstood, which was normal. Thinking about Chu Xingqian's misunderstanding, Xiao Wang felt annoyed. Your Highness, this is my fault for not explaining clearly, which caused your misunderstanding. I never intended to be with her. She's just a doctor in the palace. Our relationship is only that of patient and doctor, completely innocent. The more he spoke, the more uneasy he felt. Your Highness, when did you start to misunderstand me and her? Was it that time I went back? It was only because she was injured. I have no feelings for her. The person I like has always been. In a moment of hesitation, Xiao Wang almost said you, but he quickly changed his words. If I liked her, how could I let her enter the palace? He just wanted to clear things up quickly, not expecting such a misunderstanding. He felt powerless and frustrated. I didn't explain myself clearly enough. He was just worried that he would say more mistakes and didn't expect to be misunderstood like this. It was my fault for overthinking, Chu Xingqian said, not really believing they had any complicated relationship, just reminding him gently. Xiao Wang forced a smile. Let's just be honest now. I didn't handle things well before. It was my overthinking. After speaking, Chu Xingqian's stomach suddenly growled. The sound wasn't loud, but because the room was very quiet, Xiao Wang immediately heard it. Your Highness, you haven't had dinner yet? Xiao Wang gathered his strength, supported himself with his hand, and said, Quick, go to the kitchen and serve the meal. Chu Xingqian didn't stop him. She had been busy all day and was very hungry. Xiao Wang, feeling down and with no appetite, decided not to eat much dinner, but seeing Chu Xingqian eating happily, he took a few bites of porridge. Although he only drank a little, his face finally looked better. Chu Xingqian stayed with him for a while, and Xiao Wang saw her look tired, so he urged her to go back. Then I'll go now. After you finish your medicine, rest well, and get better soon. Okay. Xiao Wang agreed politely, but as Chu Xingqian left, the smile in his eyes disappeared, and he looked very sad. Young lord, take your medicine. Jin Yan came in with the medicine. Seeing Xiao Wang's appearance, he hesitated before stepping in. Leave it there, Xiao Wang pointed to the table. It's getting cold. Young lord, you can drink it now. Okay. Go get some candies. Jin Yan brought back some candies. When the medicine bowl was empty, he offered the candies, but Xiao Wang only played with them and didn't eat. He didn't expect the prince to misunderstand him and Sun Yueqing. He needed to be more careful in the future. The next day, during the court break, Jin Yan noticed Xiao Wang kept looking at the door. He knew that young lord was waiting for the prince. Recently, young lord cared a lot about the prince, and everyone could see it clearly. By noon, the prince appeared at the door, and Xiao Wang saw a faint smile on Chu Xingqian's face. Are you feeling better? Seems a bit better. Chu Xingqian looked at Xiao Wang's face but felt he hadn't fully recovered. Your face still looks bad. You need more rest. Because of busy work, Chu Xingqian sat for a moment and then left quickly. It was time for medicine again. Xiao Wang still asked Jin Yan to bring candies. When Jin Yan returned with the candies, he quickly noticed something strange. The water in the flower pot was black, and it smelled like medicine. Young lord, haven't you taken your medicine? Why not? Is there a problem with the medicine? Xiao Wang frowned slightly. No problem. Then, why didn't you drink it? Jin Yan was worried. It's bitter. I don't like it. Xiao Wang casually made an excuse. He didn't want to recover too quickly. If he got better, she wouldn't come to see him. Only when he was sick would she visit and care about him. He knew she cared because he was ill, but he still greedily enjoyed that warmth. They had to meet in person. Jin Yan kept nagging about the bitter medicine, and Xiao Wang looked toward the door. I need a bath. My hair is dirty. No, you are still sick and can't bathe now. Please be patient, young lord. He looked very determined not to agree, and Xiao Wang frowned, saying, I'm about to smell bad. Even if he's sick, he still wants to see the prince clean. In the end, Xiao Wang couldn't take a full bath and could only wipe himself down. Then he waited for Chu Xingqian, waiting until it was dark. Finally, Chu Xingqian arrived. Xiao Wang was so tired of waiting that he thought Chu Xingqian wouldn't come. "Are you still feeling uncomfortable?" Seeing his face looked worse than noon, Chu Xingqian frowned. "Should I have the imperial doctor check you again?" "No need, I'm actually feeling better, just weak. Maybe it's because you've been cooped up inside. Would you like some fresh air? How about going for a walk outside? It's cooler now." "Sure," Xiao Wang agreed. They went outside. The gentle breeze was much better than during the day, but that night, there were clouds in the sky, so no stars could be seen. "Your Highness, I really want to see fireworks," Xiao Wang murmured. He missed that day so much, even though it was also the most painful day, the start of his suffering. But the fireworks that day were so beautiful, and the prince's eyes also held his that day. Chu Xingqian didn't expect him to suddenly think of fireworks. "Why do you suddenly remember fireworks?" "Just looking at the sky made me think of them." Actually, he thought about it every day. When things get tough, he would remember that dazzling day. "Your Highness, can I have some fireworks?" "Not on my birthday, but could you let me see them once?"
Ah.
Chu Xingqian scratched his head. "I think so. I'll ask someone." The newly made fireworks were indeed available. Although not many, they could still be used. Seeing Xiao Wang looking sick, Chu Xingqian ordered someone to bring the fireworks. Since he was unwell and wanted to see them, what could he do? If they had it, they could only let him watch. You can't stop a patient from eating canned fruit. It's too cruel. The brilliant fireworks were once again lit up in Jinghong Palace. This time, since it was still early, not only the people inside the palace saw them, but some outside the palace also saw the display. Xiao Wang watched for a long time. These were his fireworks, his exclusive show, unmatched by anyone. Chu Xingqian looked at the fireworks and couldn't help but smile. They were truly beautiful. But soon, she saw Shen Songzhu. Shen Songzhu saw the fireworks again, and this time, he hurried over as fast as he could. He knew Xiao Wang was sick and Chu Xingqian was visiting him. He also went to check on him, which was normal. But why were there fireworks again? Shen Songzhu's mind was in turmoil. He couldn't help but rush over as quickly as possible. "Your Highness," Shen Songzhu panted slightly. Chu Xingqian blinked at him and whispered a brief explanation. Xiao Wang was sick and feeling unwell. He wanted to see fireworks, so I set some off for him. Shen Songzhu took a deep breath, feeling a bit uncomfortable inside, but not showing it. She looked at Xiao Wang with a faint smile and said, "They are really beautiful." The fireworks quickly finished. Shen Songzhu cared about Xiao Wang's health and asked, "Are you seriously sick? You haven't gotten better, even after seeing the doctor?" Xiao Wang knew he might need medicine to recover, or he would receive many concerns and questions soon. "Actually, I started feeling better today. Maybe I will be fully fine tomorrow." Shen Songzhu was easy to talk to. "That's good. If you need help, just tell me," Xiao Xiaoqing. "Thank you for your concern," Shen sighed Lord. As they talked, the atmosphere became strangely quiet, and the whole courtyard fell silent. Chu Xingqian sensed something and was about to speak, but Shen Songzhu turned to her. "I was about to find His Highness. Seeing this, I guessed he was here." Shen Songzhu said she had something to discuss with Chu Xingqian. After they finished watching the fireworks, Chu Xingqian and Xiao Wang said their goodbyes. "Rest well, and get better soon." Xiao Wang watched Chu Xingqian and Shen Songzhu leave one after the other, his eyes growing calm and deep. Earlier, none of them cared much for the harem women's ways, but Shen Songzhu had come directly to Jinhong Palace to find someone, personally. That was more impressive than intercepting them halfway. And His Highness followed him, without hesitation. When Chu Xingqian and Shen Songzhu left, Jinhong Palace became completely quiet. The lively, colorful scene from before had vanished. Fireworks were truly his exclusive thing, but unfortunately, the fleeting glow cooled just like his situation. Or perhaps, this was his fate? Chu Xingqian left Jinhong Palace and hurriedly asked Shen Songzhu if there was anything urgent. Shen Songzhu had no real matter to discuss. He just spoke casually. However, he was calm and mentioned two important things. Afterward, they returned to Jinhua Palace. Shun Songju accompanied Chu Xingchen inside. When he was about to leave, Shun Songju suddenly extended his hand, holding a few plums in his palm. The plums were ripe now, with a light yellow color that looked very pleasant. Chu Xingchen looked at them, saliva already forming in her mouth. Where did you get these? Guess?
Just eat them. Chu Xingchen not dead.
Eating a few like this was indeed very refreshing. They're delicious. She looked at Shun Songju. Where did you get them? They're not sour at all. Do you want to try one too? Not sour? Shun Songju was fooled by Chu Xingchen and couldn't resist tasting a piece, which made his face twist from the sourness. Haha, why are you so afraid of sourness? Chu Xingchen finally succeeded and started to laugh. Zhou Bian looked down from above at Chu Xingchen's laughter. The next morning, Chu Xingchen woke up to find many jars and bottles in the Jinhua Hall, of all sizes. When he opened them, they were filled with pickles, kimchi, sauerkraut, and various flavors. The jars seemed endless, giving the feeling of being able to eat forever. Besides the jars, there was also a basket of green plums. It was obvious that Zhou Bian had made them. Chu Xingchen looked at the fresh green plums on the table. Maybe because it had just rained, they still had water droplets, and they looked freshly picked. Zhou Bian, where did these come from? After a moment, Zhou Bian's voice came from the roof. I bought them. Bought the green plums too? Do you have a lot of money? Buying so many is wasteful. Zhou Bian sensed a hint of danger in Chu Xingchen's tone. The green plums were picked. If you like them, I picked them. Even if you like them, you shouldn't eat them like that, Chu Xingchen said, rubbing his forehead. Where did you pick them from? Could he have stolen them somewhere? Just from the yard. Zhou Bian was talking about his Taoren residence. Chu Xingchen, half believing, went to Taoren residence and found that the yard was no longer empty. There were 3 trees. The 3 trees filled the entire yard. The largest one was a hawthorn tree, which looked familiar. I didn't see this last time I came. When did you plant it? It looks a bit familiar. Seeing the hawthorn tree, Chu Xingchen thought of candied hawthorn sticks and then remembered the one at Beima Temple. Why does it look a bit like the one at Beima Temple? Zhou Bian said, it's the same one. The candied hawthorn sticks are delicious and pretty. Chu Xingchen was surprised that it was indeed the one from Beima Temple. You transplanted it because the candied hawthorn sticks are tasty and it survived? I even moved the soil underneath, so it survived, Zhou Bian said confidently. The people at Beima Temple, they didn't know which crazy person stole a hawthorn tree and left a big hole. Well, it wasn't exactly stealing. They even left silver coins in the hole. After confirming Zhou Bian didn't steal the trees, Chu Xingchen looked at the cherry tree next to the hawthorn. Is this a cherry tree? Yes, it's pretty and tasty. His Highness also likes it, Zhou Bian replied. When it ripened, it turned bright red, and most importantly, His Highness liked to eat it. Chu Xingchen was too tired to say anything and pointed to the side. And that one? It looks like it was just transplanted. Green plum tree. This green plum tree was transplanted only last night, and all the plums on it have been picked by Zhou Bian. Why did you transplant all of them? Zhou Bian naturally replied, they are tasty. You like them? Chu Xingchen. But there's no need to plant all of them. You already planted 3 trees now, and soon there will be more delicious fruits. Will you plant more? I like many kinds of tasty fruits. Can you plant them all? She thought Zhou Bian was really exaggerating. To her surprise, he nodded without hesitation yes. If the crown prince likes other fruits, just tell me, and I will plant them. He was very serious. Chu Xingchen rubbed her forehead. Here we go again. That feeling of being unconditionally spoiled. Usually, parents teach you not to kill or cause trouble, but Zhou Bian isn't like that. If you ask him to do something bad, he will do it without hesitation. If she were a child, she wouldn't know what kind of spoiled person Zhou Bian would become. While she was thinking, Zhou Bian said, the Taoren residence is too small to plant more. Where can I plant next time? Can you set aside a patch of land for me? No need to plant everything. You don't have to plant all the fruits you like. Zhou Bian looked a bit disappointed. Can I plant them? Chu Xingchen looked at him. Do you like planting trees? Zhou Bian nodded, yes. If the crown prince likes it, he also likes planting. It seems Zhou Bian also enjoys planting trees. He finally has a hobby, so Chu Xingchen decided to support him. She thought for a moment. Then go plant in the western garden. I'll set aside that area for you. No one lives there, and it's big. If you want to plant trees in the future, go there.
Okay.
A basket of green plums couldn't be finished, so Chu Xingchen asked the kitchen to make plum jam. Xiaowen was doing much better, and Chu Xingchen felt relieved. She had been planning to work overtime, but Ling Zhou returned. Ling Zhou initially said he would come to pick up Chu Xingchen, but when he saw the Marquis of Jinbei, he didn't go. They went to see family and friends, and by the time he returned, it was a bit late. After returning to the palace, Ling Zhou immediately looked for Chu Xingchen. He grabbed her hand and wouldn't let go, saying, Your Highness, you really scared me to death this time. I'm fine, don't worry. You're fine, but I'm not. I've suffered a lot because of you. I was so scared. Look at me, I've lost weight. Not only me, even Jifeng has lost weight. So, you owe me a good apology. Ling Zhou felt that the East Palace suddenly became lively again when he returned. Chu Xingchen listened to his chatter, feeling both amused and helpless. How should I apologize? Of course, spend more time with me to make up for it, until I regain the weight I lost. Whatever you want to eat, just tell the kitchen. Then you should eat with me too. Alright, but first go wash up. Your Highness, you actually dislike my sweaty smell? Ling Zhou was unhappy, but after smelling himself, he still obeyed. I'll come back after I wash up. They reached the door, but Ling Zhou suddenly turned back and tilted his head to look at Chu Xingchen. I almost forgot to ask you, have you been bullied before? Did you suffer any hardship? When you write letters, you don't say much about it.
No hardships.
The ones suffering are you guys. You should go now. Ling Zhou's welcoming banquet went well. He and Chu Xingchen drank and talked happily. The only problem was, when it was time to sleep, Ling Zhou refused to leave and sneaked into Chu Xingchen's room to lie down. I'm not going back. I want to stay here tonight. I want to be with you. Ling Zhou often liked to scare people. Chu Xingchen stood by the bed and looked at him. Are you drunk? I'm not drunk. I'm serious with you. Ling Zhou sat up and grabbed Chu Xingchen's sleeve. Your Highness, let's just do it tonight. We can't delay anymore. You say it's fine, but you can't hide it from me. I already know. Instead of taking advantage of that beggar, you should take advantage of me. Look, where am I worse than him? I'm 100 times better than him. Ling Zhou went to find Shin Songju. He just wanted to make sure Chu Xingchen wouldn't complain if anything happened. He just wanted to find out the truth, but ended up learning it. You didn't sleep with us before, and then you got so scared when you faced the beggar. Now that you're going to sleep with us, you're not that afraid anymore, right? Brother Songju said you're feeling upset inside. We're also upset.
We're so angry we could die.
Even the dead can come back to life from anger. It's like the coffin lid can't hold all that anger.
Chu Xingchen.
Ling Zhou looked serious. Your Highness, I'm telling you seriously. I heard Brother Songju say you still have nightmares. I know girls are very troubled when they go through that. If that's the case, why don't we change it? If you keep recalling bad memories, why not remember some good ones instead? Ling Zhou pointed at himself. Just use me to forget him. I'm so good. If you sleep with me, that beggar doesn't matter anymore. Just remember my face in the future. Even in dreams, it will be a sweet dream. Ling Zhou almost said spring dream, but stopped himself in time. Chu Xingchen already heard and understood. I would never do that. Chu Xingchen denied it, looking at Ling Zhou with a mix of tears and laughter. Interestingly, after all this, she felt that maybe things weren't so bad after all. It was quite strange. Anyway, after that, Chu Xingchen never had another nightmare. That was probably Ling Zhou's doing, but she definitely didn't agree to anything with him right now. Ling Zhou was her younger brother. How could she share a room with him? I'm fine now. You look pale under your eyes. You haven't rested well for several days, right?
Go to sleep, she said.
Sleep is fine, but together, Ling Zhou's eyes twinkled. He suddenly shook Chu Xingchen's sleeve and softly called out, "Sister." Chu Xingchen thought she had heard wrong.
What did you call me? Sister.
Don't you want me to call you sister? I'm calling you sister. Are you happy now? Chu Xingchen didn't feel happy. She was full of doubt. Are you crazy? I refused to call you that before. And you even want to be my brother? I didn't understand before, but now I do. I heard some people like their younger brothers to call them sister. Do you like that too? Ling Zhou looked curious.
Chu Xingchen.
Ling Zhou, do you know too much? What did he learn on this trip out? Chu Xingchen was shocked but couldn't help saying, Ling Zhou, don't call me sister directly in the future. It makes me feel old. Just add little before it, like little sister. That's better. Ling Zhou secretly pulled Chu Xingchen's little finger and tried to imitate, okay, little sister. Chu Xingchen suddenly pulled her hand back.
Don't call me that.
For a moment, she felt like she was back in modern times. I don't like people calling me sister, and I don't like little sister either. Ling Zhou's words made her think of some strange pictures. You used to always ask me to call you sister, and little sister was what you taught me, she said. Chu Xingchen's face turned red. That was before. I don't like it now. I want to be the younger sister. You're being inconsistent. Chu Xingchen pointed outside. That's not true. You're just saying things that aren't real. You should go back and rest.
No.
Ling Zhou lay down again. I'm sleeping here tonight. He was very unwilling and sat up again. Your Highness, I heard there's a medicine that can make people numb. Why are you still afraid? You're the crown prince's daughter. Whether you're born early or late, you will have children. You might as well have children sooner, so you won't be afraid anymore, Ling Zhou said with a mischievous smile. Your Highness, I am the best candidate. I tell you, our children will definitely be smart and talented, both literary and martial. Ling Zhou imagined and felt excited. You're so good-looking and smart, and I'm so brave and handsome. Our little one will be so cute and talented. Don't you think that's exciting? Chu Xingchen looked at Ling Zhou, feeling like he suddenly evolved. It was as if this trip made him upgrade to version 0.2. Ling Zhou, why are you thinking about these things all of a sudden? Ling Zhou paused, then said, I've been thinking about it for a while. Actually, after returning, he saw that his old friends had children, and looking at the kids made him crave having one too. He imagined a child that looked like a prince and also like his little one, and he felt very excited. He even asked around how to win a woman's heart. Everyone knew his status, and he learned a lot of advice, things like being brave and shameless, learning to be gentle, and calling her sister. At first, he didn't want to call her sister because he didn't want to be seen as a kid, but this time he opened his mind and realized he didn't have to be the older brother. Being a younger brother was also okay. However, the sister he was determined to have didn't work out, so he used the little one to tempt her. Your Highness, it will be very fun and adorable. Chu Xingchen, the children are not toys. I know, Ling Zhou said, but tell me, am I right? He rolled his eyes and lowered his voice. Your Highness, honestly, Shun Songzhu and the others are very good, but if their children look just like them, that's only impressive in talent, and that's not good. As for young Master Zhou, he's just like a block of ice. Don't you want a kid who always has a serious face? So, in the end, I think I'm the best. Ling Zhou couldn't help but imagine. If I have a son, I can teach him martial arts, take him to the battlefield. If I have a daughter, you can teach her to govern the country, and I will protect her. That would be perfect. First, have a child with me, and then think about giving them one, he said. Of course, not having children was fine too. His kids were the cutest anyway. Chu Xingchen shook her head without thinking. That was impossible. But, influenced by Ling Zhou, she couldn't help but follow his imagination. She pictured Shun Songzhu's future child as a modest and gentle young gentleman, a serious little adult, but perhaps very tender and capable of melting hearts. As for Xiao Wang, his child would definitely be beautiful and smart. Whether boy or girl, they would be clever and stunning. Maybe even a business genius, someone who could rely on looks but preferred to succeed through talent. As for Zhou Bian, I really can't imagine him having children. His children wouldn't resemble him at all, and I can't picture him taking care of kids. But if they are his children, they probably look just like him. Would Zhou Baiyan hold a small version of himself and daydream? Would a father and daughter or father and son sit silently, communicating through brain waves every day? Imagining a quiet, ice-cold child who looks just like him is amusing and adorable. After all, Zhou Baiyan also has a cute side, so maybe the little ice cube, when smiling, is sweet and naturally charming. As for Ling Zhou's children under his genes and influence, they would definitely be lively and active. They might even climb walls and explore early on. But imagine a chubby, adorable kid who loves playing with swords and guns, dressed in tiny armor and a small cape, transforming into a little general, practicing martial arts happily and skillfully. Absolutely adorable. When they grow up, they might become another little general. If it's a daughter, she would be a brave and impressive young lady, full of spirit, making one drool just thinking about it. Seeing Ling Zhou sitting on the bed with his hands on his hips, imagine his child with the same tiger teeth, standing confidently with hands on hips, and Chu Xingchen can't help but laugh out loud. Ling Zhou looked at Chu Xingchen's expression. How about it? Your Highness, am I right? Are you moved by what I said? Do you think having children with me would be the best? Chu Xingchen shook his head. No, I think if you all have children, they would be very cute and wonderful. Clearly, they would be mine. Then you should have children with them in the future, Chu Xingchen urged him. Get up quickly. No, I won't get up without children, Ling Zhou pouted stubbornly. Chu Xingchen said, You can't have children yourself, so pouting won't help. If I could have children, why would I pout? Ling Zhou muttered, not very satisfied. At this moment, Wan Dong brought a message, Your Highness, Xie Xian sure has been brought back. Ling Zhou's attention immediately shifted. He clenched his teeth and sat up sharply. Where is he? I want to cut him into pieces. Xie Ziqing looked exhausted and confessed his crimes without any defense, even revealing his involvement in the night. It was my fault, Your Highness. I was blinded by hatred before, only thinking about how you treated me, and I wanted revenge. But he didn't expect to target his lifelong savior by mistake, missing out on so many years due to misunderstandings. Xie Ziqing remembered how much Chu Xingchen loved him before, but he didn't cherish her and treated her so badly that it hurt her deeply. Your Highness, I was blind.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Chu Xingchen was surprised by Xie Ziqing's attitude and felt that his eyes looked strange, but it didn't matter anymore. Since you know you were wrong, let's leave it at that. Chu Xingchen nodded and was about to leave. Previously, keeping Xie Ziqing was useful, but now his usefulness was less than his potential to cause trouble. She didn't want to go through that again, and decided to get rid of him. Xie Ziqing understood Chu Xingchen's meaning. Seeing the unkind looks from Shen Songzhu, Xiao Wengling, and Ling Zhou, and feeling the cold, killing intent, he hurriedly knelt down. Your Highness, I know I am unforgivable. I deserve to die, I know that, but please don't kill me. I'm not afraid of death. I want to spend the rest of my life making up for my mistakes. I already regret everything. I was so angry because I love you. I fell in love with you a long time ago, but you treated me like that. Xie Ziqing looked at Chu Xingchen with passionate eyes. I know I was wrong and have punished myself. He unbuttoned his shirt, revealing wounds from whips all over his body. If your Highness is still not satisfied, you can punish me. Whatever punishment you want, you can send me to the Red Mansion, take revenge on me, or do whatever you like. Just until you're no longer angry. Chu Xingchen looked at Xie Ziqing and finally realized that he was not acting normally. He used to be a gentle, refined young man with a calm demeanor, but now his eyes were wild and full of obsession, which felt out of place. He was completely different from before. Chu Xingchen was speechless. In the original story, Xie Ziqing was a complex, somewhat obsessive person who could even kill his own biological children without hesitation, mainly because of Chen Ruoxue. But that changed because of her. Seeing his abnormal behavior, Chu Xingchen decisively said, kill him. His plan for revenge, especially the idea of sending him to the Red Mansion, sounded reasonable, but she decided, just kill him. He was a danger. Shen Songju, Xiao Wangling, and Ling Zhou heard Chu Xingchen say those 3 words and all breathed a sigh of relief. They were afraid Chu Xingchen might soften her heart, especially since the princess liked Xie Ziqing very much, which everyone could see. They were worried she couldn't bear to do it. They felt relieved, but Xie Ziqing panicked. Your Highness, don't kill me. I still have use. I have important news. The person I mentioned before, Yi, is very strange. I even heard someone call him Your Highness. He's mysterious and threatening to you. Keep me alive to deal with him. I've dealt with him before. I can handle him. Chu Xingchen paused. Your Highness? That was news even she didn't know. Yes, I did hear it. Your Highness seems to have a special identity. He is as elusive and cunning as a mouse. I'm worried he might target you again. Forget about whether he's Your Highness or not. Just kill him when the time comes. Go ahead and leave now. We will protect Your Highness ourselves.
Wait.
I can't wait any longer. I have an important message. The Great Chu has a private army of at least 30,000 soldiers. Now, not only Chu Xingchen but also Shen Songju and others are looking at me. Having at least 30,000 private soldiers is no small matter. The guards in Feng'an City are only about 30,000. And I said at least 30,000, which means there could be even more. Could there really be such a large private army within the borders of Great Chu? That sounds impossible, like a fairy tale. Usually, private armies are only a few thousand strong at most. Xie Ziqing, if you want to stay alive, you shouldn't talk nonsense. I didn't want to tell you either. If I weren't pressed, I wouldn't want you to know. I only wanted to speak privately with Chu Xingchen. Your Highness, please talk with me. I will tell you everything I know. Chu Xingchen hesitated for a moment, deciding to make full use of Xie Ziqing's last value. He told Shen Songju and the others to leave first.
Speak.
With Zhou Baiyan present, Xie Ziqing couldn't hurt him. Xie Ziqing didn't mean to hurt Chu Xingchen either.
I only learned about this by chance.
I don't know the exact number of this private army, but they are connected to Chen Ruoshui. As one of the main characters in the original story, Xie Ziqing is quite capable. Based on clues, there is a connection to the Crown Protector's mansion, which was destroyed 18 years ago, and the Grand General of that time. When Chu Xingchen heard about the Crown Protector's mansion, he paused and became more convinced of this news. Chen Ruoshui is officially the eldest daughter of the Qin family, but in reality, she is from the bloodline of the Crown Protector's mansion. This is a necessary background for the heroine. The Crown Protector's mansion was the only foreign noble general's house, highly valued. They made great contributions early on, but were later suspected of treason and destroyed by the Empress. This is how the story is told from Chen Ruoshui's perspective in the original novel. Chu Xingchen has studied it carefully and found that the Crown Protector's mansion did indeed harbor treacherous intentions. If the Empress hadn't been more powerful, Great Chu might have fallen long ago. In the novel, Chen Ruoshui, because of her background, received many resources and help from a mysterious force. Now it seems that this force might be her private army. Your Highness, this is a hidden danger that is very harmful to you. I can help you find it. As long as I am allowed to stay in the palace and be by your side, even as an ordinary palace servant, I am willing. Xie Ziqing looked at Chu Xingchen and immediately showed loyalty. Your Highness, you can trust me. I will definitely find it. Chu Xingchen knows Xie Ziqing's abilities. She believes he can find it, but she asks Xie Ziqing, how can I trust you? Your Highness, you can trust me. I will never betray you. If you don't believe me, you can give me poison to control me. I'm not lying.
I really like you.
Seeing that Chu Xingchen didn't believe him, Xie Ziqing hurriedly explained about the person who saved his life. Chu Xingchen tried to remember and finally recalled that she had saved someone long ago. She was speechless. She didn't expect such a dramatic story here. She wondered how the original owner would feel if they knew the truth. What's more, this story wasn't mentioned in the novel at all, and in the end, there was no real truth. Your Highness, I was blind. I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Please spare my life. Chu Xingchen said seriously, I will believe you for now, but You should know that even if I spare your life, the death penalty can be avoided, but the crimes of living will be hard to escape. I won't let you go easily. I will take revenge. You saw how Shin Songju and the others behave. They won't let you go either. You will surely suffer a miserable life. How can I guarantee you won't hold a grudge and deliberately cause trouble? I don't hold a grudge. Whatever punishment comes is what I deserve. Xie Ziqing clenched his teeth. It's his responsibility to bear. After Chu Xingchen left, Ling Zhou immediately approached. Your Highness, no matter what he says, he must be killed. Keeping him is a disaster. Shun Songju frowned. Ling Zhou calmed down. The bigger picture is important. Ling Zhou glared angrily. Are you talking about the bigger picture now? Do you forget what he did? I wish I could cut him into 1,000 pieces. But because of the message he brought, I let him go. Don't you hate him? Ling Zhou struck the ground hard. Not only 3,000 private soldiers, but even 40 or 50,000. I can destroy them all. No one doubts your ability, but Ling Zhou, the problem is that they are private soldiers. We don't know where they are, and that's the most dangerous part. Shun Songju rubbed his forehead. I also hate him, but you need to stay calm. Not everything in this world is black and white. If we don't find out the truth, it will be a big hidden danger. Ling Zhou still refused to accept this. Chu Xingchen softly said, whether it's private soldiers or Xie Ziqing, they are both dangers. But Xie Ziqing is easier to control, and we can use him to see if he still has value alive. Hearing this, Ling Zhou reluctantly agreed. He immediately said, Your Highness, there's no rush to have him do anything these days. Let us talk with him properly first. As Chu Xingchen predicted, they had no intention of letting Xie Ziqing go. They didn't know how the four of them discussed, but based on their plans, they arranged the order of actions. First were Ling Zhou and Zhou Bian, who took turns. Ling Zhou's methods of torment were similar to his personality, many ways that made people speechless and in pain, like tickling the soles of the feet. People would laugh to death. Xie Ziqing thought he was mentally prepared, but never expected to die this way. Xie Ziqing was in Ling Zhou's hands for a day. His life felt worse than death. He even thought he would laugh himself to death. And that was just the beginning. Ling Zhou went to rest, and Zhou Bian came in. Zhou Bian didn't say a word, directly going for the kill. Thinking about everything Chu Xingchen had suffered, Zhou Bian's killing intent spread. Xie Ziqing thought he would definitely die, but just when he believed he was about to die, he survived again. At first, Xie Ziqing was glad he hadn't died, but then he realized that this was only the start of true punishment. Zhou Bian repeatedly killed him but left him with a breath of life each time. Xie Ziqing felt the pain of near death, dying again and again, yet somehow surviving. It was truly worse than death. Soon, Xie Ziqing couldn't take it anymore. Zhou Bian, if you're going to kill me, just do it. Zhou Bian remained unmoved. Xie Ziqing almost went crazy trying to force him. I can't take it anymore. Zhou Bian, just kill me. I beg you, please kill me. No. Zhou Bian shook his head. His Highness said to keep you alive. He could play with him slowly, take his time to deal with him. Xie Ziqing was pushed to the brink of death, realizing for the first time that dying seemed like the happiest thing. But in the end, he couldn't die. He had desperately wanted to stay alive before, but in Zhou Bian's hands, he only wished to die. Just when he was about to break down from the pressure, Zhou Bian finally stopped. But before Xie Ziqing could breathe a sigh of relief, new revenge came. This time, it looked simple but was actually terrifying: the water torture. In just 3 days and nights, Xie Ziqing had completely broken down. Zhou Bian saw that he might be ruined if he continued, so he handed him over to Shun Songju. Shun Songju has been busy these past 3 days, working hard to ruin the already hopeless Xie family. After finishing, he looked at Xie Ziqing in his hands and sighed, "Let's take care of him for one day first." He thought he was tough enough, but he realized he was just average. He went to see Chu Xingchen, who was listening to a report. After a detailed investigation, there was no news of any private soldiers. Chu Xingchen wasn't surprised. If it had been so easy to find out, they wouldn't have hidden it for 18 years. It seems we still need to use Xie. How is he now? Shun Songju only replied with 3 words, still alive. He took out 2 small porcelain bottles, one red and one green. Your Highness, the red one is poison, and the green one is the antidote. This poison was obtained by Shun Songju through his contacts from Wu Kingdom. 1 dose of poison lasts 5 years. During these 5 years, he must take the antidote every month. Otherwise, he will suffer terribly, and if he misses the antidote for more than 2 months, he will die. I don't really trust Xie, he added, but the poison seems more reliable. Chu Xingchen looked at him and smiled. I thought the same thing. I was thinking the same. She also went to find the poison. Thanks, I will use it well. With this poison, Xie could be controlled. Chu Xingchen was eager to feed him the poison, but Shun Songju stopped her. Your Highness, wait until tomorrow. Let Xie breathe a bit, or he might die from the poison. Shun Songju asked, Your Highness, did you see yesterday's newspaper? Chu Xingchen paused. Yes, I did. Did you see any good articles or poems? Chu Xingchen clenched her teeth. Shun Songju, you're doing this on purpose. I knew it was you. The Daichu newspaper was very rich in content. Besides good articles, it also published fine poetry and songs. A poem titled Waiting for February from yesterday's paper became popular. Because the poem was so beautiful, it was quickly spread. Even though the author's name was a bit strange, the poem expressed longing for a loved one, with a mix of sweet anticipation and nervous waiting, perfectly capturing the mood. Seeing the newspaper, Chu Xingchen felt something. Hearing Shun Songju ask, she realized that Waiting for February was also his pen name. Don't you already have a pen name? Why did you create another one? Publishing such poems under Virtuous Valley, doesn't that ruin your image? Shun Songju sighed. I've been so busy these days. I fear the 2 months will pass quickly, so I wanted to show something. 2 months. He was both eager for it to pass and afraid it would go by too fast. Chu Xingchen didn't tell Shun Songju that she had already secretly kept the newspaper after guessing it was his work. This is like writing a love letter or a love poem in modern times. And it's a public declaration of love. Chu Xingchen didn't expect Shun Songju to be quite good at this. He said, How many times have you written a love poem? You seem very skilled. He replied, It was inspired by the moment. It's actually my first time. Shun Songju asked, What does Your Highness think? Do you like it? If he liked it, he could write more in the future. Chu Xingchen's lips curved into a faint smile. It was her first time writing a love poem. She said, It's okay. Actually, she had memorized it. Because she had never seen such a high-quality love letter before.